The advent of the universal cloud cultivation software allows individuals to bind roles from the immortal realm and gain enhancements. Shen Yun, having been betrayed by his girlfriend, finds himself reborn just before the software's launch, unaware of its immense potential. Before the recharge channel closes, he invests a staggering 100 billion, binding himself to the future Empress with extraordinary qualifications. The activation of Sacred Body Dao Fetus at just 500,000? Purchase. An Imperial Weapon only costs 1 million? Acquire it. The populace exclaims, "My character's favorability has reached 5 points. I heard that reaching 100 allows one to act with impunity. Haha, my character has rewarded me with a first-tier magic treasure. Alas, the recharge channel is closed, and I cannot purchase items for her. Woe is me." Shen Yun gazes at the 100 billion game coins on his phone and the future Empress he is nurturing. Favorability at a full 100. The feedback includes the Qilin Divine ability, the Sacred Flying Sword, and the Supreme Emperor's ultimate skill. The VIP rewards that went unactivated in his previous life are now successfully activated. V1 for accelerated cultivation. V2 for a 20-fold increase in combat power. V3 for an invincible physique, supreme immortal artifacts, infinite resurrection, the Time Tao Ancestor, and Chaotic King. With malevolent spirits rampant and demonic beasts descending, he bulldozes his way through. His ex-girlfriend, in a panic, pleads, "I know I was wrong, dear. I truly regret it. Please do not kill me." No wrong? You merely realize that death is imminent. Chapter 1. Awakening in the Emperor's Banner. Pre-recharging 100 billion. I can't believe I've been reborn, Shen Yun thought, his expression one of disbelief as he sat upon his bed in a villa in Haiqing. He recalled being captured by a malevolent cultivator and suffering alongside a group within the Emperor's Banner. Yet now, he finds himself lying in the comfort of his own home. Right, the game. He hastily retrieved his phone to check the time. January 20th, 2050, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. The Cloud Cultivation mobile game opens in an hour. Shen Yun swiftly opened the App Store, typing in 4 characters. Seeking Immortality mobile game. Download. After over 50 years of spiritual energy revival, the arrival of this game has offered hope to those without the talent for cultivation. Players merely need to nurture roles within the game to have the chance of obtaining treasures from the immortal realm that can be returned to reality. Indeed, the game world is a genuine immortal realm. Moreover, the unique items within can feed back into reality, empowering individuals. This is undoubtedly a vast treasure trove for a world where spiritual energy has only recently revived and malevolent forces are beginning to surface. Crucially, before the game's launch, players can recharge in advance to rapidly enhance the strength of their nurtured roles, thereby increasing the likelihood of receiving valuable treasures. Regrettably, in his previous life, the app was exposed and the recharge channel closed at the very moment the game launched. But I still have the chance to invest. Shen Yun's face lit up with excitement as he fixated on the download progress bar. With both parents deceased, leaving behind a substantial inheritance, and the company unable to process matters in time, his little treasury boasts a staggering 100 billion. Just the thought fills him with exhilaration. However, gradually, his smile turned ominous. In this rebirth, with my advantages and investments, the upper hand is mine. Zhou Qiao. Your days of mischief are numbered. Jiang University's belle, Zhou Qiao, his girlfriend, hails from a well-off family, but is an expert at deception, having been with him solely to exploit his resources for the benefit of the Zhou family. Subsequently, after the game returned cultivation levels and various treasures, currency depreciated. Zhou Qiao intended to break up, but upon learning that his nurtured role had yielded a marrow-cleansing pill, she stole the pill and vanished without a trace. The most malicious act was that Zhou Qiao, having improved her qualifications with the pill, joined a formidable player organization. To prevent his retaliation, this woman conspired against his nurtured role, stalling his progress. She even sabotaged his company in reality, and had it not been for his secretary's timely warning, he would have been apprehended. In the aftermath, although Shen Yun left Haicheng, his nurtured role in the game was slain by Zhou Qiao's associates. Even after binding a new role, everything had to begin anew. By then, he had already fallen far behind others, and ultimately met a tragic end within the Emperor's Banner. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yun's eyes. In this life, it is my turn to send you to the heavens. Once the game finished downloading, he promptly opened it, revealing a screen adorned with a traditional Chinese landscape painting. Friendly reminder, the game opens at 9 o'clock. Players can view the game background introduction or recharge in advance for mysterious rewards. Note, personal information will be kept strictly confidential by the platform. For significant recharge amounts, a confidential recharge option is available to prevent exposure in reality. The game introduction is similar to that of other online games and does not contain any special disclosures. However, once players infuse their accounts with funds, the randomly assigned characters' attributes will experience a significant enhancement. This represents an invisible opportunity awaiting those destined for it. I wonder what character I could bind with 100 billion, Shen Yun mused, accessing the recharge channel and inputting the full amount without hesitation. Ding! Are you certain you wish to recharge 10,263,572,252 yuan? Who would dare to imagine starting off with 100 billion? Shen Yun's heart raced slightly as he raised his hand to affirm. Confirm. Choose confidential recharge. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your recharge was successful. This account is subject to real name authentication and is solely for the player's use. In case of lost phone, you may log in on a new device. Phew! Shen Yun inhaled deeply as he regarded the notification. This is truly exhilarating. Based on the experiences of players from previous lives who had made substantial investments, he knew that 100 billion would undoubtedly place him far ahead in both the game and reality. Noting that he had some time to spare, he dressed and went downstairs for breakfast. At that moment, his phone vibrated with a message from Zhou Xiao. Darling, are you awake? Let's go out for lunch. I've made a reservation at a Western restaurant. If you're busy in the afternoon, I can accompany you to the company. In the evening, I'll treat you well with the latest fashion. Zhou Xiao indeed possessed beauty, her innocent visage clad in alluring fabric, capable of igniting a man's desires. Yet, at this moment, he found it utterly repugnant. In the words of his secretary, Zhou Xiao was merely a replica of Lu Ruyan, and he felt he'd been cursed to encounter her. Let's break up. I'm utterly bored of this. Block contact. If you're not embarrassed, feel free to create a scene at the office. It's not like I need to go there, Shen Yun declared as he blocked her, informing the company group that he would be taking an extended leave. Having only worked for 2.5 months post-graduation, and with an acting agent in place, his absence would not pose any issues. Why, dear husband, what have I done wrong that cannot be amended? You have been blocked. What a pathetic loser. Upon seeing the block notification, Zhou Xiao stubbornly dialed his number, only to be met with a busy signal. After hanging up, her expression darkened. What good is wealth if it lacks substance? True strength is the ultimate path. 50 years ago, when spiritual energy surged, humanity entered an era of cultivation. However, the majority of those lacking talent continued to live mundane lives. Although she lacked innate ability, many of her admirers at school were engaged in cultivation. Were it not for the need to develop the family business, Shen Yun, who was handsome and affluent yet lacked parental support, would hardly resort to such sycophancy. He had heard from those admirers that in the future, cultivators would prevail, rendering money mere scraps of paper in the eyes of the powerful. Like most people, Shen Yun possessed no talent for cultivation, destined to remain an ordinary individual. Originally, Zhou Xiao intended to secure significant business deals for her family before ending their relationship. But instead, she found herself cast aside by Shen Yun. Filled with indignation, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Shen Yun, one day, you will regret this decision. Ding. The mobile game, Seeking Immortality, has completed its update and is now officially launched. Exclusive major region, Xian continent. Special game note, feedback settings. Within the villa, Shen Yun eagerly clicked to enter the game. A miraculous scene unfolded before him. The phone emitted beams of light, projecting a 30-inch screen. Just the concept of this feature would surely create a sensation online, but the true excitement would come once players received feedback items, marking the game's explosive global popularity. At that moment, billions worldwide would flock to join. He had already secured his advantage by recharging 100 billion in cash. With this thought, Shen Yun immediately clicked on the shimmering ingot icon in the bottom right corner of the game. The game all recharge entrance is now closed. Current player account balance, 10,263,720,000 yuan. Player currency is non-transferable and for personal use only. What a delightful sight. I can finally breathe easy. Shen Yun chuckled as he closed the account interface. Ding. Welcome, player, to Cloud Nurturing Game, Seeking Immortality. Please select the character you wish to nurture. Attributes are random. The more you recharge, the better the character's attributes. As the prompt concluded, a card displaying its reverse side appeared in the projection. Note, after selection, the character's affinity with the player begins at 0. Players can utilize daily item sign-ins and receive daily character intelligence to enhance the character's affinity. Player actions will determine the increase or decrease in affinity. Explanation. Should a nurtured character perish, players may select another character. However, the attributes and cultivation level of a new character will invariably be lower than the previous one, so players are encouraged to take good care of their first game character. Game notification. Due to your current excessive cash recharge, you have activated a hidden reward. You may draw 2 additional character cards and select your preferred character. Benefit guarantee. Minimum character attribute level, extraordinary. Cultivation level is random. The minimum guarantee is extraordinary. Shen Yun felt an exhilarating rush. In his past life, Players who possessed outstanding characters received immensely generous feedback rewards, each one a formidable figure, let alone those of extraordinary caliber. The future is promising. Bated breath, Shen Yun moistened his parched lips and clicked on the 3 character cards displayed in the projection. In the display, the 3 character cards spun rapidly. Then, under his eager gaze, they gradually came to a halt, revealing their faces. In the next moment, the characters erupted with dazzling brilliance, causing Shen Yun to widen his eyes in astonishment and spring to his feet. Extraordinary, Yiwu Dao. Peerless prodigy, Zhang Tai Sui. Imperial presence, Ling Qing Shui. Holy smokes! Chapter 2, The Majestic Form of Ling Qing Shui. The Sacred Body of the 9 Heavens. The majestic form. This extraordinary talent sent shivers down Shen Yun's spine. Among the trio, he was only familiar with the illustrious name of Zhang Tai Sui, the holy son of the sacred land in the eastern region of the Xinjiang continent. Yet, the tales surrounding him were rather mundane, lacking any remarkable flair. He never anticipated that this 6th contender would conceal such formidable potential. As for the other 2 individuals, they left little impression on him, likely either yet to rise to prominence or having already fallen into obscurity. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yun raised his hand and selected, the majestic form of Ling Qing Shui. Congratulations, player. You have selected the character, the majestic form of Ling Qing Shui. After the selection, the screen zoomed in on Ling Qing Shui, showcasing her in a chibi avatar. The scene then transitioned to a mountainous region. As the camera traversed through a cave overrun with weeds, it revealed a blood-soaked woman, her complexion pale, slumped in a corner. A substantial wound marred her waist, covered only partially by medicinal powder, as blood continued to flow unabated, washing away the remedy. Ling Qing Shui is gravely injured, expected to lose consciousness in approximately 20 minutes, and will be taken by her enemies. Note, the current character has consumed a hemostatic powder, but due to encountering a dishonest vendor, the powder is tainted, and its efficacy is delayed. How infuriating! The hemostatic powder has yet to take effect. Could it be that I purchased counterfeit goods? Ling Qing Shui's forehead beaded with cold sweat, her chest heaving violently with anger. Humiliation, anxiety, and unwillingness flickered across her face, yet this state only exacerbated her injuries, causing her mind to spin. Why must I endure such a wretched fate? I refuse to accept this. Ling Qing Shui clenched her cracked lips, steeling herself as she pressed her hand against her abdomen's wound and forced herself to rise, determined to flee this place swiftly. She had relied solely on herself throughout her journey. This was her destiny. Yet, having already exhausted her strength, she could only stumble a few paces before her legs buckled, sending her crashing to the ground. I will surely escape. Ling Qing Shui's fingers dug deep into the earth, but the excruciating pain in her abdomen, coupled with her spinning head and the overwhelming weakness coursing through her body, rendered her unable to rise. Gradually, as she struggled to maintain her composure, she trembled and crawled along the ground. Why must this happen? Clenching her fists tightly, her face betrayed her defiance, while her reddened eyes brimmed with unshed tears. This time, her formidable willpower failed her. Ling Qing Shui stubbornly fought against the tears, fearful that her enemies might witness her vulnerable side. She longed for a passing cultivator to save her, but such hopes felt utterly illusory, a mere self-deception. A resilient character indeed. Today, you have stumbled upon great fortune. Shen Yun swiftly clicked on the rising icon in the game interface. First recharge special offer. Recharge 6 yuan to receive a rank 5 healing pill, original price 38.88, which can heal the current character's injuries, allowing unimpeded movement. Players who recharge in advance may purchase items with existing game currency. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Rewards being distributed. The first recharge icon transformed into a cascade of light, landing before Ling Qing Shui. As the radiance subsided, a milky white pill, exuding a fragrant aroma, appeared before her. Ling Qing Shui blinked in surprise, her eyes warily scanning her surroundings. Who's there? Players may choose to respond to the system's communication. Hee, I am your ring's esteemed grandfather. At the peak of the immortal path, who stands tall, only to witness the void of beginnings. I am known as handsome and striking. Do not be alarmed, young friend. Just leave your thoughts with me. Do not overthink it. Shen Yun disregarded the familiar, nonsensical responses entirely, focusing instead on the golden recharge prompt that emerged. Limited time, special civilian communication. Recharge 3 yuan, original price 50, to text with the character Ling Qing Shui. Limited time, special, luxurious communication. Recharge 50 yuan, original price 248, for 5 voice transmissions. Limited time, special, wealthy communication. Recharge 648 yuan, original price 5,000, for permanent voice chat with the character. Privacy mechanism. No one can eavesdrop on the conversation. Purchasing is equivalent to profit. Recharge 648. I've had enough of this system's responses. Shen Yun, seated on the sofa, quickly tapped to recharge. In the past, he lacked funds and could only rely on the system's phrases to communicate with characters. It was a tale of sorrow he preferred not to revisit. Purchase successful. Players may initiate voice communication at any time. Following the prompt, the previously disabled microphone in the game interface was unlocked. Ahem. Shen Yun cleared his throat, pressed the voice button, and spoke in a low, resonant tone. This esteemed presence traverses this realm and sees your considerable talent. I mean no harm. This message directly flooded into Ling Qingshue's mind. Thank you, Senior. After a moment's hesitation, she promptly consumed the pill. She recognized the 5 lines on the pill, unmistakably a mark of a rank 5 pill. Moreover, she had no alternative. Even if deceived, she could only accept her fate. At that moment, another recharge prompt appeared on Shen Yun's game interface. Information special offer. Spend 59 yuan to purchase Ling Qingshue's personal information permanently saved. Given the exorbitance of this recharge, even a devoted player would be overwhelmed. Shen Yun chuckled and purchased the information. Once the recharge channel closed, the only way for players to obtain currency was through character feedback. The means by which characters earn money was unpredictable. They might accumulate points while in secluded cultivation or earn small amounts from battles, with methods as varied as the stars. Accumulating dozens or hundreds of coins was akin to searching for cash while watching short videos. Possible, but scarce. Recharge successful. Just as the notification concluded, a chibi version of Ling Qingxue popped up at the bottom of the game interface. The character was adorably crafted, yet at that moment, she was weeping bitterly, her face bruised and swollen. Casting a glance at Ling Qingxue, who was refining the pill, Shen Yun clicked on her personal information. Name, Ling Qingxue. Age, 20. Current realm. First level of gathering rotation. Realm classification of the Xiantian continent. Spirit summoning, gathering rotation, pulse condensation, vast sea, soul forging, transcending the mundane, Dharma aspect, heavenly one, imperial extreme, half saint, saint, great saint, near emperor, path realizing emperor. Special talent, sacred body of the 9 heavens, inactive. Personal status, chi and blood are unstable. Character synopsis, abandoned by her parents at a young age, she grew up in Little Stone Village, raised by the village's grandmother. Upon maturation, she was taken as a servant disciple by the Heavenly Fire sect, yet her sacred body of the 9 heavens possessed 8 more sources than an ordinary sacred body. Despite consuming abundant resources, her cultivation made no progress, leading the sect to send her back down the mountain. Hiss, the sacred body of the 9 heavens. Shen Yun's face registered shock. Is this the fusion of the sacred body and the Tao body? He was familiar with both physiques, yet had never heard of anyone successfully combining them. A fusion body was already preposterous. To think it also possessed 8 additional sacred body sources. Truly outrageous. Regaining his composure, Shen Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. No wonder she embodies the majestic form. The stronger the character, the greater the feedback benefits he would reap, igniting his excitement. Collecting his thoughts, he continued to peruse the character synopsis. After being expelled from her sect, Ling Qingxue, while cultivating alone, accidentally ingested a 6th-grade venomous spiritual herb, but survived, even enhancing her cultivation. Discovered by the passing cultivator Lu Fangya, she was taken as a disciple after revealing her secret. Thereafter, Lu Fangya specifically fed Ling Qingxue with venomous spiritual materials, tormenting her daily with the poison. However, due to her genuine cultivation advancements, Ling Qingxue felt immense gratitude towards her. Yet, Lu Fangya merely wished to refine her into a poisonous medicinal cauldron to nourish her own insects. After discovering Lu Fangya's malicious intentions, Ling Qingxue embarked on a journey of escape. Recently, she was spotted by the members of the Iron Wolf gang, fleeing to this very place. What a pitiful soul, Shen Yun murmured, shaking his head. Such extraordinary talent, unheard of in his previous life, must have been cursed by fate, leading to a likely downfall. Otherwise, the significance of the words Holy Body Tao Fetus could surely shake the entire Xiantian continent. As the scene unfolded, Ling Qingshue's expression brightened. Her wounds and injuries had dissipated, and although her vitality was still somewhat feeble, she found herself unimpeded in her movements. Thank you, esteemed senior. I am eternally grateful. Ling Qingxue quickly rose and bowed deeply to the void. To her astonishment, in her moment of despair, someone had indeed intervened to save her. Ding! The affinity of the character Ling Qingxue has increased to 35 points, maximum value 100 points. Is the life-saving grace not even enough to reach the passing mark? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow after muting the microphone, but he could understand upon reviewing her life summary. Having been treated as a medicinal cauldron by her revered master, she would naturally be wary of others. Each character bound to the player possesses distinct personalities, and ways to enhance their affinity must be discerned through personal insight. However, he had ample wealth, enough to overwhelm Ling Qingshue's wary heart. He hoped that she could withstand his financial onslaught in the days to come. Perhaps the esteemed senior has departed, Ling Qingxue thought, hastening to the cave's entrance, uncertain of the intentions of this unfamiliar cultivator. There would be time to ponder such matters later. Her immediate concern was to escape. Yet, as she brushed aside the withered branches at the cave's mouth, her expression changed upon seeing birds circling ominously above the distant forest. How relentless! She exclaimed, I must leave this place at once. With a swift motion, she dashed out of the cave and into the dense woods. However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow sped towards her. You can run quite well. A resounding thud echoed as a boot struck Ling Qingshue's abdomen. Puffed. She coughed up blood, her body flying backward like a cannonball, shattering numerous branches in her wake. Recovering so swiftly? The figure that landed was a man with a scarred face. He squinted at Ling Qingshue's healed wound and sneered. It seems you have pilfered quite a number of high-quality elixirs from Elder Liu. Coughing and gasping, Ling Qingxue rose to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips as she surveyed her surroundings. Yet her expression quickly darkened. 7 elite members of the Iron Wolf gang surrounded her, all formidable cultivators at the pulse condensation realm. Moreover, the scarred face before her, Zhang Tao, was the vice leader of the Iron Wolf gang, a powerful figure in the vast sea of cultivators. Don't even think about escaping. This time, you won't elude capture. Zhang Tao commanded with a wave of his hand. Capture her alive. Be careful. Do not fall in her trap. Simultaneously, a series of prompts appeared on Shen Yun's screen. It is time to utilize your financial prowess. Character in peril. Click to sign in daily for a chance to obtain useful items to aid the character's escape. The sign-in items were all of little worth, and Shen Yun dismissed them with a wave. Ding. Encountering danger recharge offer. Spend 288 to obtain a 5th-tier low-grade magic treasure, the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. It allows the character to retaliate. Spend 648 for a 6th-tier mid-grade puppet self-detonation, sufficient to slay all enemies present. Spend 998 for a 7th-tier mid-grade escape talisman, a lifeline for low-ranking cultivators. Supercharge offer. Bet 3,500 for a random item of 8th tier or higher. Magic treasures are graded from 1 to 9 tiers, including half-saints, holy weapons, semi-imperial weapons, and imperial weapons. Damn, a guaranteed top-tier holy weapon. After swiftly purchasing the items, Shen Yun directly clicked on the supercharge option. This was a guaranteed holy weapon. After the limited time recharge benefits ended, he remembered that such treasures would cost at least 100 million. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the next limited time recharge event to purchase them at a lower price. And now, with only 1 million, it was practically a gift. The sound of jingling coins filled his ears as 1 million vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet, Shen Yun felt no sense of loss. Rather, he was filled with excitement. Ding! Successfully added 1 million. Starting random draw. At that moment, all the coins flooded the game screen, transforming into a card shrouded in mist. When the card turned over, Shen Yun shielded his eyes from the dazzling light, squinting to see. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Yin Yang Ding. What? Shen Yun stared incredulously at the projection screen. He had drawn an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Such a treasure could only belong to forces that had produced great emperors, and he had won it on the very first day of the game. Moreover, the Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon was the pinnacle among imperial weapons. With such a powerful magic treasure, how could he not raise the affinity to its maximum? Swiftly, Shen Yun locked in the item for use. Ding! Item deployment in progress. I was so close to escaping. Ling Qingxue despaired as she gazed at the approaching members of the Iron Wolf gang. If captured and brought before Lu Fangya, her death was inevitable. Yet, a gentle whisper, like a heavenly melody, entered her mind. Do not panic. Suddenly, a grand ding appeared out of thin air, hovering protectively above Ling Qingxue's head. Oof! Mere scrap metal. One of the fastest members of the Iron Wolf gang scoffed, raising his hand strike. Furious palm. Boom! With that strike, the ding stood firm, unyielding. Yet the impact seemed to activate the ding, which instantly radiated a rich purple mist. Upon seeing the divine patterns shimmering within the purple haze, Zhang Tao's eyes widened in realization, and he shouted in disbelief, Purple chi from east? Divine patterns of an imperial weapon? What? The 7 members of the Iron Wolf gang were paralyzed with fear, their hearts pounding in terror. An imperial weapon? Only those of imperial caliber can manifest the phenomenon of purple chi. This is a shared belief among all cultivators on the continent. Oh no! In the next instant, the yin-yang ding trembled, unleashing an unparalleled wave of pressure. Uft, uft, uft. The members swept away by the ripple had no chance to flee, instantly disintegrating into blood mist. This, Ling Qingxiu stood dazed, gazing at the ding above her. It felt as if she were dreaming. A senior possessing an imperial weapon had, against all odds, saved her. Shen Yun was quite pleased with her expression as he pressed down on the microphone in the projection and spoke calmly. In light of your arduous journey filled with peril, this imperial weapon shall protect you. If you do not accept it now, and it is taken from you later, do not weep. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue felt her head spinning, her hair standing on end. This imperial weapon was meant for her. She could hardly believe herself to be of such value. Undoubtedly, this kind-hearted senior had taken pity on her. Senior, she stammered, her nose tingling, as tears quickly filled her eyes. At that moment, she felt an indescribable emotion welling up within her, yearning to burst forth. Was it the relief of surviving a catastrophe or the exhilaration of gaining an imperial weapon? It seemed neither. It was the realization that after enduring so much suffering, someone finally recognized her plight and was willing to protect her, granting her a place to rest her weary heart. Ding! The affinity of the character Ling Qingxue has increased to 100 points. Warm reminder, the current character's affinity has reached its maximum value. As long as the player's actions remain reasonable, such as avoiding actions like refining Ling Qingxue to the point of endangering her life, the character's affinity will not diminish. Furthermore, the chances of obtaining feedback items have been enhanced. Comforting, Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement. All that remains is for Ling Qingxue to receive the feedback treasure. Wealth brings delight, and in mere moments, the character's affinity can be fully replenished. Senior, what should I do? After wiping away her tears, Ling Qingxue looked up at the large cauldron above her head in confusion. Instantly, the senior's warm voice echoed in her mind. Seize it. You may alter its size at your whim, or even place it within your consciousness. The senior's voice was melodious and comforting, though unseen. She could already envision an elderly sage, adorned with a flowing beard, smiling gently. Indeed, Ling Qingxue obediently nodded, reaching out to grasp one of the legs of the yin-yang cauldron. As expected, the imperial weapon transformed into a small cauldron the size of a fist, resting her palm, just as she was about to place the imperial weapon into her consciousness and make a hasty retreat. A yellow talisman appeared out of thin air. Use this to move swiftly. A 7-tier swift movement talisman, Ling Qingxue gazed at the intricate patterns upon it, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, the imperial weapon she held was far more precious. Grasping the talisman, she focused her thoughts, and in an instant, she vanished from her location. Chapter 4. Journey to the Sacred Land. Special item. Character binding card. Fortune smiled upon her. She did not materialize near the jaws of a beast. Shen Yun observed as Ling Qingxue landed on a road, handing her the 2 artifacts he had just purchased. Use these trinkets for now. Cultivation still requires your own diligence. He could not possibly reveal that these were the only items he possessed, lest he diminish his grand demeanor. The recharge system in Shunshin mobile game was rather unique. It only activated under circumstances where the character encountered danger, enlightenment, or opportunities, unlike other games where a recharge marketplace allowed for limitless purchases. Shen Yun could only buy items once a recharge prompt appeared. However, for players, the difficulty of saving within this game was considerable, as personal accounts could not trade in-game currency, rendering the absence of a marketplace inconsequential. Thank you, Senior. Ling Qingxue expressed her gratitude, stowing the treasures into her storage bag. She understood the senior's intent. External aids were ultimately supplementary, and one must rely on their own efforts. Not to mention, the senior had bestowed upon her an imperial weapon. One ought to be content and find joy in this. Ling Qingxue gazed toward the distant city, speaking as she walked. Senior, having gifted me such a precious imperial weapon, if there is any way I can be of service, please do not hesitate to ask. This is the imperial weapon that cultivators dream of possessing. Only those from long-standing, invincible sects can lay claim to such treasures. What merit do I, a mere fledgling cultivator, possess? While brewing goji berry tea, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. I see that your aptitude is quite remarkable. I wish to take you as my confidant. Would you be willing? This tactic was commonly employed by players, utilizing the daily item check-in and character intelligence to cultivate a persona akin to a benevolent elder, thereby garnering the character's goodwill and recognition. To take me as a confidant, Ling Qingxue exclaimed with joy. To be noticed by such a powerful being who casually gifted her an Imperial weapon was an immense stroke of fortune. Naturally, being a subordinate of such a senior would be a great honor. However, her tone was tinged with hesitation. But I fear I may be rather dull. After 3 years of cultivation, I'm still at the first level of gathering rotation. She was perplexed by her slow progress despite consuming so many resources. Initially, when Lu Fangya had fed her poison to enhance her cultivation, she thought it was due to her unique constitution. Yet, despair washed over her when she discovered that the other party was, in fact, a sinister cultivator exploiting her. Are you not afraid of me exploiting your constitution? This honest query left Ling Qingxue momentarily stunned. However, she soon raised her head, squinting at the sun above, softly murmuring, "My grandmother always said that there will be those who shine like the sun for others. I believe that you, senior, are such a person. Of course, were it not for the Imperial Weapon, I would certainly harbor some doubts." As she concluded her statement, she shyly lowered her head. "I apologize, senior. Your candor is refreshing. What harm is there in vigilance?" Shen Yun smiled at the girl projected on the screen. "Allow me to first reveal what your constitution is, and then you may decide." With the maximum affinity value in play, it mattered not whether Ling Qingxue chose to become his subordinate. The notion of seeking a confidant was merely a pretext to draw closer to her. Once Shen Yun divulged that she possessed 9 sacred body origins and was a sacred body Dao, Ling Qingxue's face transformed with astonishment. As a cultivator, she was well aware of the significance of sacred bodies and Dao bodies. Yet, she could hardly fathom that she possessed such extraordinary potential. Simultaneously, she perceived the sincerity of this enigmatic senior. He need not have divulged such information, yet he did so openly, revealing his magnanimity. Contemplating this, Ling Qingxue bowed deeply to the void. "I, Qingxue, am willing to serve you faithfully." Having maxed out her affinity certainly proved advantageous. Shen Yun privately mused. Given Ling Qingxue's experiences, earning her trust would not be an easy endeavor. Fortunately, he had wealth at his disposal. Otherwise, he would need to invest considerable time in establishing their relationship. "From now on, you may call me young master. Rest assured, I shall assist you in achieving enlightenment and ascension to emperor." Shen Yun feigned a nonchalant demeanor, speaking softly, "But this is not your destination. The celestial realm is where you truly belong." The celestial realm? Ling Qingxue swallowed hard, feeling that she had indeed encountered an extraordinary being today. The very notion of assisting her in achieving enlightenment was spoken with such ease. What was more, this was not an elderly cultivator, but seemingly a young nobleman. This realization left Ling Qingxue in awe. The young master's background must be extraordinarily formidable. Truly effective. Shen Yun noted her astonishment, leisurely sipping his goji tea. "However, your current cultivation is far too low. You may seek a sacred land to reveal your constitution. Joining such a sect should not be difficult. The resources consumed by the 9 heavens sacred body Daokath are immense, making it ideal for you to join a sacred land to secure resources for your growth. After all, the recharge prompts are rather unpredictable. Finding a powerful faction to ensure your development is the most reasonable course of action." Furthermore, Shen Yun recalled that 3 days post-launch, a player's character had received hidden rewards for joining a sacred land, a notoriously rare character binding card. Indeed, players could bind not just one character. This card allowed players to designate an unbound character. Consequently, it had garnered immense popularity online. Ultimately, it was rumored that a foreign netizen, attempting to boast online, had been located by hackers who subsequently emptied several magazines into him. Clearly, Shen Yun sought to obtain this card. He hoped time remained on his side. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was still before noon. Otherwise, Xiao Hongdou might very well be bound by someone else. In his previous life, he had not logged into Xuanxian mobile game immediately. It was only after the company personnel had stirred up commotion that he had taken notice of the game, logging in around noon. And Xiao Hongdou was the first character he had bound. Luo Hongxi. This young lady was a disciple of the Luo family in Blackstone City, and with Shen Yun's assistance, she had gradually risen to prominence. Unfortunately, she had been robbed of a 4th-tier muscle-cleansing pill capable of returning one to reality by that scheming woman, Zhou Qiaoqiao. Later, his company was sealed off by Zhou Qiaoqiao using her connections. Although he had hidden himself in a distant land, Zhou Qiaoqiao was aware of his bond with Luo Hongxi. She sought to suppress him in the game, forcing Luo Hongxi to endure countless hardships as she fled for her life. Yet, despite everything, she never blamed Shen Yun. Instead, she often visited to comfort him and bring him joy. In her quest to amass more currency, Luo Hongxi devoted her days to training and adventuring to earn spirit stones. Whenever she had enough money, she would scour the black market and cultivator stalls, hoping to stumble upon treasures that could alter reality for him. The dangers she faced were innumerable. Although her strength improved as a result, ultimately, one person could hardly contend with four. Shen Yun, unable to bear seeing her pursued by enemies, had implored Zhou Xiaoqiao to spare Luo Hongxi. However, that woman was far too malicious. She disregarded him and ultimately meted out a brutal fate to Luo Hongxi. Wretched woman, the moment I rise, I shall strike you down. The very thought of her ignited a blaze of fury within Shen Yun. As for using a character binding card to link with other cultivators of superior talent, Shen Yun deemed it unnecessary. With his vast wealth of game currency, he could effortlessly enhance Luo Hongxi's abilities. This young lady had endured so much suffering alongside him in her past life. It would be utterly beastly to forget her sacrifices in this one. Joining a sacred land? Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. Indeed, this would grant her a wealth of cultivation resources. Compared to that old hag Lu Fangya, the young master genuinely had her best interests at heart. Comparing oneself to others could lead to despair. That evil cultivator only sought to exploit her physique, while the young master was genuinely considerate of her needs. Bah! How dare she compare herself to the young master? Gathering her thoughts, Ling Qingxue hastened toward the distant city, intending to gather information before seeking a suitable sacred land. In the past, she would never have dared entertain such aspirations. Yet, after meeting the young master, it seemed her life was destined to take a turn for the better. Grandmother, can you see me from above? Qingxue's fortune has arrived. Ling Qingxue smiled radiantly at the sky, her steps becoming increasingly buoyant. In stark contrast to her joyful demeanor, Shen Yun stared at the game projection with a curious expression. Costume discount for commoners. One cannot appear too disheveled when heading to the sacred land. Recharge 30 yuan for a beautiful long robe set, devoid of any defensive capabilities, due to the high friendship level between player and character exceeding 90 points. A hidden benefit is triggered. No mosaic during outfit change. Chapter 5. Bathing? A splendid time for procreation. Test the spirit and activate the sacred body Dao De. 90 points? No wonder Luo Hongxi's outfit change was so obscured, Shen Yun realized. In his previous life, he had never seen players reach such heights. He and Luo Hongxi had only achieved 82 points. Noticing further recharge prompts, he continued to browse. Costume discount for minor wealth. Recharge 648 are for a 5-tier defensive long robe. Costume discount for wealthy. Recharge 8,800 yuan for an incredible gift package, including a 7-tier outfit, boots, pants, and undergarments. Costume discount exclusive for the wealthy. Recharge 128,888 yuan to receive an exceptional gift package. Half-sacred long skirt, half-sacred belly wrap, half-sacred trousers, half-sacred undergarments. Half-sacred boots, half-sacred level magical treasures generally provide modest defense, but are primarily designed for exquisite appearance. Utterly extravagant. The exclusive version for the wealthy seemed promising. Shen Yun felt this was a viable option. As Ling Qingxue was heading to a sacred land, wearing tattered clothing might invite trouble from the unsavory. Thus, he decided to purchase the 8,800 yuan set as a precaution. Having wealth allowed for such indulgences. Ding! Congratulations, player, on your successful purchase. Would you like to allocate the items to the character? After allocating the half-sacred attire, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. Qingxue, you ought to change your outfit before heading to the sacred land. I have placed the garments in your storage bag. Thank you, young master. Ling Qingxue glanced at her disheveled self. Indeed, it was time for a change. As she retrieved the boots from her storage bag, her hands trembled slightly. This, half-sacred attire? The boots bore faint golden inscriptions, exuding a captivating aura. Half-sacred treasures typically bore such golden markings, making them easily distinguishable. Moreover, it wasn't just one piece. There were 5 in total. The young master truly was affluent. Ling Qingxue quickly collected the garments, casting a wary glance around. Young master. Perhaps I should procure a set of my own. This is far too ostentatious. She had always preferred to act discreetly, and the thought of being scrutinized while wearing such attire made her feel uncomfortable. Ostentatious? Shen Yun chuckled nonchalantly. With your talent entering the sacred land, it will be challenging to avoid drawing attention in the future. Well, it's your decision to make. By the way, it's best to join the sacred land within the hour. I have matters to attend to. With over 2 hours until noon, it would be unfortunate if Luo Hongxi were to be bound by someone else. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue dashed toward the city ahead. The presence of the young master provided her with immense security, alleviating her fears of venturing to the sacred land alone. Upon entering the city, Ling Qingxue first purchased information on local factions of the Tianji Tower, then found an inn to clean the blood from her attire. However, as she untied the ribbon at her waist, her heart inexplicably raced. Surely the young master wouldn't he be watching me, would he? What am I thinking? What kind of person is the young master to do such a thing? Besides, I'm hardly a stunning beauty. Ling Qingxue chuckled at her own self-deprecation, stepping into the bath to cleanse her face of dust and blood. In just a moment, her refreshed visage emerged from the water. Ling Qingxue was not the delicate type. Her brows were imbued with a heroic spirit, and her striking features exuded elegance. Years of travel had endowed her body with a sense of strength, and her defined abs were quite evident. As she washed her back, the contours of her muscles became subtly visible. However, as Ling Qingxue stood up, biting her lip, her body stiffened. No one knew that her physique was extraordinarily sensitive. She could occasionally sense the scrutiny of cultivators, which is why she had managed to evade capture for so long. If the young master had previously overlooked her, she could now distinctly feel his gaze upon her. He must be observing my unique physique, but I mustn't let my thoughts wander. Ling Qingxue suppressed her bashfulness, attempting to appear nonchalant as she continued to dry herself. 6. Such a natural physique. I feel ashamed in comparison to my own diligent training. Shen Yun observed purely from an appreciative standpoint. He had seen women before, but a female cultivator of the sacred body Dao was a sight to behold. He was eager to broaden his horizons. As Ling Qingxue stood fully upright, Shen Yun's gaze flickered, a splendid prospect for procreation. Her flawless back, subtly defined waist, and a captivating derriere formed an enchanting silhouette. Of course, her beauty was undeniable. She merely lacked the aura that came with high cultivation. Once her physique was activated, she would surely astonish the world. Quickly cleansing herself, Ling Qingxue dried off and retrieved a clean outfit from her storage bag. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to heed the young master's advice and donned the shimmering silver, half-sacred ensemble. The sacred land was not an ordinary faction. Appearing too shabby may hinder her entry. Moreover, the young master had only given her an hour. Any delay caused by the thoughtless would be regrettable. With the young master by her side, what did she have to fear? As Ling Qingxue descended the stairs clad in a silver long skirt, every servant, shopkeeper, and resident cultivator in the inn gazed at her in astonishment. The half-sacred quality of her attire was simply too eye-catching. Surely, she must be the daughter of some major faction, a gathering spin realm cultivator, and yet adorned in such luxurious garments. Undoubtedly, she was a figure of significant standing within the sacred land, although her cultivation was somewhat lacking. Indeed, the way of heaven is just, for my cultivation surpasses hers. Even the core disciples of the supreme powers would not dare to flaunt their semi-holy attire in public. Only the sacred grounds and the direct descendants of the ancient families possess such audacity. The innkeeper, quick to react, stepped forward and bowed. Esteemed lady, I had failed to recognize your grandeur earlier. Ling Qingxue waved her hand, interrupting him with a calm voice. My flying vessel has been destroyed. Please assist me in procuring another, for I must journey to the Yaoqi sacred land. The demeanor and tone she exhibited, destined for the Yaoqi sacred land, left the innkeeper no choice but to comply, bowing as he escorted her out of the tavern. Mistress, the sacred land is not far. I shall personally see you there. Thank you, Ling Qingxue replied with a slight nod, gracefully boarding the flying vessel. Having mingled in the world for so long, and with a gentleman as her support, she was adept at maintaining her poise. Within the hour, the vessel came to a halt before the grand gates of Yaoqi. Gazing at the majestic sight of the sect ahead, Ling Qingxue inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Who approaches? 2 female disciples guarding the gates called out sharply. Unlike the cultivators within the tavern, they merely glanced at Ling Qingxue's attire without much reaction. I am the junior Ling Qingxue, here to pay my respects, she replied, bowing. Paying respects? The elder disciple scrutinized her before shaking her head. Your cultivation is far too insufficient. However, in light of your sincerity, Yaoqi shall not deceive you. With that, she struck the sect's stone pillar beside her with a palm. Instantly, dazzling lights illuminated the 1,000-meter-high, white jade steps beside the Yaoqi gates. Do you see those luminous steps? The woman pointed with a faint smile. This is the trial ladder of Yaoqi. Ascend halfway, and you shall be granted entry into the sacred land. It was evident she had offered this opportunity due to the semi-holy attire adorning Ling Qingxue. Such conspicuous garments often belong to those with formidable backgrounds, intended to dissuade the faint-hearted. Clad in such striking garb, Ling Qingxue reflected on the words of the gentleman. Will I even manage to ascend a few steps? Should I directly reveal my physique now? No response came. For at that moment, Shen Yun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the character information. Daily report on Ling Qingxue. Preparing to enter Yaoqi sacred land, possessing the 9 heaven sacred body, which contains 9 sources of sacred essence, an unparalleled phenomenon throughout history. After prolonged inspection by the sacred land's experts, she is finally granted entry to observe. How long is prolonged? Shen Yun felt a headache coming on. He had no time to waste. Once it reached noon, a multitude of players would flood into the immortal seeking game, and who could guarantee that Luo Hongxi wouldn't be bound by another? Qingxue, go ahead and give it a try, he urged, focusing intently on the screen where Ling Qingxue approached the steps. I wonder if it will trigger a recharge prompt. Recharge prompts could appear actively or, under certain circumstances, passively. However, such maneuvers held little significance for players, primarily due to financial constraints, possibly placing their characters in jeopardy and leading to fruitless endeavors. As she drew near, Ling Qingxue set foot on the glowing steps. Boom! A formidable pressure enveloped her, forcing her to bow under its weight. This is futile. I may not even ascend the first step. The 2 guarding disciples noted her flushed face and bulging veins, turning away without a second glance. The other disciples traversing the mountain likewise diverted their gazes, initially believing she might possess a unique physique to tempt fate, only to conclude she was merely a spoiled girl from a family. However, unbeknownst to them, Ling Qingxue's bowed figure was slowly rising. This was due to her benefactor, the gentleman, silently supporting her from behind. Super value offer. Recharge 500,000. Original price 980. 000. Unlock all sources of sacred essence within Ling Qingxue's 9 heaven sacred body, directly activating her physique. What is 500,000? Recharge. Chapter 6. Unprecedented talent. All saints emerge, shocking Yaoqi. At this moment, Ling Qingxue felt an exhilarating lightness, as if torrents of primal energy surged within her. The pressure of the trial ladder dissipated entirely. Just then, a gentle voice echoed her mind. Qingxue, I have activated your physique. The hardships of the past were but a few trials. From this day forth, all glory shall coalesce around you. Go forth and demonstrate to the world what it means to embody the demeanor of an emperor. The gentleman's assistance filled Ling Qingxue with awe as she gazed into the void. A figure clad in white, ethereal and transcendent, silently observed her. Although she could not discern his visage, she felt his gaze more acutely than ever, clearer than in the tavern. He was smiling, likely in encouragement, and a gentle smile graced Ling Qingxue's lips. I shall heed your command. In the next instant, whoosh, her cultivation erupted with full force, and Ling Qingxue shot forth like an arrow, dashing up the 1,000-meter steps. The surrounding Yaoqi cultivators were taken aback by the fierce wind that swept past them, prompting many to frown. Who is this? Such unrestrained momentum. My heavens! It's the girl attempting the trial ladder. The disciples on the steps stared in astonishment at the rapidly advancing figure. In the blink of an eye, she had surpassed 500 steps. Is this speed possible for someone at the Gathering Realm? Such an impressive physique. 600 steps. She has reached the elite disciple level. 650. She shows no sign of slowing down. Eyes widened, everyone fixated on the unyielding figure. The highest record for the Gathering Realm is 695 steps, a feat reserved for prodigious disciples. The 700 step marks the threshold for entering the semi-holy realm. Can she achieve it? The fervent discussions snapped the 2 guarding disciples back to reality. They turned abruptly to the steps, their pupils contracting in shock. 700! Boom! A faint golden light surged upwards from the steps. This signified that the cultivator ascending the trial ladder had the potential to reach the semi-holy realm, though not guaranteed. It was the culmination of the sacred land's millennia of wisdom. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Upon reaching the 700th step, Ling Qingxue's physique erupted in full force, her speed skyrocketing once more. Whoosh! A blur raced past the steps, igniting beams of light that shot into the sky. 800 steps. The golden radiance of a saint appeared. 900. Purple golden divine patterns. The presence of a great saint. My goodness! The disciples on the steps, witnessing the figure continue its ascent, were all aflame with excitement. Their faces flushed as they rushed up the mountain. I want to witness history. Go, Junior! Charge, charge, charge! Meanwhile, within the sacred land, as the purple golden light soared into the heavens, a tremendous roar echoed throughout Yaoqi. The protective array of the sect activated instantaneously. At the same time, every peak within the sacred land unleashed a flurry of figures. Numerous elders transformed into streaks of light, slicing through the void. Their powerful auras unleashed without regard for the guests present, as if issuing a warning. No one can snatch my disciple from me. The Grand Elder roared with fervor. I am the Holy Lord. You already have a holy maiden as your disciple, so step aside. I am a Holy Lord. I am also your senior sister. Yet they were still a step too late. For ahead in the void stood 15 ethereal figures of saints. The ancients were stirred, but then with a mighty roar, a faint purple light erupted from the trial ladder, and the saintly apparitions instantly solidified. The cultivators within the Yaoqi Holy Land were all struck with astonishment. Is that the demeanor of a quasi-emperor? How enviable. Yaoqi has struck gold. While some factions may have produced quasi-emperors or even true emperors, it has been millennia since an emperor has emerged from the Xintian continent. Witnessing such a breathtaking presence leaves no heart untouched. At this moment, the 15 Yaoqi saints surrounded the end of the steps, gazing intently at Ling Qingxue, who was drenched in sweat and struggling to keep her footing. To traverse 920 steps at this realm is enough to secure a place in the annals of Yaoqi. No one dared to utter a word, fearing they might disrupt Ling Qingxue's ascent. For the steps beyond 900, each one was akin to climbing to the heavens, emanating a despair-inducing pressure. When they saw Ling Qingxue step onto another step, a radiant glow flickered around her, and the elder saint's eyes sparkled with recognition. That familiar aura of physique is this. The Tao body. The Tao body. But why does it still feel somewhat unfamiliar? The elder's eyes glinted with intrigue. It is known that the current Holy Maiden of Yaoqi possesses the innate Tao body. However, when the Holy Maiden ascended the trial ladder, she did not reach the height of this woman. Moreover, while their physiques bore resemblance, they were undeniably distinct. Ling Qingxue felt utterly exhausted, her waist bending under the weight of the pressure from steps. She dared not even breathe, fearing that a single breath might send her flying from the overwhelming force. Every fiber of her being screamed fatigue, like waves crashing over her, whispering that surrender would grant her a blissful slumber. No, the young master is still watching. My time is running out. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth, painstakingly moving her back foot onto the step. She remembered the young master's previous words. If she did not enter the Holy Land within an hour, he would leave. Perhaps after this, she would not see him for a long time. Thus, she must exert every effort to present her best self to him. Yet, as she steadied herself on this step, her complexion began to pale. The 925th step should be her limit, and the elders could discern her state. Undoubtedly, her physique was remarkable. To reach this number of steps at the gathering of the spiral heavens is unprecedented. But alas, Ling Qingxue's cultivation is too low. If she were at a few more realms higher, her temperament and willpower would surely surpass what she possesses now. But still, it was already quite perfect, a peerless gem. The demeanor of a quasi-emperor, the mere thought of it is a beautiful prospect. The elders were filled with emotion, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of her ascent to showcase their full charm in a contest of attracting disciples. At that moment, they noticed Ling Qingxue's form sway, clearly unable to maintain her stance. The leading elder of Yaoqi kindly said, "Little girl, you are already exceptional. I formally accept you as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Shen Yun looked at the game screen with eager anticipation. Finally, she has entered the Holy Land. With so many days in advance, I wonder if the rewards will change. Ding! Congratulations, player, on completing the hidden difficulty task, the first character to successfully enter the Holy Land. Reward: rare item, character binding card, can designate any unbound character for binding, thus obtaining a second character slot. Item has been placed in the player's backpack. It's in my grasp. Shen Yun closed the prompt and turned to the persevering Ling Qingxue. All right, Qingxue, do not overexert yourself, lest you damage your foundation. Hasn't even an hour passed. Has the young master lost hope in me? Ling Qingxue bit her lips tightly, recalling the young master's desire for her to display the demeanor of an emperor. Yet, she had not even completed 1,000 steps, and he advised her to give up. This is not a reflection of her physique's inadequacy, but rather, her performance has yet to meet the young master's expectations. The young master is not wrong. It must be that I have not pushed my physique to its limits. With this thought, she bit her tongue, driven by sheer determination. Her eyes read as she raised her foot to ascend 2 more steps in succession. Buzz! At that moment, the pressure descended like the weight of the heavens, causing her bones to emit a resounding crack. But then, a brilliant holy light erupted from within her. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a thunderous roar akin to a mountain collapse resonated within Ling Qingxue. Behind her appeared a phantom, seated in the starry sky, enveloped by boundless paths. This golden holy light? The elders of Yaoqi widened their eyes in disbelief. It is the manifestation of a sacred body. I understand now. She is the innate sacred body Tao fetus. The legendary sacred body Tao fetus. The crowd gasped in shock. Breakthrough! In the midst of the exclamations, the onlookers finally realized that the figure beneath the extraordinary manifestation had reached the 990th step, taking a bold stride forward. Boom! As Ling Qingxue ascended the 1000th step, a rich purple light surged from the steps behind her, causing her raven hair to billow. With her phantom illuminated by the purple glow, it momentarily seemed as if an invincible emperor was bathing in ethereal qi, manifesting in the world. This woman, actually, she possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Chapter 7, binding the previous life character, Little Red Bean, Luo Hongxi. The demeanor of an emperor. Wow, the exhilarated shouts instantly enveloped the Yaoqi holy land. No way. She truly ascended 1,000 steps. The innate sacred body, Tao fetus. This is simply unfathomable. This is the rumored unparalleled physique. All the female disciples of Yaoqi excitedly stared at Ling Qingxue, her hair flying. In this lifetime, this senior sister will surely attain the Tao and claim the title of emperor. Haha, with this senior sister, we can finally take it easy. The crowd instinctively changed their titles. With the extraordinary talent Ling Qingxue displayed, what did it matter if her cultivation was low? Did they not see how the elders were already grinning and moving forward, surrounding her? The elders' discipleship status was rising rapidly with her presence. As long as she does not perish prematurely, even if she cannot attain the Tao, a quasi-emperor is within reach. In this manner, the entire Yaoqi would be safeguarded, and everyone was naturally elated. Little girl, I hear your surname is Ling? I remember there doesn't seem to be a particularly powerful Ling family in the eastern region. An elder smiled warmly, only to be abruptly pushed aside by an elderly matriarch beside him. No need for any more deliberations. I shall take this disciple. Everyone step aside. Surrounded by so many saints, Ling Qingxue merely gazed upward, revealing a radiant smile. Young master, I have succeeded. In her eyes, the praises of these individuals paled in comparison to the young master's recognition. Haha, truly impressive. Shen Yun sincerely applauded. A powerful physique is one thing, but to achieve such prowess on the first use speaks volumes of Ling Qingxue's extraordinary will. All right, now it is your moment of glory. I shall not intrude further. Is the young master leaving? Ling Qingxue's smile faltered, her tone tinged with uncertainty. So, when will the young master come to see Qingxue? Glory and such matters. I truly do not find them particularly significant. She harbored a deep fear that this enigmatic young master, who bestowed upon her an overwhelming sense of security, might vanish without a trace at any moment. Rest assured and cultivate. When the time is right, I shall reveal myself. At this, Shen Yun instructed her. By the way, Qingxue, should you encounter any items within the sacred land that resonate with you or evoke fond feelings, feel free to attempt to collect them, no matter their quality. They will be of use to me. After laboring for a significant portion of the day, he certainly could not forget the importance of feedback items. The so-called affinity for items essentially refer to those that could reflect reality. As long as a character acquired them, players could extract their benefits. Affinity-laden items? Ling Qingxue did not grasp the implications, but as the young master required her assistance, she would not inquire further. Rest assured, young master, I shall search diligently. Very well. Then, once the young master departed, Ling Qingxue noticed the gaze that had rested upon her had vanished. Regaining her composure, she surveyed her surroundings among the Yaoqi saints. Next, she needed to familiarize herself with this place before seeking out that old hag and the Iron Wolf gang for revenge. At 11:30, she thought using it in advance would pose no issues. Shen Yun opened the character-bound card in his account backpack and clicked to use it. Ding! Item used successfully. The current player may input approximate character information for convenient inquiries. Note: characters that have been bound by a player cannot be bound by others again. Shen Yun gazed at the form before him and entered a series of details. Name: Luo Hongxi. Family coordinates: Eastern Region, Blackstone City, Luo family. Confirmed. Information searching. Ding. Target detected at Luo family in Blackstone City. Please confirm if the target is bound. As the prompt appeared, the screen depicting Ling Qingxue shrank to the upper right corner and was automatically muted. The main area of the game projected an image of a small courtyard in the Luo family. Light rain and drifting catkins filled the air. A young girl clad in a green long dress tended to a patch of low-tier spiritual herbs in the courtyard. Her skin was as pure as snow, and her features were delicate, with lively eyes, though her expression seemed lost in thought, as if burdened by concerns. Unlike Ling Qingxue's well-proportioned figure, Luo Hongxi possessed a more voluptuous form. her head often bowed, rendering her toes invisible. However, Shen Yun had long grown accustomed to this and found little to be surprised by. The feeling of reuniting with an old acquaintance was truly pleasant. Observing the familiar visage of the girl on the screen, Shen Yun raised his hand and clicked. Long time no see. Little red bean. Confirming character binding. Ding. Congratulations to the player for binding the second character, Luo Hongxi. Ding. You are the first player in the entire server to bind a second character, thus receiving a permanent half-price card. Effect. The second character, Luo Hongxi, will enjoy a permanent 50% discount on purchase and recharge prompts. Oh, what a delightful benefit. Shen Yun was pleasantly surprised. This item would save him a substantial sum. He then opened the character information floating above Luo Hongxi's head. Given her dazed expression, it seemed her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, was about to come and annul their engagement. Character information refreshed daily, with the events being random. Should any danger arise, players could preemptively have their characters avoided. Daily Luo Hongxi information. Today, an invitation was received from the Zhang family. Young Master Zhang Fenghua will come to discuss the annulment of the marriage contract established since their childhood. Since the two have never met and lack any emotional foundation, Luo Hongxi feels somewhat bewildered about her future. However, unbeknownst to the Luo family, Zhang Fenghua, possessing remarkable talent, has joined a superpower, Weniangong, and is determined to discard the marriage contract to prevent Luo Hongxi from hindering his promising future. Players rely on daily information to act as guardians, strategists, and advisors for their characters, thus enhancing their affinity. As for daily check-ins, they mostly yielded low-tier spiritual stones and elixirs. In times of true peril, one would still need to recharge, which held little utility for Shen Yun at present. Setting aside strategies, his desire for vengeance was ignited. You little scoundrel. Long time no see. Since the annulment of the engagement, Zhang Fenghua had sought to rekindle their relationship after Luo Hongxi's rise. Yet by then, Luo Hongxi had long seen through this opportunist. Not only did this individual fail to pursue her, but he also instigated the Zhang family to suppress the Luo family, later allying with Xiao Qiao's group to bind characters and attack the fleeing Luo Hongxi. Unfortunately, Luo Hongxi never had the chance to take revenge on him. Chapter 8. Coming to annul the engagement? This miss shall end at first. At that moment, a recharge prompt appeared on the game interface. Information discount. Spend 59 yuan, half-price card, 295 yuan, to purchase Luo Hongxi's personal information, permanently saved. After making the purchase, Shen Yun's SQ version avatar of Luo Hongxi appeared at the bottom of the projection, standing alongside Ling Qingxue. The avatar gazed blankly upwards, appearing adorably naive. Soon, you will be seething with rage, Shen Yun thought as he clicked to view her details. Name, Luo Hongxi. Faction, second-rate faction, Blackstone City Luo family. Faction classification, third-rate, second-rate. First-rate, top-tier, super, sacred land, ancient aristocratic family. Age, 19. Current realm, gathering rotation, third layer. Cultivation tendencies, alchemy, swordsmanship. Cultivation aptitude, middle grade with spiritual root. Spiritual root quality classifications. Mortal, low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, perfect, innate, king grade, divine grade, sacred grade, respect grade, emperor grade. Self-taught profession, alchemy apprentice. Personal status, lost in thought. Character synopsis. The daughter of the Luo family patriarch. Her grandfather had a close friendship with the Zhang family elder in their youth, leading to a childhood engagement. Her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, possesses extraordinary talent and has early on joined Weniangong. He is proud and disdainful of marrying someone perceived as weak, and is about to come to annul their engagement. The Luo family graciously welcomed him, only to be presented with a letter of annulment, leaving them humiliated. This matter could have been resolved privately, but Zhang Fenghua's act was intended to impress a female cultivator of considerable background within Weniangong, to prevent any grievances from arising that might hinder his path to success. The Zhang family arrived with great momentum, accompanied by an attendant from Weniangong, leaving the Luo family members unable to voice their anger. Only Luo Qinghe, the father, worried about his daughter's reputation being tarnished, angrily confronted the attendant, who suppressed him with a mere glance. Subsequently, the Zhang family departed. Such a familiar plot. Watching Luo Hongxi, who seemed lost in another world, Shen Yun resolved to directly intervene, pressing the microphone. Ding! Limited time discount for commoners. Recharge 3 yuan for a 15 yuan voice communication option. Money seemed to be required at every turn. Shen Yun scrolled down and recharged for the 324 yuan luxurious, unobstructed voice communication version. Stop daydreaming. The Zhang family will annul the engagement next. You ought to consider how to respond. The sudden voice in her mind left Luo Hongxi bewildered. Annulment? This news brought her inexplicable joy, but her brow quickly furrowed as she looked around. Who are you? How do you know this? Perhaps we are fated. I deduced that the Zhang family's decision to annul the engagement was not a private negotiation, but rather widely known. What? Luo Hongxi's eyes widened in anger. The Zhang family intended to make a grand spectacle of their annulment? How could the Luo family hold their head high in Blackstone City now? The engagement was merely a verbal agreement between their elders. It could have been settled privately, so why resort to such public humiliation? However, upon further reflection, she began to doubt the veracity of the mysterious figure's words. After all, the Zhang and Luo families share a bond. If the Zhang family were to take such action, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Luo family, casting a shadow over her own integrity, and would amount to a blatant disregard for their relationship. Yet before long, a Luo family disciple burst into the courtyard, shattering her illusions. Not good, Sister Hongxi. Zhang Fenghua has come with an elder from the Winting sect to annul the engagement. He dares to bring a member of the Winting sect? Even Luo Hongxi, with her innocent demeanor, understood that the other party was leveraging the presence of a Winting sect expert to apply pressure, fearing the Luo family would refuse. I have no interest in you. Zhang Fenghua, enraged, she hastened toward the main hall, only to hear the voice of the mysterious figure echo once more. I suggest you take the initiative. Otherwise, your father, in his protective fervor, might clash with the Winting sect elder and suffer dire consequences. If it spreads that the head of the Luo family acted arrogantly and provoked the Winting sect, consider whether the Luo family could maintain its standing in the city. This struck a chord in Luo Hongxi's heart. Her father was indeed fiercely protective, and this scenario was not far-fetched. With this thought, she slowed her pace and murmured to herself, I implore you, esteemed elder, to guide me on how to proceed. I shall be sure to express my gratitude afterward. Since this mysterious person was adept at strategizing, their plan would undoubtedly be more comprehensive than her own. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have gained the trust of the character Luo Hongxi, affection level 20. As expected, simply mentioning her father's predicament won her belief. Shen Yun chuckled and shook his head. In his previous life, he could not afford character introductions and was unfamiliar with Luo Hongxi. He had to exert himself to earn even 20 points of affection. Now, reborn, he could manipulate matters with ease. Clearing his throat, Shen Yun lowered his voice to enhance his credibility. You are the woman involved, and this is an unjust calamity. If you take the initiative to write a letter of annulment to the Zhang family, the Winting sect elder will likely refrain from troubling a young girl like yourself. Regardless of how the Zhang family chooses to spin the tale, you can simply state that it was your voluntary decision to annul the engagement, thus preserving the dignity of the Luo family. Naturally, the Zhang family, if not foolish, would refrain from publicizing this matter, as it would bring shame upon them. Thus, the issue would be resolved. Indeed, Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled with realization, and she turned to dash toward the study, voicing her lingering question. Esteemed elder, why would Zhang Fenghua act in such a manner? Have we offended him? Shen Yun sipped his goji berry tea and recounted. Within the Winting sect, there is a phoenix who has taken a liking to him, but you, a mere sparrow, are bound by a marriage contract, thus obstructing his ascension. He would forsake the bond between their families for this reason. Luo Hongxi secretly rejoiced that she had not married this superficial man. Since he lacked virtue, she would not hesitate to be ungrateful. Arriving at the study, she swiftly spread out the paper and began to write. In the main hall of the Luo family, annul the engagement. The head of the Luo family, Luo Qinghe, glared coldly at the elder from the Zhang family. Do you truly disregard the ties between our families? Though it was a question, he was acutely aware of the latter's stance, as the visitor was an elder and not the head of the Zhang family. It appeared that the Luo family was no longer deemed worthy of friendship with the Zhang family. Luo Shu, please refrain from anger. Zhang Fenghua said with a calm smile while sipping tea. My Zhang family will offer compensation, a low-grade, 5th-tier spirit-nourishing pill, which may assist a strong member of the Luo family in breaking through to the soul-refining realm. For a second-rate family with only a C-realm expert, a 5th-tier spirit-nourishing pill was indeed a valuable treasure. However, the expressions of the Luo family members darkened considerably, for such matters could not be resolved in this manner. Yet, who among them dared to speak against the elder from the Winting sect seated beside Zhang Fenghua? After placing the pill on the table, Zhang Fenghua disregarded the glum expressions of the crowd and retrieved a letter of annulment from his bosom, placing it on the table. Upon seeing the glaring character's letter of annulment, Luo Qinghe's fists clenched, and he was about to speak when he noticed the Winting sect elder opening his eyes to observe him. The unintentional pressure and aura made Luo Qinghe's heart race. Yet, for the sake of his daughter's reputation and future happiness, he felt compelled to speak. Suddenly, a delicate voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Annul the engagement? That suits me perfectly. The crowd turned to see Luo Hongxi fearlessly entering the hall. Ha! It seems Sister Hongxi understands that a forced marriage bears no sweetness. Zhang Fenghua laughed, pleased with the outcome. Yet Luo Hongxi paid him no mind. Instead, she first bowed to the elder of the Wenting sect. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder of the Wenting sect. The elder, unsure of her intentions, hesitated but accepted the gesture, his demeanor softening as he nodded in acknowledgement. Hongxi, Luo Qinghe, was growing anxious, frowning at his daughter. Announcing an annulment seemed so simple, yet it would impact her entire life. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Hongxi withdrew a letter of annulment from her sleeve and, in front of the already scowling Zhang Fenghua, placed it directly atop his letter. Today, I, this young lady, present you with a letter of annulment as well. Let our marriage be dissolved henceforth. Silence. The hall fell silent to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Who could have anticipated Luo Hongxi's bold move? This undoubtedly relieved the members of the Luo family, who could hardly restrain their admiration, wishing to give her a thumbs up for her brilliance. If the Zhang family can annul the engagement, so too can the Luo family. Chapter 9. The Sword Sect Accepts Disciples. Continue writing. Let me see who dares to make a fuss. Observing the scene, the elder of the Wenting sect closed his eyes, finding it difficult to intervene. This young lady had previously bowed to him, which could be construed as courtesy preceding conflict. Yet, Zhang Fenghua would not allow Luo Hongxi to have her way. How could he return to the Wenting sect, branded as a man who was dismissed by a woman? If his senior sister, who favored him, were to learn of this, it would be disastrous. Haha, Zhang Fenghua concealed his fluctuating emotions and picked up the letter of annulment, remarking with a smile, Sister Hongxi, you surely jest. This is merely a blank piece of paper. With that, the paper fell, and the characters had been erased. Zhang Fenghua, you have gone too far. Luo Hongxi could no longer contain herself, glaring at him as she shouted in anger. She had hoped to downplay the situation. At worst, they could each write a letter of annulment and maintain their dignity. Yet, Zhang Fenghua was clearly intent on humiliating the Luo family and her. Especially knowing that this man sought to exploit the Luo family for his own gain only fueled her indignation. I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave. With his objective achieved, Zhang Fenghua stood to depart. Zhang Xiaoyu. Luo Qinghe's face darkened as he spoke, only to be interrupted by the Wenting sect elder, Luo family head. Let the younger generation handle their affairs. This unreasonable stance incensed Luo Qinghe. Yet, his daughter swiftly blocked him, and Luo Hongxi gently shook her head. It's all right, father. The Luo family cannot afford to offend the Wenting sect, and given Zhang Fenghua's current influence and utter shamelessness, any confrontation would only bring harm to our family. But your reputation, what does it matter? After all, I'm not yet married. Luo Hongxi smiled reassuringly at her father, though her eyes brimmed with fury and helplessness. As a woman, how could she not care about her own honor? Yet what could she do? Ding. Character humiliated. Initiating face-slapping recharge discount. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Shen Yun was equally incensed. He could hardly tolerate Zhang Fenghua's arrogance. Face-slapping special offer 1. The humiliation of today will be repaid in the future. Recharge 388, now at half price. Character's spiritual root enhanced to perfection. Cultivation speed greatly accelerated. On-the-spot face-slapping gift pack. Recharge 28888, now at half price. Activate character's extraordinary sword cultivation talent. Sword heart clarity. Comprehension of swordsmanship rapidly enhanced. After recharging, the character unleashed a formidable sword intent that caught the attention of the strongest sword cultivator nearby, leading to a public humiliation of Zhang Fenghua, who would still be celebrating the new year after such a slap in the face. Shen Yun directly purchased a humiliation package and activated the microphone. That brat is truly insufferable. It displeases me greatly. Today, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity. Huh? Luo Hongxi was somewhat bewildered. What did this senior intend to do? Suddenly, an astonishing surge of sword intent erupted from within her, soaring into the heavens. The nearest, Luo Qinghe, was dumbfounded. His daughter merely enjoyed practicing swordsmanship and had never displayed exceptional talent. What was the meaning of this extraordinary sword intent? Luo Hongxi was equally dazed. Only sword cultivators of remarkable talent could harbor such sword intent. This was an exceptional swordsmanship seed, and at this moment, She realized that all the sword techniques she had previously learned had fused into perfection. Even her comprehension of the sword way had dramatically improved. Luo Hongxi stared blankly into the void, her voice trembling. Senior, what happened? How did you suddenly enhance my swordsmanship talent? Sword intent. Ha ha, splendid. The steward of the Weniangong was elated and swiftly approached Luo Hongxi. As a steward, he often ventured out in search of disciples with exceptional qualifications. This woman, radiating sword intent, evidently possessed astonishing talent in sword cultivation. If he could bring her back to Weniangong, it would be a tremendous achievement. Could it be that her grievances activated her sword intent? The most displeased in the arena were undoubtedly the Zhang family, particularly Zhang Fenghua, whose expression oscillated between blue and red. If Luo Hongxi's sword talent was found to be mediocre, that would be one thing, but if it were extraordinary, he would surely regret it deeply. Damn, the Luo family must have concealed this information. Otherwise, I would still have had some leeway. Zhang Fenghua cast a cold glance at the Luo family, hoping that Luo Hongxi's qualifications were not remarkable. Luo Hongxi, is it? The steward of Weniangong stroked his beard and smiled. I am He Yuan. You may call me Steward He. Are you interested in joining Weniangong? Aware of the recent unpleasantness between the Zhang and Luo families, he continued. The matter of the divorce can be discussed privately between the two families. The Zhang family will not disclose anything. How does that sound? Senior, are you there? Luo Hongxi lowered her gaze in contemplation, yet internally she anxiously called out. Senior, I do not wish to join Weniangong. Can you assist me, please? I beg of you. She had observed the steward's attitude and felt no goodwill towards him. However, the Luo family was merely a minor force. She dared not offend him and could only seek the aid of this mysterious senior. Ding. Worship from character Luo Hongxi. Favorability increased by 20. In just a moment, Luo Hongxi's favorability had risen to 70 points. This was the joy of spending money. Shen Yun chuckled from the sofa. Do not worry. The sword intent you emit is sufficient to attract the attention of nearby sword cultivators, and someone will come to take you as a disciple. After all, having spent 28,000, that's no small sum, it should at least attract a formidable sword cultivator. Indeed, as soon as Shen Yun finished speaking, a woman clad in a dark robe with flowing white hair appeared in the hall of the Luo family. This disciple, I shall take. Her cold voice resonated, laced with an air of irresistible authority. What? He Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he turned abruptly. Upon seeing the woman's serene countenance, he performed a respectful bow, bending at a 90-degree angle. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Lin Sheng. Elder Lin Sheng of the Tianyin sword sect. Luo Qinghe and the others were astonished and hastily bowed. We pay our respects to Elder Lin. The Tianyin sword sect, a prestigious force with a long-standing legacy, was renowned for its sword cultivators, boasting terrifying combat prowess. Unlike other super forces, which rarely had saints presiding, the Tianyin sword sect likely had a saint-level sword cultivator among its ranks. This demonstrated the formidable foundation of the sect. Elder Lin Sheng, one of the strongest elders of Tianyin sword sect, possessed the cultivation of Tianyi and held a transcendent status with exceptional prowess. Naturally, the lower-tier cultivators would bow in respect upon seeing her. Luo Hongxi, a mere junior sword cultivator, had heard tales of Lin Sheng's exploits. Seeing her in person was like a starstruck fan meeting her idol, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Sheng, noticing this, revealed a gentle smile. Evidently, this young girl, endowed with the talent of an enlightened sword heart, was destined to be her disciple. Do you wish to take me as your master? What? Everyone was dumbfounded. To directly take Lin Sheng as a master. Was Luo Hongxi's talent truly that extraordinary? Zhang Fenghua, who was bowing from a distance, was filled with regret. It's all because the Luo family concealed this matter. Otherwise, she would have been mine. He too was a disciple of a super force. Yet merely an ordinary disciple, not a direct disciple of an elder. The senior sister who admired him was indeed a disciple of an elder. But her master was in no way comparable to Lin Sheng. This made Zhang Fenghua regretful to the point of wanting to slap himself. Had he not been so hasty, this talented young woman would not only have belonged to him, but he could have also forged a connection with the Tianyin sword sect. At this moment, Luo Hongxi was indescribably excited, her face flushed with joy. I cannot believe it. Cough, it seems I have a master now. I must not forget my true self. Ah well, it is what it is. These words startled Luo Hongxi, prompting her to plead repeatedly. Senior, you jest. How could I dare forget your instructions? You are my great benefactor. Rest assured, I will deal with Zhang Fenghua immediately. Her sword talent had been bestowed upon her by this mysterious senior, and her earlier excitement was merely a fleeting moment. She then pointed at the awkwardly smiling Zhang Fenghua. What are you looking at? Today, I'm the one who divorces you. Goodness, prioritizing taking a master is crucial. Dear lady, the Luo family members were exasperated, wishing they could transform into Luo, Hongxi, and kneel before Elder Lin to express their respect. Lin Sheng appeared somewhat surprised. After learning the details from Luo Qinghe, she waved her hand to summon paper and pen, offering them to Luo Hongxi. Write whatever you wish. I shall see who dares to utter a word. Chapter 10. Regret Beyond Measure. The prodigy fiancé is lost. The quest for immortality is explosive worldwide. Hey, thank you, master. Luo Hongxi exclaimed joyfully, quickly seizing the tools and beginning to write. The title of master delighted Lin Sheng immensely. No wonder she valued Luo Hongxi so highly. Among sword cultivators, the highest tier of talent is the innate sword fetus. Such individuals are born for the sword, with the sword serving them. The second tier consists of those with innate sword bodies and sword bones, excelling in both attack and aptitude. The third tier is characterized by an enlightened sword heart, possessing astonishing comprehension of the sword way. Though lacking the damage boost of the second tier, their understanding nearly matches it. The fourth tier is comprised of extraordinary talents among sword cultivators. Lin Sheng herself was an enlightened sword heart. It was rare to find such a talent, and naturally, she was thrilled to accept a disciple of the same caliber. Moments later, after finishing the divorce decree, Luo Hongxi tossed it toward Zhang Fenghua. Behold, it is I, Luo Hongxi, who divorces you. From now on, the Zhang family and my Luo family shall have no ties. Since the other party was shameless, she decided to sever ties without hesitation. Now that she had joined the Tianyin sword sect, she had ample confidence to declare this. Zhang Fenghua's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. If he were to return to the sect, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, he dared not refuse and feigned a bitter demeanor as he grasped the flying letter of annulment. Sister Hongxi, do not be angry. Alas, I shall come to apologize in the future. No one knew the true reason behind his decision to break off the engagement, leaving ample room for speculation. Upon his return, he would devise a sincere excuse to visit, and surely the Luo family and Luo Hongxi's attitude towards him would shift. At that juncture, he would have myriad ways to win the affections of this naive young woman. After all, she was my fiancée. I cannot let her go. The thought of relinquishing a promising fiancé like Luo Hongxi was simply unbearable. Had he known it would come to this, he would have resolutely refused to annul the engagement. However, now that the deed was done, lamenting would do him no good. He could only seek excuses to make amends later. There's no need for that. Please take your leave. Luo Hongxi dismissed him, turning her back. Senior Lin, Uncle Luo, I bid you farewell. Zhang Fenghua and his entourage departed in disgrace. The steward from the Wentian sect felt it inappropriate to linger, offering a brief farewell before leaving. Hongxi, Senior Lin observed her with a gentle tone. If there is nothing pressing, shall we return to the sect? Luo Qinghe, noticing his daughter's reluctance, smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Senior Lin, please do not take offense. Hongxi seldom travels far and may not fully grasp the wonders of the Tianyin sword sect. I am well aware. Luo Hongxi pouted defiantly, genuinely reluctant to leave her family. Senior Lin, unperturbed, waited with a warm smile until she had said her goodbyes before taking her hand and leaping away. Suddenly she gasped, astonished as she looked at Luo Hongxi. Hongxi, how can one with a perfect wood spirit root have such low cultivation? Could it be due to the awakening of a sword cultivator's talent? Luo Hongxi gazed at her in confusion. I don't know, perhaps. Senior, can you hear me? Luo Hongxi shouted with eager anticipation. Surely, the senior was silently assisting her. Such formidable powers were beyond her comprehension, and she was curious as to why the senior would aid her. What is this? Are we off to the Tianyin sword sect? Shen Yun had just gone to retrieve takeout from a five-star hotel. Having eaten only a piece of bread that morning, he was now rather hungry, as the villa housed only him and his ex-girlfriend, with no one to cook. Upon returning, he noticed the young girl had left the Luo family. Her affection level standing at 85. Yes, thank you, Senior. Luo Hongxi said gratefully, then curiously inquired, Senior, you mentioned we have a connection. What do you mean? Or is there something you require of me? She understood that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Destiny is preordained, a marvel beyond words. Indeed, there is a need for your assistance. In the future, should you encounter any favorable items, please help collect them for me. Shen Yun elaborated on the concept of favorable items. Favorable items, Luo Hongxi nodded subtly. Rest assured, Senior, I shall diligently seek them out. After all, the Senior had stated that if the items were of too high a quality for her to acquire, it would not matter. Then I shall take my leave. Huh? Luo Hongxi was caught off guard. When will you return, senior? Had it not been for this senior's intervention, the Luo family would surely have faced disgrace today, and her dignity would have been compromised. The sudden departure left her feeling quite forlorn. Unbeknownst to her, this senior, who had altered the course of her fate, had already etched a profound impression upon her heart. Do visit when you can. While you cultivate, do not forget to collect items for me. Observing Luo Hongxi's tightly pressed lips and resolute demeanor, he found it amusing. This girl is truly adorable at the onset. While not lacking in intelligence, Luo Hongxi was a remarkably innocent girl. Though she appeared carefree, she understood much, simply choosing not to dwell on worries. As she often expressed, one can either be joyful for a day or sorrowful for a day. Why not choose joy? However, after enduring numerous tribulations later on, her disposition would undergo a profound transformation, for happiness would no longer be a mere choice. Time to eat. Exiting the game, Shen Yun indulged in his takeout, while simultaneously perusing the online situation. At this moment, the internet was ablaze with activity. Upon opening a short video, he could already envision the forthcoming trends mirroring those of his previous life, all centered around the mobile game Shen Yun. Moreover, it was gaining explosive popularity in every corner of the globe. Indeed, the video homepage was inundated with trending game content. Breaking news: an epic-making mobile game Shen Yun has emerged. In a reality where cultivation resources are scarce, this game, which can provide feedback on cultivation items, is poised to become mankind's second home. Players have already obtained feedback items. Latest buzz: global netizens pray to their deities to create games unique to their cultures, rather than the Chinese-style cultivation mobile games. Yet, the popularity of cultivation-themed literature is skyrocketing across bookstores and online novel sites. Mystics speculate the realistic game projection technology. This is undoubtedly a mobile game developed by the Tao of Heaven, aimed at accelerating the rise of cultivators in the real world. Xiantian News. Prior to the game's launch, this mobile game was discoverable on software worldwide. Players in the Chinese region have already pre-charged 10,000 online, showcasing their purchases. They are anticipated to be among the top 50 elite players globally. Top 100 enterprises from various countries jointly state, "We request the game officials to open recharge channels." They are willing to exchange game currency at a rate of 1,500 or even higher. Dating experts, with the current high single rate. Virtual electronic girlfriends and boyfriends will become the future's emotional support. Chapter 11. The True Touch of the Fairy. 3 feedback items. Official cultivation report. Henceforth, the classification of realms for cultivators in the Chinese region will be revised, eliminating the levels from martial artist to master, and categorizing them according to the game's cultivation realms. Good news for workers. Major conglomerates are beginning to recruit players with outstanding character qualifications. Registration hotline available. The trending content was overwhelmingly related to Shen Yun. The videos posted by netizens also featured their respective game characters. Shen Yun casually scrolled through a character that had joined a first-rate faction, garnering over 500,000 likes and comments. Enthusiastic netizen. A first-rate faction? I'm merely an illegitimate disciple of a third-rate family, and I started as a young master returning home, only to be humiliated. The first recharge of 6 yuan unlocked my character's spirit root cultivation, allowing me to slap my family's faces. But the recharge channel is closed, and it's driving me insane. Online Love King. I never imagined that an electronic girlfriend would make me lose my appetite. For her, I shall transform into the king of simps. I'll bring in characters from my pool of sisters to assist her. I want to reincarnate. Who would have thought? I discovered this game last week. At that time, it hadn't even launched, yet players could pre-charge. I thought it was a trash game and blocked it. If given another chance, I would sell my house to recharge. Crying. On the island next door, a certain otaku spent 100,000. I heard he even married a wealthy heiress. The whole society is buzzing about it, as if he has been deified. Are there any high-spending players around? I'd love to show off. I'm a little fairy, Seepy. Can I add you as a friend, Big Shot? I'm a beauty, and my character is also a beauty. Pictures. Leader of the Chow camp. Only 5 points of favor? Trash. I have 15 points. I heard that with 100 points, one can do as they please. If you want to learn, just message me. I'll only teach beautiful married women. Thanks. Players' comments were diverse, and aside from complaints about the closed recharge channel, they appear to be having a splendid time. However, after the game's update at midnight tomorrow, the internet would likely become rife with grievances. Shen Yun chuckled softly. Due to recent updates, the game has unleashed various monstrous creatures across the mountain ranges, even encroaching upon human cities. Moreover, some adept shape-shifting beasts have infiltrated urban areas. preying upon humans to augment their strength. Fortunately, the initial wave of these creatures possesses relatively low power, and the formidable firepower of modern weaponry surrounding the cities remains a significant deterrent. As for the interior of the cities, the authorities dispatch formidable members of the Demon Suppression Bureau to eradicate these beasts. The spiritual energy of Blue Star has been revitalized for 50 years, giving rise to individuals of exceptional talent and formidable prowess, who have been recruited by the state to establish the Bureau. Initially, their focus was on combating various malevolent entities that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, as well as those who fancied themselves powerful and had learned arcane arts. As the monstrous creatures began to manifest in reality, they emerged to protect the cities and became known to the public. However, the strength of these creatures will gradually escalate. Once modern weaponry proves ineffective, many with low cultivation may meet their demise at the hands of these beasts. Particularly, as the game's spiritual energy feedback causes the land of Blue Star to expand, the major cities will descend into chaos, each fighting for their own survival. The tranquility is on the verge of being shattered. Only with formidable strength can one ensure their safety. Yet, the arrival of these creatures also presents an opportunity. Among them are numerous juvenile monsters. If one could capture a well-qualified baby beast and bind it with a contract, it could grow to become a powerful and loyal ally. Contemplating this, Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. I recall there being a nine-tailed fox near May Mountain, a creature with ancestral ties to an emperor, listed at the top of the Blue Star's bestiary following the arrival of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. This celestial fox, stemming from a lineage of emperors, belongs to the Heavenly Fox clan and holds the first position on the bestiary. Regrettably, that fox had already matured and transformed, making it difficult to trace its whereabouts in human society. Shen Yun was certain it resided near a May Mountain, as many tourists had witnessed the multi-tailed fox that day. Furthermore, it possessed a remarkable ability to teleport, widely disseminated and later confirmed by the Celestial Mechanism Tower as a gift of the Heavenly Fox clan. Spatial flickering. Alas, I am but an ordinary person, Shen Yun lamented, shaking his head. Capturing a teleporting fox baby would have been a feat easily accomplished in my past life. After dinner, Shen Yun ascended to his room, reclined on his bed, and opened the game, where the interface displayed two chibi characters, Luo Hongxi and Ling Qingxue. The former was curiously exploring a chibi sect, evidently just having entered the Tianyan Sword sect. The latter held a glowing book, resting her chin on one hand, occasionally frowning or appearing lost in thought. The game interface was split in two. A simple click on one side would project the other's true image. To Shen Yun's delight, Ling Qingxue's chibi character displayed a red numeral 3 on her storage pouch. Goodness, 3 feedback treasures. His face lit up with excitement. Indeed, the more formidable the character, the greater the feedback. He had already reaped rewards on the very first day. In contrast, it had taken over half a month in his previous life for Luo Hongxi to find him a cleansing elixir. Shen Yun hastily clicked on Ling Qingxue's chibi figure, and the scene shifted to her cultivation cave. Ling Qingxue had donned a long skirt befitting a disciple of the Yaoqi sect. The gown, primarily platinum in hue, exuded an air of elegance and nobility, and combined with the Yaoqi sect's insignia on her chest, it lent her a weightier presence than her previous ostentatious attire. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxue's Nine Heavens sacred body was casting a familiar gaze upon her. "Young master, you have arrived?" She rose with joy, looking towards the void. "It appears your treatment is quite favorable. You've begun studying the imperial scriptures so swiftly," Shen Yun remarked, noticing the cover of the scriptures in her hand, his eyes twitching slightly. "It seems Yaoqi possesses discernment. Should you face any grievances here, do not hesitate to inform this young master." Yaoqi imperial scriptures. The starting point is already vastly superior. It would be disingenuous not to feel envious. Unfortunately, even if he could view it, non-feedback items would be obscured by a mosaic in the game. Thankfully, Ling Qingxue was his. The stronger she became, the greater his gains would be. "Your words are so imposing, young master." Ling Qingxue gazed at the void with sparkling eyes. "If Yaoqi fails to recognize the young master's prowess, will you take action?" Though bold, she believed it wholeheartedly. Moved by her feelings, Ling Qingxue softly murmured, "I owe my current opportunity to the young master. I am eternally grateful." With that, she softened her knees, preparing to perform a grand salute. Ding! Player's show-off package. Recharge 28. A wave of divine consciousness prevents Ling Qingxue's character from kneeling and goes unnoticed by the elders of the sacred land, astonishing her with your strength. Temporarily increases low-level player's cultivation. This display of bravado was somewhat superfluous. Shen Yun smirked, raising his hand to tap the recharge button. Showing off was secondary. Exhibiting a benevolent demeanor could elevate his stature. However, he soon halted his hand. Ding. Luxury show-off gift. Recharge 288. The player can reach into the projection to assist Ling Qingxue to her feet. Indeed, the highlight is the genuine sensation of the fairy. Temporarily boosts player's cultivation. Friendly reminder. The luxury show-off gift requires the player's favorability to be raised above 95 points. 95 points can facilitate such interaction. Shen Yun was quite astonished. No wonder increasing favorability was so challenging. It concealed the ability to bridge the two realms. Let us test its effects. He promptly purchased the luxury gift, eager to experience this novel interaction. Ding! Gift is being sent. Please reach into the projection. Observing that Ling Qingxue was on the verge of kneeling, Shen Yun attempted to reach into the projection. A miraculous scene unfolded. The camera angle swiftly brought him closer to Ling Qingxue. His hand accurately grasped her arm. The arm was merely draped with a layer of white gauze, and the grip was surprisingly soft and warm. There is no need for that. You possess the aura of an emperor. Do not easily kneel and diminish your fortune. Indeed, Qingxue will heed the young master. Ling Qingxue gently bit her rosy lip as she slowly rose, her complexion increasingly flushed. This was due to the fact that her young master's hand was firmly positioned beneath her armpit. Such an intimate area being grasped made her feel a deep sense of shyness, especially as she sensed the warmth emanating from his hand. Once she stood upright, Shen Yun realized that he was holding her just above the armpit. I had thought her body exuded a sense of strength. Why is her arms so soft? Shen Yun too became aware of the awkwardness and shifted his hand forward. Ah, this feels right now. The firm muscles are full of strength. This game is truly extraordinary. The feedback alone is marvelous. To think that individuals from two worlds can touch one another is simply miraculous. Ling Qingxue, fearing her bashfulness would be discovered by the young master, hurriedly produced 3 items. By the way, young master, I have found 3 items that evoke positive feelings. Do you think they are useful? In her hands, 3 items revealed their prompts. Feedback item, medium-grade precious treasure, divine essence spring, 500 milliliters. A treasure born of heaven and earth. When consumed by cultivators, it significantly enhances personal cultivation qualifications, benefiting physique, spiritual roots, comprehension, and soul enhancement. 8th tier medium-grade heart-guarding mirror. Automatically protects the master upon being attacked. Carries a counter-damage effect. All damage below the Dharma realm is reflected back. 6th tier heart-nurturing flower. One of the main ingredients for the 6th tier Dan, heart-nurturing pill. When directly refined by cultivators, it has a calming and focusing effect. Haha, treasures galore. Shen Yun's expression was alight with joy. In the realm of extraordinary treasures, there exist 4 categories: precious artifacts, spiritual gems, supreme treasures, and wondrous spirits. Among them, the immortal elixir is classified as a supreme treasure, while the quality of the divine essence spring, though inferior, far surpasses that of even the most advanced marrow-cleansing pills in effectiveness. The 8th tier heart protection mirror is also commendable, precisely the defensive relic he urgently requires at this moment. It can be said that the first 2 items are among the finest tools available. Ahem. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Yun cleared his throat. These are rather delightful trinkets. I shall accept them. Upon speaking, he promptly tapped the collect button on the 3 items, and they emerged from the game interface, hovering above his phone. Shen Yun carefully placed the 3 items on the bed. The divine essence spring was contained within a white jade vial. Upon opening it, a refreshing mist of spiritual aura wafted into the air. He inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him, his mind becoming as cool and refreshing as if he had consumed mint. The heart protection mirror was palm-sized, strung on a silk cord. As for the nourishing heart flower in the jade box, it lacked visual appeal and held little value for him at present. As long as it serves its purpose for the young master, that suffices. Ling Qingxue smiled softly. I found these 3 items with a good affinity in the Yaoqi, but I haven't yet visited the Sutra Pavilion or the Alchemy Hall. I shall seek more for you shortly. Given her master's capabilities, treasures were undoubtedly in abundance. After all, he had even bestowed upon her Imperial weapons. She believed it was the aura of good affinity that her master truly needed. This cultivation method was exceedingly profound. Though she was curious, she refrained from probing further. Everyone possesses their own secrets. Her focus should solely be on assisting her master in gathering items. Well, if we cannot find more, do not fret. Shen Yun understood that haste bore no fruit. Even in his previous life, Luo Hongxi had scoured the bustling market for 10 days to half a month without guarantee of success. The items that could be acquired were purely a matter of luck and opportunity. Thus, he felt quite satisfied with having obtained 3 within such a short span. Let it be. You may continue your cultivation now. Shen Yun was eager to consume the divine essence spring. Very well. Ling Qingxue had further questions regarding the cultivation methods in the imperial scriptures, yet her master's affairs took precedence, and she would have to wait until next time to inquire. After ending the voice call, Shen Yun stepped out of his room to fetch a bottle of mineral water. I'll dilute a bit. It would be rather embarrassing to explode with my mortal body after consuming it. As a drop of the divine essence, spring mingled with the waha. The clear drinking water transformed into a milky white. Shen Yun tilted his head back to take several sips, feeling that aside from slight warmth, he was otherwise unscathed. To be cautious, he ceased drinking after half the spring was consumed, as dark stains began to appear on his body, mirroring the effects of the marrow-cleansing pill. He decided to allow his body to acclimate, planning to drink a small amount daily. Setting down the water bottle, Shen Yun proceeded to take a shower. While he could not yet perceive his aptitude, his skin had indeed become significantly more refined and smooth. He had also become considerably more handsome. As he dried his hair, Shen Yun caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and realized he looked remarkably dashing. Feeling confident he could compete for the title of the world's most handsome man, after indulging in a moment of vanity, he donned the 8th-tier heart protection mirror around his neck. Just as he was about to place the remaining 2 treasures into the safe, an idea struck him. Although I lack strength, I possess the heart protection mirror. I need not fear beastly assaults while visiting a May. The initial tier beasts were not particularly formidable. At worst, they could barely breach his defenses. At that point, he could venture into the mountains, producing the 6th-tier nourishing heart flower, which might attract that celestial fox. The possibility seemed quite feasible. After careful consideration, Shen Yun deemed this plan sound. That was a beastly offspring imbued with the bloodline of an emperor. Once he secured it as an ally, it would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable asset, whether in the early or later stages. Amay Mountain was not far. He could arrive by high-speed rail by the afternoon, so he hastily booked a ticket and began to pack his belongings. The game update was scheduled for midnight tomorrow. The sooner he prepared, the better. After donning his climbing attire, he packed his backpack with the nourishing heart flower, 2 bottles of diluted divine essence, 2 power banks, some food, and a handy self-defense dagger. This will suffice for now. Anything I lack can be addressed upon reaching Amay. Once everything was in order, Shen Yun descended to hail a Didi to the train station. Though a few vehicles were available in the garage, he preferred convenience over driving himself for such a long journey. As he entered the station, Shen Yun noticed that all the passengers seated in the spacious waiting hall were gazing upwards. Players could not see one another's game projections. Even the display on their phones only showed the words "Seeking Immortal Mobile Game." Moreover, when conversations were necessary, individuals nearby would automatically adjust to transmit thoughts, ensuring high confidentiality. However, few could afford to engage in voice chat. Most relied on the system's automated responses for dialogue. Shen Yun settled into an empty seat to await his train, when he overheard an elderly gentleman excitedly slapping his thigh. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Quite right. Unfortunately, the recharge channels have closed. Otherwise, I would certainly allocate some of my retirement funds to you youngsters. The young man beside the elder appeared somewhat speechless. Old man, are you not aware of your heart condition? After playing for so long, you should really take a break. Acquiring feedback items is not so simple. It would be better to practice the 5-animal play for health instead. What do you know? The elder adjusted his reading glasses. With my affinity raised, do you think I will lack feedback items? Besides, this game is the trend of the moment. As long as I hold my ground and persevere, there will undoubtedly be rich rewards. It's surprising you're still young, thinking martial arts will lead to success. Such a naive approach. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Shen Yun chuckled inwardly as he retrieved his phone and opened the game. He noticed the chibi version of Luo Hongxi idly daydreaming in a bustling square, prompting him to tap the screen, which gradually transitioned to a more realistic display. At that moment, she was seated in front of a massive stone tablet inscribed with the character sword, surrounded by over 10 disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, seemingly engaged in a profound contemplation. Ding! Heartfelt voice limited time discount. Recharge 8 yuan, now halved, to temporarily hear the character's thoughts, thereby accelerating the enhancement of affinity. Could it be that she was not in deep contemplation? Observing the dazed Luo Hongxi, Shen Yun clicked to recharge, and words appeared above her head. Master, why have you left me here to contemplate? How utterly boring. I still need to search for treasures for my seniors. I wonder when this will end. Chapter 13. Unparalleled Comprehension. The Emperor's Sword Classic. The sword cultivators were left dumbfounded, with such trivial thoughts swirling in her mind. How could she possibly settle down to comprehend the Tao? Although her aptitude seemed somewhat neglected, she nonetheless felt that Shen Yun was quite considerate. Just as Shen Yun was about to press the voice key to remind her to focus on her cultivation, another recharge prompt appeared on the projection. Ding. Comprehension Recharge Special. Recharge 468. Now halved to enhance comprehension, allowing the understanding of a set of 9th-tier sword techniques left by predecessors in the sword tablet. Comprehension Surge Special. Recharge 2688. Now halved. For a temporary boost in comprehension, unlocking a legendary move from the Heavenly Transformation Sword Saint inscribed on the sword tablet. Let these sword cultivators witness what it means to be a swordsmanship genius. Wealthy patron exclusive offer. Recharge 398, 888, now halved. For a force comprehension surge, unlock the Imperial Grade Sword Scripture hidden within the sword tablet. The Reincarnation Sword Classic. After recharging, the character will receive a modest feedback on comprehension. The Imperial Scripture? To hell with it. As Shen Yun clicked to recharge, a thought crossed his mind. This might come off as a bit too ostentatious. I need to devise a more subtle approach. Didn't I tell you to cultivate properly? Why are you dazing off? The sudden voice echoed in her mind, causing the daydreaming Luo Hongxi to shudder, her face lighting up with surprise. Is that you, senior? However, upon hearing her senior's words, it felt as if she were being reproached for squandering her opportunities by not diligently cultivating, which made Luo Hongxi feel a twinge of grievance as she lowered her head. I understand my mistake, she murmured. She was acutely aware of the significance of the sword steel, a treasure brought back to the sect by the venerable ancestors of the Tianyin sword sect at the cost of their lives. Each year, only 15 disciples are granted the privilege to comprehend the sword steel. Yet, despite the senior's generous assistance, Luo Hongxi merely wished to expedite her efforts in locating the favored items for her senior, not intending to neglect her cultivation. Feeling a bit wronged? A smile played on Shen Yun's lips. Is it because you wish to assist this young master in finding items that you cannot calm your mind? Initially disheartened, Luo Hongxi's expression shifted from gloom to brightness upon hearing those words. Her senior understood her intentions. Feeling a bit bashful, she nodded indeed. Hongxi wishes to assist her senior as soon as possible. Very well. Considering your purity of heart, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous encounter. A resonant vibration echoed within Luo Hongxi's consciousness. To her astonishment, the stone tablet before her, marked by myriad battle scars, appeared to be inscribed with pulsating sword-shaped symbols. Each symbol exuded a violet mist, accompanied by a piercing sword aura that caused the very void to ripple. Some of the formidable sword-shaped symbols emitted such potent sword energy that the surrounding space seemed to be annihilated, presenting an astonishing spectacle. Focus your mind. There is no need to rush regarding the items. The gentle voice of her senior resonated, yet Luo Hongxi's eyes began to redden gradually. Thank you, she said, overwhelmed with gratitude. Her senior not only bore no resentment, but also granted her the opportunity to comprehend swordsmanship, treating her with such care akin to that of a father. Yet, as a mere junior cultivator, what merit had she to deserve such fortune? Even if the ancestral grave of the Luo family erupted in smoke, it would likely not attract such a magnanimous, gentle hermit. Yet now, the blessing bestowed upon her by her senior compelled Luo Hongxi to suppress her overwhelming gratitude and concentrate on deciphering the agile sword-shaped symbols on the steel. Unbeknownst to her, as the sword steel emanated a powerful sword intent, the disciples of the sword sect surrounding her became agitated. They opened their eyes in unison, staring in astonishment at the stone tablet. What an astonishing sword intent! It has even caused my sword heart to tremble. Such a captivating sword intent could only suggest that the sword classic they would comprehend had reached this sacred level. Who could it be? As the crowd surveyed their surroundings, they noticed a young woman in a flowing azure dress at the back of the throng, radiating an aura identical to that of the steel. At that moment, her eyes were unfocused, seemingly in a trance, indicating she had entered a state of enlightenment. Is it her? She was not donned in the sect's disciple attire, nor did she bear any insignia of other factions. Who is this person? Only at the gathering realm. Such comprehension is utterly incredible. Suddenly, an ancient and suppressed voice, filled with excitement, echoed in their ears. Calm your minds. If you can comprehend the sword intent of the steel, it shall be your fortune. At this, the crowd's pupils dilated, and they turned abruptly to see an elderly figure in simple garments standing silently before the steel. Gasp! The sword saint elder has emerged from seclusion. The faces of the disciples were alight with excitement, as they realized that the young girl behind them had likely grasped an extraordinary sword classic. As their peripheral vision caught sight of streams of light soaring silently from various peaks of the sect, Their belief in this grew stronger. Even the elders of each peak have come. Perhaps I, too, may gain something. All the disciples fixed their gazes on the imposing sword intent emanating from the steel, eager to glean insights. Elder, powerful figures from the sect, including the sect leader, stood behind Luo Hongxi, bowing respectfully to the old sword saint. The old sword saint, Zongheng, was a living relic of the Tianyin sword sect and its most formidable sword cultivator. Sit down, do not disturb her. Zongheng's gaze lingered on Luo Hongxi with a sense of awe. With merely a clear sword heart as her talent, she can comprehend a sword classic that even I find astonishing. Truly, the profundities of the sword path cannot be confined by mere human effort. The sword steel continued to radiate potent sword intent, yet no one knew what sword classic the young girl had perceived. Even he felt unfamiliar with the aura emanating from the steel. Clearly, it was not a classic possessed by the Tianyin sword sect, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary. The sword chooses its wielder, and the wielder chooses the sword. Lin Sheng, the elder among them, was keenly aware of the remarkable disciple he had taken under his wing. After bowing in respect, he settled down and cast a gaze filled with surprise and curiosity at Luo Hongxi. To be honest, she had been quietly observing this new disciple. However, it amused her to see that the girl seemed restless, as if ants were crawling all over her as she fidgeted. Yet, fearing to disturb her fellow senior brothers and sisters, she could only twist her body, trying to shake off her discomfort. Little did she expect that in the blink of an eye, this girl would enter a state of deep meditation and begin to comprehend a sword classic. Moreover, it was a classic capable of stirring the sword saint elder. One could only say that the fortuity was indeed remarkable. In that moment, the forbidden grounds of the sword sect fell into profound silence. Despite the presence of hundreds seated, everyone restrained their breaths to the utmost, fearful of disturbing the young girl in the midst of her enlightenment. As time passed, the sword intent emanating from the steel grew ever more astonishing, subtly surpassing the expectations of the sword saint and the other powerful figures in the history of the sword sect. None of the 10 sacred level sword classics have ever exuded such incredible sword intent. Zongheng's eyes were filled with doubt. Years ago, he had comprehended a high-grade sacred sword classic from the ancient sword steel. Even now, he vividly recalled that sensation. However, compared to the aura radiating from the current steel, it was of an entirely different caliber. Even a being of his strength felt a pang of trepidation. Could it be a sword classic of the great saint level? Lin Sheng and others gazed excitedly at the trembling figure of the girl before them. A great saint-level sword classic. If such a fortuity truly existed, this young girl, as future achievements, would surpass even those of Elder Zongheng. But suddenly, the sword sect cultivators gazing at Luo Hongxi widened their eyes in astonishment. They beheld a rich purple aura suddenly emanating from her petite form. The purple aura approaches from the east. All present were struck with shock, swiftly raising their heads to gaze at the sword steel. Could it be? In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The sword steel unleashed an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth. A dense violet mist surged forth from the steel, transforming into an ancient, ethereal scripture. Everyone was left stunned, their scalps tingling as they stared fixedly at the dreamlike sword classic. When their gazes met with Elder Zongheng, the shock in their eyes was beyond measure. The Emperor's Sword Classic. Chapter 14. The Phantom of the Sword Emperor, becoming the sword master of sect. To the treasury. As the ethereal sword classic slowly emerged from the steel, revealing its entirety. Boom! An overwhelming sword intent radiated from the classic, sweeping across the heavens and earth in an instant. Whoosh! A powerful gale surged like a roaring wave, engulfing the entire Tianyin sword sect. In that moment, all disciples felt the terrifying sword intent, and even their swords trembled and lamented in response. A symphony of swords? Such a terrifying sword intent. It is the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Could it be that the elder has emerged from seclusion? The crowd looked up towards the forbidden area of the sword sect. Then boom! A towering purple aura sword, extending for 30,000 miles. A faint yet formidable celestial manifestation stood tall amidst the ethereal violet mist, a sword poised in hand, gazing upon the myriad beings below. With but a single glance, all the sorrow-laden swords fell into a profound silence, as if paying homage to the sovereign of swords. At that moment, a vigorous shout echoed throughout the entire Tianyin sword sect. Sword cultivators, rise. Pay your respects to the reincarnation Sword Emperor. Is that the reincarnation Sword Emperor? The eyes of the gathered sword cultivators widened in astonishment, their hair standing on end in sheer exhilaration. Subsequently, all faces flushed with excitement. And they bellowed in unison, "Your Majesty! We pay homage to your Majesty." Some could hardly contain their overwhelming joy, tears welling in their eyes. As sword cultivators, revering the Sword Emperor was only natural. Yet, if one were to ponder which Sword Emperor throughout history commanded the utmost reverence from sword cultivators, it would undoubtedly be the unparalleled reincarnation Sword Emperor. 300,000 years ago, at merely 300 years of age, the reincarnation Sword Emperor ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, overpowering an array of extraordinary prodigies. As a peerless figure amongst his contemporaries, he reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. After retreating for 500 years, he forcefully shattered the celestial seal of the preceding emperor, successfully attaining the title of emperor. A century later, when the malevolent forces from beyond invaded, the reincarnation Sword Emperor rallied the powerful beings of the Shen continent, forging the ancient city of evil to mount a resistance. This battle was immensely brutal, with substantial casualties among the continent's champions, and the emperor himself sustained grievous wounds from sacrificing his essence to vanquish the Outer Realm's emperor. Fortunately, the invading forces were utterly annihilated. However, just as the emperor sought to recuperate, upheaval erupted in the Forbidden Zones. The various sovereigns attempted to seize the blood of the fallen champions on the battlefield, yearning to collaborate in slaying the reincarnation Sword Emperor to feast upon his remains, hoping to blood sacrifice the populace to extend their lifespans. Ultimately, the Sword Emperor expended the last vestiges of his imperial blood in a desperate battle, slaying 10 sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones. Yet, in this confrontation, the reincarnation Sword Emperor's lifespan was depleted, his imperial blood dried up, and his essence extinguished, leaving him bereft of even the chance for reincarnation. His life mirrored his renowned technique, the reincarnation sword, which transcended the cycle of rebirth. However, sword cultivators understood that the reincarnation Sword Emperor indeed held hope for survival. Yet, for the sake of the populace, and to exact a blood price from the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones, he chose to sacrifice himself. The accolade of unmatched Sword Dao stands as a resounding tribute from posterity to his unparalleled legacy. Now, witnessing such an awe-inspiring figure who has transcended time, how could the cultivators of the Tianyan sword sect remain composed? Yet, the emperor's ethereal visage existed only for a fleeting moment before dissipating along with the vast violet mist, leaving the cultivators in a prolonged silence. In the forbidden grounds of the sword sect's rear mountain, as the ethereal scripture inscribed with the reincarnation sword canon flowed into Luo Hongshi's mind, she finally regained her senses. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback to find a multitude of men and women, young and old, staring at her in astonishment, prompting her to awkwardly rise and prepare to bow. "I apologize for interrupting, but haha, no need for that." Zhong Heng chuckled, gesturing to her dismissively. He was immensely thrilled that their sect had received such a remarkable prodigy. This was an imperial scripture, one of the most vital resources on the path to enlightenment. Perhaps our sword sect could even produce an emperor. Once her master Lin Sheng elucidated the circumstances to Luo Hongxi, she realized the astonishing fortune she had acquired. The young girl immediately thought of her predecessor, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Predecessor, your kindness to me is beyond what I can repay." Ding! Congratulations. Player has gained the gratitude of character Luo Hongxi. Affection level increased to 100 points. Character's chance of receiving feedback items is enhanced. Indeed, the age-old adage holds true. A well-placed scheme captures the heart. At that moment, Shen Yun was already seated on the high-speed train, his face beaming with delight upon seeing the notification. Having wealth is truly exhilarating. To have both characters' affections maxed out in just 2 sessions. He pressed the microphone. "Finding items for this young master shall suffice as repayment." "Yes, predecessor, rest assured," Luo Hongxi replied with a flick of her brow. "Were you not an elder?" She had always envisioned this predecessor as a figure of transcendent stature, only to discover he was a young master? Certainly not. Shen Yun did not conceal the truth. He had merely become accustomed to that title when interacting with Ling Qingxue. "So, my predecessor is a young man," Luo Hongxi mused, biting her pink lip. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a hint of bashfulness flickered in her eyes as she lowered her head. "The young master treats me so well. Could it be?" Her humble background made it hard to fathom why such an extraordinary being would show her such kindness. To consider it a matter of special affection seemed overly flattering, yet there must be some innate connection. She found herself pondering when she might see the young master again, before abruptly shaking her head to dispel the thoughts. At that moment, the Sword Saint ancestor spoke warmly. "Luo Hongxi, Would you be willing to become the sword head of the Tianyin sword sect disciples? The position of sword head bears more significance than that of an elder and would greatly benefit your cultivation. What say you, sword head? Luo Hongxi shook her head repeatedly. With her current level of cultivation, she felt unworthy of being the foremost disciple. Ancestor, I am but a simpleton. I fear I would be ill-suited for the role of sword head. If you are truly a simpleton, we might as well end it here. Zongheng responded with a twitch of his lips, quickly adding with a smile. You have comprehended the Imperial level sword canon. If you were merely an ordinary disciple, it would be a laughingstock for our sect. Do not fret. Simply regard it as being on par with the other disciples. Beside them, Master Lin Sheng also conveyed through telepathy. Rest assured, Hongxi, this will greatly benefit your path of cultivation. Should you require anything for your training in the future, you may directly access the sect's treasury. Ordinary disciples, even those directly taught by elders, often need to venture out to seek resources. As sword head, you need only ask, which is far more convenient. She also believed her disciple possessed the potential for greatness. The benefits of being sword head were not to be overlooked. The prospect of casually acquiring treasures? Luo Hongxi was quite taken with this notion, a smile breaking across her face. Very well. I shall head to the treasury at once. Finally, she could find treasures for the young master, and her eagerness was palpable. Ha ha! Her innocent and straightforward demeanor elicited knowing smiles from the others. Indeed, this girl was a cultivator from a humble background, and it was only natural for her to be curious about high-tier treasures. After confirming her position as sword head, everyone dispersed accordingly. The old sword saint and Lin Sheng then escorted Luo Hongxi to the sect's treasury. Chapter 15. Feedback Infinite Ammunition Artifact. The White Fox's Video. The entire treasury was divided into 9 levels, ranging from ordinary quality to sacred tier. Luo Hongxi was dazzled by the array of options. Yet her selection process resembled a casual shopping spree. She glanced at everything but did not linger on any particular item. Zongheng and Lin Sheng did not inquire about her preferences. They were content to let her choose the artifact that resonated with her. Such treatment was indeed exceptional. Shen Yun felt a wave of nostalgia. In her past life, Luo Hongxi had merely joined a small sect where she had to fight for every resource. Now, she had access to the resources of a superpower, showcasing the advantages of her rebirth. He wondered what feedback item she might obtain. Regrettably, after browsing the first level, Luo Hongxi had yet to find a single artifact. Just as she was about to ascend to the second level, she suddenly turned to observe 3 disciples of the sword sect entering the treasury. One of them held a silver-colored small cone, which emanated a strong sense of affinity. Could this be a goodwill artifact? The trio noticed her approach and first bowed to the ancestor and elder Lin, then greeted her. We pay our respects to the sword head. As Luo Hongxi drew closer, she shyly pointed at the small cone. Sister, may I have that artifact you're holding? I could exchange something for it. No need for an exchange. The female disciple smiled as she handed the cone to her. The third-tier mechanism cone is of no use to me. I was just about to seek a replacement. Huh? Merely a third-tier artifact. Yet upon receiving it, Luo Hongxi found herself inexplicably fond of this treasure. However, its quality seemed woefully inadequate. The thought that her benefactor had either unlocked her swordsmanship talent or aided her in comprehending the Emperor's sword classic weighed heavily on her conscience. How could she possibly repay him with such a piece of worthless junk? A wave of self-doubt washed over her, extinguishing the joy of discovery. A mere third-tier artifact. How could it possibly be of use to him? She had forgotten that Shen Yun had previously mentioned that any quality would suffice. Alas, the exceptional gifts he had bestowed upon her led her to believe that only high-quality items could serve as appropriate recompense. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. Her gaze cast downward as tears began to well in her eyes. I'm so sorry, my lord. Hongxi is of no use. And this is all I have managed to find. I did say that low-tier items are still useful to me, Shen Yun replied, bemused. This girl viewed it as rubbish. Yet to him, it was a treasure. Well then, you've become the sword master now. It would be rather embarrassing to cry. Just stow it in your storage bag. My lord, I understand. There is no need to console me, Luo Hongxi responded, following his instructions to place the artifact away. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head, her expression returning to its usual composure. The requests of her benefactor seemed exceptionally unique, undoubtedly harboring secrets unknown to others, and she naturally intended to keep them concealed. Meanwhile, Shen Yun examined the item's details. Feedback item. Third-tier medium quality, soul-breaking mechanism needle. When a mechanism is activated, it automatically launches a spiritual needle imbued with gathered spiritual energy, inflicting significant damage to the soul. Note: the soul-breaking mechanism needle can automatically absorb celestial spiritual energy for for charging, or could be replenished using spirit stones. What a remarkable find. It could serve as an infinite firearm. Shen Yun was indeed pleased with this artifact, which not only initiated attacks, but also self-replenished its ammunition. No longer would he have to endure passive assaults while awaiting the Heart Guard's counteraction. Given the crowded surroundings, he refrained from hastily retrieving it, as it could be easily accessed from his character's inventory at any time. Reminder, train number 749 to Amei is now boarding. It was time for ticket inspection, and Shen Yun slung his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the restroom. In the game, Luo Hongxi returned to the treasure vault, continuing her search on the second floor. However, by the time he arrived at Amei and disembarked, Luo Hongxi had yet to discover a second feedback item. Shen Yun had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Securing 4 feedback items at the onset was already quite generous. He decided to take a taxi to a hotel near Amei Mountain to settle in. As he followed the crowd out of the high-speed train station, he quietly plotted his next steps. Next, he would purchase a map of the scenic area to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Once night fell tomorrow, he planned to enter the mountains and await the game update at midnight to begin his search for the nine-tailed fox. The following morning, Shen Yun set out from the hotel to scout Amei Mountain. To conserve energy, he searched for a suitable path into the mountains and paused to wait for nightfall. Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi were both engaged in their training, and seeing that they had no immediate concerns, Shen Yun prepared to browse the internet for information. The area was not particularly high, with many tourists resting and conversing nearby. Did you hear? A disciple from the Amei sect has bound themselves to a Holy Land practitioner. Quite impressive. They were directly recruited by the officials. I wonder if Amei is still accepting disciples. I plan to try my luck and hitch a ride. So, your character must possess remarkable talent. Huh? Amei is not a sect that just anyone can join. Wow. A disciple from a Holy Land. If the affinity levels rise, players could have their characters assist officials in leveling up. What a leap. Do you think we might encounter that invisible fox today? With the resurgence of spiritual energy, anything bizarre could happen. Indeed, just the other day, in our town, an entire family was possessed by monsters. In the end, the monsters were all slain, leaving the family with nothing but skins. An invisible fox. Shen Yun's interest peaked. Could that fox not be a descended beast, but rather a native demon beast? He quickly approached a nearby elder who had been speaking. Excuse me, good sir. What can you tell me about the invisible fox you mentioned? I find this topic quite intriguing. The balding elder, charmed by Shen Yun's striking appearance and distinguished aura, smiled as he explained, I heard from friend during my last visit that he encountered a fox that could suddenly become invisible halfway up the mountain. He even captured a video, though the image was quite blurry. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and opened a video. Here, take a look at this white figure. It seems to have 2 tails. Others dismissed it as just a white pheasant or a similar bird. If it weren't for my close relationship with that friend, I would have believed it either. Shen Yun squinted at the indistinct image. At first glance, it certainly did not resemble a fox. Due to the lighting, the surrounding branches, and the multiple tails, it appeared more like a bird with extraordinarily long tail feathers. However, once it entered the forest, it vanished from sight, as if it had instantly become invisible. Shen Yun surmised that this so-called invisibility was likely due to the fox's sudden movement. The entity in the video might very well be the 9-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 16, Breaking the Mold? But my trump card is rather sturdy, with the crowd surrounding him. After viewing the video, Shen Yun scanned the area and resolved to ascend the mountain in search of a secluded spot to enter the forest. The early appearance of the celestial fox took him by surprise. Yet, this was fortuitous, had he waited until midnight for the beast to descend. Utilizing the heart-nourishing flower would undoubtedly attract numerous demon beasts. As it stood, this would diminish unnecessary complications. After more than half an hour, while traversing the mountain path, Shen Yun noticed he was alone and swiftly entered a secluded trail by the roadside. The area was overgrown with weeds, and branches jutted out in all directions. He needed to find a hidden spot to extract the heart-nourishing flower, attempting to allure the celestial fox. After a considerable time, he located a suitable position and slowly opened the jade box containing the spiritual herb. Instantly, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. Creatures with awakened spirits would undoubtedly have keen senses. He just needed to wait. Sitting on the ground, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a few sips from the spiritual spring, feeling rejuvenated and all fatigue washed away. Indeed, this elixir was remarkably effective in restoring stamina. However, given the fox's ability to vanish, it would be quite embarrassing if it were to be stolen. With that thought, he quickly tucked the jade box into his arms. He also retrieved the mechanism needle from the game and secured it at his waist, fully prepared for an attack. Once he completed these arrangements, he settled into silence, awaiting the arrival of the fox. The night deepened. The mountains fell into an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest whisper of wind. The cold, silvery moonlight enveloped the tranquil mountains, adding an air of mystery. As the clock approached 8, Shen Yun scanned the quiet forest. If it didn't appear soon, he would have to wait until midnight. Having waited since the afternoon, not a single demon beast had approached. Only a few mischievous monkeys had thrown stones at him, promptly receiving a lesson from the rebound effect of the heart guard. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Shen Yun returned to his previous spot to relieve himself. Having consumed a bit too much water today, he had created quite a large pit beneath the tree. Suddenly, he shivered, nearly losing his footing, as he noticed a pristine white fox, radiating a soft silvery glow, perched on a nearby tree, tilting its head curiously at him. Its eyes were clear and devoid of malice, as if it were intrigued by the fragrant aroma emanating from him. What caught Shen Yun's attention was the gently swaying tail hanging beneath the branches. 2 tails. At last, he had arrived. Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement as he shook himself. I adore that adorably foolish expression of yours. He reached into his bosom and plucked a petal from the heart-nourishing flower, beckoning forward. Hey, come here, this is for you. As the petal was torn, a crystalline sap flowed from the jagged edge, and the fragrance of the flower intensified at that moment. Coupled with the flower's superior quality, which emitted a luminous mist, it appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Surely, this would not fail to mesmerize you, little creature. Shen Yun noticed the white fox's tail wagging with increasing fervor, indicating its growing interest. Yet at that very moment, he sensed a silent gray streak approaching from behind, aimed directly at the fox's back. Someone was attempting to capture it. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. He had waited long without encountering formidable beasts. It must be humans, before he could issue a warning to raise his favorability. The white fox suddenly vanished from sight. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, 2 figures burst forth from the nearby woods. Upon spotting Shen Yun beneath the great tree, they momentarily paused in surprise. The leading figure, a bald man clad in tactical gear, squinted at Shen Yun's radiant chest, a faint smile gracing his lips. I wondered how far this fox had wandered. Turns out it was lured by the unusual fragrance of a treasure in your possession. Little brother, big brother, it seems we have encountered fellow hunters, cautioned the woman beside him. They had received orders from their employer to capture this sentient white fox. Yet, this youth before them was using a fragrant artifact to entice the fox, indicating their objectives were aligned. The bald man, sharp-eyed, noticed Shen Yun's hand slipping to his waist, where he grasped a specially crafted gray pistol aimed at him. Don't move. Hand over the treasure you hold. This gun is quite powerful. Before he could finish, a sinister smile spread across his face as he pulled the trigger. I don't like to play by the rules when interrogating you, since we are both after the treasure. Why waste time with idle chatter? His unexpected tactic had proven effective time and again. Whoosh! A jet-black bullet shot forth from the gun's muzzle, utterly soundless, racing towards Shen Yun like lightning. However, much to the bald man's astonishment, there was no trace of despair on the youth's face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. This is bad. The next instant, a resonant hum erupted from Shen Yun. The heart shield mirror automatically protected its master, deflecting the eerie gray bullet, which then struck the bald man's nape as he attempted to flee. Thud! The bullet pierced through his skull, killing him instantly. A defensive treasure? This revelation sent a chill through the woman nearby. Someone possessing a defensive artifact and successfully luring the white fox was no ordinary foe. They had encountered a tough adversary. Not daring to linger, she sprang forth with the agility of a cheetah. You think you can escape? Shen Yun was not about to let her slip away, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he pressed the button on the soul-breaking mechanism spike. Whoosh! 2 spirit energy silver needles tore through the air, swiftly striking the woman's back. In an instant, she felt as if her brain's nerves had been violently severed, and she screamed in agony. Ah! Her chilling wails echoed through the mountains. Within moments, blood streamed from her 7 orifices, and her body convulsed before falling utterly silent. Not adhering to the usual tactics? Unfortunately, my trump card is rather formidable. With a cold expression, Shen Yun administered a final needle to the 2 corpses, relieved to see no reaction. This artifact proved quite effective, though its sounds were somewhat unsettling. Attacks on the soul are far more agonizing than physical injuries. Shen Yun was acutely aware of this, having once been ensnared by a wicked elder in the evil cult, a memory that still sent shivers down his spine. When you, old demon, descend upon Blue Star, I shall prepare a human emperor banner to let you experience the same. Shaking off the unpleasant recollections, Shen Yun glanced at the bodies before turning to retrieve his backpack. As for the man's specialized gun, he dismissed it. He wouldn't know how to wield such a device, and it could lead to trouble if someone marked him. Regrettably, He had scared off the white fox and surveyed the surroundings with a forlorn expression, finding no trace of it. Animals possess a high level of wariness, and this particular intelligent beast would undoubtedly remember him after experiencing danger. Even with the allure of the heart-nourishing flower, it would likely hesitate to return. Just as Shen Yun turned to leave, a glimpse of white caught his eye, filling him with joy. Still here, there stood the snow-white fox, peering cautiously from behind the great tree where it had previously urinated, sniffing the ground with its delicate nose. Is it drawn by my divine essence spring? Chapter 17. Contracting the Imperial Bloodline Baby. Game update. Don't lick. Noticing the fox's intent to take a taste, Shen Yun hurriedly retrieved a bottle of spiritual spring water from his bag, donning a warm and friendly smile. Here, drink this. As the white fox approached cautiously, Shen Yun thought to himself, it seems to understand that I helped it eliminate its pursuers. He poured a small capful of the spiritual spring onto the ground. Do you like this? I have plenty more. Don't worry, I won't harm you. The intelligent fox, seeing him place the silver-white spike into his backpack, took a step closer to lap up the liquid in the cap. Once it finished, Shen Yun settled down on the ground and poured another cup for it. Take your time. I have more than enough. Today is your lucky day. No one else has treasures like mine. He even placed the heart-nourishing flower petal next to the cap. The fox, quick in its movements, pounced on the offering, gazing up at him with its adorable big eyes before lowering its head to nibble on the petal, occasionally sipping from the spring. It looked utterly content. Under the relentless assault of delectable offerings, the white fox gradually lowered its guard, although it initially resisted Shen Yun's gentle strokes along its back. It soon grew accustomed to the affection. Clearly, the treasure-catching strategy was not in vain. With a smile playing on his lips, Shen Yun tenderly caressed the fox's soft fur. In his previous life, he had never captured a beastly baby, as he had merely been an ordinary person when the beasts first descended. He had dared not venture into the mountains. Even though some were available in the black market, they were not easily purchased with money. By the time he had gained some strength, the beasts in the mountains had grown stronger, and who would dare to enter easily? He had failed to capture a baby, but he had perused many strategies online, discovering that high-quality spiritual materials were the most effective means to assuage a beastly baby's wariness. With the 6-tier heart-nourishing flower and the diluted divine essence spring in his possession, he was confident he could secure this white fox. Indeed, once the fox had eaten its fill, Shen Yun gradually cradled it in his arms, and this little creature merely wriggled slightly without resistance. It was time to forge a contract. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to initiate the contract, which was a simple process. He only needed to imprint his blood onto his phone while reciting a verse, and the contract formation array would activate automatically. Reaching into his pocket for a dagger, Shen Yun made a small incision to draw blood, then pressed his stained fingertip onto the phone screen. Activate the beast contract formation. A wondrous scene unfolded. The lock screen of the phone illuminated, revealing the login interface of Seeking Immortal's mobile game, which then transformed into a radiant star array. Simultaneously, the white fox tensed slightly, its gaze fixed on the glowing array. Don't be nervous. If you choose to follow me, there will be plenty of food for you. Shen Yun coaxed gently. Ultimately, the young fox could not resist the allure of the delectable offerings. It licked its lips and pressed its delicate paw on the blood-stained screen of the phone. A sudden projection appeared on his phone. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have contracted the 9-tailed fox cub. Be sure to take good care of your little companion. As the prompt faded, Shen Yun observed the white fox affectionately lick the wound on his finger. Its tongue was soft and warm, and remarkably, the injury at his fingertip vanished in that instant. Haha, you possess healing talents as well? Truly impressive. With his spirits lifted, Shen Yun gently ruffled the white fox's small head. The fox, sensing his delight, comfortably squinted its eyes. Let us go, I'll take you home. With a playful leap, the white fox nestled obediently on Shen Yun's shoulder. After gathering his belongings, Shen Yun swiftly departed from the scene, leaving behind only 2 cold corpses that bore witness to the night's events. The following morning, a black sedan came to a halt at the foot of a May mountain. The once bustling commercial street of the scenic area was now deserted, with all shops shuttered. The litter strewn about hinted at the chaotic scene prior to the lockdown. The driver cracked the window slightly, peering at the enormous warning sign ahead. Demonic beasts descended at midnight. The mountainous area is sealed off. Enter at your own risk. Boss, the bald man's last known location is not far from here. Should we go in and search for that gun? From the back seat, a man with dyed yellow hair, chewing gum, rolled his eyes at the suggestion. Do you really think that gun is of any importance? The other 3 occupants raised their eyebrows in puzzled curiosity. The yellow-haired man smirked. The game update mentioned that there are demon beast cubs within the mountains, but it hasn't specified their ranks. My cultivation is only at the 8th layer of the spirit gathering realm. If we encounter a second-tier beast or higher, we're as good as dead. The powerful figure behind our boss intends to risk our lives to test the strength of these beasts. Damn, the four, who were thick as thieves, darkened at this revelation. However, failing to complete their mission would lead to dire consequences upon their return, especially considering the formidable figure behind their boss. They, as mere underlings, had no choice but to obey orders. Let us go, the yellow-haired man waved dismissively. If this place doesn't welcome us, we shall seek refuge elsewhere. The official demon suppression office is recruiting cultivators, so we might as well hitch a ride with them. The others exchanged awkward glances, realizing they were indeed abandoning the shadows for the light. Yet, in the face of preserving their lives, embarrassment seemed trivial. The car soon sped away, while the yellow-haired man gazed at the mountainous scenery in the rearview mirror. Survival was one thing. The strength of the bald duo was only slightly inferior to his own, and their swift demise left him wary of provoking unwarranted dangers. In a hotel room, Shen Yun stretched luxuriously after a restful sleep, feeling the warmth on his stomach. He smiled and lifted the drowsy white fox from his lap. Ah, the fox cooed softly, nuzzling its head against his neck before closing its eyes again. It seemed that yesterday's feast had left it in a state of digestion. Shen Yun took a moment to appreciate the exquisite creature before him. Exhausted from the previous night's events, he had scarcely admired this exceptional cub, a product of Imperial bloodline. It was no wonder that fox spirits were often regarded as enchanting, Shen Yun mused. The white fox possessed striking beauty, with long lashes, a delicate pink nose, and pristine little paws that evoked an irresistible urge to pinch. As he gently rubbed its tiny feet, the little fox swiftly retracted its legs, playfully nudging him with its head in protest. "Ha! All right, you may continue to sleep," Shen Yun chuckled, stroking its fur before picking up his charging phone. This latest update was sure to create a global sensation. Upon logging into the game, he was greeted with the announcement of last night's updates. Game update. In the early hours, demonic beasts descended upon the Xiantian continent mountains. Among them are numerous cubs of varying qualifications, which players can capture and contract. In addition to the arrival of demonic beasts, the game will continuously provide spiritual energy, improving the previously thin spiritual environment of Blue Star, thereby enhancing players' cultivation conditions. The update's implications were a double-edged sword for players, but in time, everyone would realize that the so-called enhancement of the cultivation environment merely accelerated the evolution of the law of the jungle. Noticing that the announcement bore little difference from his previous life, Shen Yun closed it only to be met with a recharge prompt. Ding. Detected that the player possesses a contracted demon beast. Recharge 68 yuan to obtain detailed information. It truly was a blend of reality and gaming. Without hesitation, Shen Yun tapped to recharge. After all, 68 yuan was a mere trifle. Upon completing the transaction, a chibi fox icon appeared on the interface, lazily positioned behind Luo Hongshi's avatar. Next to it was detailed information. Demon beast cub, nine-tailed fox. Race, heavenly fox tribe. Gender, female. Bloodline quality, Emperor bloodline heavenly fox tribe. Current realm, late second tier, 8th layer of spirit gathering, freely adjustable. Race abilities, spatial flicker, spirit fox healing. Inherent ability, shape shifting. Note, as strength increases, the effects of abilities will enhance. For instance, spatial flicker can ultimately traverse the river of time and space, while spirit fox healing can resurrect the dead. Traits, inherent race abilities unlock upon breaking through major realms. Status, refining internal energy. Demon Beast summary, awakened spiritual awareness 3 years ago in Tianshan, has grown since then. The introduction was straightforward, yet the white fox's capabilities were undeniably extraordinary. The first two innate abilities were exceedingly practical, and it stood to reason that those awakened later would be equally impressive. With its late second-tier strength, it could be considered a formidable being in the current environment, with the ability to escape and heal right from the start. It was no wonder no one managed to capture it in the early stages. Just as Shen Yun dismissed the white fox's information, a new prompt popped up. Friendly reminder. When the fox cub breaks through major realms, it will undergo a transformation. Please prepare appropriate attire. Special urban offer. A Chanel set for $26.88. A refined fox fairy look that one T-Lou's face. Special made outfit. Only $6.86. A sexy fox made to attend to your daily needs. Special sexy ripped outfit. How vulgar. Do you take me for a fool? Shen Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even if he were wealthy, purchasing such garments with in-game currency was absurd. A few outfits could easily be acquired on the street. He then glanced at the two chibi avatars, Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi. who were either cultivating or assisting him in searching for items. Unfortunately, both characters had empty inventories, yielding no feedback. Seeing that the characters had nothing to do, he set his phone aside and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When can I start cultivating? Suddenly, Shen Yun's eyes widened in realization. Damn it, I've lost my mind. He was a reborn individual, after all, and had not forgotten the cultivation techniques of his past life. The thrill of recharging billions had led him to momentarily overlook that he didn't need to wait for the mind technique to respond. He could cultivate immediately. He recalled vividly the method of drawing spiritual energy into his body to refine his essence, every detail etched in his memory. After hastily completing his morning routine, Shen Yun returned to his bed and sat cross-legged, activating the fourth-tier heart method, transformation technique, which was one of the items Luo Hongxi had provided him in his previous life, alongside a third-tier intermediate technique, the mountain-crushing fist. Before long, Shen Yun felt the spiritual energy within him begin to flow in accordance with his guidance. It truly worked. He quickly immersed himself, entering a state of cultivation. Master, are you cultivating? The white fox, nestled beneath the covers, peeked out at Shen Yun, though the spiritual energy within it was rather sparse. With its level of intelligence, it had discerned Shen Yun's intention to subdue it last night. Had it not been for that gray light shooting toward it when the man's expression changed in warning, the white fox would have made its escape. Of course, the primary allure was the delightful treats the master provided. Time seemed to stand still during cultivation, and when Shen Yun finally opened his eyes, he discovered it was already afternoon. Moreover, he was not yet a cultivator. His internal spiritual energy was scarce, and the density of spiritual energy in the world was also insufficient. Without the aid of spirit stones, it would be challenging to attract spiritual energy into his body and break through to the spiritual attraction stage. Help me look for some. Shen Yun messaged the two individuals in the game with a voice note. Spirit stones would be beneficial for me as well. To try to find some. Spirit stones too? The two were taken aback. They had automatically overlooked such small trinkets. However, knowing the young master had a need, they dutifully agreed to assist. It's time to head home. Closing the game, Shen Yun rose to pack his belongings. Cultivating here was far less reassuring than at home. He placed the white fox into his backpack, intending to take a taxi back, as he felt uneasy about sending it via high-speed rail. Observing the little creature's pitiful expression, Shen Yun chuckled, tapping its nose. I'll bring you home soon. Be good. Oh, woo. The little one blinked its large eyes and obediently curled up in the bag. Soon, however, a recharge notification illuminated his phone, causing Shen Yun to abandon that plan. Ding. Special offer for B-Space. Recharge $99.99. Unlock B-Space on your phone, allowing your beast to reside there temporarily for 30 days. Permanent B-Space special. Recharge $288,888. Enjoy a permanent B-Space for storing beasts without time restrictions. Good heavens, what a steal. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled as he swiftly tapped. Purchase permanent B-Space. With a flash, his phone absorbed the white fox into the B-Space. The white fox, originally ready to protest, found itself staring at Shen Yun's projection in the void. Stay there for now. It will help us get home faster. Oh, woo. Having soothed the white fox, Shen Yun descended the stairs. At the hotel entrance, a notice stating closed for business was posted, with numerous staff urging guests to check out. Oh dear, I heard a beast escaped the mountains last night. Thankfully, the amazed sex cultivators were around. Otherwise, there would have been fatalities. The surrounding commercial streets are all shut down. And it's not just here, it's nationwide. How many will lose their jobs? My husband's lumber factory has closed, saying he needs to focus on cultivation. Who knows? There might be a burgeoning beast-related industry around the mountainous areas in the future, but I don't quite understand. A beast industry? The crowd exchanged glances at the speaking noblewoman, considering it might be a significant opportunity. Quick to respond, Shen Yun smiled faintly and hailed a cab to the high-speed rail station. In due time, industries related to beasts would indeed emerge around the mountains, such as bounty hunters and scavengers. After all, beasts were treasures in their own right, particularly the abilities contained within their cores, which were invaluable for forging, talisman making, and formations. The secret manuals for these professions could potentially be acquired by game characters, gradually forming a supply and demand chain. One could say the old era was fading, and people would swiftly adapt to the new age. The return journey was particularly congested, filled with individuals evacuating from the nearby mountains. While beast companions were delightful, most lacked the courage to confront beasts directly. By the time Shen Yun arrived home, night had already fallen. Ah, it's so comfortable at home. He sank onto the sofa. Opening the game, the white fox, released, began to frolic, perhaps comforted and invigorated by the familiar scent of Shen Yun in the room. Shen Yun indulged its antics. realizing that being confined to the B space must have been rather dull. Goodness, over 50 red dots in feedback. Upon seeing the total of 53 red dots in the bags of his two characters, he hastily opened it. They must be spirit stones. Indeed, they were all low and mid-tier spirit stones. Wow, I've received 53 spirit stones. Shen Yun beamed with delight. In the early stages, these items were inflated to exorbitant prices. Even a low-tier stone could fetch tens of thousands. Even as their numbers increased, demand remained insatiable, with the lowest still being no less than 5,000 each. In addition to the 53 spirit stones, both characters' coin pouches had also accumulated one game coin. Such exceptional characters typically earn a mere coin every few days, making it nearly impossible to save any money. Shen Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. The more challenging it was to earn game coins, the greater his advantage. The officials had also stated that the probability of acquiring game coins would never increase, only available for recharge before the server launched. Those who managed to recharge seized their opportunity. Those who did not, well, that was their misfortune. Shen Yun did not rush to retrieve the spirit stones. As he had no spatial ring on hand, he would wait until he cultivated further. He clicked on Ling Qingshue's chibi avatar, causing the screen to ripple, revealing her swinging on a swing. Lost in thought, she quickly snapped back to reality, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. Young master, you've arrived? I can even feel your gaze. Your constitution is quite sensitive, Shen Yun mused to himself. What were you thinking about? Ling Qingxue gently swayed on the swing. Whispering softly, Qingxue plans to deal with Lu Fangya tomorrow. Chapter 19, Personal Guidance Special. The Future Empress Faints. In truth, Ling Qingxue yearned to personally eliminate Lu Fangya. However, her cultivation progress was slow, and she did not know how long it would take to exact a revenge. If Lu Fangya discovered she had joined the Sacred Land and had gone into hiding, it would be troublesome. For now, she could only seek out a powerful individual from the Sacred Land to take action. Coincidentally, I also plan to handle some personal matters tomorrow. Shen Yun replied with a faint smile. Had he not received such prompt feedback items, he would have needed some time to develop. After all, having just broken up with Zhou Qiao, if the latter died, his suspiciousness would escalate, leading to various investigative troubles that would hinder his gameplay. Yet now, with such a practical feedback item, coupled with the White Fox's spatial teleportation abilities, he could completely disregard mundane powers. As such, Zhou Qiao's life will be forfeit. Could anyone really betray the young master? Ling Qingxue was utterly astonished. In her eyes, the young master was perfect beyond compare. Could someone like him truly be betrayed? I'm not exactly a coveted prize. Shen Yun rolled his eyes. The young master is certainly desirable. The other party must be exceedingly greedy. Ling Qingxue declared indignantly. Such a person is unworthy of life. After the young master deals with them, do let me know. Qingxue would like to celebrate. At this point, her eyes twinkled with curiosity. By the way, what prompted the betrayal? Goodness, after all this, it turns out you're just setting the stage for gossip, Shen Yun thought. It's best not to pry into adult matters. With a roll of his eyes, he dismissed the topic. What was there to discuss about a green tea betrayer? It would only diminish his stature. I'm not small. Ling Qingxue puffed out her chest defiantly, given the young master's voice. You might only be 1 or 2 years older than me. The young master was surely older than that. She was merely trying to charm him. However, she soon realized his gaze had settled on her chest. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she subtly withdrew, muttering to herself, to be fair, I am indeed a bit smaller than other women. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and softly asked, Young master, I have many uncertainties regarding my cultivation. Could you possibly enlighten me? Uncertainties in cultivation? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. With his aptitude, how could he clarify the Imperial Sutra? Ding. Discount for clarification. Recharge 228 to receive elder-level guidance to assist Ling Qingxue in overcoming the challenges of her cultivation. Master's clarification. Recharge 648 to reveal the player's extraordinary potential. With just a few words, unveil the analysis of 5 Imperial scriptures, allowing her to discover the most suitable cultivation method. Personal instruction from the young master. Recharge 8888 to temporarily enhance the player's cultivation level, employing professional techniques to guide Ling Qingshue's internal energy throughout her body and help her find the most suitable route for operating the Imperial scriptures. This is truly pushing me to show off. After reviewing the options, Shen Yun promptly availed himself of the 8,000 special offer and spoke nonchalantly. Certainly. Please articulate your uncertainties one by one. His calm demeanor filled Ling Qingxue with delight. This was a personal instruction from the young master, and she was filled with anticipation. Upon swiftly returning to the cave dwelling, Ling Qingxue took out the imperial scriptures and began to articulate her cultivation confusions. Shen Yun, however, could not comprehend her words, and the scriptures displayed on the projection were obscured, rendering the conversation futile. Yet with his wealth, he had his ways. After Ling Qingxue finished her explanation, he feigned understanding. The Yaoqi imperial scripture indeed poses some challenges for you. Thus, I shall personally guide your spiritual energy and help you find the most suitable operational path for the sacred body Tao's imperial scripture. Make sure to remember it well. This was precisely the reason he recharged for the instructional benefit. Only that which is most suitable can truly unleash the power of the Yaoqi imperial scripture. To his astonishment, with just a few words, the young master had comprehended the Yaoqi imperial scripture. Ling Qingxue was utterly astounded. The young master could actually carve out the most fitting path for her cultivation. One could only imagine the extraordinary talent he possessed. The guidance from such a figure was a rare opportunity, likely to spare her from taking unnecessary detours on her future cultivation journey. Thank you, young master, for your instruction. Ling Qingxue hurriedly bowed in gratitude and then eagerly seated herself on the bed. Suddenly, she felt a large hand pressing against her abdomen. Next, I will assist you in guiding your spiritual energy. Remember the operational trajectory. The silk garments she wore could hardly contain the warmth emanating from his hand, especially as Shen Yun temporarily enhanced her cultivation level to facilitate the flow of energy. The sensation was unmistakably vivid. The young master's hand is so warm, she thought, filled with gratitude and admiration for this man who had rescued her from despair. Merely the slightest touch caused her heart to race. Calm down. Now is not the time for such thoughts. As his hand moved upwards, Ling Qingxue noticed that the flow of spiritual energy through her meridians was far more fluid and responsive than during her previous attempts. There was no hindrance whatsoever. This was crucial for a cultivator. The faster the energy circulated, the more potent the technique. Understanding this was one thing. But as she recalled the imminent contact with the young master, her head lowered, she bit her lip and closed her eyes tightly. My heart races so fast. I can't take this anymore. At that moment, Shen Yun also found himself in a bit of a predicament. What on earth? Why does this feel like practicing Tai Chi? He realized that the area beneath his palm was filled with points of light representing the flow of spiritual energy, and he needed to trace circles following those points. Just a moment ago, he thought merely circulating spiritual energy would suffice. Now he discovered that his hand must also follow the guiding lights. Nevertheless, with a 100-point favorability rating, and reassured that this was a genuine instructional session, he noticed Ling Qingxue's ears turning pink as she kept her head down and gently reassured her. Qingxue, focus on your feelings. There's no need for excessive thought. She was no novice. Encountering such a situation was somewhat unexpected, but not enough to induce panic. Ling Qingxue softly bit her rosy lip and murmured, "Just proceed, young master. It will suffice for Qingxue." Surely, this was not something the young master intended. After all, given his remarkable capabilities, what stunning beauty could he not attract? Why would he seek to tease a mere fledgling cultivator like her? After a moment, Ling Qingxue's body grew tense, her delicate hands clutching the fabric of her dress until it wrinkled. Trembling, her exquisite cheeks flushed as though she might bleed. Heavens! The young master's technique is extraordinarily unique. Breathing rapidly, she attempted to calm herself. Stay composed. I must remember the young master's operational trajectory. Composure. Yet, within her chest, a fiery sensation surged, as if it might consume her whole. How could she possibly remain calm? Suddenly, Ling Qingxue quivered violently, letting out a muffled groan as her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Shen Yun. How exaggerated, he thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment. However, times had changed, and he could understand. Chapter 20. Activation of VIP Level 1 Features. Accelerated cultivation and continuous breakthroughs. To his surprise, favorability had not decreased. Shen Yun discovered that the favorability rating remained intact, and he could not help but admire how resilient this system was. In the past, he had aimed to elevate Luo Hongshi's favorability to 100 points, curious if it would yield the kind of influence over characters that legend spoke of, where one could act with impunity. Now, observing the results, it was not far from that effect. With Ling Qingxue unconscious, Shen Yun continued to circulate spiritual energy. Should he cease, the money spent would be wasted. Besides, once Ling Qingxue awakened, she could rely on the traces of the energy flow to remember. In fact, just as Shen Yun initiated the second wave of guiding spiritual energy, Ling Qingxue regained consciousness. However, she felt too embarrassed to open her eyes. She had thought she was soaring into the heavens and had forced herself to faint to avoid making a sound. It was only after Shen Yun completed a full cycle that he withdrew his hand from the projection. It turned out that cultivators also utilize the absence of steel rings. He chuckled to himself, rubbing his hands together, delicate and exquisite, yet possessing a unique charm. This was indeed a reward for achieving maximum favorability. This was one of the highlights of Shen mobile game, a sensational gimmick for nurturing partners, be it male or female. Noticing it was getting late, Shen Yun opened Ling Qingshua's feedback backpack and retrieved 10 low-grade spirit stones, proceeding upstairs to prepare for cultivation. At last, the young master had departed, and only then did Ling Qingxua dare to open her eyes, her gaze filled with shyness and embarrassment. The young master has said my heart is unstable. I truly am useless. The young master had helped her guide her spiritual energy, yet here she was lost in fantasies of the enchanting scenes with him by her side. Ling Qingxua, oh Ling Qingxua, how could you entertain such impure thoughts? This is an affront to the young master. Such thoughts must not arise again. Once she calmed down, Ling Qingxua noticed a chill in her dress and, filled with shame, dashed into the secret chamber within the cave. White Fox, do you need spirit stones? Inside the chamber, as Shen Yun extracted the spirit stones from his pocket, the White Fox darted into the room. So, this is what spirit stones are called. The White Fox curiously pawed at the spirit stones beside it. However, these spirit stones lacked the rich energy of the nourishing heart flower it consumed. Awu, it flipped over and lay on the bed, scratching its belly to indicate it was already full. Its endearing and intelligent demeanor was delightful to behold, and Shen Yun chuckled as he rubbed its belly. Don't worry. I have plenty. Just let me know when you need more. This was a beastling with the bloodline of a great emperor. Once it matured, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. My master is so kind. The White Fox squinted its eyes, affectionately nuzzling its cheek against his hand. Seeing that his master was about to begin cultivation, it entered the beast-raising space within the phone to digest the energy within. With spirit stones, entering the spiritual energy realm would accelerate significantly. Shen Yun picked up 2 spirit stones and commenced the transformation technique to absorb their energy. Only with ample spiritual energy within could he fully operate his mental techniques. Once he mastered it, he would seek opportunities for breakthroughs. In his previous life, Luo Hongxi had found him a second-tier replenishing pill, and after absorbing 20 spirit stones, it had taken him half a month to enter the spiritual energy realm. This efficiency could only be described as faster than average, especially since he had a company to gather spirit stones. Having only just launched a few days prior, he had already entered a state of cultivation, making remarkable progress. However, at that moment, his phone emitted a projection. Ding. Player detected in cultivation. Current expenditure exceeding 2 million game coins. Activating VIP Level 1 privileges. Auto-accelerated cultivation feature. Auto-accelerated cultivation. The player's cultivation realm and secret techniques will enter an automatic acceleration mode. Privilege. Rapid absorption of spiritual energy from the universe with no adverse effects. Note, the higher the VIP level, the faster the cultivation speed. For details, please click to view. Current cultivation technique detected as 4th stage spiritual transformation. Auto-accelerated cultivation in progress. What is happening? Shen Yun swiftly clicked on the VIP prompt in the upper left corner of the interface. VIP privilege details. Players' expenditures on game coins will accumulate, automatically granting VIP levels. Each level unlocks corresponding privileges. Accumulating 2 million grants VIP Level 1 privileges, while 5 million grants Level 2. Due to the player activating VIP features, all players in the server will see an updated interface displaying VIP expenditure options. Goodness, there are VIP privileges. Shen Yun's face lit up with surprise. It turns out that players can attain VIP levels through their expenditures. Yet, in his previous life, no one ever had the financial means to spend 2 million. At least, before he arrived, the game interface had never displayed a VIP expenditure section. The effects of VIP Level 1 are incredibly formidable, enabling automatic cultivation. Just imagine, while others must juggle playing the game and cultivating, he can cultivate continuously. Moreover, this automatic cultivation even comes with an acceleration effect. Haha, truly worth it. Shen Yun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The acceleration in cultivation would save him an immense amount of time, greatly enhancing his ascent. Unfortunately, he could only expend game coins once the recharge prompt appeared. This game offered no other means of consuming game coins besides the recharge prompt. There were no in-game shops or the like. At that moment, Shen Yun noticed that the spiritual energy from the spirit stones in his possession was rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, he felt a tremor throughout his body, gasping in astonishment. Hiss! A breakthrough so swiftly. Boom! A surge of energy radiated from within him, causing his garments to flutter violently. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the first layer of spirit attraction realm. Friendly reminder. As the player's strength increases, the effects of low-level VIP automatic acceleration in cultivation will diminish. Spend money to grow even stronger. You keep urging me to recharge. I certainly have the funds. With his blood surging, Shen Yun was tempted to dismantle that notification. Nevertheless, he resolved that as long as it wasn't utterly useless, he would buy. As long as the items, like the previously mentioned tearing lace, could be utilized, it would count as a VIP recharge. He had broken through with just 2 spirit stones. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary stones in his hand, he felt an exhilarating rush. Not only was the breakthrough swift, but the consumption of spirit stones was also more economical than in his previous life. The accelerated cultivation function would automatically absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy from the universe, requiring more energy during breakthroughs, as long as he had enough spirit stones. The speed of his breakthroughs would be astonishing. Even without spirit stones, for me, breakthroughs are merely a matter of time. Oh no, here it comes again. Feeling the spiritual energy within him boiling once more, Shen Yun hastily retrieved all the spirit stones from his inventory. This VIP ability is indeed extraordinary. He wondered what realm he could achieve in just one night, taking a deep breath to quell his excitement while keenly sensing the changes within his body. A few minutes later, the game notifications flared to life before him once more. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the second layer of spirit attraction realm. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the 5th layer of spirit attraction realm. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through to the 7th layer of spirit attraction realm. The next morning, as Shen Yun opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. His eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, exuding a captivating aura. Compared to yesterday, his spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of spirit attraction realm in just one night. Shen Yun clenched his fists, filled with power, his eyes brimming with joy. The feeling of being able to spend money to play games is absolutely exhilarating. Chapter 21. Realization of Mistakes. You only know you're destined to die. Slaying the ex-girlfriend. Among the 53 spirit stones, all the low-grade stones were exhausted, leaving him with 9 mid-grade stones. Shen Yun placed the remaining spirit stones in a safe, while also taking out the divine essence, spring, to dilute it. This substance not only enhances cultivation aptitude, but can also stave off hunger, saving him from the need to eat. It's time to send you on your way. Zhou, Chow Chow. While drinking the essence, a murderous intent surged in Shen Yun's eyes. With his current capabilities, he was more than capable of dealing with this woman. Allowing her to live could lead to unforeseen complications. The white fox could swiftly transport him close to her, yet he was uncertain when it would break through. Shen Yun opened the game to check on the white fox's status. With its remarkable speed, he could conclude matters swiftly, avoiding drawing attention. However, the fox was about to break through. It would be awkward if it transformed in front of others while still nude. 9-tailed fox current realm, 9th layer of energy gathering. Status, refining internal energy. Not yet at the pinnacle of energy gathering, Shen Yun willed, and the white fox appeared on his bed within the Beastmaster space. The little creature yawned, then suddenly looked up at Shen Yun with a bewildered expression. Master, are you not merely immortal? How have you become so powerful? It had only taken a short rest for its master to undergo such a dramatic transformation. However, upon recalling the quality of the essence and spiritual flowers, it soon understood. White fox, when will you break through? After conversing with it, Shen Yun confirmed that the little one would not be breaking through today. The white fox's teleportation ability could cover a distance of about 1 kilometer, allowing it to teleport rapidly over 10 times when fully unleashed. This was already an exceptionally formidable capability. Upon learning that Shen Yun required its teleportation skills for swift movement, the white fox shimmered and transformed into a large, majestic white fox. The larger this being became, the more impressive its demeanor appeared. Shen Yun noticed it tilting its head, signaling for him to mount. Cautiously, he climbed onto its back. I may not be light. Surprisingly, riding it was quite comfortable. After confirming that riding posed no issues, Shen Yun pulled out his phone as photo album. Let me show you a picture. I intend to eliminate this woman today, so do not mistake her for someone else. To ensure clarity, he retrieved the woman's enticing and provocative outfit from the wardrobe for the white fox to sniff. Achoo! The white fox sneezed, blowing away several pieces of fabric before vanishing from the room with Shen Yun in tow. Inside the Zhou family company's office, Qin Sherdong, I advise you to leave Shen Yun's company and come work with me. I happen to need a capable secretary. Zhou Qiao coldly addressed her phone while seated on the sofa. To be frank, the team your company recruited from outside is my people. Shen Yun has abandoned the company to indulge in gaming. Why are you still hanging on? After the launch of Seeking Immortality mobile game, various companies had offered generous benefits. As long as an employee's character had decent potential or could assist the management, salaries had multiplied several times. Yet Shen Yun's company had not released any benefits, leading many employees to envy the opportunities outside and demand to resign. The Zhou family has shifted its focus towards game development, and Zhou Qiao has taken the initiative to recruit extensively outside of Shen Yun's Tunglong company, successfully gathering dozens of individuals. Since they all come willingly, she is unperturbed by the possibility of Shen Yun retaliating. Miss Zhou, your extravagant breakup drama with that wealthy heir has nothing to do with me. But must you create such a toxic environment at Tunglong company? The voice on the other end was decidedly unfriendly. We're not playing games here. This time, it's a genuine breakup. Zhou Qiao replied with a cold smile. It's futile to advise a dead man. If you choose not to come, so be it. She hung up the phone and turned to her brother Zhou Hao, who was engrossed in a game in the boss's chair, her tone pleading. Brother, since you hold a position of team leader at the Tianjiao Club, could you possibly open a door for me to join as well? The Tianjiao Club is a player organization requiring members to achieve a Tianjiao level character or possess commendable cultivation aptitude to join. Members can share resources both in reality and within the game. It is noteworthy that the creators hail from the influential second-generation elites in the Imperial capital, and given the game's significance, it has rapidly spread online, even establishing a branch in Haicheng. Zhou Hao, due to his character's exceptional qualifications, serves as a team leader in the Haicheng branch. This is one of the reasons she dares to provoke Shen Yun. Despite her father's growing power and connections with numerous cultivators over the years, they are not intimidated by Shen Yun, a fledgling in the real world. Yet, even the weakest camel is larger than a horse, and Tunglong Group's depth must not be underestimated. However, with her brother's support, Shen Yun is hardly regarded as a threat anymore. The Zhou family of today is no longer the one that relied on her to seduce Shen Yun. Developing in the shadows, Zhou Hao looked at her with a doting expression. If you put in a little more effort, once I earn enough contribution points, I'll ask the team leader to give you a chance. Yay, you're the best, brother. Zhou Qiao exclaimed joyfully as she approached him and squeezed his shoulders. Yet, a familiar voice interrupted this tender moment. I interrupting something? Both siblings abruptly turned their heads, their pupils constricting in shock. Shen Yun had appeared in the office without them noticing. Beneath him was a massive two-tailed white fox, its gaze glinting with coldness as it scrutinized them. Is this the beast cub he captured? It's far too large, Zhou Hao thought, astonished. The beast cubs shared in the Tianjiao Club group chat were a maximum of half a meter long. No one in the club had ever obtained a mount of such size. Why does he get to possess this? Zhou Hao's eyes brimmed with jealousy as he beheld the striking white fox. No wonder he has forsaken the company to play games every day. Zhou Qiao suddenly realized. He must have acquired some fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, how could he be so indifferent to the chaos at the company? He is likely on the verge of a significant rise. With her thoughts racing, Zhou Qiao's eyes reddened as she glared at Shen Yun and cried out, Shen Yun, how dare you break up with me? Do you know how much I love you? Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? Her acting skills were still impeccable. Shen Yun coldly lifted the broken soul mechanism spike in his hand. Zhou Qiao was exceptionally talented in her performances and often hired makeup artists to transform her into various celebrities, allowing Shen Yun to experience different charms every night. This was the reason he often exercised and drank goji berry tea. Yet beneath her stunning exterior lay a heart filled with malice. How could he know my sister was acting? Zhou Hao caught a glimpse of the camera in the corner, emitting a wisp of smoke. Realizing Shen Yun was not here for friendly banter, he admonished sternly, I advise you not to act impulsively. I am now a member of the Tianjiao Club. If you harm us, your resources won't suffice. Tianjiao Club? Shen Yun's expression turned frosty as he aimed the mechanism spike at him. You should stay underground. In his previous life, Zhou Qiao had relied on the connections from this organization to suppress him. This time he would settle the score. Whoosh! A beam of spiritual silver light shot from the broken soul mechanism spike, striking Zhou Hao's head with lightning speed. Ah! The chilling scream startled Zhou Qiao, making her tremble. What happened, brother? She hurriedly supported the collapsing Zhou Hao, only to realize he was bleeding from his eyes, lifeless on the spot. Oh my god! Zhou Qiao's hands recoiled as if electrocuted, screaming in terror as she stumbled backward onto the floor. Seeing Shen Yun approach with the white fox, raising the spike in his hand, she was gripped by sheer terror, her voice quivering as she pleaded, Husband, I am your Qiao. Please don't kill me. I'll be obedient to father. I know I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. No, you were wrong. You only realize you're about to die. Shen Yun remained unmoved, directly pressing the button on the mechanism spike. Whoosh! Zhou Qiao felt as though her brain was about to explode when struck by the silver light, her screams erupting as blood poured from her 7 orifices. In mere moments, she trembled violently, her eyes wide open in death, fixated on Shen Yun. Even in death, she could not fathom why this man suddenly harbored such murderous intent. Chapter 22. The alchemist girl from years past has arrived, having finally settled a long-held grievance. Shen Yun felt an immense sense of joy at the sight of the 2 lifeless bodies. In his previous life, he had longed to rid himself of this woman. Now that he had avenged himself, he felt utterly liberated. Time to leave. Hearing movement at the door, he gripped the white fox's waist and vanished from the office. Why are they screaming so terribly? The cleaning lady outside sensed something was amiss and hurried to the general manager's door, flinging it open. The sight before her caused her to retreat in horror, her face paling. There lay the Zhou siblings, blood oozing from their orifices, completely motionless. Oh no! The cleaning lady shrieked like a startled cat, her scream echoing throughout the entire building. There has been a murder. The manager is dead. Outside the Tunglong Group headquarters, a cafe buzzed with activity. A woman clad in a form-fitting black dress burst through the door, scanning the surroundings before striding toward Shen Yun, who was sipping coffee. Boss, do you even care about your company anymore? Qin Shidong was both anxious and furious. As the executive secretary, Shen Yun had granted her considerable authority. Although this was a testament to her capabilities, now that the game Xuanxian had arrived, ushering in an era of monumental change. She and her team dared not unilaterally decide the company's future direction. Even the board had no definitive opinions. Yet here was the major shareholder, Shen Yun, acting like a hands-off owner at such a crucial juncture, blocking their calls. She had personally visited Shen Yun's residence yesterday, only to find he was nowhere to be found. Now he wanted her to accompany him shopping for clothes? It's been a while, Secretary Qin. Shen Yun smiled as he assessed the woman before him. Qin Shitong, a top student from a prestigious university in Haicheng, had been exceptionally capable during her 2.5 years as a secretary. In his previous life, it was she who had alerted Shen Yun in advance about the company being investigated, allowing him to escape Haicheng before Zhou Qiao's people could capture him. However, afterward, Qin Shitong suffered greatly when Zhou Qiao discovered she had thwarted her plans. Not only did she have her teeth shattered, but her arm was also broken, leading to her hospitalization. Ultimately, following Shen Yun's advice, she fled Haicheng to preserve her life. Boss, how can you still smile at a time like this? Qin Shitong exclaimed, sitting down in frustration. What on earth is going on between you and Zhou Qiao? Breaking up shouldn't drag the company down with you. Many employees have resigned to join her gaming studio. Don't tell me this is a ruse to eliminate the disloyal. After listening to her account, Shen Yun realized that Zhou Qiao had not used the Zhou family name to recruit talent. Clearly, she feared that once the employees learned of her illustrious name, they would suspect a deception between the two. This was a calculated attempt to undermine my family. Shen Yun rose with a smile. From now on, you shall be the acting president of Tunglong Group, with a salary commensurate with market standards, and I shall also grant you a share in the company. You and your team will handle all matters. My only responsibility will be to collect the profits. Now let us go shopping for a few outfits. In his previous life, he had been preoccupied with the business and gaming realms, striving to accumulate resources for his own growth. Now that he was financially secure, he found little time to manage such affairs. Bestowing such generous benefits upon Qin Shitong was also a way to repay her assistance in his past life. Acting president, Qin Shitong was momentarily taken aback. Rushing forward as Shen Yun was about to leave the cafe. Boss, I fear I may not be capable. Given the scale of Tunglong Group, an acting president's annual salary would easily reach $1 million, and coupled with shares, it felt like a windfall from the heavens. Yet, she was merely a secretary. How could she possess such capability? Do you understand why I appointed you as an executive secretary, granting you the authority to cultivate your potential? Shen Yun feigned a serious tone. Observing his earnest demeanor, which left no room for jest, Qin Shitong could only respond with resignation. At first, I thought you were trying to woo me. Now it appears you truly wish to avoid managing the company. If there are tasks, the secretary will handle them. If there are none, the secretary will remain idle. This had been her most frequent criticism after gaining power. Now, it seemed her executive capabilities had earned her the trust of this hands-off manager. Understand and work diligently. There is no need to be at odds with money. Shen Yun said with a faint smile. Let us go. Drive me to the commercial street. Over the past few days, the white fox had just achieved its transformation, and he needed to prepare a few suitable outfits for it. I will do my utmost. Qin Shitong, recognizing his resolve, ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Indeed, no one would wish to turn away from money. In the Xintian continent, Ling Qingxue stood upon a massive airship, gazing at the city ahead. Regrettably, she could not personally take vengeance on that old monstrosity. Her expression was tinged with helplessness. Despite her formidable constitution, the resources required for her cultivation were astronomical, and her progress was slow. She could not foresee when she would be able to kill Lu Fangya herself. Should her adversaries learn of her whereabouts, it would certainly become a lifelong regret. Beside her stood an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Qingxue, once this matter is resolved, you will be able to focus on your cultivation. The elder, known as Su Yi, was the guardian assigned to her by the Yaoqi sacred realm, signifying the importance placed upon her. A saint had personally safeguarded her in the early stages, illustrating how much Yaoqi valued her. The sacred realm was already aware of Ling Qingxue's circumstances. The elder assumed she had been unable to concentrate on her cultivation due to her eagerness for revenge. Focus on your cultivation. Ling Qingxue shook her head. In comparison, I have more pressing matters that may delay my training. With that, she bowed respectfully to the elder. I hope Granny Su in the sacred realm will understand. Everything she had was bestowed by her master. Thus, seeking out heartfelt tokens of goodwill for him was her foremost duty. As for her cultivation, it could progress gradually. After all, she had the support of a mighty tree to provide shade. However, this would inevitably disappoint Yaoqi. More pressing matters? Su Yi, seeing her reluctance to elaborate, merely smiled and helped her up, patting her hand. In truth, for us cultivators, whether it is for the sake of becoming stronger, seeking longevity, or avenging wrongs, it all boils down to achieving clarity of thought. Fear not, Yaoqi will not hold it against you. Just seek out your true heart. Thank you, Granny. Ling Qingxue felt a surge of gratitude. I will devote myself to my cultivation whenever I have free time. Haha, that is all that is needed. Moments latte. Su Yi transported Ling Qingxue to a courtyard within the city. The small garden was filled with exotic flowers and herbs. In the center of the courtyard, a middle-aged woman dressed in a black robe was meticulously selecting herbs from a table. This was one of Lu Fangya's several hiding spots. Upon sensing someone had silently entered the courtyard, Lu Fangya's expression shifted slightly as she quickly turned to look. Upon seeing the visitor adorned in Yaoqi attire, her initial surprise morphed into extreme shock and trepidation, her voice trembling. Why you have joined the Yaoqi sacred realm? How could she have fathomed that the girl she once regarded as a mere medicinal cauldron had achieved such fortune? Lu Fangya, it has been a long time. Ling Qingxue stepped forward, taking a seat opposite her, fiddling with the herbs on the table. I have come to resolve our grievances. Chapter 23. The Cultivation Space Tower? A purchase is a gain. Though Ling Qingxue smiled, Lu Fangya saw the bloodshot anger simmering in her eyes. Rather than adopting the demeanor of a victorious conqueror since joining the sacred realm, Ling Qingxue exhibited a raw intensity. Lu Fangya, seasoned by experience, discerned the source of her fury. She sighed heavily, gazing at the gradually revealing aura of the young woman before her, murmuring, to kill many is to have a heart turned cold. I never imagined you would always regard me as your mentor. Clearly, Ling Qingxue still harbored gratitude for Lu Fangya's past kindness. Yet, having taken countless lives, Lu Fangya had neglected the humanity of the matter, overlooking the gratitude that once flourished in this young girl's heart. Now, with her demise imminent, Lu Fangya felt a pang of regret. Had she treated Ling Qingxue well back then, not viewing her as a mere medicinal vessel, but instead guiding her into a prestigious sect, perhaps in the future. As her mentor, she would have basked in boundless glory. Alas, in this world there are no what-ifs. There is no need for you to take action, senior. Lu Fangya slightly bowed to Su Yi, then stiffened, deep brown blood trickling from her mouth. Watching Lu Fangya collapse lifelessly to the ground, Ling Qingxue took a deep breath and rose to leave. Let us go, Granny. While she was grateful for Lu Fangya's past refuge, the latter's numerous misdeeds rendered her death unworthy of lamentation. However, the elder Su Yi did not depart. Instead, she remained fixated on Lu Fangya's corpse. Qingxue, in the future, should you encounter such sorrowful scenes, you must not let a guard down. With that, she raised her cane and struck the ground. Boom! A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged toward Lu Fangya's corpse like a dragon. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the once lifeless Lu Fangya cried out in desperation. Qingxue, grant me one more chance to amend my ways. Smack! The woman's body was torn apart by the spiritual energy, meeting a complete demise. Feigning death, Ling Qingxue felt both shame and rage, staring helplessly at the elder. I'm sorry, Granny Su. Su Yi waved her hand, smiling. What is there to worry about? You lack the cultivation to sense her soul's fluctuations. Do not dwell on it. Once your cultivation rises, just be cautious. Ling Qingxue was a piece of uncut jade. At this juncture, she required proper guidance. Moreover, her distress stemmed from her disappointment in Lu Fangya's actions. She was a good girl, and the elder was delighted to witness her growth. A piece of jade, slowly polished, would eventually radiate boundless brilliance. During this time, the vast Yaoqi sacred realm would safeguard her. Granny, I understand, Ling Qingxue responded with a tone of self-reproach. If the saint had not been present today, the consequences could have been dire. Suddenly, her eyes shifted, and she spoke somewhat awkwardly. Has the master arrived? Yesterday, I embarrassed myself, and today, yet another incident has transpired, leaving me truly mortified to face my esteemed companion. Upon arriving home, Shen Yun logged into the game and was met with a familiar scene. Indeed, Lu Fangya was cunning, playing her part to the very end. Yet fortunately, there existed formidable sages nearby. This woman, much like Zhou Qiao, was undoubtedly a master of the dramatic arts. As Shen Yun observed Ling Qingxue picking up a storage ring, his eyes instantly brightened, for within the ring lay a red mark, signifying the presence of a feedback item. I sensed it, my lord. Ling Qingxue was equally delighted. After scouring the entire sacred land, having even perused the Imperial Weapon of Yaoqi, she had found naught but those spirit stones, and to her surprise, today brought a fruitful discovery, significantly lifting her previously gloomy spirits. Indeed, Shen Yun clicked on the red dot to inspect the item details. Feedback item. 5th grade upper grade secret technique. Blood refining claw. A fierce attack with an innate cold attribute. Capable of refining the opponent's vitality and enhancing one's own constitution. At the pinnacle of mastery, it can instantly refine the target. Astonishingly, it was a nefarious cultivation method. Shen Yun was speechless. Nevertheless, it was a 5th grade upper grade technique, superior in quality to his crumbling mountain fist. Regardless, with my VIP automatic acceleration training feature at my disposal, I shall make use of it. He retrieved the ancient black tome, and before him appeared a game notification. Ding. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the feedback item. 5th grade upper grade secret technique, blood refining claw. Would you like to activate the VIP level 1 automatic training function? Activating automatic acceleration training mode. Ding. 5th grade upper grade secret technique, blood refining claw is now undergoing automatic training. Ah, how delightful it is not to have to cultivate manually. Shen Yun reclined comfortably on his bed. My lord, I plan to wander into the city to assist you in finding favorable items. Ling Qingxue, feeling fortunate today, intended to seize the moment. No need to rush. You have not been able to cultivate at ease these past few days. You may seek out items when you have the time, Shen Yun gently advised. Such feedback items are contingent on fate. They cannot be forced. Presently, the items in his possession were sufficient, and it would be a loss to waste Ling Qingxue's exceptional aptitude in pursuit of them. His words of concern warmed Ling Qingxue's heart, prompting her to softly reply. It is nothing, my lord. Qingxue's constitution is unlike that of ordinary individuals, necessitating considerable time and resources for any semblance of progress. There is no rush in cultivation. It is better to seek out feedback items for you. This indeed posed a dilemma. Shen Yun furrowed his brow. The 9 heavens' holy body possesses immense power, yet it inherently bears 9 sources of the holy body. To fully cultivate them requires a vast expenditure of resources and time. Ling Qingxue evidently recognized this, likely believing that cultivation would be a waste of time, thus preferring to spend her time seeking items to aid him. This girl had good intentions, but it seemed she was on the verge of giving up. It appeared that her stay in the sacred land had rendered her carefree, solely focused on his well-being. Shen Yun pondered thoughtfully. I must devise a method to alter this predicament. At that moment, a recharge prompt appeared before Shen Yun. Limited time qualification discount. Recharge 58. 888 to elevate Ling Qingxue's spirit root to royal grade. Significantly enhance cultivation efficiency. Limited time cultivation discount. Recharge 228. 888. Acquire a top-tier spirit gathering array, enhancing Ling Qingxue's cultivation abode, increasing spiritual energy density by 35 times compared to the outside world. Limited time cultivation enhancement item offer. Recharge 500. 000 to obtain a time-shrinking space tower. 1 day outside equals 5 days inside. For every additional 100, 000, the internal days increase by 5. The maximum cap is 1. 000, reaching a total of 55 days. Bonus offer. Upon reaching the 1,000,000 cap, Activate a bonus. An additional 5 days of cultivation time. 2 months of cultivation within the time-shrinking space tower equals 1 day outside. A divine artifact to propel your character to greatness. What are you waiting for? Alas, it is indeed true that there is nothing that money cannot resolve. With his eyes gleaming, Shen Yun eagerly clicked. All of it purchased. A mere million. And the benefits are manifold. Chapter 24. Luo Hongshi's character talent. Refining feedback pills. Ding. Successfully purchased Royal Grade Spirit Root for 58,888. Character Ling Qingxue directly inherits it. Ding. Successfully purchased top-tier Spirit Gathering Array for 228,888. The item has been placed into Ling Qingxue's storage ring. Ding. Successfully purchased a time-shrinking space tower for 500,000. Player has recharged 1,000,000, granting an additional 5 days of cultivation effect. Current item cultivation effect. Ling Qingxue's 60 days of internal cultivation equals 1 day outside. In a mere moment, 1,780,000 flowed from Shen Yun's account, yet he felt it was an exceptional bargain. This not only bolstered Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed, but also meant that with the previously recharged 2 million, he was only about 1 million away from achieving VIP level 2. He was curious about the extraordinary abilities of VIP level 2. Shen Yun gazed at the projection, pressing the voice button. In that case, I shall assist you in enhancing your cultivation qualifications. Huh? A tremor coursed through Ling Qingxue's body, emanating waves of crimson radiance. Amidst the red glow, pure fluctuations of spiritual energy dispersed, prompting the venerable sage beside her to clap in approval. Haha, you have actually activated a royal grade spirit root. It seems that Qingxue's mindset has achieved a breakthrough. The manifestation of the royal grade spirit root is a brilliant red glow, and given that she had recently been quite sorrowful, it appears she has broken through some shackles and reaped the rewards. The emergence of the royal grade spirit root will greatly expedite Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed. This is indeed a momentous occasion. Yet, Ling Qingxue knew that all of this was bestowed upon her by her lord. Grand Masu, I shall retreat to the flying boat to meditate, she said, eagerly returning to the cabin of the flying boat. My lord, it is only right for Qingxue to assist you in seeking items. You need not feel obliged. She had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to directly elevate a cultivator's spirit root to royal grade. Such an extraordinary act must surely be a manifestation of her lord's immense power, likely at a significant cost. The more she considered this, the more anxious she became, her delicate nose feeling slightly sour. My lord, what shall I do? It is of no consequence. Shen Yun dismissed her concerns lightly. In addition to this, your storage ring contains a spirit gathering array with a spiritual energy density 35 times that of the outside world. Furthermore, there is a magical artifact that can enhance your cultivation speed, wherein spending 60 days inside equates to 1 day outside. This way, you can cultivate and seek items simultaneously. Once you return and familiarize yourself with the operations, it should not be difficult. This, Ling Qingxue was utterly astounded. A 35 times spirit gathering array? A 1 to 60 cultivation space? What qualification did she possess to receive such favor from her lord? Even with the remarkable 9 heavens holy body, these numerous advantages could easily cultivate an emperor from another individual. My lord, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Otherwise, Qingxue will be greatly troubled. Ling Qingxue gazed anxiously into the void. The bounty bestowed upon her by her lord felt almost dreamlike, as if it could shatter upon awakening. Why are you afraid? Shen Yun chuckled softly. You, who have devoted yourself to seeking items for me despite your lack of cultivation. How is it that you feel apprehensive when I consider your welfare? Accept it with ease. It is not a precious item. His words were like a gentle spring breeze, soothing Ling Qingxue's heart. Her lord remembered her kindness, which is why he treated her with such generosity. This filled her heart with a sweet warmth, and coupled with the gaze that lingered upon her from the void, filled with kindness. Her wavering heart finally found solace as she broke into a radiant smile. Thank you, my lord. Precisely. He had previously advised her to forget the unpleasant experiences of the past. Her heart was too timid. And an unstable heart in the path of cultivation was a grave taboo. At the mere mention of these 4 words, Ling Qingxue felt a shiver run through her entire being, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Those words seemed to possess a tremendous force, quickening her heartbeat. Meanwhile, Shen Yun discovered that the spiritual energy within him surged anew, causing him great joy. Am I about to break through to the gathering rotation realm? He hastily retrieved his spirit stones and sat cross-legged in preparation. All right, Qingxue, I have matters to attend to upon hearing that Shen Yun was about to leave. Ling Qingxue inquired with eager anticipation. My lord, when will I be able to see you again? Perhaps it was a case of daydreaming leading to night visions. But the visage of her lord remained ever elusive in her dreams, and deep within her heart arose a yearning to behold his countenance. Meeting? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Given their separation across two realms, such encounters were not easily attained, yet he could not express it so bluntly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with calm detachment. This humble one resides within a realm of great peril, surrounded by powerful beasts and dangers, and I am currently unable to extricate myself. Even though some players and characters have revealed the existence of the Blue Star realm, it does not impact me. With so many treasures invested, neither Ling Qingxue nor Luo Hongxi would perceive me as an inhabitant of a lower-dimensional world. My prestige remains unblemished. However, no player would be foolish enough to claim themselves as hailing from a lower-dimensional world, for all characters are cultivators. And discovering that these so-called elders are mere mortals would undoubtedly hinder their ability to garner goodwill. The realization that her lord was ensconced in such a dangerous world, yet still cared for her deeply, moved Ling Qingxue, who promptly bowed in respect to the void. Then I shall not disturb you. My lord, it was only after the gaze upon her faded that she rose to return to her couch. Perhaps my lord requires those special items imbued with goodwill for his cultivation, to contend with those beasts and perils. In that case, I must diligently seek out those items. Moreover, I should strive to cultivate myself. Perhaps one day, I may be able to aid my lord. Determination gradually solidified upon Ling Qingxue's face. My lord, please await my return. With a deep breath, Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes. In his past life, he had suffered greatly, merely a minor cultivator of the pulse condensation realm. Yet he was quite familiar with the gathering rotation realm. Cultivators at this level bore swirling vortices of spiritual energy upon their skin, rendering them impervious to mundane weaponry. Only potent firearms and artillery could inflict harm. However, protected by the heart shield mirror, he could disregard even a nuclear bomb. Unfortunately, his supply of spirit stones was dwindling. Shen Yun discarded the useless stones strewn about his bed, leaving him with only 2 mid-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy within these stones was far more concentrated than the thin energy of the Blue Star. Thankfully, he could still break through even without them, though absorbing the ambient energy would take some time. Curious about what Luo Hongxi was doing, Shen Yun took a sip of Spirit Spring and opened the game, astonished to find a red item had appeared in her Q-version avatar's backpack. Today truly is a double yoke. He excitedly clicked to inspect it. Feedback item, blood replenishing pill, a potion crafted by the character Luo Hongxi. Consuming it replenishes expended vitality, with a chance of causing gastrointestinal distress. Good heavens, she has already concocted a feedback pill so early. Shen Yun chuckled. In his previous life, Luo Hongxi had created feedback pills while fleeing. Indeed, certain characters could craft feedback items, and this was no secret online. The crafting of weapons, talismans, formations, and medicines could all yield such items. However, not every character possessed this ability. Luo Hongxi had a chance to create feedback pills within her alchemical prowess, which could be seen as a hidden talent. Yet, the success rate was not particularly high. It could take dozens, if not hundreds, of attempts to produce a single feedback pill. In his past life, he had risen to prominence thanks to this girl's pills, though the outcome had not been as he had hoped. Shen Yun closed the character's backpack and clicked on Luo Hongxi's avatar. As the Q-version image rippled outward, he saw her in a pill-making chamber, sweating profusely as she worked on her concoction. Beside her stood an elderly man clad in luxurious robes, his demeanor haughty, and his expression betraying impatience. Even a low-grade pill takes such effort to refine, were it not for a personal letter from the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. I will not waste my time here. Jiang Ming, an 8th-tier alchemist and one of the branch leaders of the Alchemist Hall in the eastern region, was acutely aware of the value of his time. He had heard from Li Ming Dao, the sect master, that this young girl claimed to possess an innate talent for alchemy. Yet the elders of the sect could not discern any such talent, leading her to seek his counsel. If she truly possessed exceptional abilities, he might consider taking her on as a disciple. However, after observing her for some time, he concluded that she exhibited no alchemical talent whatsoever. She was simply a novice. How could someone so young utter such boastful words? Furthermore, her lackluster techniques made him feel as though he were being mocked, rendering her utterly unimpressive in his eyes. Chapter 25. The Pyramid of Alchemical Abilities? Charge it. A 100 success rate for pill creation. Jiang Ming, proud by nature, spoke rather harshly, inadvertently disheartening Luo Hongxi, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. But I clearly refined a pill that garners goodwill. Goodwill items are notoriously difficult to find. How could she possibly lack alchemical talent? Yet, the expertise of the alchemist was beyond reproach, and she could not reveal her lord's matters. That was her little secret. Unable to refute him, Luo Hongxi could only endure the criticism. However, Jiang Ming's biting words clearly affected her mindset, and her alchemical technique faltered as a result. Before long, a loud bang echoed, and the pill furnace trembled, releasing a charred odor. Jiang Ming rose to leave, stating, "I must have been mistaken in my judgment. Let Lin accompany you back. Farewell, esteemed elder." Luo Hongxi promptly stood, bowing respectfully. An 8th-tier alchemist was a distinguished guest even within the sanctum, let alone within a superpower, no matter how wrong she felt. She could not display it. Only after the stone door of the pill chamber closed did Luo Hongxi tremble, her lips quivering as she sniffled, her eyes welling with tears. Clearly as she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Apart from the occasion when Zhang Fenghua came to call off their engagement, she had never endured such humiliation. "Hongxi, do not cry. I know your alchemical talent is exceptional." Far surpassing that of 10 Jiang elders, the familiar and warm voice of comfort only made Luo Hongxi cry even harder. Yet, she quickly wiped away her tears. "My lord, I am fine. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges." Just before her departure, her father, Luo Qinghe, had warned her that the external world would undoubtedly present various grievances, and she must maintain a positive mindset to elevate herself and avoid such grievances in the future. Moreover, her lord was watching over her. She could not allow him to perceive her as useless. That old man, how dare he make Hongxi cry? Rest assured, I shall deal with him in due time. Puffed. Luo Hongxi laughed, blowing a bubble with her snot. "My lord, I truly am fine. By the way, I crafted a pill that garners goodwill." As she spoke, she took it out, placing the pill in an exquisitely beautiful small box, clearly a token of her careful preparation. Shen Yun understood this, which is why he hadn't directly taken the pill earlier. The quality has diminished somewhat. Luo Hongxi still yearned to showcase her abilities, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly retracted her display. "Once my alchemical skills improve, I shall surely concoct more advanced elixirs for you, my lord." Hee. Upon witnessing her adorable demeanor, Shen Yun couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "Hongxi is truly remarkable. It's settled then. I shall eagerly await your progress." With the Lord's praise lifting her spirits, Luo Hongxi stepped out of the alchemy chamber, brimming with vitality. She remained the same cheerful Hongxi, forever eager to share her joy with those around her. Simultaneously, a series of recharge notifications appeared in the projection, further illuminating Shen Yun's smile. Just in time. Alchemy Qualification Special. Recharge 648, discounted. Unlock Luo Hongxi's soul talent. 4th grade Soul Golden Lotus. Enhancing control over the art of alchemy. Soul talent. Shen Yun clicked to purchase without hesitation. For cultivators, strengthening the physical body is essential, but the soul holds equal importance. The Soul Golden Lotus consists of 12 grades. The greater the quantity, the more potent the soul talent. Cultivating soul secret arts enhances both offense and defense, proving significantly more effective than ordinary cultivators. Additionally, alchemy, formation, talisman, and more vastly improved for those with soul talents. In the realm of soul cultivation, formidable practitioners can even exist without a physical body, surviving solely through their soul. Truly remarkable. Next, Shen Yun glanced at the subsequent recharge notification. Alchemy Technique Special. Recharge 8888, discounted. Acquire the 70-second technique of the top 100 alchemical methods, Earth Flame Ascension, which gathers spiritual energy during elixir refinement, enhancing the quality of a concoction. Limited time super value. Recharge 499, 999, discounted. Receive the alchemist's unique talent, Supreme Purple Gold Heavy Eye, which allows the use of the Heavy Eye's purple gold essence to compensate for insufficient ingredients in the alchemical furnace, guaranteeing a 100 success rate. Though low-level alchemists cannot refine imperial elixirs with a Heavy Eye, they can do so as long as the essence is sufficient. Note, besides alchemy, the purple gold Heavy Eye can also mend hidden injuries sustained by cultivators. In combat, it can reveal and detonate hidden injuries within enemies, providing a significant advantage. The purple gold Heavy Eye can even repair imperial elixirs. Shen Yun's brow twitched. This item is akin to a universal remedy, ensuring a 100 success rate in elixir crafting. Such an ability, when viewed through the ages of the alchemical world, undoubtedly places it at a pinnacle of excellence. Its offensive capabilities are also formidable, capable of detonating hidden injuries within enemies. A truly sinister skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yun clicked to purchase. Purchased Earth Flame Ascension. Purchased Purple Gold Heavy Eye. Congratulations. Player has successfully purchased, and the abilities are now being infused into the character Luo Hongxi. Just another 500. 000, and she would reach VIP level 2. Shen Yun rubbed her hands together in excitement. Meanwhile, as Luo Hongxi emerged from the alchemy chamber, she felt an extraordinary alchemical technique manifest in her mind. Her eyes became even more wondrous, allowing her to perceive the conditions within numerous alchemists in the hall, most of whom harbored toxic properties from their medicinal materials. There was even a mark indicating detonate toxicity. How frightening! Upon learning the functions of the purple gold heavy eye, Luo Hongxi recoiled in shock, exclaiming, "My lord, this heavy eye is incredibly precious." She was well aware of the unique eyes of alchemists and understood she lacked such a talent, knowing without a doubt that it was a gift from her lord. Utilize these to aid your alchemy, and no one shall ever claim you lack talent in this art. Thank you, my lord. Showered with her lord's affection, Luo Hongxi felt a sweetness bloom in her heart. I feel so happy. Ever since encountering her lord, her days have been filled with joy. The earlier disquiet was hardly worth mentioning. Hongxi, have you been crying? Lin Sheng approached, having waited outside. Noticing her slightly damp eyes, she spoke gently. Do not take the words of the proud Dan Wang to heart. Although both were the same realm, Lin Sheng felt compelled to tread lightly given Dan Wang's status, especially on the latter's territory. It's all right, master, let us go. Luo Hongxi replied with a smile. Grasping her hand, the title of Dan Wang meant nothing to her. Her earlier tears had stemmed from Jiangming's words about her lack of alchemical talent, fearing she might never create elixirs to aid her lord. Now, bolstered by her lord's support, she brimmed with confidence. As they walked, Luo Hongxi used her unique eyes to check herself, relieved to find no hidden injuries. However, she noticed a lingering dark mark on Lin Sheng's left waist, a remnant of years spent practicing sword techniques. This heavy eye is truly remarkable. It can even heal others. Alas, my cultivation is too low to expend much of its essence. I can only wait until later to treat master. Having composed herself, Luo Hongxi joyfully linked arms with Lin Sheng as they exited the hall. Her ability to self-adjust was impressive. Seeing her in good spirits, Lin Sheng smiled softly, her worries easing. Upon reaching the entrance of the Dan Hall, they spotted an elderly man in plain robes with white hair, scrutinizing Luo Hongxi with a gaze filled with curiosity and suspicion. Noting that he did not wear the attire of an alchemist and unable to discern his cultivation level, Lin Sheng suspected he might be a reclusive master. She stepped forward, cupping her hands in greeting. I am Lin Sheng of the Tianyan Sword Sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Luo Hongxi followed suit, nervously retreating behind her master. From a distance, she had observed the old man, who was suffused with various toxic properties from medicinal materials, even emanating a dark aura. This made him extraordinarily conspicuous among the alchemists within the hall. Chapter 26. The Arrival of the Alchemy Saint. The embarrassed Dan Wang. Luo Hongxi surmised that this venerable elder must be a master alchemist, likely of Dan Wang's stature. However, with such an abundance of toxins within him, his days appeared numbered, stirring both curiosity and pity within her. The impending demise of a Dan Wang would be a sorrowful affair for any alchemist. The Tianyan Sword Sect? No need for such formalities. The elder smiled and nodded at Lin Sheng. Then, noticing the expression in Luo Hongxi's eyes, spoke gently. Little girl, would you be willing to become my disciple and study the art of alchemy? Become a disciple? Lin Sheng regarded the unfamiliar elder with curiosity. If he were a renowned alchemist in the eastern region, she would surely have encountered him before. Moreover, the surrounding alchemists displayed little reaction upon seeing him. Esteemed elder, I already have a master. Luo Hongxi shook her head. Although her time with Lin Sheng had been brief, her master had shown her great care, and the atmosphere within the sword sect was splendid. That is of no consequence, the elder replied nonchalantly. One can have mentors in both sword and alchemy. It does not interfere. He had discerned the unique qualities of the girl's peculiar eyes, recognizing her as a promising alchemical prodigy, which sparked his desire to take her as a disciple. However, Lin Sheng's demeanor grew wary at his intentions, prompting the elder to chuckle, stroking his beard. Haha, my eagerness to take in disciples has made me a bit muddled. There is no need for alarm. I am Zhao Xinqing, a Dan master from Zhongwangzhou. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng's pupils constricted, and her hair stood on end. The alchemists entering and exiting couldn't help but turn their heads in shock, exclaiming, impossible? Wasn't it said that the esteemed elder had retired from the Dan Hall to live in seclusion? In the Xintian continent, there are 5 regions: the Eastern region, Southern Wilderness, Zhongwangzhou, Northern Territory, and Western Realm. The significance of the elder's name was that he was the current alchemy saint. In the next moment, a resonant hum echoed through the air. A resplendent golden radiance emanated from the elder's form, instantly enveloping the entire alchemy hall with the formidable pressure of a saint. Although it caused no tangible harm, the sight of the sacred golden patterns swirling around the elder left all present feeling a shiver run down their spines. The sacred golden patterns were the unique emblem of the saint realm. The alchemists in attendance were not inexperienced. What astonished them was the fact that within these sacred golden patterns, there existed numerous dazzling phantoms of golden elixirs. This indicated that the elder before them had once refined these esteemed elixirs. His identity was beyond question. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a figure appeared before the elder, respectfully bowing in excitement. Master Jiang Ming of the Eastern Domain Branch Hall pays his respects to the alchemy Saint Zhao Xinqing. The alchemy saint, Zhao Xinqing. Boom! The once silent hall erupted into fervor, all the alchemists expressing their uncontainable enthusiasm. Junior pays homage to alchemy Saint Zhao. Greetings to Elder Zhao. Alchemy Saint Zhao Xinqing was one of the 3 great alchemy saints of the Xiantian continent. Moreover, he was the only one capable of refining the grand saint elixir. It is known that those who can refine saint elixirs can be called alchemy saints. However, Zhao Xinqing's mastery of the alchemical arts was nothing short of extraordinary. He could refine the grand saint elixir with mere saint realm prowess. Yet, the elder had since withdrawn from the alchemy hall to seek seclusion. Some say the elder was struck by the backlash of the heavenly Tao when refining the grand saint elixir. Others claim that powerful beings of the grand saint realm sought him out for alchemy, fearing it would harm his foundation and shorten his lifespan, prompting his retreat. The opinions varied, but there was no doubt that this elder was the most powerful alchemist across the Xiantian continent. As an alchemist, the chance to meet him was akin to a pilgrimage. How could one not be exhilarated? Hongxi wishes to take Elder Zhao as her master. Lin Sheng declared excitedly on behalf of his disciple. This was before the alchemy saint himself. If Luo Hongxi succeeded in apprenticing, the entire Tianyin sword sect would surely hold a celebratory feast. Should the ancestor learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. The reason was simple. Luo Hongxi was a disciple of the Tianyin sword sect, and should she apprentice under alchemy Saint Zhao, he would effectively become half of their sect. However, Lin Xing noticed the girl's reluctance, prompting him to make a decisive decision for her. Hongxi, do not judge all by the actions of Wang Jiang the alchemist. The people of the alchemy hall are not all the same. Alchemy Saint Zhao is a venerable elder of great renown. Be obedient and do not act petulantly. Lin Sheng urged, fearing she might resist. Having 2 masters is not a problem. Do you not love alchemy? This is a fortuitous opportunity. Luo Hongxi was indeed somewhat unwilling. As she sensed that the elder's days were numbered, she feared that should she become his disciple, she would inevitably experience the sorrow of losing him, causing her great distress. Young master, do you think I should take him as my master? She sought his opinion. Shen Yun, observing the daily updates on Luo Hongxi's character, noted, the elder at the entrance is alchemy Saint Zhao Xinqing, who has come to the alchemy hall to inquire about high-grade medicinal materials in the Eastern Domain. He encountered Luo Hongxi, who possesses a unique alchemical talent with her dual pupils, and wishes to take her as his disciple and pass on his teachings. Having discerned the significance of her dual pupils, Shen Yun spoke. Of course you should apprentice. Having a renowned master will undoubtedly enhance your alchemical skills. Very well. Luo Hongxi then respectfully bowed to the elder. Disciple Luo Hongxi pays her respects to master. Ha! Excellent, excellent. Zhao Xinqing beamed as he helped Luo Hongxi to her feet, clearly pleased with his new disciple. This left Jiang Ming, standing nearby, utterly astonished. Taking on a disciple? And it's her. No. If a disciple is to be taken, it should be him, not a novice. The surrounding alchemists gazed at Luo Hongxi with envy. What a fortunate girl. I recall she came here to practice alchemy, right? Could it be that her exceptional talent caught the eye of the venerable alchemy saint? One who was not an alchemist of the hall, coming to refine elixirs. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances at alchemist Wang Jiangming. In such situations, it was customary for individuals to visit the alchemy hall to validate their alchemical talents. Yet, evidently, the responsible alchemist had failed to recognize this young girl's remarkable aptitude. As the person in charge, Jiangming bore an undeniable responsibility. At this moment, Jiangming regained his composure, his face flushed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Because Luo Hongxi's alchemical talent was something he had personally overseen, yet he missed the opportunity to present a disciple capable of attracting the attention of the alchemy saint. The thought of his previous arrogance sent a chill down his spine. Zhao Xinqing, sensing the unfolding events, surveyed the vast alchemy hall before fixing his gaze upon Jiangming. Do you know why I withdrew from the alchemy hall? The weight of his words made Jiangming break into a cold sweat. The surrounding alchemists were equally taken aback, holding their breaths in anticipation. The departure of the great alchemy Saint Zhao Xinqing from the alchemy hall was undoubtedly a colossal loss. Yet the reasons remained unknown to the public. Jiangming dared not evade the question and could only bow deeply. The junior is unaware. When the alchemy hall was established, it was intended to provide a space for alchemists from all over the world to exchange ideas and coexist as equals. Zhao Xinqing shook his head. Yet today, as alchemists are increasingly competitive, the conveniences brought by status and ability have diverted their focus from the true essence of alchemy. How can one hope to refine the elixirs of their dreams? Have they forgotten the original intent of becoming an alchemist? Having said this, the three departed the alchemy hall, leaving behind a multitude of contemplative alchemists. Is it true that the old alchemy saint was disillusioned by the current materialistic environment of the alchemy hall, prompting his departure? Some, like Jiangming, bowed their heads in shame, offering a salute to the retreating figure of the alchemy saint. On the flying vessel, Luo Hongxi glanced back at the alchemists who had seen them off. Her curiosity piqued. Master Zhao, is the alchemy hall truly so unappealing? I had originally planned to seek certification as an alchemist without delay. The alchemy hall was a colossal force spanning the 5 great domains of Xiantian. Alongside the Tianji Tower, the refinement pavilion, and the Array City, it stood among the 4 titans of Xiantian. The 4 factions boasted ancient legacies. And while they lacked the imperial weapons of the ancient aristocratic families and sacred grounds, none dared to underestimate them. It is easy to imagine the immense honor and benefits of becoming an alchemist within the alchemy hall. Yet, through the words of alchemy Saint Zhao Xinqing, joining such an esteemed institution seemed less than favorable. Beside her, Lin Sheng affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. There are indeed benefits to joining the alchemy hall. Elder Zhao is merely issuing a reminder. As the alchemy saint, Zhao Xinqing's growth surely had been aided by the alchemy hall. How could he possibly withdraw due to the so-called materialistic environment? So long as the elder wished, a single word could alter the atmosphere of the alchemy hall. Furthermore, becoming an alchemist in itself brings honor and various conveniences, including the intricacies of human relationships. This is human nature and also the driving force for cultivators aspiring to become alchemists. If such aspirations were to be quashed entirely, the alchemy hall could not have endured for so long. Existence implies reason. Naturally, joining the alchemy hall is beneficial. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Xinqing smiled faintly. The reason I withdrew from the alchemy hall is not due to an unfavorable environment. At my level, I am no longer concerned with material gains. Then what is the reason? Luo Hongxi inquired, genuinely curious. Even Shen Yun, observing the screen, shared her intrigue regarding the elder's motivations. Naturally, it is to refine elixirs of quasi-emperor grade. Zhao Xinqing murmured with a hint of nostalgia. To me, the Dan Hall resembles a shackle. My heart remains unsettled, and thus the elixir remains unrefined. Fortunately, I have the unwavering support of the 2 hall masters. Otherwise, how could I indulge in such leisure, traversing mountains and rivers, and encountering a little fellow like you? Hee. Master Zhao is truly formidable. Luo Hongxi gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. To refine an imperial-grade elixir in the guise of a Dan sage. Such aspirations are indeed astonishing. Lin Sheng, too, was in awe of the elder's spirit and clasped his fists, softly uttering, I wish the esteemed elder all his desires come to fruition. This is no small feat. Zhao Xinqing chuckled, shaking his head, and then directed his gaze towards the golden sword emblem on Luo Hongxi's collar, stroking his beard as he inquired, Young friend Lin, I recall this to be the mark of the sword sect sword master, is it not? Yet, Hongxi is merely at the gathering spiral realm. The Dongyu Tianyin sword sect is quite renowned, and the elder had some understanding of the sword sect sword master. What he truly wished to inquire was whether Luo Hongxi had been designated as sword master due to her possessing a formidable item. However, to ask directly might seem insidious. It would be quite awkward if he frightened away this newly accepted disciple. Yet Lin Sheng's response left him utterly astounded. In response to the esteemed elder, Hongxi was appointed as the sword sect swordmaster due to her comprehension of the reincarnation sword canon inscribed on the sword steel. Zhao Xinqing was so shocked that he tugged at his beard, staring wide-eyed at Luo Hongxi, who was tilting her chin with an air of pride. The inheritance of the reincarnation sword emperor? Indeed, Lin Sheng straightened his posture, his chest puffed with pride akin to his disciple. How could one not feel elated over something that astonished even a Dan sage? Such profound fortune indeed. Zhao Xinqing could only lament, having never anticipated that this disciple would possess such remarkable destiny. The young master is my greatest fortune. Luo Hongxi smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight, only to realize that her benefactor had vanished. When Shen Yun saw that Luo Hongxi was unoccupied, he exited the game. Let me try my blood refinement claw. He made his way to the gym on the second floor of the villa, ready to demonstrate the blood refinement claw. With the support of automatic training, he was well acquainted with this technique, but was still curious about its application. The blood refinement claw was exceedingly eerie. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed in the room like the wails of countless demons, quite unsettling. Benigning white bone claw. Shen Yun observed the 5 long claws sprouting from his fingers and felt somewhat vexed. It was evident he was no ordinary cultivator. He could already envision how others would gaze at him upon witnessing its execution. Nevertheless, the potency of this secret technique was indeed remarkable, far surpassing the third-tier intermediate mountain-shattering fist. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a cacophony of blaring car horns erupted outside the villa, accompanied by a voice from a loudspeaker. Zheng Xiyushi is conducting an investigation. Shen Yun of Villa 24, step outside. We suspect your involvement in the deaths of Zhou Qiao and her brother. Please cooperate with our investigation. So soon to come knocking, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. He sauntered to the balcony and beheld a black sedan emblazoned with Zheng Xiyushi parked outside the villa. 5 individuals clad in black emerged and entered through the villa's main entrance. Zheng Xiyushi, an organization targeting criminal cultivators, comprised members selected from the populace. However, their strength and foundation paled in comparison to the formidable Zenyaosi, which specialized in handling more serious situations. Upon witnessing Shen Yun leap down from the balcony, the woman at the forefront, possessing striking features, narrowed her eyes. I am Wang Li, captain of Zheng Xiyushi. Shen Yun, the records indicate you are merely a mortal. How do you explain this? Just a stroke of fortune. Shen Yun shrugged. Should I boast about such matters? Fortune? Bangli skufakuldli. Given your attitude, it seems you are unconcerned about Zhou Qiao's death. Could it be she knew of your fortune and you silenced her? You're being excessively presumptuous. Shen Yun furrowed his brows, fixing her with a gaze. When I received news of her incident, I was out shopping with my company associates. As for being concerned, why should I weep for a woman who bled my company dry? Enough. Wang Li waved her hand. Whatever needs to be discussed can be addressed at the station. Prior to their arrival, they had already visited the Tunglong company. Thus, they were aware of Shen Yun's alibi. The reason she sought to take him in was due to Zhou Qiao's father, Zhou Hong, having commissioned her. They had met at a business banquet, and over the years, she had received many benefits, this time having been well prepared. As long as they could bring in the most suspicious Shen Yun for coercive questioning with a secret drug, they were sure to yield results. Even without her, they could fabricate a confession, for Zhou Hong had the backing of powerful figures from the Tianjiao Club. One could only say that this young man had offended individuals he should not have. Upon seeing her produce the spirit-locking cuffs from her waist, Shen Yun's expression grew cold. After all this talk, you merely seek a pretext to detain me? The spirit-locking cuffs, invented by Zenyaosi, rendered low-tier cultivators devoid of spiritual energy, akin to mere mortals. Given her demeanor, he knew that if he were taken to Zheng Xiyushi, there would be no good outcome. I know not what you speak of. Currently, you are the prime suspect. Please accompany us. Wang Li, seeing his reluctance to cooperate, raised her hand in a signal. The 4 individuals behind her, armed with spirit-locking guns, aimed directly at Shen Yun. Shen Yun, you should be aware of the consequences of resisting Zheng Xiyushi. Please cooperate. You may call your company's lawyer. However, you will have to wait a full 24 hours for release. The 4 shared a concealed smirk. They had already secured Zhou Heng's promise. Should they manage to extract a confession from Shen Yun regarding Zhou Hao's murder, Zhou Hong would leverage the club's influence to strike against the Tunglong company, and the 5 of them would receive a handsome reward. You intend to bypass the rules and resort to force. Shen Yun glanced at the 4 glinting spirit-locking guns and the sullen-faced Wang Li, whispering ominously, Then you've indeed found the right person. Whoosh! He vanished from his spot. In an instant, a flurry of white claw shadows sliced through the moonlight like steel blades, darting past the armed individuals' bodies. Wang Li spun around abruptly. Ah! The chilling cries pierced the night sky. Blood splattered across Wang Li's face. Gazing at the remains of her 4 subordinates, now mere fragments, she stumbled backward in terror, her expression one of dread as she shouted at Shen Yun, You dare to kill members of Zheng Xiyushi? Chapter 28. Compensation? You shall repay with your lives. Yet the young man before her remained utterly unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he approached with measured steps. Wang Li, who had retreated repeatedly, stumbled over the stairs behind her, unable to maintain her balance despite her cultivation at the 6th level of the spirit-invoking realm. For the man before her, tall and bloodied in the moonlight, resembled a demon, fixating his gaze upon her. With every step he took, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped her, wrapping her in an abyss of fear, rendering her legs weak, devoid of the strength to rise. I advise you to remain calm. Wang Li, her face pale with dread, shouted, hoping to attract the attention of those nearby. We are merely acting according to protocol. Do not bring harm upon yourself. Shen Yun crouched before her, gripping her delicate neck with one hand, while the other trailed along her smooth cheek. Who has instructed you to target me so? Zhou Heng, we are merely, His claws grazed her skin, drawing forth a line of glaring crimson. My patience is quite limited. Shen Yun's fingers pressed firmly against her face. His tone frigid. I hope you'll be wise. 5 sharp claws pierced into her scalp, causing Wang Li to feel both pain and terror. Gasping as she cried out, do not kill me, I will speak. It was Zhou Heng. He suspects you are the killer and wishes to coerce you into confessing. Then, leveraging the connections of the Sea City Tianjiao Club's minister, I will assimilate your company. Perhaps the organization of the Tianjiao Club has instilled immense confidence in Wang Li. As her tone gradually softened, I've already stated, please spare me. I shall return and confess to the organization, accepting my punishment, helping you downsize this matter. However, should you choose to kill me, not only will the Town Repair Division and the Town Demon Division seek retribution, but the Tianjiao Club will also consider you an enemy. The young man's prowess was formidable, undoubtedly a practitioner at the 8th or 9th tier of the spirit guidance realm, although she felt outmatched. The powerful members of the 2 divisions had their methods to deal with Shen Yun, coupled with the formidable backing of the Tianjiao Club, which held significant influence in the gaming world. They were more than capable of intimidating him. Once I evade this calamity, I will ensure you pay dearly. Wang Li gazed at Shen Yun with a submissive expression. Rest assured, I am a woman of my word. If you harbor doubts, as she spoke, she shyly tore apart her black blazer, revealing astonishing curves encased in a red, wire-free ensemble. You may record a video for evidence. Do as you wish, but please, do not act impulsively. Wang Li was confident in her allure, prioritizing her life over all else. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp crack echoed. Shen Yun's 5 razor-like fingernails pierced her skull, crushing her cranium instantly. Ugh! Wang Li's face contorted in agony as she glared at him. Fear not. Zhou Heng will soon join you. Shen Yun rose, scattering the crimson and white remnants from his grasp. As for refining blood and enhancing his physique, he found it lacking in interest. Drinking from the divine essence spring was far more reliable. At that moment, Wang Li's phone buzzed in her pocket, a man's deep voice resonating. Shen Yun? Oh, so calm under pressure? Shen Yun retrieved the phone, noticing the call had already surpassed 1 minute. He was aware of Wang Li's subtle actions, initially suspecting an attack, only to realize she was calling for assistance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo Chengfeng, the head of the Sea City Town Repair Division. I have just conducted an investigation, and it appears you were indeed absent when Zhou Qiao was murdered. Furthermore, Wang Li's recent statements seem deliberately targeted at you. This matter does not involve you, and you will not be disturbed further. However, the actions of Wang Li's team in taking on private jobs do not represent the official stance. As you know, in these tumultuous times, the members recruited by the Town Repair Division are quite varied. I hope you can understand. Understand? Shen Yun responded nonchalantly, as long as I am not bothered. I will understand. A company with indecisive individuals is one thing, but a massive organization like the Town Repair Division is another matter entirely. Yet, this bore no relevance to him. He merely wished to be left undisturbed. I will send someone to warn Zhou Heng, as well as his backing. The Sea City Tianjiao Division's minister, Yi Xingchen. You may be aware of the Tianjiao Club. Frankly, my Town Repair Division prefers to avoid provoking that force. How about we let this matter rest? Clearly, you hold a favorable view of me. Shen Yun's eyes glimmered with insight. Nothing in this world comes without a motive. Such overtures must harbor ulterior intentions. Although I was not on site, your rapid arrival prevented anyone from deploying the town spirit gun, suggesting you have attained the gathering rotation realm's capabilities. Mo Chengfeng pondered for a moment before articulating his reasoning. I suspect you must have acquired some remarkable feedback items in the game. Otherwise, a company of this scale would not simply dismiss the situation, which is quite illogical, especially for someone as decisive as a recent graduate. Indeed, Shen Yun possessed wealth, but upon the game's launch, he was solely focused on gameplay, likely gaining benefits far surpassing mere monetary value. As for the specifics of the treasure, Mo Chengfeng was unaware. However, based on Shen Yun's demonstrated strength, it was undoubtedly impressive. If he were to develop fully, he would surely become a noteworthy talent. This was also why he was willing to confront the Sea City Tianjiao division head-on. You wish to investigate someone? It is quite simple. Fortunately, the funds Shen Yun has recharged will not appear in the data stream and have been kept confidential by Sun Xian mobile game. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be complications. How about this, Shen Yun? We will handle this matter, and, at the same time, we will request that they provide you with some form of compensation. That is unnecessary. That old fool's misfortune is his own doing. Shen Yun, if you kill him, it would be tantamount to slapping the Tianjiao Club in the face. Montauk Chengfeng exclaimed. Abruptly ending the call, his brow furrowed. Is the young man not being impulsive? If Zhou Hong is killed, even if Shen Yun did not slay Zhou Hao, the Tianjiao Club would not let it go lightly. This is akin to dancing before the tiger. Even I would be unable to dissuade Yi Xingchen. He instructed his assistant in the room. Immediately notify Zhou Hong to keep his distance. Dispatch 2 teams to the Zhou family and Zhou Corporation, should they encounter Shen Yun. Intercept him. I will rush over at the earliest opportunity to negotiate. Understood. After the others departed, a red-haired woman, who had been reclining on the sofa painting her nails, spoke up. Shen Yun shows no fear of the Tianjiao Club. He must have indeed committed the murder. Mo Changfeng nodded. The Zhou family is an ungrateful bunch. This matter is unlikely to conclude smoothly. Having reviewed the Zhou family's history, along with Wang Li's words and Shen Yun's current actions, he deduced that Shen Yun had likely surmised the Zhou family's intentions to swallow his company, prompting his lethal response. However, Shen Yun's audacity in disregarding the Tianjiao Club left him astounded. Go inform Yi Xingchen that I will protect Shen Yun. Zhou Hong brought this upon himself. And if he dies, so be it. The red-haired woman approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the nightscape of Sea City. Currently, with the emergence of a third-tier vampire king in Sea City, the town demon division is in dire need of personnel. Should Yi Xingchen dare to act against him, let the entire Sea City Tianjiao Club vacate the premises. Unlike the town repair division, the town demon division operates independently. The chief, Master Tian, and the deputy chief, Master Fu, are the pinnacle of martial prowess in Huaxia, with an exceptionally formidable background. Though the Tianjiao Club excels in the gaming realm, obtaining feedback items is not an easy feat. Members of the club in reality require time to develop their strength. As the captain of the Sea City Town Demon Division, she currently harbored no fear of Yi Xingchen. Yes, Captain Jiang. Mo Chengfeng swiftly extracted his phone to contact Yi Xingchen. Shen Yun, riding his white fox, surveyed the room filled with astonished faces, fixing his gaze on Zhou Hong and Yi Xingchen. It is fortunate you are all here. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. After finishing off Wang Li, he had come here to prevent the Town Demon Division from alerting anyone. To his surprise, he arrived just in time. The two were engaged in a meeting. Such an extraordinary steed would be a splendid addition to the club. Yi Xingchen, concealing her envy as she gazed at the white fox, turned her attention to Shen Yun. I am Yi Xingchen, the minister of the Tianjiao Club's division. Mo Chengfeng has already briefed me on your situation. I suspect it is merely a misunderstanding. Please state your desired compensation. I can also recommend you for membership in the Tianjiao Club. Yi Xingchen's tone remained calm, exhibiting no concern that Shen Yun would refuse. The Tianjiao Club is the most sought-after organization among players in Huaxia. Entry would confer immense advantages to one's gaming character. Undoubtedly, Shen Yun was a talent, and a wise individual would not decline the olive branch extended to him. To oppose the Tianjiao Club would be to invite self-destruction. As for Zhou Hang's orphan status, the deceased hold no value. Damn it, the betrayal is swifter than turning a page. Zhou Hong felt an urge to curse. Yet, the situation was beyond his control. He could only swallow his pride, clasping his fists toward Shen Yun. I am unaware of how those 2 children offended you. Joining the Tianjiao Club is out of the question. Shen Yun interrupted him with a smile that held an inscrutable quality. Fixing his gaze on Yi Xingchen, I actually wish to personally dismantle this force. You are audacious. Seething with rage, Yi Xingchen abruptly rose to his feet. Until now, no one had dared to address the members of the Celestial Club in such a manner. But then, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. For Shen Yun had vanished without a trace. You shall compensate with your lives. Suddenly, a chilling claw-like shadow sliced through Zhou Hang's neck, sending his head soaring into the heavens. Chapter 29. The Core of the Suppression Club. The terrifying cultivation speed of Ling Qing Snow. Attack. The cultivators within the room, upon witnessing Shen Yun's true form, immediately drew their spirit suppression guns to unleash a barrage, while others wielding magical artifacts launched their assaults. All their attacks converged into streams of light, hurtling towards Shen Yun, who stood behind Zhou Hong. However, the white fox beneath him was far too swift, darting through the gathered cultivators like a streak of white light. With a series of sickening thuds, the razor-sharp blood-red claws claimed one head after another. Moreover, an elder at the first level of the gathering spiral realm, a friend of Zhou Hong, was caught off guard, his head rolling to the ground without a moment's notice. Not a single bullet found its mark on the white fox. Its heightened senses had allowed it to evade all firearms before they were even fired. I possess a third-stage thunderbolt. Realizing the dire situation, Yi Xingchen bellowed, "If you kill me, you will undoubtedly perish in the ensuing explosion." He had miscalculated, never anticipating Shen Yun's ruthless nature, which left no room for negotiation. Fortunately, he held a third-stage superior thunderbolt, a force even cultivators at the condensation vein realm would hesitate to withstand. Yet, Shen Yun had no intention of relenting, swiftly clamping down on the white fox's midsection and launching himself towards the terrified Yi Xingchen. In a previous life, this very individual had exploited his connections to aid the Zhou family in seizing his company and imprisoning him. Today, slaying him would serve as mere interest owed. The total reckoning lay squarely on the shoulders of the Celestial Club. During his flight from justice, Shen Yun had intended to seek refuge within the Demon Suppression Division. But alas, his insufficient strength barred him from entry, forcing him to settle for the Infernal Repair Division. However, the might of the Celestial Club had swiftly branded him a wanted criminal online, preventing him from even joining the Infernal Repair Division. In this life, he would dismantle that organization without fail. Then let us perish together. As Yi Xingchen witnessed the white shadow closing in, his expression twisted with malice as he pressed the thunderbolt in his hand. As a core member of the Celestial Club, he had no desire to die. Yet under such dire circumstances, pleas for mercy were futile. He would drag his adversary down with him if it came to that. Foolishness. In a whisper that carried an air of foreboding, Shen Yun's claw swept across his neck, and the white fox beneath him vanished into the void. Boom! The thunderclap reverberated across the land. The powerful shockwave sent debris flying and dust swirling throughout the building. Not far away, atop a towering edifice, Shen Yun observed the myriad lights springing to life in the wake of the explosion, bending down to stroke the white fox's large head. "You truly are remarkable." Of course, the white fox squinted its eyes, relishing the moment as it nuzzled against his cheek. Let us depart. Shortly after the duo vanished, a fleet of black sedans came to a halt beneath the Zhou building. "MO2, we have arrived at Zhou's company, but a massive explosion has occurred. Yi Xingchen is also at Zhou's company. Go investigate." Understood. The young man who hung up the phone was filled with trepidation. If Yi Xingchen perished, this matter would escalate dramatically. They were aware that Mo Chengfeng was a member of the Demon Suppression Division, and with Captain Zhang's orders, safeguarding Shen Yun should not pose significant difficulty. However, this was contingent upon Zhou Heng's demise, while Yi Xingchen's safety was paramount. Should a branch leader of the club meet his end, the Celestial Club would not let the matter rest easily. This organization wielded immense power within the game. The characters bound to Yun Yang were all of the celestial rank, and should they rise to prominence later on, their energy would be terrifying, even in its nascent stages. Formidable figures lurked in the shadows, offering protection. If a crisis were to unfold, it would likely prove challenging for Captain Jiang to shield Shen Yun. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. The young man shook his head. Search thoroughly. Review all the building's surveillance footage. Yes. The group swiftly surged into the building to commence their investigation. Not far from a lamppost, a cloaked figure observed the lights illuminating the Zhou building, narrowing his pupils. The spiritual energy fluctuations of a third-stage artifact. Is this the foundation of the Celestial Club? It seems the Demon Suppression Division may also find them formidable. As a member of the Beast descending upon the Blue Star Mountain Range, he possessed exceptional intelligence, having infiltrated human society to prey upon numerous low-level cultivators, achieving a strength of third stage. However, tonight's thunderclap had served as a warning. He had initially assumed the vicinity was filled with pitifully weak prey, considering the Blue Star's spiritual energy had only recently begun to revive and remained rather sparse. Yet, it appeared there was more to this place than met the eye. It seemed prudent to remain hidden and develop cautiously. Suddenly, he detected a unique scent wafting through the air, causing his eyes to gleam with intensity. The scent of a spirit beast. With a leap, he soared through the night sky like a bat, landing upon the rooftop where the white fox had previously stood. The enticing aroma intensified, and once he pinpointed the source, he crouched down, transforming his nose into a bat-like snout, greedily inhaling the enticing scent. Hiss, 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 divine fragrance. Truly delectable. Spirit beasts ranked higher than demon beasts, as they naturally possessed inherited bloodlines. Should a demon beast consume and refine the bloodline essence within? Not only could it enhance its own cultivation, but it might also cleanse its innate qualities and comprehend the bloodline powers of its prey. In the realm of Shen Yun, spirit beasts were regarded as prodigies among the demon race. Yet here, no such restrictions existed. Even if he consumed it, no one would be the wiser. It must be on the verge of a breakthrough, unable to control its energy, leading to this leak. The bat demon scanned its surroundings, its brow furrowed. There is no trace of it in the air. It seems its speed is extraordinary. Even he lacked confidence in vanishing without a trace, which attested to the white fox's formidable prowess. Overcoming it would not be a simple task. Could the explosion be connected to it? The bat demon raised an eyebrow, gazing towards the smoke-emitting building. Perhaps there are clues left behind by the surveillance. With a flash of movement, he disappeared into the night. Upon returning home, Shen Yun found that the corpses and vehicles outside had already been dealt with, presumably thanks to Mo Chengfeng's notification to the property management. As he stepped into his room, the spiritual energy within him surged fervently. Darn, another breakthrough is imminent. The efficiency of these breakthroughs is truly exhilarating. Shen Yun swiftly retrieved 2 medium-grade spirit stones from his safe. Once I've utilized these stones, I will have to absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings for my breakthrough, which will significantly slow the pace. With that thought, he opened the game. Leave a message for Qing Snow to assist me in the search. Red Chi's cultivation speed was not as swift as hers, so he would allow the young girl to focus on alchemy and peace. The cost of player messages was quite low, merely 1 yuan to record a voice message. Having experienced the euphoria of rapid breakthroughs, he had no desire to relive the torturous, tortoise-like pace of his previous life as closed-door training. Speaking of which, aside from the game rewarding him with spirit stones, news of spirit stone veins had emerged in his past life. After sending the message, he mentally noted, I should take the opportunity to search for information online. Spiritual energy had been reviving for decades, and various nations had formed spirit stone veins to varying extents. Yet, prior to the launch of Seeking Immortality mobile game, no one was aware of this. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Shen Yun addressed the white fox. I shall break through first. You entertain yourself. Oh. The white fox cooed in a soft voice before burrowing into the bedding, leaving only its delicate nose exposed. Inhaling the comforting scent of its master, it closed its eyes and entered a meditative state. In the Xiantian continent, within the grand hall of the Yaoqi sacred land, the lord of the Yaoqi gazed at Ling Qingxue with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. In merely 2 days, you have ascended to the 5th level of the vast sea. Surrounding elders marveled as they circled her. Even with the physique of a holy maiden, achieving such a significant breakthrough in a single day is unprecedented. Her aura exuded a tranquility that suggested she had been cultivating for an extensive period. Was it not said that the holy body is exceedingly difficult to cultivate? Could it be that with the enhancement of her Tao body, her cultivation efficiency had surged? Yet there was an unspoken truth among the crowd. Despite Ling Qingshue's rapid advancement, the amount of spirit stone she consumed was staggering, exponentially higher than that of ordinary cultivators at her level, by hundreds, if not thousands of times. Chapter 30. The Transformation of the White Fox. My sister says purple is quite enchanting. In truth, I have been cultivating for nearly half a year. Ling Qingxue mused inwardly. The time-shrinking space tower is indeed miraculous. 1 day inside equals 2 months outside. Although the holy body is challenging to cultivate, her physique had been fully activated. And with the endowment of her Daokai talent and the assistance of her royal grade spiritual root, she cultivated with remarkable ease. It was time to venture forth to assist the young master in procuring the required items. She bowed respectfully to the lord of the Yaoqi. Esteemed lord, while my realm is now stable, I lacked genuine combat experience and was contemplating going out to hone my skills. Upon her emergence from seclusion, she had also received a message from the young master, indicating that she should take the opportunity to gather spirit stones and items. This was the first time the young master had left her a message, likely due to pressing matters at hand, providing her with a timely reminder. It was evident that the aura of goodwill accompanying these items was something the young master desperately needed. Thus, it was imperative for her to embark on her quest immediately. Very well, the lord of the Yaoqi nodded gently, offering her a word of caution. Should you encounter any danger during your training, do not hesitate to employ the life-preserving treasures bestowed by our sect. Do not think of it as wasteful. The protector, dressed in white, would stealthily follow her but would not disclose his presence to Ling Qingxue. He would only intervene in life-threatening situations or when she faced insurmountable challenges, to prevent her from becoming overly reliant. After all, one cannot cultivate a world-shattering powerhouse in a greenhouse. Yes, Qingxue takes her leave. After bidding farewell to the Lord, Ling Qingxue proceeded to the Yaoqi's Elder's Peak, inquiring if there were any suitable training locations available. Once she identified a fitting place, she intended to venture into the nearby bustling city to seek her fortune in acquiring goodwill items. The advantage of a grand sect is that even the most clandestine training grounds are documented. Soon, Ling Qingxue located a training site suitable for cultivators at the vast sea realm, the Qilin Mountain Underground Palace. As she descended the mountain, she encountered the Yaoqi Holy Maiden, Su Wan, approaching with a radiant smile. "Are you setting out for training, junior sister? May I accompany you?" Ling Qingxue did not decline Su Wan's kindness and clasped her hands in salute. "I would be most grateful, senior sister." Su Wan cheerfully took her hand. "No need for formalities. Who knows, one day I might have to call you senior sister too." Though Ling Qingxue was not the Yaoqi Holy Maiden, her status was hardly inferior, and her qualifications were indeed extraordinary, with an astonishing rate of breakthrough. However, even if Su Wan aspired to become the Holy Maiden, she would willingly step aside as long as it benefited the Yaoqi. Senior sister remains senior sister. Ling Qingxue had no desire to compete within the Yaoqi. Her sole focus was the young master, coupled with her determination to cultivate diligently for the chance to assist him. Such a dedicated cultivator, Su Wan noted, observing her genuine expression as she led her onto the flying vessel. "Where do you intend to train, junior sister?" "The Qilin Mountain Underground Palace. However, I wish to make a brief stop at the nearby Jinxiu city first." Ling Qingxue expressed her desire to visit the city's trading association to see if there were any goodwill spirit stones or items available. Very well. The flying vessel soared into the air, departing from the Yaoqi. Finally, he had broken through to the second level of the gathering spin. Shen Yun blinked his eyes open and glanced at his phone, noting the time. "It's only been 2 days. This progress is vastly swifter than in my previous life." Reflecting on the days when he had to cultivate in a furtive manner, fearing enemies would disrupt his efforts, he now felt remarkably at ease. Noticing the absence of the white fox in his bed, Shen Yun assumed the little creature had entered the beast master space. He picked up his phone to log into Seeking Immortal's mobile game, only to discover that the white fox was not present in the game, though the Q version avatar displayed 3 bold characters. Transforming. Transforming? Has she become human? He was filled with curiosity and called out toward the door. "White fox, come here." He heard a voice from outside, and a shimmering figure swiftly appeared by his side. The newcomer was a graceful, white-haired woman, her delicate features exquisitely crafted, exuding an ethereal purity, yet her slightly upturned eyes hinted at an alluring charm. The juxtaposition of these contrasting qualities on her visage was strikingly harmonious. Pure, yet alluring? Or rather, a kind of purity that reached its zenith, evoking immediate heart-fluttering feelings. This was evidently the transformed white fox, as 2 fluffy ears atop her head twitched ever so slightly. Having weathered many storms, Shen Yun was not easily swayed by the sight of the transformed white fox. Nevertheless, his heart raced uncontrollably, for this girl was adorned in the midnight attire of Zhou Qiao that had been kept in his wardrobe. The purple ensemble appeared new, likely untouched since it had been in the wardrobe, but it was far too provocative. Her pale, crystal-like skin paired with the bewitching purple attire created an overwhelming visual impact. Accompanied by matching stockings? "Your taste is quite remarkable." Even Shen Yun felt a rush of heat, quickly exclaiming, "You mustn't dress like this. Do you see anywhere on me that would suit such scanty attire?" The white fox shrank back, her ears drooping as if she had erred, softly murmuring, "The last time you had me smell your clothes, it was this style. I thought you'd like it." Coughing awkwardly, Shen Yun's face flushed. He had a variety of clothing. Only a few pieces of Zhou Qiao's outfits remained, and he had not anticipated the white fox's misunderstanding. However, after donning the outfit, her allure was undeniably heightened. He felt compelled to sing, "My sister says purple is quite enchanting." Yet this girl appeared so innocent. Clearly unaware of the implications of her attire, Shen Yun hastily opened the wardrobe and grabbed an oversized sweatshirt, draping it over her. From now on, such clothing should only be shown to someone you truly care for. It must not be displayed to outsiders. "But I like my master," the white fox pouted, looking up at Shen Yun with a sense of grievance. Standing at 175 meters, she gazed up at him, her posture displaying a pitiful vulnerability. "Do you understand what it means to like someone?" Shen Yun chuckled. "Come, let me show you some videos and information online." "Online?" The white fox followed him to the bedside, curiously watching as he retrieved the tablet. Possessing remarkable intelligence, she mastered the art of surfing the internet in less than half an hour. Upon discovering the meaning behind her outfit, a blush gradually crept onto her innocent face, and she disappeared from the room with the tablet in hand. "Cough, those bags in the living room contain new clothes I bought for you." "Oh my heavens! The white fox, hiding in another room, pressed her back tightly against the wall, her face burning with embarrassment. This is far too shameful. Master wouldn't think I intended to seduce him by dressing this way, would he? After all, she was a fox spirit, and such behavior could indeed be misconstrued. She tugged at the loose collar, and moments later, her delicate earlobes and neck flushed crimson. Oh no, this is utterly overwhelming. As she spoke, her petite, fair toes gripped the floor tightly. Not to mention, the split design of the outfit left little to the imagination, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. At long last, she felt utterly humiliated before her master. Chapter 31. The Naming of Shen Yun. Seeking assistance from the sacred land to procure items that enhance affection. Finally, she regained her composure. Shen Yun took a sip from the divine essence spring to calm his nerves. Truly, the allure of a fox spirit is undeniable, though fortunately, it was unintentional. Otherwise, after a few more encounters, even the discerning warriors of the Chow camp would likely falter, let alone him. He recalled that once the white fox transcended a significant realm, it would automatically unlock its racial divine abilities. Shen Yun picked up his phone and opened the chibi avatar of the white fox to check its profile. Beastling, nine-tailed fox. Gender, female. Bloodline quality, Emperor bloodline. Celestial fox clan. Current realm. Initial stage of pulsing veins, early third stage. Racial divine abilities, spatial flicker, spirit fox healing, void strangulation. Void strangulation, a celestial talent of the celestial fox clan, activating innate abilities using the source energy within, allowing the enemy to be ensnared by void energy, a formidable power. Status, gradually mastering transformation. The higher the realm, the longer the duration of maintaining human form. Void strangulation, such a potent ability. Shen Yun felt a surge of delight. The first two were skills for survival, and now this unexpected offensive technique significantly enhanced the white fox's lethality. Ding! Please bestow a name upon the transformed white fox. A name? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Come here, white fox. It's time for your naming. It's all right, master. I adore whatever names you give me. The white fox replied, perched at the door with her delicate lips pressed together, ears perked in anticipation. At this moment, she donned the elegant white ancient-style robe that Shen Yun had specially purchased for her, which suited her exquisitely. Yet, he wondered if she had changed her attire underneath. Cough. Shen Yun quickly curtailed his intrusive thoughts, stroking his chin as he pondered deeply. Let us go with the surname Bai. You are so enchanting, like a celestial maiden stepping forth from a painting. After a brief contemplation, he directly typed in 3 characters. By Shen Yun. Ding. Congratulations, player, on successfully naming. What a lovely name, master. Boisionat exclamed joyfully, gleeing over to Shen Yun's side. Her expression was slightly bashful, yet predominantly filled with delight. Clearly enamored with her new name. Haha, as long as you're satisfied. Shen Yun patted the bed beside him. Why don't you explore this world online while I indulge in a game for a while? Certainly, master, by Shen nodded, settling down and noticing that he was gazing into the void. I wonder what master is always engaged in, she mused, contemplating whether to search online. Feeling a tad distant, she stole a glance at Shen Yun and cautiously shifted closer, finally able to feel his warmth. Content at last, she leaned against the headboard, her knees propped on the tablet as she connected to the internet. Shen Yun was engrossed in the chibi character of Luo Hongxi, observing the girl with her arms crossed, rhythmically tapping her foot with an air of triumph. Indeed, she had every reason to revel in her success. Her alchemical success rate was a remarkable 100%, adding yet another elixir to her collection, a second-stage gathering spirit pill. As her alchemical skills and efficiency improved, the number of feedback pills would only increase. Shen Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. When the time came and he ran low on spirit stones, he could easily sell a few in the black market. The future seemed promising. Lacking a storage ring, Shen Yun refrained from taking out any elixirs. He then turned his attention to the chibi character of Ling Qingxue, who was currently in a private room at the treasure pavilion, inspecting the storage ring in her possession. Opening her profile, he was astonished to see she had already reached the 5th heaven of the Han Sea. TSK, the efficiency of spending money is indeed remarkable. In just 2 days, such an astonishing advancement had occurred. It wouldn't be long before this girl garnered fame across both realms. The key point was that as her cultivation level rose, the items Ling Qingxue encountered would also escalate in quality. As a player, Shen Yun would subsequently receive increasingly exquisite items as well. Inside the treasure pavilion, with nothing found, Ling Qingxue furrowed her brows, placing the storage ring on the table and addressing the shopkeeper across from her. Zhou, shopkeeper, may I inquire about other spirit stones? Oh. Zhou raised an eyebrow. This young woman had been personally sent by the saintess of the Yaoqi. Although her cultivation appeared somewhat low, her background was undoubtedly substantial. Notably, just days prior, another cultivator had made a similar request under the pretense of selling magical artifacts. This piqued his curiosity, sensing something unusual. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hun inquired with interest. Ling Daoist, a cultivator, came to me previously with a similar request. Might I ask what you're searching for? Upon hearing this, Ling Qingshue's heart raced. Could it be that their intentions align with my masteress? She had thought only her master would seek such items, yet to her surprise, others were as well. But soon, her master's gaze steadied her emotions, remained composed. Shen Yun understood that such matters could not be concealed, especially for a cultivator of Ling Qingshue's stature and background, who was well-informed and well-connected, as evidenced by the current scenario. However, he had already prepared a plausible explanation, and with the character's unwavering loyalty, he could simply echo the most popular sentiments from his previous life online. This young master, they are from the same plane. Yet those are merely minor paths, not worthy of mention. You may safely pursue your quest for items, even if the other party has viewed the spirit stones. There may still be some that evoke affection. After a thorough explanation, Ling Qingxue finally understood. To put it plainly, her master held a significantly higher status, overseeing the masses from the clouds, capable of bestowing her with emperor-grade treasures, while others lacked such capability. Moreover, items that enhance affection often correspond to individuals. If she could sense that an item evoked affection, it may not hold the same effect in another's hands. Thus, even if the other party had perused the spirit stones here, she could continue her search. As for how to explain this to the shopkeeper, a simple intimidation would suffice. I am here at my ancestors' behest. I am not well versed in these matters. Ling Qingxue offered an apologetic smile. The intention of the Yaoqi saint? Zhou's eyelids twitched, and he dared not inquire further, rising to invite her. If so, Taoist, please follow me. Should there be any business from Yaoqi in the future, I hope you will consider my treasure pavilion. This was indeed an opportunity. Ling Qingshue's eyes sparkled. It would be wiser to have the sacred land assist me. Given the sacred land's extensive network, a mere mention would attract numerous merchant guilds. At that point, she could simply sit back and select the spirit stones and items that enhanced affection. Contemplating this, Ling Qingxue feigned contemplation before speaking. I shall return to discuss this with my ancestor. If both parties can reach a collaboration, please remember to transport the spirit stones to Yaoqi for my inspection. The more, the better. This matter could be conveyed with a simple mention upon her return. The sacred land would undoubtedly be curious about her intentions for selecting spirit stones, and she could simply state it was for her cultivation needs. In a world of cultivation, everyone harbored secrets. Who would delve deeper? Zhou Wen merely engaged in polite conversation, never anticipating such a bountiful outcome, and could not help but express his delight with a respectful bow. Then I must trouble you, Taoist. Although the treasure pavilion was of considerable size, it had yet to qualify for a collaboration with a major force like the Sacred Land. The fact that this girl could directly converse with the saintess of Yaoqi left him both astonished and elated. Her background far surpassed that of the previous cultivator who had inquired about spirit stones. Soon, Ling Qingxue arrived at the warehouse where the spirit stones were stored within the pavilion. The room's wooden shelves housed over 100 spatial rings. After sending out her divine sense to probe through them, she found only 5 stones that enhanced affection, 2 low-grade and 3 mid-grade. An excellent harvest. She was quite satisfied with having secured them for Shen Yun. As Ling Qingxue exited the treasure pavilion, she quietly murmured, "Master, Qingxue will assist you in seeking out items after completing my trials in the Qilin Underground Palace. No matter, while seeking the necessary artifacts is crucial. The practice and honing of one's skills are equally significant. A judicious allocation of time will suffice," Shen Yun gently advised. "It is imperative to locate the feedback items, as these will enhance his recharge records. I wonder if Qingshue's current trial will enable me to elevate my VIP status to level 2. He harbored a faint anticipation of the powers that level 2 might bestow. Noticing that the Kirin Underground Palace would require some time to open, Shen Yun shifted his gaze to Bai Xiener, who sat beside him. Her silvery hair was tucked behind her ear as she intently focused on the tablet in her hands. Perhaps sensing Shen Yun's gaze, Bai Xiener's heart raced, and she suppressed the warmth rising in her cheeks with her cultivation. After all, the previous scene had been quite embarrassing. It is a pity that you cannot partake in the game. Otherwise, you would not find it so tedious, Shen Yun lamented. The game was exclusively designed for human players. Neither the summoned beasts nor the forthcoming practitioners could access it. It's all right, Master, Bai Xiener gently shook her head. I must cultivate every day anyway, and I wouldn't be able to play the game for long. Besides, accompanying you is not boring at all. Bai Xiener's voice was melodious and delicate, and combined with her bashful demeanor as she lowered her head, she appeared more like a sweet neighbor girl than a vixen. Indeed, Shen Yun smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Not everyone possessed his innate ability for automatic cultivation. Bai Xiener relished Shen Yun's touch, though she felt shy about expressing her enjoyment. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Shen Yun and said, "Master, I sensed a cultivator approaching during your breakthrough, but I drove them away. Could they be someone you know?" Chapter 32. The Overwhelming Might. A single blow to vanquish the prodigy. How did you send them away? Shen Yun inquired, his tone peculiar. Bai Xiener understood his concern. He was worried about her being exposed in her natural form. His thought made her blush deeply. "No, master, I merely used my aura to frighten them off." The intruders were a man and a woman, claiming to be from the Demon Suppression Division. They requested that you check the latest news regarding the Zhou Corporation, suggesting that someone is deliberately causing you trouble. The Zhou Corporation is troubling me? Shen Yun's face contorted in confusion as he opened a search engine. He recalled that upon entering the company, he had destroyed the surveillance cameras inside, employing the same technique he used to eliminate the Zhou siblings. Even if the Demon Suppression Division was aware that he had killed Yi Xingqian, Bai Xiener's tone did not suggest that they were looking for trouble. As Shen Yun typed in Haiqing, Zhou Corporation explosion, his brows furrowed deeply. The search box immediately returned a trending entry. Once confirmed, the tablet screen was flooded with reports on the incident. Each report was accompanied by a grainy surveillance video. However, the footage did not capture him inside the Zhou Corporation, but rather showed the explosion from a nearby rooftop, where Bai Xien and he had been. A camera positioned nearby had recorded his silhouette. Explosion. Haiqing witnesses a colossal mount player. The mount appears to be a fox, possessing a teleportation ability. Due to the blurriness of the surveillance footage, the identity of this individual remains unverified. The Zhou Corporation explosion case is suspected to be related to him. From the information gathered about the beast cubs, the teleportation capability of the Haiqing White Fox is deemed the most practical. Insider rumors suggest this was a premeditated act of violence. The content was a hodgepodge, with some even digging up details about his involvement with Zhou Xiaoqiao, branding him as the murderer. However, at his level of cultivation, personal vendettas were no longer a matter for the local authorities. Moreover, Mo Qingfeng had already stated that he would not interfere with him. No matter how much the online rumors swirled, they would not affect him. The angle of the footage was quite cunning. Shen Yun noted that the most popular and earliest report had been published merely minutes after the explosion. How quickly they pinpointed his location at that moment. The orchestrator behind this was indeed quite capable. If it isn't the Demon Suppression Division, could it be the prodigies from the Celestial Club? After browsing for a while, he closed the news. Regardless of which faction it might be, he felt no fear. Since the puppet master was so eager to expose him, it was only a matter of time before they revealed their true colors. "Is everything all right, master?" Bai Xiener asked with concern. "Do not worry. It is merely a trivial matter." Shen Yun playfully pinched her delicate nose, only to see her radiate a soft white glow. "Master, I must transform back." With a swish, her delicate form swiftly shrank, her garments falling onto the bed, revealing a beautiful little fox. Once her cultivation improved, she would be able to maintain her human form for extended periods. Shen Yun embraced the white fox, gently stroking its fur. "Master seems to enjoy my transformed appearance," Bai Xiener said with a satisfied squint. Having always feared her natural form was unattractive. Meanwhile, in the game, Ling Qingxue had entered the Kirin Mountain Underground Palace alongside a multitude of cultivators. The Kirin Mountain Underground Palace had a long-standing history, rumored to be a palace built by a fire Kirin that resided there. However, entry to this underground palace was restricted to cultivators from the Hanhai realm. Others would be met with fierce attacks from the palace's prohibitions, which could extinguish even the strongest of saints, making it exceedingly perilous. The last opening had occurred centuries ago, with tales of individuals discovering the Fire Kirin's racial divine ability, the Burning Sky Flame. Unfortunately, it had resulted in numerous fatalities at that time. It was a gruesome affair. At the entrance of the underground palace, thousands gathered, discussing the bifurcated paths ahead. This is a divine fire capable of incinerating all things. It could even scorch the heavens. It is beyond our reach. Finding a few treasures would be a stroke of luck. Be wary of the fiery corpses within the underground palace. Many cultivators who have entered here before were burned to soulless puppets by the burning sky flame, their strength formidable. With her keen hearing, Ling Qingxue followed the flow of people into one of the underground palace's passageways. She hoped to find favorable artifacts. As she ventured deeper, she encountered fiery corpses and tested their strength, discovering them to be genuinely weak. She then activated her path-clearing mode. Her physique was indeed formidable. Shen Yun watched in awe as Ling Qingxue effortlessly crushed her way through the underground palace. Many of the burnt fiery corpses possessed Han-Hai realm cultivation. Yet they faltered within a single exchange against Ling Qingxue. The finger techniques she had learned from the Yaoqi were executed with such precision that they resembled a laser gun, knocking one down with each shot. Moreover, the girl did not seem to tire, appearing as if she were expending no energy at all, her internal spiritual energy abundant. The nine heavens' holy body indeed possessed extraordinary vigor. As she delved deeper, the various passages of the underground palace began to converge. However, only a select few elite cultivators had reached this point, merely a dozen or so, all engaged in battling the powerful fiery corpses along the path. Suddenly, a massive plume of crimson flame erupted from the depths of the pitch-black underground palace. Where the flames passed, the corpses of the fallen and treasures were reduced to ash. The suffocating aura of destruction caused the faces of the present cultivators to change drastically as they instinctively retreated. This is not good. It is the burning sky flame of the fire Kirin. Alarmingly, the fiery corpses were unaffected by the flames. Instead, their strength surged significantly, and they charged forward with reckless abandon. This place is no longer safe. The crowd dared not linger. Yet their peripheral vision caught sight of two figures dashing into the fiery inferno ahead. It is the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and the prodigy Chu Feng from the Lianyan Mountain Manor. They were unafraid of the burning sky flame, witnessing the two disregard the flames as they charged deeper into the underground palace. The crowd was astonished. Though the peak of this burning sky flame is not at its zenith, its power remains terrifying. Such formidable protective measures. A mere encounter revealed the disparity in both factions' depths and strength. The two figures moved with astonishing speed. In mere moments, they traversed the lengthy corridor of flames, arriving at a vast underground plaza. As Ling Qingxue touched down, she beheld the source of the blazing inferno, which astonishingly manifested as a fire seed transformed into a fire qilin. Indeed, it was the fire source of the fire qilin. Chu Feng from the refining flame manor, upon witnessing the illusion of the fire qilin turn to flee, hurriedly dashed forward. If the fire qilin were still alive, none would dare covet its treasures. However, this fire source had long been diminished by the river of time, granting them a fleeting opportunity. He cast a sidelong glance at the unfaltering Ling Qingxue not far away, a faint smile gracing his lips. Friend, if you choose to retreat today, while my companion attains enlightenment, I may speak a few words on your behalf to the Yaoqi. Ling Qingxue's gaze sharpened, her tone markedly colder. This treasure is mine for the taking. I advise you not to interfere. While the other party might indeed be acquainted with promising prodigies, the ancestors of Yaoqi had proclaimed her potential for enlightenment as well. Who was to fear whom? The flickering flame stirred a sense of goodwill within her, and its quality seemed exceptional. She must secure it for her master. Anyone who dared to hinder her acquisition would become her adversary. Coincidentally, I require it as well. Chu Feng shrugged, and since she would not heed his counsel, they would rely on their own capabilities. This woman was undeniably swift, yet her cultivation stood at the fifth layer of the vast sea. With his perfected mastery of the vast sea realm, it would merely take him some time to deal with her. Thus, there was nothing more to discuss. In an unexpected turn, Ling Qingxue flickered and abandoned her pursuit of the flame, charging directly toward Chu Feng. In light of this, Chu Feng glanced at the fleeing fire source, and, fixing his gaze on the advancing Ling Qingxue, spoke with a menacing tone. I shall deal with you first. How dare she, with a lower cultivation, exhibit such obstinacy? Does she truly consider the disciples of his sect mere trifles? Yet in a flash, Ling Qingxue erupted into full speed, instantaneously appearing before him and delivering a punch. The speed of this movement, akin to traversing distances in an instant, caused Chu Feng's pupils to constrict. What terrifying speed! He barely had time to summon a defensive shield with his divine sense, but her pristine white fist, cutting through the air with a piercing roar, collided with the shield. Naively, he thought, this is my 8th grade defensive shield. Chu Feng anticipated the recoil would send her flying, allowing him to counterattack. But in the next moment, boom, an unparalleled force surged from the shield, severing the connection between him and the shield, leaving his face pale and filled with shock. How is this possible? Why is she so strong? Whoosh! The shield was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing into Chu Feng's body. Spitting blood, he resembled a lifeless fish as he collided with a nearby wall and crumpled to the ground. At that moment, disbelief etched across Chu Feng's features. As a fellow prodigy, he had been utterly overwhelmed by a single punch. It was sheer humiliation. Shen Yun savored a sip of the divine essence, spring water, reflecting on how this girl, once struggling, now radiated brilliance. Indeed, it evoked the satisfaction of a father witnessing his child grow. Shen Yun paused mid-sip, realizing that the man who had just spat blood bore the embroidered character, Tian, on his sleeve. This was the mark of a member of the Prodigy Club. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Members of the Prodigy Club were indeed bound to numerous exceptional characters, some with potential for enlightenment. Yet, in his eyes, those individuals were merely stepping stones for Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, since you've taken action, eliminate him directly. Young master, that is precisely my intent. Ling Qingxue declared as she unleashed a powerful punch toward the despairing Chu Feng. Having spent years in exile, she understood that individuals with such formidable backgrounds, once offended, were best dealt with swiftly to avoid future repercussions. No. Chu Feng screamed in despair. I am willing to withdraw from the competition. Please have mercy. His foresight had assured him of safety today. How had he stumbled into such a life-or-death predicament? Smack! The punch print continued unabated, obliterating Chu Feng's body in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. Chapter 33. The Imperial Beast Cheelant's Divine Ability. The Blazing Flames of Destruction. Damn it. This female cultivator is also bound to a player. A sharp voice echoed within an office. The 7 individuals present immediately turned their attention to her. What is it? Xiaoni? Why are you crying? Yes, Xiao and I. What grievance have you suffered? Brother will take care of it. As members of the Prodigy Club, they functioned as a cohesive unit, sharing resources and facing challenges together. Moreover, Xiao and I was exceptionally beautiful, and her character's qualifications were among the finest within their ranks. However, her next words plunged the room into silence. My character has been killed. Upon uttering this, she broke down in tears, having utilized daily intelligence, only to find no indication that her character would perish within the secret realm. There was only one possibility. This Yaoqi cultivator, named Ling Qingxue, had also been bound to a player. Under such circumstances, players could not deduce information about one another's characters. This phenomenon had been documented in numerous online posts, where many had encountered similar situations. Mystics speculated that this was a special protection bestowed by the heavenly Tao on game characters, preventing others from extrapolating information about them. Yet, should the two parties meet, the consequences remained uncertain. A character's death? That would mean ruin for them. Many in the room now regarded Xiao and I with altered expressions, some even displaying inexplicable lewd smiles. Unless Xiao Ni's next bound character was of prodigy caliber, the club would not support idlers. Yet, the chances of that were slim. In some cities, there were no club members at all. The vastness of the Xiantian continent in the game, coupled with its immense population, rendered the situation dire. With billions of players from Blue Star entering, the number of bound characters was but a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning. Were it not for the special favors granted by the heavenly Tao to players, according to the words of the Xiantian cultivators, only a few geniuses might emerge among the billions. Yaoqi disciples, the onlookers regarded Xiao Ni's screenshot, quietly noting this character, deciding to deliberate at the club's next assembly whether to dispatch game characters to target this woman. In the case of ordinary matters, they could resolve them internally. However, a character capable of defeating prodigies was not one they could provoke at will. Having found no favorable items, Ling Qingxue inspected Chu Feng's storage ring before swiftly heading toward the location where the blazing fire source was concealed. Her physique was exceptionally sensitive. How could a flame, radiating with the sun's fervent energy, evade her detection? This was precisely the confidence that allowed her to confront Chu Feng while temporarily disregarding the blazing fire source. Indeed, within 5 minutes, Ling Qingxue located the blazing fire source, hidden upon an altar in the subterranean palace. Her appearance seemed to startle the fire source, causing its flames to flicker nervously. You cannot escape my perception. Ling Qingxue approached with a smile, but her brow furrowed upon witnessing the fire source merge into a transparent, shimmering jade bone upon the altar. The jade bone stood nearly half a person tall, exuding an ancient aura. Once the blazing fire source fully integrated, a resonant hum echoed, and the archaic, powerful presence enveloped the entire subterranean palace. Due to their proximity, Ling Qingxue could even feel a terrifying pressure emanating from the jade bone. In a mere moment, she was sent flying by this overwhelming force. The trial ladder of Yaoqi bore no offensive capability, yet here, the pressure felt as if a powerful being had descended, utterly insurmountable, truly formidable. Upon landing, Ling Qingxue gazed in disbelief at the towering jade-like skeleton rising before her. Upon the altar appeared a colossal, flame-wreathed fire cheelan. Yet, it was but a mere phantom. The resplendent white bone was the very thigh bone of this mythical creature. The fire Qilin's eyes, reminiscent of abyssal cold pools, fixated silently upon Ling Qingxue. Even in its silence, one could unmistakably sense the overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from it. Could it truly be the bone of Qilin? Despite her suspicions, the sight left Ling Qingxue utterly astounded. The Qilin, one of the 7 great imperial beasts of ancient lore, was said to possess the strength to combat emperors in its maturity, boasting terrifying prowess. However, such accounts were from millions of years past. Thereafter, the bloodlines of the 7 great imperial beasts appeared to have been cursed, with even mature specimens attaining merely quasi-emperor status. This fire Qilin had perished before reaching adulthood. For the purple-gold radiance and divine patterns emanating from its leg bone indicated it had only achieved the level of a great sage. Ling Qingxue sensed that the phantom of this fire Qilin was unwilling to allow her to take the leg bone or the source of the burning sky fire. Predecessor. She clasped her fists in salute. I must take this source of burning sky fire. The fire Qilin's eyes narrowed. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding void ignited with a fierce conflagration, far surpassing the flames encountered in the previous passage. The subterranean palace was transformed into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. What was even more alarming was the sound of the void cracking under the intense heat, a bone-chilling resonance. Yet, Ling Qingxue stood unafraid, her resolute visage reflecting unwavering determination. I have stated that I must take it today, regardless of the cost. Thunderous roars echoed within her being, a sound akin to mountains collapsing. The surging blood within her caused her garments to flutter, and an intangible, formless shadow, seated amidst the stars, hovered behind her. The 9 heavens' sacred body's Daoka was fully activated. Bathed in radiant holy light, she was enveloped by the sounds of the great Tao, resembling an ethereal being descending to the mortal realm, as she stepped boldly into the inferno. Hiss! Billowing smoke ascended from her manifestation. Though she appeared unscathed, the connection between her manifestation and her consciousness meant that even a mere touch with the flames left her drenched in cold sweat. On the altar, the fire Qilin's vacant eyes flickered with a hint of life as they fell upon the void manifestation. The sacred body, Daoka, its voice, deep and resonant with the weight of ages, lingered in the grand hall. After a prolonged gaze at the void manifestation behind Ling Qingxue, the fire Qilin spoke softly. Young one, you are not the destined one I have chosen. Withdraw. Ling Qingxue remained silent, stepping forth once more, her determination palpable. The flames receded like a tide, encircling only the crystalline white bone at a distance of 10 feet. The manifestation of the sacred body Daoka was indeed formidable, yet it remained in its formative stage. The fire Qilin did not wish to damage its foundation. Though its power was diminished, the inferno it conjured was far beyond what this young girl could withstand. Prolonged exposure would surely lead to harm. Ling Qingxue, understanding the fire Qilin's good intentions, breathed a silent sigh of relief and bowed. Thank you for your protection, esteemed predecessor. Her strength, after all, was somewhat lacking. Yet, as she raised her head, a brilliant purple divine radiance erupted from her brow. The aura, an Imperial Weapon. Ling Qingxue fixed her gaze upon the fire Qilin, whose eyes reflected surprise, and declared, Predecessor, I apologize. I have my reasons for needing this treasure. Even if it meant standing against the world, today she would claim this supreme artifact. Chapter 34. A mere fragment of the Imperial Array. I shall seal it with a thought. Your fortune is indeed profound. Such actions may be excessive. The old Qilin shook its head, lamenting the girl's greed. Moments later, a resplendent light erupted from beneath the fire Qilin's feet on the altar. The overwhelming fluctuations of the formation caused the entire subterranean palace to tremble. Particularly, the rich purple energy radiating from the formation left Ling Qingxue's face paling in shock. An Imperial-level teleportation array. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that the teleportation array on the altar was severely damaged and likely only a fragment of the Imperial array. Young master, what shall we do? Shen Yun was equally bewildered. This old fellow actually had a backup plan? To lose such a powerful ability of the fire Qilin, just like that. He felt an immense pang of regret. A mature fire Qilin could contend with emperors. The burning sky fire was undoubtedly formidable. If it vanished, he would likely be unable to sleep. Fortunately, a recharge prompt appeared on the game interface, jolting him from his despair. Ding. Limited time recharge offer. Recharge 28,888. Temporarily seal a fragment of the Imperial array beneath the Qilin's feet. Note, detecting the fire Qilin's firm intent. Sealing the grand array may endanger the source of burning sky fire. Other recharge offers may be combined for a comprehensive strategy to acquire the treasure. Combo Strike 1. Recharge 52, 888, altering the character Ling Qingshua's identity. Predecessor Qilin, I am the destined one you await. Special offer Super Invincible Overbearing Strike. With this punch, even a fire Qilin cannot withstand. Recharge 2, 888, 888. Granting character Ling Qingxue the ability to declare, I have said this treasure is mine, and thus it is mine. Clearly, only the Super Invincible Overbearing Strike could guarantee the acquisition of the item. It was merely a marketing tactic, a money-grabbing scheme. Thankfully, he was affluent. Click, click, click. Shen Yun clicked 3 times to select all. The first 2 would merely increase his spending limit, boosting his VIP level. Then he spoke nonchalantly, do not panic. A mere fragment of the Imperial Array, I shall seal it with a thought. A thought seal. Ling Qingxue was electrified by this declaration, her hair standing on end. To halt the Imperial Array teleportation, her young master was truly formidable. In the next moment, a colossal seal character abruptly materialized beneath the Altar-S teleportation array, freezing even the raging flames of the Fire Qilin. How could a fragment of the Imperial Array be sealed? The Fire Qilin's eyes widened in shock as it gazed at the girl before it. The Imperial Array was nothing. My young master possesses even greater powers. At this moment, Ling Qingxue felt emboldened, her face aglow with confidence. For within her mind, there lingered a profound imprint of the laws bestowed by her young master, the ability to manifest her will. Without hesitation, Ling Qingxue gazed at the Fire Qilin and proclaimed, Predecessor, I have declared that I desire the source of burning sky fire. Therefore, it is mine. As her words fell, a resplendent surge of divine light erupted from the Qilin's great bone, followed by a fiery stream gracefully landing in the outstretched hand of Ling Qingxue. The flames felt devoid of any ominous aura of destruction, behaving as gently as a tender sprout, calmly hovering in the air. At last, Ling Qingxue beamed with delight as she beheld the source of burning sky fire in her hand. My young master is truly formidable. A mere utterance severed the connection between the Fire Qilin and the source of burning sky fire. Such power was simply overwhelming. With such astonishing abilities, her young master must be a true immortal in the world. Ling Qingxue felt the weight of pressure upon her. Even if she reached the imperial level, she would likely find herself in his shadow. Yet, she remained confident, for her young master had always silently supported her from behind. Was this the will of heaven? The Fire Qilin watched in awe as the source of burning sky fire drifted away from it. At this moment, it had severed all ties with the accompanying fire source, leaving its tone imbued with profound melancholy. Such extraordinary capabilities extinguished its lingering obsessions, freeing it from the torment of awaiting the destined one. So be it. Perhaps you possess the ability to seek out the celestial demon Emperor, as the phantom of the Fire Qilin gradually faded from the altar. Meanwhile, the translucent leg bone of the Qilin lay quietly upon the altar. Young master, do take a look. How is the quality of this fiery artifact? Ling Qingxue, cradling the flames in her hands, gazed into the void with eager anticipation. Feedback on the artifact, source of the burning heavens, one of the 7 imperial beasts. The Fire Qilin's accompanying divine object. Description, a transcendent divine object capable of incinerating all things in the universe. At the pinnacle of its power, it can make an emperor change countenance. Special effect, exceptional in restraining malevolent forces. Control method, through will. Quite an impressive little trinket. It is enough that the young master finds it satisfactory. Ling Qingxue beamed with radiant satisfaction, finally having discovered a treasure that elicited praise from the young master. Shen Yun's outward calm belied an inner joy that he struggled to contain. This was a treasure capable of making an emperor turn pale. Were it not for the desire to display his prowess before Ling Qingxue, he might have laughed uproariously. Extracting feedback artifact, source of the burning heavens. Moments latte. The gaming projection rippled, and the flame in Ling Qingshue's grasp slowly ascended, appearing before Shen Yun's eyes. This trial had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. With a mere thought, the source of the burning heavens entered his body. Regaining his composure, Shen Yun observed the trembling walls of the underground palace, now marred with cracks, and cautioned, Qingxue, be careful and depart swiftly. After surveying her surroundings, Ling Qingxue waved her hand to summon the Qilin leg bone. The leg bone was massive. The slenderest end was too large for her single hand to grasp, the tip larger than her head. Nevertheless, it was a formidable holy weapon, likely excellent for using against foes. Noticing the remnants of the imperial formation still etched upon the altar, she decided to take it as well. Perhaps I might glean some insights from it. In her past, She collected all resources for her own use. Though the altar seemed useless, she could not bear to see it destroyed. After confirming there was nothing else to collect, Ling Qingxue vanished from the site, racing toward the entrance of the underground palace. As a throng of cultivators erupted from the underground palace, the Qilin Mountain erupted with a deafening roar. This signified that the long-standing secret realm of the Qilin Mountain had become a matter of history. Chapter 35. One requires skill to navigate the outside world. Master cannot be touched. Why hasn't Chu Feng emerged yet? The cultivators from Lianyan Mountain Manor, witnessing the collapse of the Qilin Mountain Range, were agitated and restless. Those who emerged said he encountered the burning heavens flames. We do not know what fate has befallen him. Look, it is that Yaoqi cultivator. The crowd turned their gazes toward the exit of the underground palace, where a woman donned in Yaoqi's platinum attire shot forth. However, she appeared disheveled and in a state of distress. Young friend, an elder from Lianyan Mountain Manor appeared, his tone urgent. Do you know the fate of Chu Feng, who pursued the burning heavens flames? Ling Qingxue clasped her hands in respect, her heart still trembling. Returning to the esteemed elder, that fellow was consumed by the flames. I barely managed to escape. Navigating the outside world requires a certain finesse. Otherwise, she would not have survived thus far. Even joining Yaoqi was a prudent choice. Consumed by flames, the elder's eyes turned dark, and the disciples accompanying him paled in shock. Although they had anticipated such a possibility, the reality was still unbearable. Chu Feng was one of Lianyan Mountain Manor's 2 outstanding disciples, who had recently forged connections with many prodigies of great powers. He was poised for a meteoric rise, and yet he had perished so suddenly. Another prodigy had fallen. The assembly of cultivators shook their heads in lamentation. What did it matter if one was a prodigy? The world of cultivation was merciless. Shen Yun observed the elder from Lianyan Mountain Manor, whose expression was inscrutable, secretly hoping, "You old fool, better take action. Let me spend some more." This time he had invested over 370,000, just a little over 100,000 away from upgrading to VIP level 2. Unfortunately, the elder did not dare to act. This was due to the fact that the woman before them was a disciple of Yaoqi. Perhaps it was Chu Feng's fate to encounter such calamity. The elder sighed, leading his disciples away, until Ling Qingxue boarded her flying vessel and departed. A disciple from Lianyan Mountain Manor transmitted a message. Elder, are we just going to let her go? What else can we do? Do you dare to act against a disciple of Yaoqi in broad daylight? The elder's tone grew cold. Had it been an obscure cultivator, he would have acted without hesitation. But this was a disciple of a sacred ground. To act recklessly in public would invite the wrath of Yaoqi, which Lianyan Mountain Manor could not withstand. This young woman exuded a profound aura. She might have acquired the source of the burning heavens. The elder's eyes gleamed with a flicker of insight. Return and inquire how the Lord will handle this. Understood. Boredom settled over Shen Yun. Well then, I shall amuse myself with the source of the burning heavens. Currently, Ling Qingxue was not in any danger. Even if he logged out, he would still receive game alerts if his character encountered peril. After exiting the game, Shen Yun raised his right index finger, and a flicker of red flame ignited at its tip. The flame danced in the breeze, its crimson hue radiating a divine brilliance. The subdued, burning heavens flames were remarkably gentle, devoid of any rage or heat. In the past, even contemplating the acquisition of such a quality artifact would have been unthinkable. Shen Yun grinned, shaking his finger as the flames flickered dazzlingly. Awu, the white fox by Sienna, nestled in his arms, seemed startled and with a burst of white fur, darted behind his neck to scrutinize the flames. Such a dangerous aura. Is this the feedback artifact you obtained from a game? Having some familiarity with the Seeking Immortality mobile game, she immediately thought of the game feedback upon seeing Shen Yun produce such perilous flames. Do not worry. It cannot harm me. With a mere thought, the source of the burning heavens transformed into a streak of light and entered his body. Only then did Sienna dare to slide down from his embrace, her expression tense as she gazed at him. Is it really not dangerous, master? It emanates a destructive aura, as if it could incinerate anything. Of course. Shen Yun chuckled, cradling her affectionately and waving his index finger before her eyes. Look. Sienna leaned in, inhaling with her delicate nose, and confirmed there were indeed no wounds. Huh. Seeing her expression filled with concern, Shen Yun affectionately nuzzled his cheek against hers. Today had been a resounding success. The little fox was so thoughtful, truly a delight on this joyous occasion. Sienna felt a bit shy, yet she sensed Shen Yun's happiness, her eyes narrowing in joyful contentment. By the way, it's time to feed you something. Shen Yun suddenly remembered he was still a caretaker and rose to approach the safe. Sienna had broken through. Surely, she lacked energy. No worries, master. I can venture into the mountains to find spirit materials to eat. That would be too dangerous. Shen Yun opened the safe and retrieved a 6-tier, nourishing heart flower and a vial of divine essence spring. You saw the code just now. If you want to eat, take it yourself in the future. This is undiluted divine essence spring, extremely rich in spirit. Be careful when consuming it. With the loyalty of the contracted spirit beast maxed out, he had no concerns about betrayal. Sienna noticed there wasn't much spirit spring left and shook her head. Save the spirit spring for you, master. I'll just eat this flower. You need to grow stronger as well. This must be a feedback artifact, and it must have been difficult to obtain. No waities. Just 1 drop is enough to dilute a whole bottle. We'll have enough for both of us in the early stages. Shen Yun extracted a jade vial and diligently diluted its contents for Sienna. Although the substance was immensely precious, he was confident that he could acquire even greater treasures in the future. Furthermore, the divine essence spring was primarily intended for foundational enhancement, and its efficacy would gradually diminish over time. Thus, consuming it was not a matter of great consequence. Upon handing the diluted spring water to her, Sienna joyfully swayed her 3 foxtails and exclaimed, "Thank you, master." "There's no need for such formality," Shen Yun responded, admiring the beauty of her tails. Curiosity prompted him to gently stroke the newly sprouted tail. "By the way, is this tail a result of your breakthrough?" "Master, don't." Baixian Gaspit, abandoning the vial and swiftly retreating into the Beastmaster's space. Observing a darkened patch on the luxurious carpet, Shen Yun awkwardly picked up the fallen vial, tightening the cap with feigned nonchalance. "Ahem, from now on, feel free to serve yourself." Goodness, was this truly the Achilles heel of a 9-tailed fox? Inside the space, Sienna dared not lift her head, covering her face with her small paws and wrapping herself in her 3 tails, responding timidly, "Ooh, I'm doomed. I've embarrassed myself again." She had let her guard down around her master, completely unprepared for this turn of events. The earlier awkwardness of dressing was now overshadowed by an even greater embarrassment. How could she possibly face the outside world now? Once Shen Yun tidied up, he took out his phone to check his messages. The member of the demon suppression department who had sought him earlier was likely Mo Changfeng, who could easily obtain his number. With his phone set to silent, he had numerous missed calls and messages. After perusing a few, his finger paused over one. "Mr. Shun, this is Mo Changfeng. We have identified a suspicious individual who uploaded your video online. This person is likely the 3rd-tier blood-sucking demon king recently seen in Haicheng. A household camera across from the Zhou Corporation was dismantled, and we detected residual demonic energy left behind. Currently, we have personnel stationed near your villa. It would not dare approach." A blood-sucking demon king, Shen Yun's eyes gleamed with intensity. In his previous life, this vampire bat demon was notorious in Haicheng. Numerous cultivators had fallen prey to it, drained of their vitality, and the demon suppression department had repeatedly attempted to hunt it down, only to be evaded while losing many formidable individuals. Its strength had escalated rapidly. It was astonishing that this creature's senses were so acute, able to detect Sienna's position that day. Moreover, the exposure of his identity online suggested that the demons sought information about him. However, with the demon suppression department's personnel near his home, this bat demon might be in a vulnerable developmental stage, cautious enough not to act. It was time to have them withdraw. The second game update was imminent. Shen Yun glanced at the time, 6:47 p.m. At 7 p.m., the entire world would descend into chaos due to the game update, and he gazed contemplatively out at the encroaching night. The reason for his concern was simple. The primary focus of this update pertained to feedback items. Players, upon slaying those demonic beasts that had preyed upon humans in reality, would receive feedback cards equivalent to the level of the slain beasts. These cards could be exchanged directly for items of the same quality from their character's inventory. Clearly, this update expanded the avenues for players to acquire cultivation items, thereby enhancing their strength and survival capabilities. However, hunting beasts that had previously consumed humans would not be an easy task. Take, for instance, the bat demon in Haicheng. It possessed intelligence and formidable power, compelling players to carefully assess their own capabilities before attempting to hunt it. Yet, for Shen Yun, this posed no challenge. Should the bat demon dare to come, the newly acquired burning sky flame would easily send it flying. Not to mention, he also had Sienna and the 8th-tier mid-grade heart-guarding mirror at his disposal. Its arrival would serve as a prime opportunity to earn some cards. Just as Shen Yun contemplated sending a message to Mo Changfeng to withdraw his people, he raised an eyebrow. Sending a message now, right before the game update, might lead them to suspect he possessed foresight. It would be wiser to wait. Caution is never a fault, especially with several minutes to spare. Soon, the clock struck 7 p.m. as Shen Yun fixated on the game projection. A game update notification appeared on Q. Server announcement. The game is undergoing an update for 2.5 hours. All players must log off within 10 minutes. Update summary. This update will continue to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the real world, along with the introduction of feedback cards. Feedback cards. In the real world, feedback cards will automatically generate from demonic beasts that have preyed upon humans. Players who defeat them will receive feedback cards of the same tier as the beasts. These cards can be exchanged directly for items of equivalent quality from the game character's inventory. Deliberately breeding demonic beasts to hunt humans for item cards will be rendered ineffective by game detection. Note, feedback cards are for personal use only and cannot be traded. They can be synthesized. Items exchanged from the cards can be freely traded. Chapter 36. The emergence of feedback cards. Local evil. 4th tier, Zombie King. Concerning demonic beast babies. In 2 days, the release of demonic beast babies will cease. Only those with stronger bloodlines can be easily contracted when at initial 1st tier. Players must act swiftly to capture them. Friendly reminder. Among them are super babies with the potential to become saints and extremely rare babies with emperor bloodlines. The updates were likely similar to those from his previous life. Shen Yun could not recall every detail verbatim, but had a general understanding. The focal point was undoubtedly the feedback cards. Particularly the phrase can be synthesized. For instance, synthesizing a 1st tier card into a 2nd tier card required 2 1st tier inferior cards, 2 mid-grade, and 1 superior card to yield 1 2nd tier inferior card. To enhance the quality of the synthesized card, the quantity remained unchanged. Only the quality of the mid and superior grade cards needed to be increased. This was the mechanism in place prior to his demise. As for subsequent changes, he was uncertain. Clearly, this update was a boon for the players of Blue Star. Otherwise, in the Xintian continent, such low-quality magical artifacts would not even suffice to exchange for 4th-tier items. The moment this update was released, those who believed themselves capable would undoubtedly be restless with excitement. Even those lacking strength would be eager to form teams for hunting. Shen Yun smiled lightly. The benefits of feedback cards were self-evident. Moreover, this update also unveiled the quality of the demonic beast babies. Who wouldn't desire a bloodline baby capable of becoming a saint or an emperor? Capturing even one would provide substantial assistance, even in its initial stages. Each of these demonic beast babies was indicated to possess innate abilities. This was akin to gaining promising future allies. It was precisely this update that attracted a myriad of merchants and bounty hunters to the vicinity of various mountain ranges. Naturally, all sought out locations where demonic beasts were less likely to emerge, ensuring relative safety. No one wished to venture into the frenzied mountain ranges to meet their demise. Closing the update notification, Shen Yun sent a message to Mo Changfeng. Withdraw the members of the Demon Suppression Department lurking near my villa. I can handle the blood-sucking Demon King myself. No sooner had he sent the message than Mo Changfeng called. When Shen Yun answered, a woman's voice greeted him. Hello. Mr. Shen, I am Jiang Yu, the captain of the Haichun Demon Suppression Department. I am quite surprised by your confidence in dealing with a 3rd-tier Demon King. How about it? Would you be interested in joining the Demon Suppression Department? Once you do, even the Tianjiao Club would think twice before attempting to act against you. I'm sorry, but I am accustomed to my freedom and have no interest, Shen Yun replied without hesitation. He had no ties to the Demon Suppression Department and was not concerned about the Tianjiao Club causing trouble. There was no need to bind himself within their constraints. Jiang Yu, undeterred, proceeded to outline a series of benefits and perks. Mr. Shen, I implore you to reconsider. Joining the Demon Subjugation Division offers myriad advantages and conveniences, regardless of the powerful or the influential. Let them withdraw. That shall suffice. Shen Yun abruptly ended the call. With a reservoir of 100 billion game coins at his disposal, the so-called benefits of the division seemed rather trivial. He was not inclined to toil as a subordinate for such meager gains. At that moment, Shen Yun felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, bubbling with an unmistakable sign of impending breakthrough. The efficiency of this advancement was truly remarkable. With a smile, he launched the game and retrieved the 5 spiritual stones from Ling Qingshue's pouch to expedite his breakthrough. At a roadside barbecue stand, the recent game update was nothing short of sensational. A young man, holding his phone aloft, radiated excitement as he exclaimed, "They've introduced a feedback card. Simply slay demons to obtain it. This enhances our opportunities to acquire feedback items." One of his companions, with a tone of regret, chimed in, but alas, they cannot be purchased. One must secure them through personal combat. Thankfully, the items returned via the feedback card could indeed be acquired for purchase, providing a lifeline for those unable to hunt demon beasts. However, the upgrade of the feedback card relied solely on the players, as the cards themselves were non-transferable. Fortunately, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, I discovered my aptitude for cultivation. The martial arts guide distributed by the community has proven to be quite enlightening. After we finish our meal, shall we gather friends for an expedition into the mountains? Sounds splendid. The companions were brimming with enthusiasm. However, the demons in the city are managed by the Demon Subjugation Division. We must venture into the mountains instead. The likelihood of encountering demon beasts that have preyed on humans is slim, but if we happen upon a demon beast pup, capturing it for sale could yield great wealth. Haha, we can surely discuss the details upon our return. Though the mountain's demon beasts do not offer feedback cards, they do possess demon cores. Feeding them to the pups can accelerate their growth. Moreover, various materials are in high demand. The Demon Subjugation Division, along with Buddhist and Taoist factions and financial magnates, are all on the lookout for them, purportedly to forge magical artifacts. The entire barbecue stand, alongside the throngs of shoppers and pedestrians who had emerged to procure supplies during the game shutdown, buzzed with discussions surrounding the latest game update, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. Relying on character feedback items is merely a gamble. Having an additional method of obtaining feedback is a boon for the entire populace. Still wishing to slay demons for cards? Sneered a bat demon, seated at the stand, its voice laced with contempt. Unts. Casting a glance toward the distant villa district, it whispered to the man beside it. Clad in a tracksuit, king of zombies, the members of the Demon Subjugation Division have all retreated. Do you think that fellow holds us in such low regard? Through the information divulged by nearby humans regarding the game update, it became evident that the one who had bound the white fox had driven off the division, likely plotting to farm his feedback cards. Alas, should he falter, this demon has secured a formidable ally. The bat demon's eyes glinted with malice. The man beside him was the ally he sought against the white fox, the king of zombies, a formidable fourth-tier entity. Unlike him, the zombie king was a native malevolence of Blue Star, awakened post-spiritual resurgence, possessing inscrutable and formidable abilities. The bat demon felt that even now, at the fourth tier, it would be challenging to best this entity. Such malevolence boasts an incredibly ancient lineage, far surpassing the ordinary bloodline of a mere demon beast. Their meeting was serendipitous, as the bat demon's video had caught the attention of the zombie king, who resided in a distant city. Initially, the zombie king had dispatched a pair of bald henchmen to Amei to locate the white fox, only to find them missing. Fortunately, he had recently learned from his subordinates that the white fox had been spotted in the coastal city, prompting his swift arrival. You are mistaken. It is not us, the man said, elegantly folding a nearby napkin to dab at his mouth, his tone nonchalant. Rather, it is you who is disregarded. The bat demon, taken aback by the mockery, dared not retort, offering a sheepish smile. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Since the individuals have departed, let us proceed to deal with him. The man discarded the napkin and rose. He was not concerned about the numbers of the Demon Subjugation Division. A swarm of ants posed no threat to him. His apprehension lay in the possibility that excessive slaughter might draw the attention of powerful figures in Huaxia. With the rise of myriad demons, he only needed to develop in the shadows, avoiding the role of a headstrong outlier, seeking stability and victory. As for that human lad, he was merely a fool, emboldened by his bond with the white fox, believing himself invincible. A madman indeed. He could be dispatched in an instant. The two made their way into a dark alley, approaching the villa where the white fox resided. However, they failed to notice that as they traversed certain areas, strands of silvery fox fur were mysteriously vanishing. Chapter 37. Instantaneously slaying the king of zombies. Skill card unleashed. Invincible golden body. In the beast mastery space, the white fox suddenly opened her eyes. What a potent aura of malevolence. She darted forth, gazing at Shen Yun, who was meditating. Master, the spiritual fur I left nearby has yielded feedback. Two formidable entities are approaching, one of whom emanates an exceedingly sinister aura, instilling a sense of dread. He likely has attained the fourth tier. Fourth tier? It seems the vampiric bat demon has found an ally. Shen Yun gradually opened his eyes, his expression icy. Asini steel, huh? Perfect. It's time to test my inferno flame. The innate divine ability of the fire Qilin counters all malevolence. Let this unknown fourth-tier demon dare approach, and they shall find no return. The villa district was brightly lit, yet the streets were devoid of pedestrians. The incident involving Shen Yun slaying members of the Demon Subjugation Division had already circulated among the villa owners, with some opportunists having captured footage of the event. Although the division members had come to erase the evidence, the commotion it caused was substantial. Many residents fled the area, fearful of being targeted by this fierce individual. Beneath the streetlights, two figures slowly arrived at the entrance of the villa, gazing up at Shen Yun, who stood on the second floor, alongside the half-human, half-fox creature at his side. "You have not fled. This surprises me," the zombie king remarked, raising his hand, causing strands of white fur to ignite spontaneously. "Deliver that white fox to me. You are unworthy to be its master." What did he discover it? The bat demon's pupils constricted. He had been oblivious to the remnants of white fox fur along the path. Even Shen Yun was taken aback by this revelation. The adversary's awareness of her abilities suggested a formidable background. "Spare me your prattle," Shen Yun said, curling his fingers, sharp claws sprouting from his fingertips. "Since we are adversaries, I shall eliminate you forthwith." At that moment, Shen Yun vanished from sight. However, Shen Yun was astonished to see that she did not charge at the foes, but instead trembled slightly, retreating hesitantly before the entrance. As Shen Yun scrutinized the surroundings, he realized that a layer of gray mist had enveloped them without his notice. "Master, be cautious. This malevolent domain can detect my position when I teleport." Bai Xian'er's tone was grave. Earlier, she had intended to charge forward, but her instincts as a demon beast warned her that her every movement was being tracked by the ominous gaze of the zombie king. Should she act recklessly, she could face severe repercussions. The adversary clearly possessed an in-depth understanding of her, and this prepared demeanor, coupled with their overwhelming strength, left her on edge. "Fear not. I possess ample means." Shen Yun signaled her to advance, yet he found that the bat demon had already transformed into an ethereal shadow, lunging at them. "Kekekek. Without the advantage of speed, let's see where you can hide." The flesh of this white fox was beyond his reach, given the formidable strength of the zombie king. Fortunately, this human lad was merely a gathering vortex cultivator. His efforts were not in vain. But suddenly, he sensed the surrounding void quivering, and the white fox's eyes began to glimmer with an otherworldly light. Not good. The bat demon was seized by a sudden terror as it frantically flapped its wings, yearning to escape the void surrounding it. Yet alas, it was too late. A blood-curdling scream echoed as one of its wings and a thigh grotesquely disintegrated into a mist of crimson in the abyss. Had it not reacted swiftly, it would have been utterly obliterated by the void's relentless grasp. "King Zombie, save me." The bat demon, now sprawled on the ground, crawled towards the villa in a state of sheer panic. Was it not said that this fox possessed only a blink skill? How could it wield such formidable power? However, a single utterance from the king zombie ignited a furious blaze within its heart. "Damn it. How dare you use me as cannon fodder? If I'm not mistaken, this is your third divine ability, Void Strangulation." The king zombie advanced with measured steps, his expression brimming with exhilaration. "Indeed, you are one of the ancient 7 imperial beasts, the celestial demon Fox Clan." In preparation for this fox, he had painstakingly cultivated the corpse mist domain to counter its rapid teleportation. Now, as he recalled the ancient texts detailing one of the celestial demon fox's innate abilities, Void Strangulation, he was convinced this was the accursed ancient imperial beast, the celestial demon Fox Clan. As the white fox bared its teeth and glared fiercely, the king zombie spoke with an air of indifference. "Do not waste your efforts in vain. I am acutely aware of all your trajectories. The corpse mist domain possesses a maze-like effect, and with me anchoring the field, even your swiftest movements will drain your energy, leaving you vulnerable to my capture." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the king zombie's pupils constricted in shock. He beheld the human boy, whom he had deemed inconsequential, engulfed in a surging inferno of vivid red flames. Sizzling sounds echoed as the flames made contact with the mist of the corpse mist domain, instantly dissipating it. In that moment, the king zombie lost all perception of the white fox's movements. How is this possible? His countenance shifted dramatically as he saw the white fox vanish from sight, retreating at an astonishing speed. The corpse mist domain had been shattered. He could not hinder the white fox's escape. Moreover, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. This human boy's flames have even instilled a sense of dread in me. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable to him. How could a lowly ant possess such divine fire? Suddenly, an intense wave of danger surged from behind, sending chills down the king zombie's spine as he roared in fury. Corpse descending golden body. Boom! A blinding golden radiance erupted from him. This was the zombie clan's divine ability, capable of significantly enhancing defensive capabilities when activated. This boy's flames were undoubtedly extraordinary. Fortunately, given the opponent's weaker cultivation, he presumed that such divine fire could not be sustained for long. If he could endure this critical juncture, he would find a way to escape and devise another plan. However, despair washed over the king zombie as Shen Yun's claw, ablaze with the flames of destruction, pierced effortlessly through his skull. The king zombie trembled violently, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. A dignified member of the indestructible Golden Zombie clan had been slain in an instant by a mere lowly cultivator. Weren't you quite the braggart just now? What are your plans for escape? Shen Yun gazed at the bleeding king zombie, his claws curling slightly. Come, show me your bravado once more. Bang! The flames of destruction enveloped the king zombie in the blink of an eye. The so-called golden body cracked, emitting a cacophony of splintering sounds. The annihilating aura that obliterated everything engulfed the entirety of the king zombie's being, as the golden body was reduced to ashes. The king zombie seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Shen Yun. You are human. Why do you possess the flames of destruction? Yet, before he could finish, smoke billowed from his throat, and he collapsed like a charred lump, crumbling into ash. Is that all? Shen Yun smirked, observing 2 cards levitating amidst the ashes. He bent down to retrieve them. The name King Zombie certainly carries weight. I expected more. Oh, but there are indeed some treasures. One card was a 4th-tier, mid-grade water element demon core. The other, instead of being labeled as a 4th-tier, mid-grade feedback card, bore the title Special Ability Card, Corpse Descending Golden Body. This was one of the newly updated game contents. After slaying a demon, one could obtain not only item feedback cards and beast crystals, but also a chance to acquire the abilities of the monsters. Corpse Descending Golden Body. Zombie Clan Divine Skill. Exceptional physical defense, when cultivated to perfection, allows one to enter an invincible golden body state, rendering enemies incapable of inflicting harm. Physical defense? It appears I have the advantage over it, Shen Yun mused. The king zombie possessed a means to restrict by Siener's teleportation talent, indicating a notable inheritance. The fact that he was slain by his flames of destruction could only be attributed to perfect compatibility. Meanwhile, Shen Yun's phone vibrated with a notification. Detected that the player has acquired the Divine Ability Corpse Descending Golden Body. Would you like to activate the VIP Level 1 Automatic Cultivation Mode? Chapter 38. An exceedingly absurd battle. Time to cheat. Feedback of 1,000 Spirit Stones. After selecting to learn Corpse Descending Golden Body, Shen Yun turned his gaze towards the Bat Demon. Please, Great One, do not kill me. The Bat Demon, clutching its bleeding thigh and drenched in sweat, pleaded. If you spare my life, I shall become your servant. I am willing to forge a soul contract. I will gladly perform any dirty or laborious task from now on. The Bat Demon was utterly terrified. This human had just annihilated a 4th-tier king zombie. Now, it regretted its greed for that spiritual fox. How much better it would have been to lay low and develop in obscurity. Shen Yun, uninterested in further discourse, flicked his fingers, unleashing a flame of destruction towards the kneeling, pleading Bat Demon. Did it dare to provoke him and expect mercy? Naive. No. Boom. The flames of destruction ignited instantly, swiftly reducing the Bat Demon to ashes, along with the bloodstains on the ground, which were incinerated clean. Moments later, 2 cards emerged from the ashes, and Shen Yun summoned them with a wave. One was a 3rd-tier low-grade feedback card, corresponding to early-stage demon beasts. Mid-grade cards were for mid-stage, while high-grade cards were for late-stage. This card could only be exchanged for low-grade 3rd-tier items, of little use to Shen Yun at the moment, but he could save it for synthesis. The other card was a 3rd-tier low-grade blood element demon core. This was the energy crystal inherently possessed by demon beasts. Activating the card would grant the demon core. Demon cores have various applications, such as in weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formations, all of which require such materials. Furthermore, under the law of the jungle, they serve as one of the essential energies for demon beast growth. Feeding them to demon beast offspring accelerates their growth. Looking at the feedback card, Shen Yun murmured, the emergence of this item will prompt various nations to launch an app for marking monsters. After the game update, the populace would eagerly hunt demon beasts and capture demon beast cubs. Moreover, Huaxia would introduce a demon app, documenting the occurrences of malevolent spirits and demon beasts in various cities, allowing any capable individual to undertake demon-slaying tasks. For him, this was undoubtedly an exceptional intelligence hub. Slaying demons could yield skill cards, feedback cards to enhance oneself, and crystal cards to feed by Siener for her rapid advancement, a twofold benefit. Moreover, feedback cards could be synthesized, according to the game prompts. Stacking them could potentially yield Imperial-grade treasures. However, he had no idea when he might achieve such a feat. Let us go. Siener, continue your breakthrough. You will absorb these 2 demon beast crystals afterward. Thank you, Master. Bai Siener affectionately nuzzled her large head against his hand. By the way, Master, your flames were incredible. When they ignited, I thought I might get roasted. Previously, she had held some concerns, but it turned out that the king zombie was utterly weak, incinerated in an instant. Shen Yun observed that her back was untouched by any fur, and he reached out to stroke it lightly. Indeed, from now on, you can act recklessly. Rest assured, this fire resonates with my intentions. It won't turn you into a bald little fox. But that would mean being completely naked. A soft whimper escaped by Xian'e, who promptly slipped into the Beastmaster space. Wait, are you really that easily embarrassed? Shen Yun was at a loss for words. This was hardly a seductress, but rather a paragon of innocence. In the office of the Demon Control Bureau in Haiqing Town, Mo Changfeng, having just hung up the phone, gazed at the 5 individuals in the room with a peculiar expression. According to reports from informants in the Villa District, the battle concluded rather swiftly, with gray mist rising and golden light flickering, followed by flames dispersing the mist as Shen Yun closed the door. The entire encounter lasted no more than 3 minutes. Is that even possible? Exclaimed a burly man with a crew cut, dumbfounded. A third-tier vampire demon king and a presumably formidable creature, all resolved in 3 minutes? If it were our entire team, we would have to exert ourselves fully, yet he managed it single-handedly with just 1 fox. This efficiency is absurd, akin to having cheats. It seems we have all underestimated him, particularly that fox with its teleportation ability, Captain Jiang Yu remarked softly. His disregard for the Celestial Club indicates he possesses considerable confidence. We need not concern ourselves with this matter any further. Our focus should now shift to the feedback cards, as they will aid us in acquiring cultivation resources, thereby rapidly enhancing our strength. Understood, Captain. The following day at noon, having achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level, Shen Yun gradually awakened from his state of enlightenment. While this efficiency might seem swift to others, he felt it was somewhat lacking and hoped that reaching VIP level 2 would yield greater improvements. Compared to his previous consecutive breakthroughs, taking half a day to ascend a single level was indeed slow. If outsiders were to learn of his sentiments, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Let me take a turn. I would gladly break through once a day." With a deficit of over 100,000 in expenses, Shen Yun pondered whether the two had any plans for recharging. He opened the game to review yesterday's updates. After confirming there were no significant changes, he closed the update notification, his eyes widening in astonishment. He noticed that the chibi version of Ling Qingxue had an astonishing total of 1262 red markers in her pocket. He hurriedly clicked to find they were all spirit stones. What the so many? At that moment, Ling Qingxue had just finished hearing about the collaboration between the sovereign and various factions in the main hall. Upon noticing Shen Yun's gaze, her expression brightened. "Young master, Qingxue has found you over 1,000 spirit stones. These were carefully selected from the vast reserves of spirit stones held by major financial factions. Indeed, having a sturdy backing makes for a comfortable journey. Well done. You've worked hard," Shen Yun replied, a grin spreading across his face as he endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "These will suffice for quite some time. Don't neglect your own cultivation. Make sure to utilize the time-compressing space tower effectively." With ample spirit stones at his disposal, he would no longer have to worry about slow absorption of spiritual energy during breakthroughs. He could ascend in moments. Ling Qingxue responded cheerfully. "Thank you for your concern. Young master, I am well aware. In addition to spirit stones, various treasures and resources from the major factions would soon arrive." And she promised to help him select them one by one. After returning from Qilin Mountain to Yaotai, she had utilized the time-compressing space tower to cultivate through the night, achieving the 8th level of the Han Hai realm, ascending from the 5th to the 8th level in just one night. What would happen if she continued at this pace? The elders of Yaotai were alarmed and dispatched individuals to oversee her progress. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Qingxue claimed this was her extraordinary fortune, spinning an elaborate tale about needing to select various resources, prioritizing spirit stones. The Yaotai elders, convinced by her words, promptly decided to have all partners send spirit stones over. After a morning of careful selection, she had chosen over 1,000 spirit stones. Ling Qingxue had already replenished the 1,000 spirit stones worth to prevent outsiders from thinking she possessed numerous favor items. Since learning that others were seeking such special items at the treasure pavilion, she suspected that the matter was not simple. Although the young master was a celestial being perched high above, it was inevitable that petty individuals would lurk in the shadows. She felt it prudent to discreetly collect items. Chapter 39. The Young Master Who Loves to Daydream. Young Master. The abilities of VIP Level 2 have been unlocked. Yes, caution is seldom a fault. You have done exceedingly well. Shen Yun praised her without reservation. What could be more delightful than awakening to find over 1,000 spirit stones in one's possession? Thank you, young master. Ling Qingxue blushed slightly, feeling that these were merely trifling efforts. By the way, young master, aside from spirit stones, favor items are exceedingly rare. Among the resources delivered this morning, I did manage to find 2 second-tier treasures. Ling Qingxue sighed. noting that compared to the hundreds of billions or even trillions of spirit stones held by various factions, these items, such as pills, manuals, and treasures, were remarkably scarce. Firstly, it required luck. She had discovered 3 favor items in Yaodai Sacred Land's treasury. Secondly, the quantity was vastly unequal. A single treasure could be worth several million spirit stones, leading to a significant disparity. That's all right. We'll take our time to find them, Shen Yun reassured her, feeling that acquiring these spirit stones was already a tremendous success. Do not let this matter induce a sense of urgency or pressure upon yourself. I hold high expectations for you. Ling Qingshue's current aptitude and cultivation progress were indeed astounding. There was ample time ahead. She could seek items gradually. It would be detrimental if her mindset were to be affected by this matter. Every word of concern made Ling Qingxue feel a warmth within, as she cherished the affectionate attention from the young master. His expectations for her instilled in her the hope that with diligent cultivation, she might one day truly stand before him. Surely, upon meeting, the young master would be a figure who could overshadow the sun and moon, and she could then rest by his side, ever listening to his teachings on cultivation, her heart fluttering at the thought. What is happening to me? Why do I find myself daydreaming so often about the young master? She hastily suppressed the enchanting visions of the young master, personally guiding her in cultivation that danced in her mind, lowering her head in bashful murmurs. Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Yes, I have complete faith in you. Shen Yun smiled gently. This girl was far more mature than Luo Hongxi, making him feel at ease. After a light-hearted exchange, Shen Yun shifted his attention to Luo Hongxi. He found her seated in the alchemy room of the Tianyin sword sect, engrossed in studying ancient texts on needle techniques while a cauldron of pills simmered before her. The room was cluttered with herbs, jade boxes, and scattered pill bottles, giving it a rather chaotic appearance. Perhaps too absorbed in alchemy, the smudges of ash on Luo Hongxi's face remained unwashed, making her appear somewhat haggard. Noticing her not in the best condition, Shen Yun frowned and checked her personal status. Character Luo Hongxi status. Exhausted, extensive consumption of the purple gold eye source. Gathering of pill toxins, minor. This foolish girl, she doesn't take care of herself at all, Shen Yun thought, feeling a mix of concern and helplessness as he pressed the voice key. Hongxi, how long has it been since you rested? When do I have time to rest? Luo Hongxi instinctively replied, her hand momentarily pausing as she flipped through the pages, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked up at the sky. The young master has returned. Are you all right? Ever since the young master left her a message, there had been no further news. Like Ling Qingxue, she was acutely aware that Shen Yun was navigating a perilous world. The past few days, Shen Yun had been busy, leading her to believe something significant had occurred. Now hearing his voice finally put her at ease. Is there anything wrong with me? By the way, don't you think you should take a break? Rest assured, young master. Luo Hongxi smiled lightly, shaking her head. I yearn to concoct advanced elixirs to assist my esteemed lord. Recently, she has been delving into the art of alchemy, alongside the techniques imparted by her master, Zhao Xinqing. Upon realizing her capacity to brew exquisite potions, she longs to ascend to the status of a pill king or pill sage, contemplating how she might further aid her lord. However, for now, let us set aside the alchemy. You must focus on recuperating for a few days, advised Shen Yun. I am merely preoccupied with other matters. Yet I have been attentively observing your progress, particularly your crafting of the second-tier gathering spirit pill. Worry not for me. The mere beasts of the wild are inconsequential. It appears that my lord has been watching over me all along. Hearing this, Luo Hongxi felt her fatigue dissipate, and she lifted her chin with a sense of fervor. My lord, I assure you, when weary, I will meditate and regain my strength. Meditate? Shen Yun frowned. Do not think me unaware. The consumption of your purple gold heavy eyes essence is tremendous, and the accumulation of pill toxins is perilous. If this continues, your health will inevitably deteriorate, and your ability to refine pills will be lost along with your precious eyes. His serious tone made Luo Hongxi shrink back in trepidation, murmuring softly, I understand, my lord. Once I finish this batch of pills, I will rest. She recognized that her lord was concerned for her, yet her pursuit of alchemy was also for his sake. Luo Hongxi felt she could persist, but she would never dare to contradict her lord's words. Feeling somewhat chastised, her spirits sank considerably as she rested her chin on her hands, gazing forlornly at the alchemical furnace. Such a sentimental young girl. Shen Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was evident she was feeling overly sensitive. At this moment, a recharge notification lit up the gaming interface. Ding! Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge $328. Original price $888. Purchase a special detoxification pill, which eliminates the pill toxins accumulating within character Luo Hongxi, preventing bodily harm. Your timing is impeccable. Shen Yun promptly clicked to purchase. Due to Luo Hongxi's built-in discount, he only spent 164 yuan. Even the smallest of gains is worthwhile, and indeed, the elixir will prove useful. He then turned his attention to the next pop-up notification. Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 648, original price 2288. Purchase a complete restoration pill. One will invigorate the character, restoring her to peak condition. Super Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 468888, original price 1668888. Obtain a set of permanent acupuncture source restoration needles. All sources are replenished through my needles. After application, the character Luo Hongxi's lost essence shall be swiftly restored, and any pill toxins effortlessly eradicated. This is a purchase you will never regret. Note, this set of needles is a permanent player item, equipped with automatic application indicators for depth and pressure, requiring no complex training. It can be used for other characters and is not a feedback item. Wow, I'm finally about to upgrade my VIP level. Shen Yun was overjoyed and hastily clicked to recharge. Ding! Player spent 324 yuan to purchase a complete restoration pill. Spent 234,444 yuan to acquire source restoration needles. Items have been placed in the account backpack. After the 234,444 yuan recharge, the VIP Level 1 in the upper left corner of Shen Yun's game interface flickered and transformed into VIP Level 2. Warm reminder. Congratulations, player. Your total in-game currency expenditure has reached 5 million, elevating your VIP level to 2 and unlocking abilities. VIP Level 2 Basic Ability. Enhanced Automatic Cultivation Acceleration Effect. VIP Level 2 Special Ability. Personal combat power increased by 20 times. Chapter 40. Unbounded Freedom. Not to be compared in the slightest. Boom! In an instant, Shen Yun's vital energy surged uncontrollably, akin to a tumultuous ocean crashing against the shore, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars. In that moment, his bones and flesh received a substantial enhancement. The explosive surge of power engendered an overwhelmingly inflated sense within him. Even if faced with 100,000 bulls, I could easily reduce them to a mist of blood with a mere wave of my hand. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This money was exceptionally well spent. A 20-fold increase in personal combat power. In his previous life, he recalled players who achieved a mere 2- or 3-fold enhancement in their physique, stunning the entire internet. Even in the realm of Xintian continent, a 2- or 3-fold increase in combat power was a rare marvel. Now, with a single VIP Level 2 recharge record, he was rewarded with a 20-fold enhancement. In terms of combat power increase, this surpassed even some extraordinary physiques. Shen Yun beamed with delight. As for comparing himself to Ling Qingshue's heavenly sacred body, even if her sacred physique offered a 10-fold increase, she possessed 9 sources of sacred bodies. That was a staggering 90-fold increase in combat power. Should she ascend to the throne, her prowess would likely sweep through the ages. Never mind, that girl is simply extraordinary. There is no need for me to compete with her. Shen Yun shook his head. I suppose I shall measure myself against the other players instead. With this thought, he felt considerably more at ease. After all, among the players, he had spent the most, and he would soon unlock even more VIP effects. Recollecting his thoughts, Shen Yun gazed at the glum Luo Hongxi in the game. I truly am at a loss with you. Very well, I shall personally administer the needles to alleviate your poison and help replenish your essence. His words, laced with affection, caused Luo Hongxi's lips to curve into a radiant smile, erasing any trace of her earlier discontent. My lord, it's no trouble. I can simply rest afterwards. She softly replied with a twinkle in her eye. The method for replenishing her essence would surely require considerable effort from her lord. She did not wish to burden him over something so trivial. Be obedient. Lie down on the stone bed. Very well, she conceded, not wanting to defy her lord's wishes. After extinguishing the furnace, Luo Hongxi approached the stone bed and lay down. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she stared into the void. My lord, what happens next? You need only lie there, Shen Yun instructed, accessing the source restoration needles in his account backpack. Instantly, Luo Hongxi's body was illuminated by a myriad of red light points. Warm reminder. When players use the source restoration needles, their hands may enter the game projection to assist the character in application, with acupoints and pressure clearly indicated for your assurance. Shen Yun tentatively reached his hand into the projection, watching as his hands appeared, partially disappearing into the void, while the scene displayed his hands. Experiencing this feature again, he found it utterly fascinating. With a thought, his hands arrived beside Luo Hongxi. "Are these my lord hands?" Luo Hongxi gazed in astonishment at the fair, slender hands. The nails were neatly trimmed, and the fingers were strikingly beautiful, with well-defined joints. Yet they did not possess the softness typically associated with femininity. The faintly bulging veins on the back of his hands exuded strength. "Do not fear. How exquisite these hands are." Perhaps it was the first time she had seen her lord's hands, or perhaps her feelings for him had reached their zenith. Regardless, Luo Hongxi found these hands to be exceedingly beautiful. Hands reflect the person, and I can only imagine that my lord's true visage must be that of a strikingly handsome man. "Red Shi, you may remove your clothing." "Ah!" Luo Hongxi's eyes widened in shock, the impact of his words causing her mind to buzz. Gradually, a rosy hue crept across her delicate features. Shen Yun felt quite awkward himself when he followed the needle application prompt to puncture the red mark glowing on Luo Hongxi's waist. The game interface promptly displayed a large red X. Needle application error. Obstruction detected. Unable to proceed. However, having already spoken, if he did not proceed, would he not ruin his character's image? Fortunately, Shen Yun noticed Luo Hongxi's flushed face, her shyness palpable, and he seized the opportunity to cleverly navigate the situation. If you deem it unsuitable, then the needle need not be applied. However, you must devote yourself to profound cultivation in the coming days and refrain from the reckless alchemy that has characterized your recent endeavors. Yet, with the utterance that followed from Luo Hongxi, the hand that held the needle trembled slightly. "It's all right, my lord. You may proceed." Her unwavering trust in him was palpable, even though the unexpected nature of the moment rendered her somewhat bashful. Her whispers were barely audible, akin to the chirp of a mosquito. Had it not been for the textual translation, Shen Yun would scarcely have caught her words. Upon finishing her statement, Luo Hongxi closed her eyes tightly and waved her hand, causing her garments to vanish into her spatial ring. Her fair skin, as white as snow, flushed a delicate pink from nervousness. She wore a vibrant red koi fish belly band, exuding a festive air, though the intricate embroidery of the koi seemed to sink into her flesh. Such innate talent was indeed remarkable. Shen Yun recognized that this belly band had been stitched for her by her late mother, who had wished for her to have the good fortune of a koi fish. "In my past life, luck was scarce, yet in this life, the goddess of fortune has favored us." Luo Hongxi noticed Shen Yun's prolonged silence and assumed he was concerned about her feelings, biting her soft lips as she murmured, "My lord, I regard you as family. It is of no consequence." In her heart, he shone like a beacon in her world. Assisting her in restoring her original eyes was indeed permissible. Luo Hongxi could not fathom why he treated her with such kindness. The tokens of appreciation she had procured were worth far less than a fraction of what he had bestowed upon her. Even if she were to serve him as a maid, she would do so willingly. What was there to be concerned about? Relax, it will soon be over. Shen Yun took up the silver needle, focusing on the red point where the poison had accumulated around Luo Hongxi's waist. By applying the needle to the acupoint tainted by the poison, it would absorb and dissolve the toxins. To ensure precision, he pressed one hand against her skin while the other consulted the acupuncture prompts, occasionally rotating and trembling, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned physician. The toxins within Luo Hongxi's body were minimal, and he quickly eradicated them. The technique for restoring her original eyes became increasingly intensive, with acupoints appearing all over her body. It was, after all, an heirloom. He must not damage it. Shen Yun carefully folded the fortunate koi and placed it by her ear. Observing her labored breathing and the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, he took a sip of the divine essence spring to quench his thirst. "Fortunately, I've had past relationships. Otherwise, I might have had to extract the vita first before applying the restorative needle. Hongxi, should your mind be unsettled, you may mentally rehearse the alchemical techniques." Luo Hongxi attempted to mentally study the alchemical methods left by the alchemy sage, and indeed, she found herself calming considerably. Yet in the next moment, her breath caught in astonishment. "Do not be nervous, do not be nervous. It is but my lord's hand, not that of another man." Compared to Qiao Qiao, she was simply incomparable, with the acupuncture points obscured. Shen Yun had no choice but to support her with one hand while wielding the silver needle with the other to apply the restorative technique. "Pa, there is no comparison at all. Why dwell on the deceased at this moment?" Such thoughts were ill-omened. Casting a glance at Luo Hongxi, he noted her lightly biting her soft lip, her delicate brows slightly furrowing with tension, yet she did not deter him. Shen Yun could not help but marvel at the intense affinity he felt. In his previous life, he and Luo Hongxi had relied on each other. During the quiet nights, they would occasionally alleviate their loneliness through voice chats, but any further intimacy would leave her blushing. Now, however, It felt as if all restraint was cast aside. As he focused on the treatment, Shen Yun quelled his thoughts and diligently punctured each acupoint. Meanwhile, the prompt indicated that the source of the purple gold eyes was rapidly rejuvenating. Chapter 41. The Sword Master finally has time to practice. It is finally finished. As Shen Yun withdrew his hand from the game interface, he quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even with his composure, his blood surged with excitement. The density of the acupuncture points was indeed overwhelming. Certain intimate areas were a true test of one's willpower. Observing the young lady place the fortunate koi against her cheek, she appeared utterly nonchalant, as if she were willing to risk everything. Shen Yun cleared his throat, rising to head to the bathroom for a shower. All right, Hongxi, we shall conclude here for today. Should you fail to cherish your body in the future, this lord shall return. How wicked of you, my lord. Is it appropriate to threaten someone? Luo Hongxi teased, quivered in embarrassment. Once she confirmed that there was silence in the elixir chamber, she cautiously removed the fortunate koi, revealing her misty eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. My lord has truly departed. Phew! She exhaled with relief, fanning herself vigorously to dispel the heat. After donning her garments, Luo Hongxi patted her flushed cheeks, feeling utterly bashful. Mother said that only on the day of marriage may a husband unveil the koi. Does that not imply that my lord is mine? Oh, how utterly shameful. Her lord had merely been treating her. How could such matters be compared to solemn vows? Her thoughts were indeed fanciful, but utterly unrealistic. As for alchemy, she could only say to her lord, I apologize. I must hasten to concoct advanced elixirs. Luo Hongxi paid no heed to her lord's threats, believing that aiding him as soon as possible was the rightful course. After all, he could help her restore her condition afterward. Besides, he was not a stranger. Given their current situation, what was there to feel uneasy about? Upon opening the heavy stone door, she found Lin Sheng seated cross-legged in the grand hall, immersed in cultivation. This peak had been specifically crafted by the Tianyin sword sect for the alchemy sage Zhao Xinqing, with only her as the disciple. If you do not emerge soon, I shall forcibly break the door. Lin Sheng approached with an expression of helplessness. The alchemy sage had left the sword sect to seek herbs for alchemy, having taught Luo Hongxi a unique alchemical technique before departing. However, she had cautioned her that Luo Hongxi was too obsessed with alchemy and needed to strike a balance between work and rest. Master, am I not doing well? Luo Hongxi smiled as she approached. Lin Xing noticed the young lady's extraordinary vitality. What elixir have you consumed? You appear remarkably well. How could she not? When she had been soaring through the skies, believing she had seen her great-grandmother and mother, yet she could not allow her master to discern any hints. Luo Hongxi forced down her embarrassment, grasped Lin Sheng's hand, and changed the subject. Master, I wish to practice swordsmanship. Will you teach me? Her words were like celestial music, stirring Lin Sheng's excitement. Excellent. Come, I shall take you to practice swordsmanship. Heaven be praised, after much effort, she had finally taken on a swordsmanship prodigy, yet midway, an alchemy sage had taken her as a disciple. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not something she would complain about. She could only watch with a pained heart as her disciple became engrossed in alchemy. Ever since Luo Hongxi comprehended the reincarnation sword classic, she had not practiced swordsmanship for even a single day. Now that she had taken the initiative to propose it, Lin Sheng was overjoyed. Without further ado, Lin Sheng led her swiftly to the sect's plaza. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon, numerous disciples remained, wielding swords in practice. To her surprise, all their sword techniques were derived from the reincarnation sword classic. Clearly, Luo Hongxi had submitted the sword classic to the sect, and those capable of practicing the emperor's ultimate techniques were the core elite of the sect. Ironically, Lin Sheng chuckled as she observed the scene of the disciples' training. The one who comprehended it first has yet to practice, while these individuals are diligently at work. Luo Hongxi, feeling bashful, clutched her hands and retorted, Master, it is not as you say. Haha, is it not? Lin Sheng laughed, pinching her cheek. The reincarnation sword classic was your insight. In truth, there is little I can teach you. You may observe their practice and compare it to your own understanding. I shall provide you with supplementary guidance. Luo Hongxi, such a disciple, is destined to carve a unique path in the realm of swordsmanship. Her task is remarkably simple. She merely needs to utilize her own experiences as a reference, without excessive interference in her development. The truth is, this girl possesses an extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship. No one in the entire sect dares claim to surpass her. Well, let me observe. Luo Hongxi nodded and stepped forward to attentively watch her fellow disciples practice. To be honest, her talent is merely that of a clear sword heart. She does not possess any heaven-defying enlightenment. Her understanding of the reincarnation sword classic relied on the assistance of her master, yet she has successfully memorized the classic. If she were to cultivate other sword classics, she might not fare as well as some of the more powerful disciples of the sword sect. As the practitioners immerse themselves in their training, upon seeing Luo Hongxi descending the mountain after several days, they all sheathed their swords and greeted her with a smile. Clasping their fists, Sword Master, Sword Master, at last, we see you coming down to practice your sword. The crowd maintained a semblance of decorum until a fleeting shadow darted towards them, at which point they ceased their pretense. The Sword Master still retains her charm. A young man introduced himself as Pang Wu. After showering her with flattery, he clasped his hands and requested, "Please, Sword Master, assist me in reviewing my sword techniques. Should there be any flaws, kindly point them out." Luo Hongxi indeed had some insights regarding the reincarnation sword classic. As soon as she nodded, a large group of disciples surged forward. "Pang Shitty, step aside. Sword Master, observe me. I feel that I am on the verge of grasping the true essence. Everyone, make way. I am Chun Haotian, the fifth senior brother of the sword sect. Do you not understand the hierarchy?" A brash young man boldly declared, only to be unceremoniously kicked out of the crowd by several feet. How audacious, to strike a senior brother. Where are the disciples of the law enforcement hall? Chun Haotian howled for a considerable time, only to realize that the chief brother of the law enforcement hall was sheepishly squeezing into the crowd, saying, "Sword Master, please help me verify my skills. My talent in swordsmanship is even acknowledged by our ancestor." The usually stern and cold chief brother of the law enforcement hall, at that moment, displayed a sycophantic demeanor. Very well, very well. How utterly embarrassing to be among such company." Chun Haotian stepped forward, pulling a disciple aside to inquire, "Were you the one who kicked me just now?" "No, senior brother. I had no idea. As long as it's not you." Seizing the opportunity, Chun Haotian pressed forward, grabbing another disciple. "It must have been you, you rascal." "Huh? It seems I misjudged my junior brother." Chun Haotian released his grip and strode ahead. Outside the throng, Lin Sheng cast a glance at the distant elders and sect leaders peering curiously. Secretly amused, they're all waiting for Hongxi to elucidate the reincarnation sword classic, though the strong of the sword sect have all studied it. Their individual insights vary. Everyone has been eagerly anticipating to hear how Luo Hongxi, who comprehended the classic, will interpret it. How fortunate we are to have her as a disciple of the Tian sword sect. Lin Sheng gazed gently at the blushing girl amidst the crowd. The sect does not intervene in the personal insights of its members. However, Luo Hongxi is considerate. She understands the tremendous allure the reincarnation sword classic holds for the sect's sword cultivators, which is why she voluntarily submitted it. Moreover, this girl even brought back the esteemed Dan Sheng to the sect, truly a fortuitous star of luck. Finally calming down, Shen Yun emerged from the bath. Stretching languidly, "I presume Hongxi has learned her lesson. She won't drain her dual pupil's essence so recklessly next time. This girl is genuinely talented. Should there be a repeat of this, he fears he might need to seek solace in the brothels to ease his worries." At that moment, Shen Yun sensed a sudden violent surge of spiritual energy within him, and a smile broke out. A breakthrough is imminent. I wonder what the cultivation speed at VIP level 2 will unveil. Chapter 42, Rapid Breakthrough Jihash. Just how powerful is his strength? Shen Yun hastily opened the game, retrieving a pile of spirit stones from Ling Qingshua's backpack and placing them on the bed, entering a state of cultivation breakthrough. In the Beast Mastery space by Siener, who was digesting a demon core, noticed this and quietly flew out to patiently lie beside him. Such potent yang energy from my master. Bai Siener glanced at Shen Yun's festive red trousers and quickly covered her eyes with her little paws, her heart fluttering with shyness. One mustn't neglect their health. She had sensed Shen Yun's fluctuations in vitality, likely due to interactions with his game character. However, she could understand. After all, that wicked girlfriend was slain by his own hand, undoubtedly leaving him troubled, but she believed he would soon recover. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose indoors. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Shen Yun's body like a gushing spring. The efficiency of my master's breakthrough is astonishing. Bai Siener marveled at the rapid rise in Shen Yun's aura. She had known him for only a few days, yet he was breaking through every day. His efficiency surpassed her by far. But then, Bai Siener had anticipated that Shen Yun would awaken after his breakthrough. To her surprise, the spiritual energy within him surged once more. Having just broken through to the fourth layer of gathering rotation, the bottleneck within Shen Yun's body was completely shattered, and his realm ascended swiftly to the fifth layer of gathering rotation, to the sixth layer of gathering rotation, to the eighth layer of gathering rotation. he still showed no signs of stopping. By Sienna's eyes widened in astonishment. Is cultivation truly capable of such a feat? The uninterrupted breakthrough method left her utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that my master possesses the bearing of an emperor? By Sienna's eyes sparkled like stars. Recently, her online time had not been wasted, as she had learned quite a few trendy terms from the cultivation world. Hey, it seems my judgment is quite excellent. By Sienna gleefully remained vigilant of her surroundings, protecting her master. Time passed unnoticed in the realm of cultivation. When Shen Yun finally awoke from his breakthrough, it was already the following morning. I have reached the second layer of condensed veins. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face beaming with delight. As one ascends, the difficulty of breakthroughs increases, especially for someone like him with comparatively low innate talent. Yet, the VIP level 2 resolved his issues concerning aptitude. He merely needed to cultivate automatically, ensuring sufficient spiritual energy at the time of breakthrough. In just one night, he had advanced from the third layer of gathering rotation to the second layer of condensed veins, effectively breaking through a major realm. With such breakthrough efficiency, even those with superior talent would be left speechless. However, the spiritual stones consumed that night were considerable, totaling over 600 low-grade spirit stones. Upon reaching the condensed veins realm, the cultivation speed at VIP level 2 began to slow down. He needed to continue investing to reach VIP level 3. Shen Yun glanced around, pondering aloud. Where have the discarded spirit stones gone? Only then did he realize that the room was devoid of the discarded stones. Master, they are all in my beast mastery space. Bai Sienna leaped into his embrace, her elongated fox-like eyes squinting with joy. Snuggle, congratulations on your remarkable strength increase. You know that term too? Shen Yun chuckled, affectionately ruffling her head. I didn't expect your space could hold items. That is quite convenient. He rose to retrieve treasures from the safe and the feedback items from Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxie's packages, placing them into his beast mastery space. Leave some spirit stones for me. You can enjoy the rest for now. Once I acquire better items, I'll improve your meals. Having absorbed 2 high-grade demon beast cores, Bai Sienna's strength had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, and her growth potential remained robust. Master, you use them yourself. I'll find spiritual materials to consume, Bai Sienna protested, shaking her head repeatedly. Having witnessed her master's extraordinary talent, all she wished for was his grand success. How considerate. Holding Bai Sienna, Shen Yun leaned down, rubbing his cheek against her head. That one do. You must grow stronger too? I'm counting on you to become formidable enough to carry me along. Bai Sienna appeared bewildered. Wasn't that precisely her own thought? Her adorably perplexed expression amused Shen Yun, who inhaled deeply a few times near her. One must not squander one's innate talents. I yearn for such gifts myself. By the way, Sienna, you truly possess an enchanting fragrance. The aroma emanating from Bai Sienna is incredibly refreshing and not at all cloying, offering a sense of comfort with every inhalation. Even a mere touch of her hand leaves a lingering scent, coupled with her velvety, fluffy texture. He finds immense pleasure in petting her. However, Bai Sienna, feeling a bit shy yet secretly delighted by her master's unabashed affection, responds, Then I shall strive diligently to cultivate my abilities and protect you well. Let us both exert ourselves, Sienna. After some playful banter, Shen Yun opens the application store on his phone and types in Monster App. I recall it has been released by now. Indeed, upon searching, the app appears promptly. After downloading it and completing the real name authentication, he establishes his personal account. This software is accessible to the general populace, as long as one hunts down monsters. Any items dropped by the beasts are attributed to the individual. The platform also rates personal accounts, allowing for upgrades and the unlocking of additional privileges. The account ranks range from 1 to 9 stars. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges, including access to information on advanced creatures. This serves as a recognition of the account holder's prowess. However, should one encounter life-threatening situations or injuries, the consequences are borne solely by the individual unless they join the official organization, the Demon Suppression Department, which offers protection. After setting up his account, Shen Yun locks his coordinates to his city and searches for relevant monster information. Only 2 entries appear. A monster has invaded nearby towns in Changshan. Estimated strength of 1st to 2nd tier. Claimed by someone, uncompleted. A monster at Li Mountain Village is devouring humans. Estimated strength of 1st to 2nd tier. Claimed by someone, uncompleted. The rewards for slaying monsters are first come, first served, with the strongest prevailing. However, such low-tier monsters are far beneath his capabilities. Reflecting on the monsters he defeated yesterday, Shen Yun decides to submit the information about the undead king and bat demon he vanquished to the Haicheng customer service platform. In a factory on the outskirts of Haicheng, Jiangyu, disguised as a worker, feels her phone vibrating incessantly in her pocket. Receiving a call during a mission indicates an urgent matter. She glances around to see few people present and drives a forklift to a secluded corner to answer the call. Speak, boss. Shen Yun has created a personal account on the Monster app. Yesterday, he not only defeated a third-tier bat demon, but also killed a fourth-tier undead king. Hiss. Jiangyu gasps in astonishment upon hearing this. Are you certain it was the undead king? The very one that vanished from Hang City. The undead king of Hang City was only revealed to be a zombie at the time of exposure. It was a sinister being that emerged after the resurgence of spiritual energy, notorious for its elusive nature. During the battle in Hang City 6 months ago, the entire team of the Demon Suppression Department was annihilated, and the Undead King gained notoriety. At that time, the Undead King was merely Tier 3, comparable in strength to the team leader. With the assistance of 4 members from the Demon Suppression Department, they were still utterly defeated and the Undead King escaped. Since then, it seemed to have vanished without a trace, and now she receives news that Shen Yun has slain it. How could she not be shocked? Boss, there is absolutely no mistake. Shen Yun's description is exceedingly detailed, and he even captured a photo of the 4th-tier mid-grade Demon Core card. Although the card has been used, it cannot be fabricated. Just how powerful is he? Jiangyu swallowed hard, recalling what Mo Changfeng had said about the battle. The entire engagement lasted no more than 3 minutes. Killing a mid-tier, 4th-tier undead king in just 3 minutes is simply unfathomable. Chapter 43. Privileges elevate to 4-star Demon Suppression King. The white fox struts through the streets, drawing attention. Perhaps Shen Yun's fox possesses remarkable powers. After all, it can teleport effortlessly. However, to tame such a formidable beast as a mount, Shen Yun must possess extraordinary qualities. After pondering briefly, Jiangyu murmurs solemnly, "Let us elevate his privileges in my name," promoting him directly to the rank of 4-star Demon Suppression King. To attain the 4-star rank, one must hunt at least 3 4th-tier monsters. Yet, the leaders of the Demon Suppression Department in each city have special recommendation authority. Once verified, the platform will authenticate it. On the Monster app, ranks from 1 to 9 each come with exclusive titles. 1-star Demon Suppression Apprentice, 2-star Demon Suppressor, 3-star Demon Suppression Envoy, 4-star Demon Suppression King, followed by titles of Sect, Monarch, Sovereign, Divinity, and Emperor. As the captain of the Demon Suppression Department in one city, Jiangyu, holding the title of 3-star Demon Suppression Envoy, wields considerable influence over most departments in Haicheng. However, at the 4-star level, she could command the entire military force of the city, granting immense power. Regrettably, since Shen Yun is unwilling to join the Demon Suppression Department, unofficial personnel lack such benefits. Nevertheless, since he has reported the information, it is evident he does not wish to commence with low-tier tasks. Jiangyu decides to extend him a favor. With the addition of such a powerful individual and fox, Haicheng will undoubtedly be much safer. A significant boon, given that he can easily slay the undead king. It is no wonder he is disinclined to join the Demon Suppression Department. Jiangyu has come to understand this. Shen Yun, already a prosperous business owner, enjoys a life of luxury and freedom, coupled with his extraordinary strength. How could he possibly wish to be governed? They had speculated that Shen Yun might have spent money in the game, but upon checking online, they found that his hundreds of billions in cash had remained untouched, with no records of any purchases, aside from a recent online food order. With wealth and opportunities in the game, it is a life enviable by many. As Jiangyu reflects on this, she resumes her inspection of the factory in search of lurking monsters while operating the forklift. A 4-star Demon Suppression King? Shen Yun gazes at his updated personal profile. This certainly facilitates my monster hunting endeavors. This is obviously a special privilege bestowed upon him by Mo Changfeng and his associates. A mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, with such formidable strength, his elimination of advanced monsters in the city will reduce casualties among the members of the Demon Suppression Department. Shen Yun searches for 3rd and 4th-tier monster information in his city, but finds no relevant entries. The latest bat demon was indeed dispatched by him. However, there is an abundance of information on 2nd-tier monsters. Yet, 2nd-tier item feedback cards are far too trivial for him. And even if he were to combine 5 of them into a single 3rd-tier feedback card, it would bear little significance for him at present. Moreover, the energy from 2nd-tier crystal cores is incompatible with Bai Xian, who has now reached the 3rd tier. Killing them would be nothing short of a waste of time. He expands his search to nearby cities, and at last, new information surfaces. In the nearest city, Gangcheng, an evil skinning monster has appeared. Estimated strength 4th tier. Abilities: devours humans and skins them, disguising itself as a person. Exhibits a high level of intelligence. For further details, please click here. Already taken over by the Demon Suppression Department. Status uncompleted. Only 4th tier targets ignite his motivation. Shen Yun promptly selects it. Let us go, Sien to Gangsheng. Yes. Upon landing, the white Sien transforms into a magnificent 3-tailed snow fox, her ample tails reaching the ceiling. It is said that with 9 tails, she would transform into an imperial beast, capable of shading the sky, a truly striking sight. Seemingly aware of Shen Yun's gaze, by Sien shyly whispers, "If you wish to touch, you may. Last time was merely an accident. Ahem, let us depart." Shen Yun clears his throat and mounts her. Let us proceed swiftly. The celestial fox naturally possesses a speed advantage. Even without teleportation, her ordinary sprinting is unparalleled among 3rd-tier monsters. With a leap, by Sien bounds out of the window, her form already racing down the street as they exit the villa district. Given that the entire internet is aware of his white fox mount, Shen Yun sees no reason to conceal it. On the bustling streets of the morning, throngs of pedestrians hurriedly made their way to work, engrossed in their games and daily toil. Suddenly, a magnificent white fox darted through the crowd, leaping gracefully over the heads of startled onlookers. What on earth just flew by? A white beast. Run for your lives. Yet, as the ethereal creature landed and bounded again, the crowd beheld its true form. Its bright, enchanting eyes sparkled like the reflection of a starry galaxy, radiating an allure that transcended its fox lineage. Even the humans found it extraordinarily beautiful. With a mere, elegant leap, it epitomized grace and poise. Such was the collective admiration that arose upon witnessing the white fox's visage. Incredible. It's that flash-appearing white fox mount from the internet. Those who had regained their composure chased after the fox, shouting fervently, "Hey, wait up. How did you catch that mount? Please, share your secrets. Add me as a friend. I heard you've experienced heartbreak. I can help you heal, never depart." For those who had previously missed the details due to the blurry video, seeing the magnificent creature in person instilled a deep envy. Its dazzling appearance and speed outperformed even cars, guaranteeing a 100 rate of attention wherever it roamed. It was simply breathtaking. Moreover, rumors suggested that this fox possessed the ability to blink in and out of existence. Who wouldn't desire such a captivating mount? Perhaps the overwhelming commotion startled the white fox, for in an instant, it vanished before the astonished crowd. This spectacle sent ripples of excitement throughout the street. Is this what it means to blink? Absolutely astounding. Why is it only available to him? I want to mount too. Some speculated it might be a reward for their efforts. Quick, let us head to the mountains and capture a baby creature. Raise it, and it could become a mount. In the mortuary of Port City, the sun shone down upon 3 more bodies. The staff anxiously glanced at the information being recorded by members of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Brotherly, that makes 20 bodies now. Are you sure we can extract the aura of the skinning demon? If it learns of our activities here, it might come to destroy the corpses. The skinning demon had been particularly rampant lately, claiming so many lives within a week. However, as it lurked within human hosts, its demonic aura was entirely concealed, making it difficult for the Bureau to locate it using their artifacts. Thus, they devised a plan to gather all the corpses together to extract the skinning demon's essence. Once they collected enough aura, the challenge of locating it would diminish significantly. But if the skinning demon were to catch wind of their plan, it would undoubtedly come to obliterate the bodies, heightening the staff's anxiety. Thankfully, the mortuary housed numerous elite members of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Otherwise, they might have abandoned their posts long ago. Rest assured, old Zhang, Li Mingda reassured him, accepting a cigarette from his colleague and patting his shoulder with a smile. In just a week, our artifacts will detect the demon's aura. At that point, we'll report to the provincial team and summon 2 4-star demon kings. Afterward, you'll receive a handsome reward. It's only right to serve the Bureau. Old Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief. A week isn't too long. We can hold on. However, once Li Mingda departed, no one noticed the urgency creeping into old Zhang's gaze. 2 demon kings are coming within a week. But the mortuary is filled with powerful members of the Bureau. I can't destroy the bodies here. In truth, the skinning demon had kidnapped old Zhang's daughter, compelling him to relay information daily. Miraculously, Zhang Min, his daughter, had devoured the consciousness of the possessed skinning demon. Not only had she retained her individual awareness, but she had also inherited the demon's powers and abilities. The recent spate of killings stemmed from her exhilarating experience of rapid evolution. Now, old Zhang desperately needed to find an opportunity to destroy the bodies and flee Port City with his wife and daughter. If the Demon Suppression Bureau acquired the aura from his daughter, they might come knocking at their door one day, leading to endless troubles. Outside, Li Mingda flicked away his cigarette and climbed into a black SUV parked at the roadside, glancing at the young man in the back seat who was engrossed in his phone. Mr. Shun, we've begun disseminating the news that will collect the skinning demon's aura within a week. Once the demon learns of this, it will surely devise ways to destroy the bodies. We just need to wait. Clearly, the so-called aura collection was a ruse. The Demon Suppression Bureau's gossip compass was effective only against mid-stage, third-tier demons. Collecting the essence of higher-tier beasts was exceedingly challenging. Their true intention was to report to headquarters, summon 2 formidable demon kings, and spread false information about collecting the aura to lure the skinning demon into action. Little did they realize that Shen Yun had already arrived in Port City, setting the stage ahead of time. After all, this man in Fox had previously slain a mid-stage, 4th-tier zombie king. Chapter 44. The Sacred Artifact Feedback Flying Sword. Human Relationships and Affairs. Inside the vehicle, 3 members of the Demon Suppression Bureau assessed the young and handsome man who had just reached the rank of 4-star Demon King, as well as the adorable white fox cradled in his arms. To Shen Yun's sides sat 2 female team members, their eyes fixed on the fox, eager yet hesitant to touch it. Moments ago, they had attempted to entice the proud white fox with various snacks, only to be met with its haughty disregard. This reaction only deepened their affection for the creature, making them yearn to hold and caress it. However, even though they were elite members of the Bureau, with some having reached the rank of 3-star Demon Envoy, they still adhered to decorum in the presence of a 4-star Demon King. Although Shen Yun was not an official Demon King, his feat of slaying a mid-stage 4th-tier zombie king commanded their respect. Before Shen Yun could speak, the white fox in his arms chimed in. The scent on your right hand is identical to the aura emanating from the clothing of the previous corpses. The sudden utterance left the 4 in the vehicle utterly astonished. What? She has reached the 3rd tier. Under normal circumstances, a 3rd-tier intelligent beast would be able to speak. Who would have thought that such an adorable little white fox would be nearly their equal in power? In just a few days, the baby had evolved at such an astonishing rate. It must possess an exceptional bloodline. By the way, her voice is delightful. If she were to transform, she would undoubtedly become a stunning beauty. Li Mingda and the others were curious about what she would look like, especially given her already remarkable appearance. However, ordinary beasts required to reach the 7th tier to fully transform. Only those with superior talents could achieve transformation early. As for those who devour human shapeshifters, they could barely maintain a human form. Overwhelmed and flustered, the white fox, sensing the intense gazes from the others, curled into Shen Yun's collar, peeking out with its little paws pulling at his clothing, warily observing the group. Wait, Li Mingda was the first to react, raising his right hand to address the white fox. Are you implying that old Zhang is involved? Just now, that hand of yours only made contact with old Zhang's shoulder. When Shen Yun had arrived and inquired about the skinning demon's aura, the team had presented the deceased's clothing for the white fox to examine. To their astonishment, this little fox's nose proved to be even more effective than the Bureau's 3rd-tier gossip compass. It seemed infallible. Shen Yun held confidence in the white fox's judgment. He turned to the others and said, "Let us head to old Zhang's house now and keep watch. We'll know the truth soon enough." For him, if there were clues, he could charge in without hesitation. All right. Li Mingda and the others exchanged glances and drove directly toward old Zhang's residence. The strength of their human-fox duo was beyond question, and they were eager to deal with the skinning demon to ensure peace. Meanwhile, Shen Yun continued to focus on the projection from his phone. As the major merchant associations arrived at the sacred Yaoqi today with their treasured artifacts, Ling Qingxue was diligently assisting him in locating items to enhance affection. Ever since this young lady acquired the time-shrinking space tower, her cultivation level has surged remarkably. Another day has passed, and her prowess has ascended to the 1st level of the soul-forging realm. It is indeed different when one is blessed with such advantages. It seems that this young lady has undergone significant transformations recently. Shen Yun noticed that as Ling Qingxue's strength increased, her aura became increasingly outstanding. Her distinctive and valiant beauty, combined with a gradually strengthening inner self, radiated confidence from her very countenance. She was indeed resplendent, possessing a unique charm. Is the young master gazing at my face? A wave of shyness and vexation unexpectedly welled up within Ling Qingxue. If I had known I would be emerging from my retreat, I would have adorned myself better. Busy with her cultivation over the past few days, she had scarcely found the time to attend to her appearance, constantly preoccupied with seeking out items of affection. Today, the young master had been observing her visage for quite some time, yet she had not dressed up. Loose strands of hair fell across her forehead, rendering her somewhat disheveled. I must look terribly untidy. I shall make sure to tidy myself up before my next emergence. Unfazed, Ling Qingxue deftly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and picked up a storage ring to delve into her spiritual sense. These were the cultivation resources brought to Yaoqi by the various merchant associations, including treasured artifacts, secret manuals, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and a variety of materials. As long as she desired them, Yaoqi would procure them at her behest. However, compared to the vast quantities of spirit stones, she had thus far only discovered 3 items of affection: a 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual herb, the dragon blood flower, an 8th-tier top-grade celestial earth vine, and a 7th-tier forging material, the star stone. The spiritual materials were quite commendable, perfect for nourishing sienna. Shen Yun was somewhat pleased with this haul. These spiritual materials were typically used for alchemy and were unsuitable for direct consumption by humans. Yet, as a beast, sienna was different, and she was nearing the end of her supply of 6th-tier nourishing heart flowers. Recently, she had been reluctant to consume the last of them, refraining from using spirit stones and even hesitating to drink from the spiritual spring. She had been nibbling at the roots of the nourishing heart flower instead. Now, with these 2 spiritual materials, she would have sustenance for quite some time. After examining a batch of storage rings, they would be taken by the relevant merchant association cultivators for inspection. Any damaged items would require compensation at full value. Although Yaoqi was vast, it did not engage in deceitful transactions, and these associations were long-standing friends of Yaoqi. Just then, as a merchant association cultivator placed a ring on the table, Ling Qingxue felt a surge of joy upon grasping it. I found it. She promptly extracted the item of affection, revealing a long sword of a pale blue hue, shimmering with radiance, suspended in midair. With a resonant hum, golden inscriptions exclusive to the saint tier coiled around the blade, exuding an overwhelming aura. The sword's intent was formidable and striking. A saint tier artifact? Shen Yun was elated. In his past life, those who wielded top-tier artifacts were regarded as paragons among mortals, envied by all, particularly after the expansion of the earth. Those who possessed saint-tier artifacts were often seen as rulers, viewed as invincible in their domains. To acquire such a treasure so soon after the opening of the server was indeed a delightful surprise, serving as a potent trump card. Clearly, Miss Ling was intrigued by this sword. The Merchant Association cultivator clasped his hands in a bow, smiling. This is one of the treasures from our treasure pavilion. A mid-grade saint-tier flying sword named Jinghong. A flying sword? Ling Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. Even the elder accompanying her from Yaoqi gazed in astonishment at the flying sword Jinghong. A flying sword is a cultivator's personal artifact, nurtured within their essence. What sets such a treasure apart from ordinary artifacts is its ability to grow. Furthermore, flying swords resonate with the cultivator's consciousness, making them easier to control. If a novice cultivator attempts to wield a saint-tier artifact to attack an enemy, but lacks sufficient spiritual energy, they could risk becoming a mere husk, leading to their demise. However, the saint-tier flying sword consumes minimal energy, allowing for effortless combat against foes of higher tiers. Such quality flying swords are exceedingly rare. No wonder they are the prized possessions of the Treasure Pavilion, one of the 4 great merchants of the Eastern region. Truly, it is a remarkable treasure. Ling Qingxue, holding the long sword, mused, "Young master, this artifact is of excellent quality. It should serve you well." "Serve me well? It is nothing short of extraordinary." Shen Yun wished he could claim it immediately and bind it with his blood. He had not anticipated it would be a flying sword. This item could be enlarged or shrunk at will and was said to be remarkably user-friendly. After gathering his emotions, he replied nonchalantly, "It's acceptable. Indeed, it is all thanks to the young master." Ling Qingxue thought to herself, "What is a treasure to us seems to be as insignificant as weeds in the young master's eyes." After securing the flying sword in her spatial ring, she turned to the proprietor of the treasure pavilion. "I shall take this artifact. The proprietor may negotiate the price with the elder." "Ha! Treasures are bestowed upon those with fate." The proprietor of the treasure pavilion replied with a smile, bowing. "Our esteemed pavilion master has stated that any artifact Miss Ling desires will be gifted directly, as a gesture of goodwill." "Oh!" The elder from Yaoqi wore a mysterious smile. It seems the pavilion master is quite well informed. No wonder the quality of treasures brought this time is so high. It appears they intend to extend a favor. Clearly, Ling Qingxue's breakthrough in the 1,000 grid test had sparked the pavilion master's desire to cultivate a relationship with her. Chapter 45. The master must not think amiss. A stunning solo kill of the painted skin demon. Not all. The smile on the treasure pavilion proprietor's face grew even brighter. They were all old acquaintances, and understanding each other's intentions required only a few words. Yao Qi accepted this generous gift from the treasure pavilion. Ling Qingxue paid no mind to this and continued to examine the storage rings presented by the Merchant Association cultivators. Mr. Shen, we have arrived. Shen Yun looked up at Li Mingda, who had disembarked and handed him a microphone. Let us first conduct a search of the vicinity. Please wait here. If the old Zhang family has concealed the painted skin demon, we must seal off its escape route. It was also the perfect time to bind the flying sword. Shen Yun nodded slightly, rolled up the car window, and pointed at the game projection, extracting feedback item, mid-grade Saint Tier, flying sword Jinghong. Special effect, a ritual refining growth artifact, after blood binding. Its size is adjustable and can be nurtured within the body. With a flash of the projection light, a 7-foot-long sword appeared before Shen Yun's eyes. Wow, what a beautiful sword. Bai Sienna leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. Young girls find it hard to resist such visually stunning, luminous treasures. I shall procure a treasure for you when the opportunity arises. Shen Yun traced a finger along the length of the sword, letting a drop of blood fall onto the flying sword Jinghong, which quickly absorbed it. Ding! Congratulations, player, for binding the flying sword Jinghong. With a thought, the flying sword shrank to the size of his fingertip. As he moved his gaze, Jinghong flickered like a stream of light within the car, proving to be remarkably easy to control. It indeed felt smooth to wield. As Shen Yun marveled inwardly, he sensed a warm, soft touch enveloping his fingertip. Looking down, he saw Bai Sienna extending her delicate tongue, licking the wound on his finger. Her earnest demeanor was quite adorable. Shen Yun chuckled as he teased her tongue with his finger. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, Bai Xian reacted strongly, quickly burrowing into his embrace and exclaiming, Master, you must not think amiss. Stop it, stop it. Huh? Shen Yun was utterly bewildered. He was a serious person. How could he possibly entertain such thoughts? But then he remembered, damn, he had forgotten that the tablet contained dozens of gigabytes of content downloaded by Zhou Qiao. That girl had gone to great lengths for him, indulging in roleplay as various characters, including catgirls and shipgirls. Bai Sienna's intense reaction undoubtedly stemmed from having perused the contents within, leading her to mistakenly believe he harbored peculiar inclinations. Damn it! I must erase all that content once I return. Shen Yun awkwardly patted the small fox beneath his clothing, deftly diverting the conversation. Let us go, Sienna, and see if old Zhang's family is harboring any monsters. In her embrace, Bai Sienna was suddenly confronted by the sight of a well-defined chest muscle, which caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. This was reminiscent of a scene she had encountered days prior in her tablet, titled Fox Maiden Servitude. The woman masquerading as a fox, exuding an alluring charm, had nestled beside her master, displaying a submissive demeanor akin to a cat licking its owner, making her question her own identity as a vixen. The true foxes were on television. Surely, her master wouldn't expect her to serve him, would he? Yet, the distinction between humans and monsters was stark. She pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with shyness. She was astounded by the audacity of the people in this world, playing with such frivolity without regard for their differing natures. Unbeknownst to Shen Yun, who had no inkling of her thoughts, he disembarked and pressed the microphone in his ear, signaling Li Mingda, just inform me of old Zhang's residence. I wish to investigate for any monsters. Understood, Mr. Shen. This monster possesses unique abilities, so do not allow it to get close. I'll have my teammate, Shally, escort you. Following Li Mingda's instructions, Shen Yun hastened towards old Zhang's home. Only a week left? Inside the room, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Min wore a grim expression. Mother, we must devise a plan to dispose of those corpses. Otherwise, if my demonic energy is detected by the Demon Suppression Division, we will be in grave trouble. She had not anticipated the existence of a Demon Suppression Division in China, as such departments were previously known only to cultivators, with ordinary people remaining blissfully unaware. Had it not been for the emergence of Seeking Immortal's mobile game, Zhang Min, an ordinary mortal, would have remained in the dark. But within, there were formidable beings. Yang Hui, her mother, anxiously paced the room. Ordinary people cannot enter. You will be in danger if you go. What shall we do? Initially, the parents were taken aback upon learning their daughter had become a monster. However, Zhang Min's rapid growth had brought substantial benefits to the family, such as demonic beast crystal cores and demonic beast offspring. Moreover, once she rose to power, she could control a group of highly qualified players to serve their family, allowing the couple to grow stronger through the feedback received, promising a bright future in a world where the strong thrived. Those whom their daughter had slain were perceived by the couple as mere weaklings, unworthy of concern. Yet, upon hearing that the Demon Suppression Division had means to deal with their daughter, Yang Hui felt a wave of panic. Zhang Min's thoughts raced. What if we have my father get close to the personnel in the morgue from the Demon Suppression Division and extract 1's family information? Then I can directly kidnap their family member and force him to destroy the corpses. She considered personally visiting the morgue only as a last resort. It was far more likely that the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division would succeed in destroying the corpses without her needing to take the risk. Since gaining her strength, Zhang Min had experienced an unprecedented life. Previously, she had been just another cog in the corporate machine, an unremarkable figure in the crowd. But after her transformation, she had captivated 2 male celebrities, and over a dozen handsome men were bound to her underground harem, striving daily to please her and keep her entertained. Previously, such fantasies were mere daydreams or the stuff of novels. But now they had become her reality. She had no desire to risk losing everything she had. This plan is brilliant, Yang Hui exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Let us proceed with this. Once old Zhang returns, we'll strategize further. Better to have a dead friend than a living foe. This world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. Strength dictated reality. And as long as their family remained unharmed, all was well. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling both mother and daughter into silence. Is anyone there? We are the official character registrars, here to document your characters for statistical purposes. Character registrars? Zhang Min cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. Why haven't we received any notification? What credentials do you possess? Outside stood a man and a woman. But upon seeing the handsome man leading the duo, Zhang Min's heart raced, and her breath quickened. She stared in awe through the peephole at the strikingly handsome young man. Could there truly be such a dashing man? In that moment, she understood the sensation of being captivated at first sight. He must become my beloved pet. Zhang Min felt exhilarated, suppressing her excitement as she opened the door. Upon seeing the man in full, she instinctively squeezed her legs together, her cheeks flushing. The man stood nearly 6 feet tall, with tousled hair framing his striking features. His sharp eyebrows were captivating, and his bright, deep-set eyes, complemented by his chiseled jawline, exuded an air of mystique, leaving an indelible impression at first glance. Tonight, I shall eliminate the men in the basement. Zhang Min resolved silently. One of such caliber was sufficient. She intended to train him to fall utterly in love with her. If he discovered she had numerous male consorts and led a life of indulgence, it would surely tarnish her allure. Master, I can sense her presence. It must be her. Upon hearing the mental transmission, Shen Yun wasted no time, flicking his fingers to unleash a searing flame directed at Zhang Min. By sheer coincidence, her peripheral vision caught the strange glow on his hand. Exercising caution, she swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the attack. Damn it, I've been exposed. Zhang Min shouted, Mother, take action. The flame instilled a sense of dread within her, as though touching it would result in instant demise. The assailant was unknown, and the fire was formidable. Even as a 4th-tier being, she dared not confront it. She leapt towards a window, intent on fleeing. As for her mother, Yang Hui, she doubted her ability to escape with her. Mortals inevitably face aging and death. She would seek vengeance for her parents when the time came. However, prior to Shen Yun's arrival, he had already set an ambush outside with his flying sword, eager to test his new treasure. Whoosh! Amidst the piercing sound of slicing air, the flying sword, trailing a cerulean light, pierced through Zhang Min's skull, spilling forth a torrent of foul blood. With wide, horrified eyes, she was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, her body splattering like a ruptured bag of putrid fluid. In mere moments, her body withered to a mere guise of human skin. What? Did she just die? At the entrance, a member of the Demon Suppression Division, Yao Xiaoli, stared in shock at the blood pooling beneath them. Is this truly how quickly it ends? They were aware that Shen Yun and the White Fox had vanquished a 4th-tier zombie king, but they had not anticipated that he could effortlessly obliterate a skin-shaping demon in a single encounter. The critical point was that he had achieved this without relying on the fox, eliminating the 4th-tier evil spirit single-handedly. It was essential to understand that beings capable of achieving the rank of 4-star demon-suppressing king were formidable cultivators from the vast ocean realm. Although this realm could contend with 4th-tier demons, humanity's cultivation foundation was far too fragile to match 4th-tier demons in a one-on-one confrontation. This was why they had previously sought 2 demon-suppressing kings. Yet, this man before them had effortlessly dispatched a 4th-tier, skin-shaping demon in the blink of an eye. This only heightened Yao Xiaoli's disbelief. This power is utterly abnormal. It feels as though he is cheating. Chapter 46, Handcuffing and Following Protocol. Once he took action, there was no turning back. He had undoubtedly reached the 5-star level of the Demon Suppression sect. As an elite member of the Demon Suppression Division, Yao Xiaoli had witnessed the process of 3 demon-suppressing kings hunting 4th-tier evil spirits. The exchanges had been explosive, but that was a coordinated assault against a singular monster. Yet, Shen Yun appeared to handle it as effortlessly as one would crush an ant, particularly with that flying sword. It moved so swiftly that she scarcely had time to react before it struck down the skin-shaping demon. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of gunfire erupted within the confines of the room. Yang Hui, wielding the spirit-binding gun, was struck with a horrifying realization that her daughter had perished. The swiftness of the preceding events was staggering. What compounded her despair was the bitter truth that her bullets, aimed at the swordsman, had been thwarted by the spatial maelstrom unleashed by the white fox. As she beheld Shen Yun, unscathed and with an expression of indifference, Yang Hui's terror compelled her to discard the weapon. "Why, yes, I apologize. We were coerced by the painted-skinned demon," she wailed, collapsing to the ground in a fit of inconsolable tears. "If only you had forced the demon out sooner, my dear daughter would still be alive." "Oh, my poor child." Yao Xiaoli shook her head, producing the spirit-binding cuffs as she approached. "We did not desire such a tragedy, but the battle was fleeting. Please accompany us, so we may conduct an investigation." She had encountered relatives possessed by demons before. Most were powerless to resist, some oblivious to their loved one's afflictions. It was a cruel twist of fate. Only through strength could one hope to safeguard oneself. As Yang Hui felt the cuffs close around her wrists, she exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. "As long as I can coordinate a narrative with Lao Zhang, we will manage." The couple speculated about the possibility of capture, rationalizing that selling their daughter could ensure their survival. No one wished for death. Moreover, Zhang Min, neither fully human nor ghostly, would call upon their daughter when advantageous, yet dismiss her as a mere demon when not. "Agent Louisper, is Yang Ries Frednerv. Who said we were taking you away?" Shen Yun gestured toward two cards on the ground, glancing at Yao Xiaoli. "Huh?" Yao Xiaoli, fearing she had erred, hastily unlocked Yang Hui's handcuffs. "Oh, it's fine. Just take me away," Yang Hui lamented, her voice thick with sorrow. "I understand this gentleman is reasonable, but you must also adhere to protocol." Yet, before her words could fully escape, a swift, cerulean blade sliced through the air, cleaving her in twain. Blood gushed forth from her severed form. Yang Hui's anguished shriek echoed as she collapsed, her insides spilling forth in a grotesque display. "Why kill me? I am innocent. Please save me." Shen Yun cast a glance at the pallid Yao Xiaoli and, with a flick of his wrist, turned to depart. "The world has changed, novice. Once you strike, you must accept the consequences of life and death. Did you think you could act and still adhere to the rules? Naive." The two cards he had acquired were a low-tier feedback card and a crystal core from a low-tier demon beast. While their value was modest compared to skill cards, the flying sword's minimal consumption was a pleasant surprise. After all, it was a sacred-grade treasure, with Shen Yun's 20-fold combat enhancement and a greater reservoir of spiritual energy than ordinary cultivators. Controlling the flying sword posed no significant challenge. He merely lamented the absence of sword technique. Mastery of such a technique would elevate his prowess. Yet, these secrets could only be revealed upon the feedback from his character. Descending the stairs, Shen Yun encountered Li Mingda and his entourage rushing toward him. "Mr. Shen, you are truly formidable." They had gleaned the details of the battle from Yao Xiaoli, their faces alight with admiration. The vexing, painted-skinned demon had been swiftly vanquished in his hands, leaving them astounded. As for the deceased Yang Hui, if Shen Yun had lacked the strength to deflect the bullets, he too would have met his demise. Moreover, the woman had drawn her weapon with alarming speed, appearing anything but coerced. Thus, her death was simply a consequence of fate. Shen Yun, a man of strength, possessed his own philosophy regarding the world, and the novices could only learn by observing. "I shall take my leave," he remarked, as the white fox nestled in his arms leaped to the ground, expanding in size. Truly a sight to behold. Li Mingda, his gaze filled with envy, turned to Shen Yun. "Mr. Shen, if we encounter trouble, may we call upon your assistance? Rest assured, we will compensate you with the demon beast crystal cores." The world was evolving too swiftly. No one could guarantee that even more powerful demon beasts would not emerge. Shen Yun undoubtedly required the crystal cores to sustain his white fox. Establishing a connection with such a formidable ally would be a boon for the team. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members' eyes sparkled with excitement. Yao Xiaoli, who had also arrived, chimed in cheerfully, "Great one, would you extend your favor to us novices?" Clearly, she had recovered from the earlier trauma, playfully winking at Shen Yun. "My appearance fee is rather substantial," Shen Yun replied with a faint smile, as his white fox leaped gracefully beyond the community gates, vanishing into the labyrinthine streets. "Captain, does this mean Mr. Shen has agreed?" Yao Xiaoli inquired, a note of curiosity in her voice. "Perhaps, provided the demon cores are sufficient, or if the demon beasts are of a high enough tier," Li Mingda shrugged. Let's deal with Lao Zhang. Once this matter is settled, we can seek out lower-tier demon beasts to hone our skills. Guarding against such formidable malevolence is exhausting. It appeared that the captain had been inspired by Shen Yun, as the group exchanged knowing smiles and began to clear the aftermath. On his journey home, Shen Yun deviated into a nearby forest and excavated a cave. There was no choice. The man endowed with extraordinary gifts was on the verge of a breakthrough. Among the remaining treasures were high-grade spirit stones, likely sufficient for him to ascend to the Han-Hai realm. Within the cave, as Shen Yun opened his eyes, he waved his hand, collecting the rubble strewn about into his beast conjuring space. He had absorbed over 100 low-grade spirit stones, achieving the 3rd level of vein condensation. He still possessed 273 mid-grade spirit stones and 12 high-grade spirit stones. In the Xian-Tian continent, the conversion ratio was 100, meaning 1 high-grade stone equated to 10,000 low-grade stones, ample for the immediate future. Noticing that Bai Xianer was absent from the beast conjuring space, Shen Yun surmised she might be gathering spiritual materials nearby. This thoughtful girl had placed numerous fox hairs around the cave. Should any trouble arise, she could materialize without delay. As he mused about providing Qin Shui with the 2 spiritual materials, he hesitated, fearing the consequences of a mishap. Just then, a prompt appeared before him. Special offer for Demon Beast Babies. Recharge 122 to receive a small area movement map of the Demon Beast Baby. Master's Love Offer. Recharge 648 to obtain a Demon Beast Baby gift package. Small area movement map, long-distance text communication feature. Affection Brush. A toy for the Demon Beast Baby that increases dependency and happiness. Wealthy Patron Offer. Recharge 12,888 to receive a long-distance movement map, voice transmission feature. 3rd-tier Affection Brush, 3rd-tier Demon Beast Baby Nail Clippers, and a 3rd-tier Teething Stick. Non-attack effect. Items purchased will be placed in account inventory. The movement map feature was quite appealing. After purchasing the Wealthy Patron Offer, a small map and a pink paw-shaped voice button materialized within his mobile device's beast conjuring space. At that moment, Bai Xianer was less than a kilometer away in the forest, marked with a treasure hunting label overhead. Shen Yun sent her a voice message. Xianer, return quickly. I have spiritual materials for you. Soon, a message popped up on his phone. Coming, master. With a whoosh, Bai Xianer appeared in the cave, leaping into Shen Yun's embrace. Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough. Chapter 47. Truly, the young master is a divine being. Ancient Legacy, the secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Ha! Shen Yun affectionately ruffled her hair, extracting the 4th-tier mid-grade spirit herb, dragon blood flower, and the 8th-tier high-grade heavenly spirit earth vine from his phone. Wow! Such dense, spiritual energy. The character bound to the master must be extraordinary. Exclaim. The robust, spiritually rich vine was making her salivate. Observing her reaction, Shen Yun exuberantly placed it into the beast conjuring space. Do not mention it. How could your benefits be overlooked while following me? Thank you, master. With that, Bai Xianer affectionately wrapped her arms around Shen Yun's neck, nuzzling against his cheek. Shen Yun chuckled teasingly. With such exuberance now, will you transform into a quiet maiden once you take on your true form? Not at all, Bai Xianer protested. But as she envisioned herself leaping into her master's embrace after her transformation, a wave of shyness washed over her, rendering her speechless. Let's depart. It is time to return home. Noticing the darkness enveloping the world outside the cave, Shen Yun rose to prepare for their exit. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the company to shift our business focus towards the beast crystals and spiritual materials. In his previous life, his company's model mirrored that of others, recruiting players to assist one another within the game. However, now, he could pivot to acquiring a substantial amount of beast crystals and spiritual materials in reality, facilitating Bai Xianer's swift growth. Once mounted upon Bai Xianer, Shen Yun retrieved his phone to check the status of the 2 characters. Luo Hongshi's alchemy master, Zhao Xinqing, had already returned to the Tianyin sword sect and was instructing the young girl in the art of alchemy. Since acquiring the purple gold heavy eye, her alchemical abilities had skyrocketed, and she could now barely concoct 4th-tier pills. With a little enhancement to her cultivation, 5th-tier pills would soon be within her reach. I shall soon possess an extensive alchemy library. Shen Yun mused contentedly, observing Luo Hongshi's earnest dedication to her studies. He refrained from interrupting and turned his attention to the other side, where Ling Qingxue was engaged in a discussion with the Q-version character of the Yaoqi Saintess, Su Wan. The 2 were examining the imperial altar they had brought back from the Qilin tomb. Junior sister, this altar is far too damaged, Su Wan remarked, her brow furrowing. My innate constitution detects no trace of the formation's aura. It must be rendered useless. Her innate Dao body was highly sensitive to all laws and sources. and she understood Ling Qingshue's intention in inviting her. She hoped to glean insights from the altar's formations. After all, Su Wan had cultivated her Dao body for longer than Ling Qingxue. However, one corner of the altar had lost its divinity, displaying only a few fractured patterns, which would likely baffle even a master of formations. Ling Qingxue gently caressed the shattered stone tablet, her expression one of regret. This is a fragment of an imperial formation. Gaining insight from it would be immensely beneficial. But if even Su Wan says so, my chances of comprehension are slim. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in Ling Qingshue's eyes. Is the young master here? She whispered imploringly. Young master, could you assist Qingxue in examining this altar? In her heart, she believed her young master to be omnipotent. Perhaps he could decipher the profound imperial patterns from these lines. It was only in Shen Yun's presence that she allowed herself to exhibit such a girlish demeanor. Outside, she exuded an air of calm and composure, even in the presence of saint-level experts. After all, with a young master as extraordinary as Shen Yun, what was there to fear about the saint realm? Shen Yun, unfamiliar with such matters, pondered how to decline when a prompt for a recharge appeared on his screen, bringing him amusement. All right, let me take a look. Limited time recurrence discount. Recharge 1,999 yuan to restore the traces of the Imperial formation. Valid for 10 days. Formation restoration special. Recharge 888 yuan to fully restore the Imperial formation fragment, enhancing the chances of Ling Qingxue to comprehend the formation upon its activation. Super discount to empower characters. Recharge 888 yuan to implant the Imperial formation fragment directly into Ling Qingshue's mind, showcasing the player's prowess. What impeccable timing! After purchasing the super discount, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. Focus your mind and deeply contemplate the Imperial formation fragment. I knew the young master could accomplish anything. Ling Qingxue believed him implicitly, settling into a meditative position under Su Wan's astonished gaze. Moments later, she felt streams of profound formation information flooding into her mind. The young master is indeed a celestial being. He has comprehended the Imperial formation at a glance. Ling Qingxue was astounded. The details of the Imperial formation fragment were elucidated with remarkable clarity in her mind, and she felt that with time, she could fully understand it. This was evidently a deliberate analysis by the young master to facilitate her comprehension. Such extraordinary skill. Her admiration for him soared to new heights. The young master is truly thoughtful and considerate, she thought joyfully, beginning to focus intently on her understanding. In scarcely a moment, a trace of imperial aura began to emanate from her, and ethereal imperial patterns flickered in her brow, looking remarkably mystical. This spectacle left Su Wan utterly astonished. Has she already begun to comprehend? Just moments ago, we were pondering over it, and now junior sister has made a breakthrough. This is absurd. The imperial aura within the cave soon attracted the attention of the secluded sages of Yaoqi. Hiss, is it that girl causing another stir? Wasn't that altar deemed useless? How could Ling girl comprehend anything from it? Truly, she embodies the demeanor of an emperor. It defies all logic. It seemed the old ones could no longer find peace during this period. Haha, if I am awakened daily by such phenomena, I would welcome it. Ever since Ling Qingxue arrived at the sacred land, smiles had not left their faces. As for her apprenticeship, everyone agreed that allowing Ling Qingxue to develop freely was the best course, with the protector Su Yi ensuring her safety. Throughout history, emperors have followed their own paths, and interference from others would only mar their elegance. Wan, have you not comprehended? The voice of the Yaoqi Saint Master made Su Wan's heart skip. Master, I too wish to comprehend. What did she mean by not comprehending? That was merely a matter of desire. After a long while, when Ling Qingxue opened her eyes, Su Wan approached her with a question. Junior sister, have you gained anything? Upon seeing Ling Qingxue nod, Su Wan was genuinely taken aback, her shoulders drooping as she sighed. Perhaps Yaoqi's saintess should be you. I feel unworthy of the title. She often heard others call her a prodigy among the younger generation of the eastern region, but now, faced with the true prodigy before her, she understood the feeling of helplessness others experienced around her. One cannot compare with another. Senior sister, you flatter me. It is merely good fortune and favorable circumstances. Ling Qingxue replied with a modest smile. The great responsibilities of the saintess should remain with senior sister. She possessed no extraordinary talent. It was merely her young master's unwavering support behind her that made her current achievements possible. Without him, her fate would have been uncertain. Young master, thank you. Although she had expressed her gratitude countless times, she could not help but voice it again. It is a trifling matter. Focus on your cultivation, Shen Yun advised. The treasure hunting at the Merchant Guild has concluded. Now you can devote yourself to cultivation and training. Perhaps you might even discover some favorable items along your journeys. To reach VIP level 3, one needed to spend 5 million, which meant accumulating a total expenditure of 10 million. Considering the recent expenditure of 188,000 in previous records, he was still approximately 4.6 million away from VIP level 3. That was indeed a considerable sum. Yes, Qingxue will heed the young master's guidance. Ling Qingxue noticed the young master's focus waning, and seeing Su Wan's unwavering gaze upon her, she chuckled lightly. Senior sister, I truly do not wish to be a saintess. My goal lies in cultivation. I understand. Su Wan leaned closer, her voice a whisper then. I understand. I shall teach you. Ling Qingxue blinked her eyes, eliciting a radiant smile from Su Wan. The two leaned in together, discussing the Imperial formation. As Shen Yun exited the game, he gazed into the vast night, murmuring to himself, tomorrow, the Inheritance Secret Realm shall soon open. The Inheritance Secret Realm, as its name suggests, is a place imbued with ancient legacies. After absorbing a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, these secret realms gradually unveil themselves to the world. The entities within are extraordinarily ancient, their origins steeped in mystery, with some even linked to figures from ancient mythology, such as the progenitors of vampires from foreign lands, the sea god, the god of war, and likewise, the four divine beasts of Huaxia, along with the ghostly generals of Yama. These realms, inhabited by such beings, are referred to by the world as the resting places of deities, representing the pinnacle of divine inheritance. Attaining their legacy confers immense advantages on one's future cultivation journey. Regrettably, the deities in the Huaxia region may have slumbered for too long, leaving behind only a faint residue of divine energy, making it exceedingly difficult for individuals to awaken them and acquire their secret arts. Coupled with the numerous dangers within the secret realms, few have succeeded in obtaining these techniques, which has dissuaded many. Shen Yun recalls that in his previous life, the most renowned inheritance obtained in Huaxia was that of the divine beast Xuanwu and the dualities of black and white. When this inheritance was claimed, celestial phenomena would manifest above the secret realm, a truly spectacular sight. Whether the inheritance was genuine remains to be verified. Aside from these three, other inheritances are relatively minor. Consequently, Huaxia's legacies are comparatively weak, prompting numerous foreigners, buoyed by their formidable divine inheritances, to descend upon this land in search of secret realm resources. Particularly, the impoverished individuals from the islands, who, having acquired the Yada inheritance, exude an air of arrogance as if they were the sovereigns of the world, is enough to incite frustration. Regrettably, the so-called Xuanwu inheritance lacks potency. Otherwise, if it were truly related to the legacy of the true martial emperor, others would not dare to act so brazenly. Of course, it is also possible that it bears no true connection to the true martial legacy, merely adopting a grandiose name. For instance, the dualities of black and white are rumored to resemble only in appearance. With my current foundation, perhaps I can indeed procure a divine inheritance, Shen Yun mused. Once the secret realm is opened, the divine realm shall soon emerge. Having been reborn, he naturally recalls the illustrious secret realms from his previous life. Perhaps, with the formidable flames of annihilation at his disposal, he could acquire some formidable secret arts. With this thought, Shen Yun felt a flicker of anticipation. I wonder if the Huagua Mountain secret realm harbors the legacy of the great sage. It was one of the most sought-after secret realms in Huaxia during his past life. Yet, until the moment of his demise, no one had succeeded in activating the anomalous phenomena of Huagua Mountain. Nevertheless, he sensed that even if a legacy existed, it may not necessarily pertain to the son Wukong depicted in literature. Chapter 48. Future plans for the company. Barking dogs do not bite. Early the next morning, Shen Yun drove to the company. As he entered the lobby during the peak clock-in period, the surrounding employees greeted him with cheerful smiles. President. Good morning, President. Previously, due to the absence of relevant gaming benefits, many employees had clamored for resignation, with some even joining the Zhou group directly. Now, those who had left must be regretting their decisions. The downfall of the Zhou family is well known, and the foremost demon slayer in Haicheng is none other than this strikingly handsome and extraordinarily capable man, the 4-star demon slayer. His achievements are verifiable. He has slain 2 4th-tier demon beasts. Notably, he did so single-handedly, with Qin Shitong assuming the role of executive president and introducing a series of benefits. The remaining employees have been exhilarated for days. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity, promising a bright future ahead. The president has become so powerful. No wonder he neglected the company. He must have encountered fortuitous opportunities in the game. The early stages of game development are crucial. I too would be reluctant to waste time at the company. With the president personally visiting, something significant must be brewing. As a great scholar defends my arguments. Shen Yun nodded slightly to the crowd. Just then, the elevator opened, and Qin Shitong, along with several high-ranking executives, hurried over. President, why didn't you notify us in advance of your arrival? Boss, is there something important to announce? Qin Shitong gazed at the younger man with astonished delight. She had a premonition that Tunglong Group was on the verge of soaring. I'll keep it brief. Shen Yun led the way to the sofa in the lobby and instructed the group. From now on, the company's primary focus will shift towards the demon beast core and spiritual materials, eliminating all unnecessary business lines. Employees may form expedition teams to venture into the mountains, hunting demon beasts and gathering spiritual materials. The crowd understood, as everyone knew he possessed a white fox that could teleport. Boss, Qin Shitong spoke hesitantly. Entering the mountains requires strong leaders, which means we need to recruit. However, it might be too late to start hiring now. Capable players have already been recruited by other companies. Attracting them may require substantial resources. She genuinely wanted to say, it would have been easier to recruit earlier, boss. Indeed, early recruitment is undoubtedly simpler. However, as a reborn individual, Shen Yun possesses information that allows him to disregard this aspect. He smiled lightly. No worries. I received news this morning that many regions have already opened their dungeons. Just announced that anyone wishing to clear dungeons should join Tunglong Company. With this announcement, there will be no shortage of recruits for Tunglong Company. He merely needs to take time to lead some of the strong players through the dungeons, while they can subsequently guide newcomers. In due time, these individuals can assist him in hunting demon beast cores and gathering spiritual materials. Eventually, the company's operations will naturally stabilize. Dungeons. Qin Shitong and the others' eyes brightened. They're now quite familiar with these gaming concepts. With this hook, recruiting becomes much simpler. With the president's strength, ISNT clearing dungeons a piece of cake. Once the news is out, there will surely be many eager to join us. The atmosphere among the crowd was jubilant, for the man before them is the first demon-slaying king of Haiqin. A powerful advertisement indeed. All right, Shen Yun stood up and said, as for other related businesses, discuss and arrange amongst yourselves. I'll take my leave. He felt on the verge of another breakthrough. After having achieved a breakthrough last night, he sensed another one approaching. What a blissful busyness. Take care, President. The crowd rose. Qin Shitong escorted him out of the company. Speaking softly, President, someone from the Demon Slaying Department visited the company, saying you killed members of the Tianjiao Club. Is everything all right? Although Captain Jiang Yu had informed her that Shen Yun's strength had gained the recognition of the headquarters of the Demon Slaying Department, and that the Tianjiao Club would not suppress him, should anyone in the company deliberately cause trouble, they could simply call her. However, the focus of the club lies in the realm of gaming, where all members are of the Tianjiao level, while her boss appears formidable now. What about in the mid to late stages? If they gain feedback and become stronger in reality, they might become untouchable even by the Demon Slaying Department. Moreover, this organization has garnered national attention due to its many gaming talents. How could her boss compete? This thought troubled Qin Shitong greatly. Don't worry, just focus on your duties, Shen Yun replied calmly as he entered the car. A barking dog does not bite. The Tianjiao Club has remained surprisingly quiet, and he understands their intentions, merely waiting for the game feedback to strengthen. To expect the feedback to surpass his own strength? In the face of 100 billion gaming currency. That is nothing but a jest. Just considering the VIP capabilities, these individuals barely reach level 1. In his previous life, Shen Yun was only aware that certain Tianjiao cultivators targeted Luo Hongxi, yet he remained oblivious to the identity of the puppet master, knowing only Zhou Hao and Yi Xingqian from Haiqin. For now, he simply needs to wait for Ling Qingxue to emerge from her seclusion before systematically eliminating those Tianjiao behind the scenes who had oppressed and hunted Luo Hongxi. He is currently in a developmental phase, and once he becomes powerful, he will naturally rid himself of those who have wronged him. Well then, Qin Shitong noted his calm demeanor, which must imply he has some assurance, and gently reminded him, Boss, please exercise caution. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact Captain Jiang Yu. With a wave of his hand, Shen Yun departed. Upon returning home, he entered a state of cultivation. Time was inconsequential during his training. By the time he achieved a breakthrough to the 5th level of meridian condensation, the afternoon had already set in. He glanced at the monster app and noted that there was no information regarding 4th-tier monsters in nearby cities. There were numerous 3rd-tier beasts, yet they had all been dealt with by the Demon Suppression Bureau. While this group might struggle with 4th-tier adversaries, 3rd-tier ones were merely a matter of time. As for cities further afield, there were indications of suspected 4th-tier monsters, but the distance was too great. Taking a flight only to discover they were third tier would be quite embarrassing. If only he had a flying vessel, he could circumnavigate Huaxia in under an hour. Shen Yun sighed in resignation. Such vessels were indeed remarkable, capable of automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for power. However, in his past life, only the esteemed possessed them. With one, his efficiency in hunting monsters would undoubtedly increase. He decided to wait until he had confirmed information on fourth-tier monsters before venturing out again. Shen Yun closed the app, intent on swiftly increasing his VIP expenditure. Developing VIP capabilities was paramount, and he still needed over 4 million to reach level 3. He opened the game to find Ling Qingxue deep in cultivation, likely solidifying her recent acquisition of the Empress formation. Luo Hongxi was not in the Tianyin sword sect, but rather in a tavern with several fellow disciples. At that moment, her expression was far from pleasant, as she was embroiled in a heated argument within a room. Zhang Lei, I have already made it clear that the Luo family has severed ties with the Zhang family. Luo Hongxi glared at the youth before her, her brow furrowed. The audacity of the Zhang family was astounding. They acted as if the divorce had never occurred. Sister-in-law, Zhang Lei chuckled awkwardly. My cousin has his reasons. Bang! Luo Hongxi's eyes reddened as she slammed her palm on the table, glaring fiercely at the smirking Zhang Lei. Who is your sister-in-law? If you utter another word, I will hold your family accountable. Realizing he had crossed the line, Zhang Lei hurriedly apologized, slapping his own face. Ouch! Look at this mouth of mine. But really, Luo Jia, my brother's in a tough spot. He went on to elaborate, claiming his brother was being coerced by a noble daughter of the sect. It was a tragic tale, filled with tears and accusations of life's unfairness. Previously, the Zhang family would have rejoiced at the dissolution of the engagement. But now Luo Hongxi's reputation was soaring in the eastern region. As the sword master of the Tianyin sword sect and a disciple of the revered Dan Saint Zhao Xinqing, she was even invited as a distinguished guest to the upcoming alchemy competition at the Dan Hall. To say she had transformed from sparrow into a phoenix would not be an exaggeration. Zhang Fenghua was truly regretful, wishing he could turn back time to marry Luo Hongxi outright. The entire Zhang family lamented their lost opportunity, lamenting their short-sightedness. Zhang Lei had fortuitously encountered disciples of the Tianyin sword sect staying at this tavern, which prompted him to persuade Luo Hongxi. However, little did he know that Luo Hongxi had already learned of Zhang Fenghua's ambitions to align with the noble women of the Wentian sect through Shen Yun. Watching Zhang Lei's performance, she felt he resembled a clown seeking attention. TSK. It seems the Zhang family remains undeterred, fearing their true phoenix might take flight. A familiar voice echoed in her mind, lifting her spirits considerably. The young master has arrived. Does he not resemble a jester? They shall rue their actions. Shen Yun noticed the awkward expression hovering over Luo Hongxi's head, realizing she was still hesitant to act decisively. After all, she had not yet endured the tribulations of her past life, and her courage remained somewhat timid. Ding! Limited time offer. Recharge 324, original price 648. Now at half price. To summon an illusory presence that will admonish Zhang Lei. The sudden pop-up notification piqued Shen Yun's interest. It seems I shall need to bolster your courage. Limited time offer. Recharge 888, now at half price, to acquire an illusory slap that will send Zhang Lei reeling, causing him to spit blood. This is the consequence for disturbing Luo Hongxi. Supreme offer. Recharge 888, now at half price. The true form descends upon the Xintian continent, temporarily boosts cultivation, immunity to all damage, exuding supreme pressure that will instill fear in Zhang Lei and disrupt his resolve. Note: the true form recharge prompt can only be activated with a favorability rating of over 90. Wow, a true form descent? Shen Yun was immediately intrigued, extending his finger to select the option. Purchase of Supreme offer successful. Chapter 49, The White-Haired Elder's Ensemble. Descending into the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successful purchase. Due to the player's current attire being too low in quality, recharging an additional 324, original price 648, now at half price, will yield a set of exquisite embroidered garments. Recharge 888, now at half price, to obtain a set of elegant long robes. Recharge 888, now at half price, to acquire a transcendent long robe set, complete with a hair binding effect. Wealthy patron offer. Enjoy the white-haired, flying immortal ensemble, now only 68. 888, now at half price. Wearing it will undeniably elevate the player's status. Kind reminder, items purchased will be permanently stored in the player's personal account bag. Goodness, a white-haired elder. Such an abundance of schemes. Shen Yun had to admire the ingenuity of this setting. It was difficult to resist the allure of these offerings. He promptly locked in the esteemed ensemble for himself, naturally opting for the finest. He also casually acquired the other 2 sets, just to boost his expenditure record. Ding! Congratulations. Player, on successful purchase, you may now descend into the alternate world of the Xintian continent at any time. Simply will it. He felt a slight thrill. Rubbing his hands together, Shen Yun left a message for Bai Xian'er to prevent her from worrying if she saw he was absent. Having completed all this, he greeted Luo Hongxi. I have long found Zhang Fenghua displeasing. Encountering the Zhang family's shameless minions today, I feel a compulsion to assist you in venting your frustrations. Huh? Why would it warrant your involvement? Luo Hongxi was startled. Rising to her feet, how could she allow the young master to dirty his hands on such small fry? Yet her anxious demeanor was interpreted differently by Zhang Lei. Why is she so agitated when discussing my cousin's plight? It seems this future sister-in-law still cares for him. She merely resents the Zhang family's breach of contract. This made things simpler. All that was needed was for the family to show genuine remorse. And there might still be hope. However, just then, Zhang Lei's expression shifted as a figure silently appeared within the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Hongxi felt a chill run down her spine, her hairs standing on end. She was transfixed, staring at the white-haired man before her. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a snow-white long robe, his waist-length hair tied with a red ribbon. His ethereal aura and unparalleled beauty rendered everything around him dull by comparison. An immortal amidst the mundane world. This phrase instantly sprang to Luo Hongxi's mind, momentarily entrancing her. How remarkably handsome he is! She had never encountered a man of such stunning beauty, almost otherworldly. Yet she recalled that the young master resided in a perilous world, and it was no small feat for him to manifest. Yet here he was, drawn to her side by Zhang Lei's mere words. In that moment, Luo Hongxi realized that the young master seemed angered on her behalf. Indeed, when Shen Yun finally spoke, her heart raced like a startled deer, nearly leaping from her chest. Sister-in-law? Shen Yun regarded the astonished Zhang Lei with a calm demeanor and spoke softly. You dare covet what belongs to me? Zhang family? Boom! That seemingly casual remark struck Zhang Lei like thunder, draining the color from his face and sending cold sweat cascading down his brow. Zhang Lei, for reasons unknown, took a few trembling steps back, his expression one of sheer terror as he fixated on the figure before him. He could not comprehend the source of his overwhelming dread, but the oppressive aura emanating from this person was suffocating, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. This sensation was perilous. My lord, Luo Hongxi whispered as she approached Shen Yun, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude. The mere sight of her lord filled her with exhilaration, especially as she basked in his protective embrace. What could be more splendid than this moment? At that instant, she yearned to leap into his arms, to hold tightly onto the man who bestowed upon her an immense sense of security. Yet, she hesitated. In her heart, her lord was like the moon in the sky, a distant presence that was a blessing to behold from afar. To act too boldly might displease him, and that would be most unfortunate. My lord, Zhang Lei stared in shock at the two of them. What status did Luo Hongxi possess that she would serve as a mere servant? It was as if his own Zhang Fenghua were an emperor, utterly absurd. Witnessing Zhang Lei's bewilderment, Shen Yun privately mused. The cycle of fate is indeed remarkable. In a past life, you, Zhang Fenghua, hunted Luo Hongxi to the ends of the earth. Now, let you experience the bittersweet sensation of relinquishing your fiancé, whose future was limitless. This is a perfect chance to vex you, you petty fool. With a swift motion, Shen Yun wrapped his arm around Luo Hongxi's slender waist and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lei. Dare to lay a finger on my person, and I shall strike you down. Luo Hongxi tensed, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon her lord, who was now alarmingly close. Good heavens, how direct and domineering he was. With others present, his declaration of ownership was exceedingly assertive. She clutched the fabric of his attire, her cheeks flushing with an intensity that rendered her akin to a ripened apple. She relished the sensation of being treated with such commanding authority. Zhang Lei, witnessing this scene, turned ashen, for this signified that the Zhang family had lost a daughter-in-law who could elevate their clan. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through the room. An ethereal hand struck Zhang Lei's face with a resounding slap. Begone! With a thunderous crack, Zhang Lei spewed blood, spinning like a top before crashing through the door and tumbling out. The commotion startled the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect within the vicinity. Shadows flitted into the corridor, revealing Zhang Lei, his face swollen and sprawled on the ground, surrounded by blood and scattered teeth. Isn't this the little junior sister's friend? What a beating he has taken. Chun Haotian and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the closed door. Yet, they heard Luo Hongxi call out, "Seniors, please drive him away. I do not wish to see anyone from the Zhang family." Chen Haotian clasped his fists in greeting. "Is the sword master unwell? Do you require our assistance?" Since the alchemist elder accompanying them had been summoned by the alchemy hall to oversee the competition, and Luo Hongxi was occupied with her cultivation, she had asked them to wait here. They could not afford to overlook any disturbances. "I am fine, Brother Zhang. It is merely that I was provoked," she replied. "You all handle this matter. I shall continue my cultivation." "How dare he provoke our sword master?" The group's eyes glimmered with cold fury. Luo Hongxi was a cherished gem of the Tianyan sword sect, so delicate that they feared she might shatter. How could anyone be so blind as to cause trouble? "The sword master is cultivating. We shall take care of this," Chen Haotian declared, turning to see Zhang Lei by the hair, his face darkening as he dragged him into a nearby room. "You insignificant pest! You dare to deceive us into believing you are a friend of the sword master. If you do not provide our sect with an explanation today, you shall not leave here alive." Chen Haotian, the fifth senior brother, was known for his irreverent demeanor. Yet, when he turned serious, it was no trifling matter. Zhang Lei, witnessing the fierce disciples of the sword sect storm into the room and shut the door, frantically waved his hands. "Oh, I truly did nothing. Should you have done anything, you would not be alive." Chen Haotian's tone grew frigid, brandishing his sword against Zhang Lei's neck. "I have no time for your nonsense. Speak swiftly, or I shall personally bring your family to account." Zhang Lei trembled in fear. While he could be brazen with the soft-hearted Luo Hongxi, he had no courage to provoke these formidable sword cultivators. Unable to conceal the truth, he recounted the details of both families' marriage arrangements. As for his cousin Zhang Fenghua's attempts to curry favor with the noble women of the Wenyang sect, he could only embellish the tale. To reveal the truth would expose their sordid intentions, and he dared not provoke the striking, white-haired man who seemed formidable. "The sword master has a betrothal?" Chen Haotian and the others exchanged glances. Clearly, Elder Lin Sheng had not conveyed this matter to the disciples. Only a few within the higher echelons of the sword sect were aware. Since the engagement had been annulled, their continued harassment indicated a desire for connection. Chen Haotian assessed the situation and, without hesitation, raised his fist, which was the size of a sandbag. "We do not. It is not as you think." "Well said, brother. Such shamelessness. Kick him twice." The disciples erupted in cries as they restrained Zhang Lei and delivered a thorough beating. Meanwhile, within the room, the cacophony roused Luo Hongxi from her reverie, having been enveloped in the warmth of her lord's embrace. Upon waking, she felt a sense of suffocation. Her lord was too commanding, making her feel as though her very heart was being drawn away. Flushed with shyness, Luo Hongxi nestled tightly against Shen Yun's chest. Inhaling deeply, "Those seniors. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to you, my lord. There is no need for concern. That scoundrel deserves his punishment." Shen Yun replied with a smile. Zhang Fenghua's treacherous heart remains unyielding. The Zhang family need not be acknowledged henceforth. You shall ascend to great heights with my support, unperturbed by such trivialities. They are merely opportunists, and once you rise, the Zhang family will not dare disturb the Luo family. These words filled Luo Hongxi with a profound sense of possessiveness, her heart swelling with gratitude as she gazed up at Shen Yun with adoration. "My lord, I." As she beheld the breathtaking visage before her, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. The words she longed to speak remained unuttered, and she buried her face once more against Shen Yun's chest. "Rest assured, Hongxi shall always be yours, and no one can take me away." She dared only to whisper this in her heart, believing herself too ordinary to be deserving of someone as otherworldly as him. To know that she held a place in his heart, that he might think of her and the words he had spoken today, was enough. With this thought, Luo Hongxi clung tightly to Shen Yun, her right hand gripping his wrist as though wishing to merge her being with his heart. Unable to voice her feelings, she resorted to this gesture to convey her affection. Due to the thinness of the robes worn by cultivators, coupled with Luo Hongxi's exceptional talent, Shen Yun found himself slightly constrained. He awkwardly shifted, taking a small step back and clearing his throat. "Feel free to speak your mind. I am not one to take offense." Now, it was Luo Hongxi's turn to feel embarrassed, having evidently sensed his discomfort. "It's nothing, my lord," she replied, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. "By the way, how long can you stay here?" "Beep. The task has concluded. You may return to the real world in 10 seconds. "What? After spending over 100,000, it ends so quickly?" Shen Yun inwardly grumbled, gazing at the young woman before him with a gentle smile. "I cannot remain long. I must depart soon." "What?" Luo Hongxi's smile faltered, as she had hoped that the young master would accompany her for a while longer. "What was I thinking? The arrival of the two realms must have consumed much of his energy. How could I be so greedy? Luo Hongxi hastily quelled the thoughts swirling in her mind. In ancient times, ascendants had never been known to descend to the lower realms. The difficulty of such a feat is self-evident. Though the young master is formidable, his world is equally fraught with peril, and his opponents are undoubtedly terrifying entities. How could he disregard his own safety for her sake? Luo Hongxi earnestly cautioned him. Please be careful. If descending here proves too taxing, do not attempt it again. The two would meet again in due time. There would always be future opportunities. After all, he was merely a minor demon. There was no need for concern. Shen Yun smiled faintly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. My lord. Luo Hongxi instinctively stepped forward, staring into the void. In that moment, she envisioned him vividly, as if a transcendent figure was silently gazing upon her from the heavens. Do not worry, I have returned, yes. My lord, please rest well. Luo Hongxi is perfectly fine. A radiant smile spread across her face as she lightly sat upon the bed, her long legs playfully swaying the hem of her skirt, exuding an air of delight. My lord is truly handsome. The mere thought of Shen Yun's unparalleled visage quickened her heartbeat uncontrollably. More importantly, he did not appear to be the heartless immortal others spoke of. It is said that immortals sever all emotions and desires. Yet the young master's reaction just now was startling. So it turns out that he harbors feelings for me as well. Luo Hongxi, blushing, bit her pink lip while her cheeks flushed. How unfortunate that the time was so brief. Otherwise, I would never want my lord to endure such hardship. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Luo Hongxi felt her heart racing in her throat. With misty eyes, she turned and dove into her blankets. In her heart, the young master had already become synonymous with her husband. Yet, such thoughts were not befitting for a young lady, for they would surely compromise her modesty. Within the villa, Shen Yun lay on the sofa, fixated on her phone, when suddenly a flash of light illuminated the screen. As Shen Yun appeared, meditating with crossed legs, she twitched her delicate nose. What an abundance of yang energy! Upon closer inspection, she quickly shielded her eyes. The character bound to my master must surely be a vixen. She is relentless, even in such a short time. I truly worry that my master may be bewitched. Is it possible for my master to traverse into the phone? This revelation astonished Shen Yun, for no one online had disclosed such a detail. However, one could surmise that the character bound to her master was certainly extraordinary. Possessing such feedback capabilities is only natural. A wondrous journey indeed. Once Shen Yun regained his composure, he still found the experience to be quite remarkable. The matters he had longed for in his previous life were now within reach, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Alas, it seems the soul has also been drawn away. Shen Yun languidly pawed at the sofa cushions. As a fellow vixen, she felt herself vastly inferior, perhaps even to a mere human, which left her feeling quite disheartened. Noticing the commotion, Shen Yun waved his hand, and spiritual energy enveloped her and the phone, bringing them to his palm. What troubles you, Shen Yun? You seem rather downcast. Oh, it's nothing, master. I'm merely a bit drowsy, Shen Yun replied, revealing her belly and closing her eyes, indicating that she had overeaten and needed to digest. Shen Yun, lying on the bed, cradled her on his abdomen, one hand gently rubbing her silky belly to aid her digestion, while the other perused the game character. Luo Hongxi was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a pill refining manual, while Ling Qingxue was in the cave, working on an imperial formation. Seeing that both were otherwise occupied, Shen Yun exited the game and opened a short video app. It was already afternoon. News regarding the secret realm should have been made public online. Chapter 51. The Hatred of a Stolen Wife. Off to Flower Fruit Mountain. As expected, the short video interface was filled with related trending topics. Pinned. Explosive hot search. Jiangnan Watertown discovers 12 cave secret realms. Experts decipher the age of the land within, dating back 30,000 years. The history of Chinese civilization may be rewritten. Official hot topic. Suspected underworld secret realms discovered in Yuzhou district. Ghosts abound within, posing extreme danger. Those who encounter it are advised to proceed with caution. Metaphysical interview. Inheritance secret realm. This information stems from deciphering the inscriptions on the secret realm stele. The public may have the opportunity to acquire ancient legacies within the secret realm. International news. A mysterious secret realm of Hercules appears in southern Europe. Will the power of ancient deities resurface in the mortal realm? Comments from South Korea. The inscriptions in the secret realm bear a striking resemblance to those of our nation. This indicates the secret realm's origin lies within our borders. We urge all nations obtaining the secret realm to hand over the inscriptions for our study. Unauthorized appropriation of research constitutes theft. Financial news. Statistics indicate that global players earn approximately 30 cents worth of game currency daily. Exceptions apply, with VIP 1 costing 2 million. Thus, it would take 18,000 years for a player to accumulate enough to reach VIP 1. Exclusive interview section. Could the Xintian continent be related to Blue Star? Are the deities of various nations former cultivators, merely recorded in legends by the humans of that era? Indeed, the secret realm has emerged at this juncture. Shen Yun swiftly skimmed through every piece of information related to the secret realm. The most prominent secret realm was undoubtedly the underworld realm discovered in Yuzhou district. The inheritance techniques of the black and white impermanents originated from here. Now that the secret realm has appeared, it is time to stake out Flower Fruit Mountain. Shen Yun was not covetous of the inheritance of black and white impermanents. Such treasures have their destined bearers. His interest lay in Flower Fruit Mountain. If the great sage truly exists, he is curious about what inheritance may be found. Opening a transportation app, he discovered that high-speed trains had largely halted operations. Only a few flights were still operational, considering that the mountains were teeming with beasts, making survival in midair perilously low. Moreover, it was challenging for ordinary people to secure flight tickets. However, for Shen Yun, this posed little issue, as he enjoyed certain privileges as a 4-star Demon King. Noticing that there were still intra-province flights to Flower Fruit Mountain, he filled out the information and in less than a minute, successfully purchased a ticket. It is likely that the area surrounding Flower Fruit Mountain is already teeming with people, Shen Yun speculated to himself. No one is foolish with the ancient secret realm opening. Such a legendary place is bound to attract attention, and many would surely be staking it out. Coupled with the great sage's immense popularity, both tourists and locals would likely create a veritable throng. Yet, to acquire the inheritance of the secret realm, mere numbers would not suffice. After securing his ticket, Shen Yun began to pack his belongings. He was uncertain when the Flower Fruit Mountain secret realm would open. For now, he would simply wait and see, as it was equally convenient for him to reside anywhere alone. Moments later, Shen Yun mounted by Xian and headed to Haiqing Airport. She was actually serving as a maid for someone. Zhang family. Zhang Fenghua glared fiercely at the battered Zhang Lei before him. Yes. Zhang Lei dared not meet his ravenous gaze, murmuring, based on their condition at the time, it seems Luo Hongxi has long been enamored with that white-haired man. Boom. Upon hearing this, an enraged Zhang Fenghua slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it, and the headband on his head was also torn apart. That wretched woman. He ground his teeth in a low growl. No wonder when I went to annul the marriage, she agreed immediately. It turns out she has latched onto a powerful figure. Had it not been for that white-haired man, considering Zhang Fenghua's prospects of joining the Wenyangong, the humble Luo family would have been eager for their union. Even if he had gone to annul the engagement before, he could have concocted a suitable excuse afterward, and with the familial ties between the two families, the Luo family would likely have understood. Yet now, the Luo family completely disregarded the Zhang family's visit. It now appears that everything is the work of that silver-haired man behind the scenes. Despite having a marriage contract with me, he is still cavorting with other men. Zhang Fenghua, feeling the sting of betrayal, his eyes reddened with fury. And you, to shamelessly snatch another man's wife. How despicable. This is truly the most contemptible act. In the past, he would discuss the allure of other men's wives with friends, but now he finds himself on the receiving end of such treachery. The issue is that he hasn't even touched his fiancée's hand before that silver-haired man whisked her away. For heaven's sake, do not act recklessly. Zhang Lei, noticing the murderous intent leaking from him, cast a glance at the composed head of the Zhang family, Zhang Lai, and cupped his fists, saying, Patriarch. That silver-haired man's power is astonishing. It seems the Tianyin sword sect is still unaware of their affair. If we do not approach this matter with caution, he will surely come after the Zhang family. Currently, he is the only one who has witnessed the relationship between Luo Hongxi and that man. If the Zhang family makes a big deal out of this, the family will be in peril. Ultimately, it can only be said that Zhang Fenghua and the higher-ups of the family were far too arrogant. If they had simply annulled the engagement, none of this chaos would have ensued. Otherwise, the Zhang family could have had a daughter-in-law with limitless potential. Now, alas, the sister-in-law has become another's woman, and the family's future may be at stake. Yet, he is merely a disciple of the family. How could he dare to speak ill of the future patriarch and the higher-ups? The family would deliberate carefully on this matter. Zhang Lai waved his hand. You have also worked hard. Go and seek the elder for medicinal herbs to heal your wounds. Yes, Zhang Lai replied as he took his leave. After he departed, Zhang Lai placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Fenghua's shoulder. Given the circumstances, there is no hope for Luo Hongxi now. The strength of that silver-haired man is unknown. Do not act foolishly and let this matter rest for now. Do not worry. Father, I understand. Zhang Fenghua inhaled deeply, suppressing the rage within. One of the most dangerous figures in the world of cultivation is undoubtedly the young individual with a head of white hair. For one can never ascertain how long they have lived. He had not yet stooped to directly seek trouble with the other party. Perhaps it is for the best. It allows me to focus on overcoming Sister Lu Ruyan in the sect. As for the two of you, I shall surely avenge this grievance in the future. Having calmed his emotions, Zhang Fenghua bowed to Zhang Lai. If that is the case, I shall return to the sect now. Well, it is good to see you have come to terms with this. Zhang Lai patted his shoulder. Go ahead. If you require assistance in your cultivation, the family will certainly support you. Thank you, Father. I take my leave. Attention passengers, due to an overwhelming number of travelers, the flight to Wawushan will, starting tomorrow, be restricted to cultivators at the 5th level of the gathering rotation. Passengers below this threshold will receive a full refund for their tickets. What? So many people are going to Wawushan. At the airport entrance, a throng of individuals queued for security, engaging in lively discussions. Haha, that's the legendary place where Monkey King once resided. Who knows, there might be hidden realms there. Of course, many want to go. We are truly fortunate to be able to go today. Otherwise, with my current cultivation at the spirit guiding realm, I would only be able to watch. I've already cleared the 5th generation of Black Myth. Today, I'm on the last flight. Surely, I am a destined one. Perhaps I might even obtain the Monkey King's legacy. Hey, you can't say that. The crowd's enthusiasm was palpable. Each person convinced that once Wawushan opens its hidden realms, they would undoubtedly be the destined ones. Chapter 52. The Pinnacle of Beauty in Haicheng. The handsome brother arrives. Hiss. Look. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd. It's that flashing white fox. Is Boss Shen also going to Wawushan? My heavens, that fox is incredibly beautiful. The queue turned in unison, witnessing a massive white fox gracefully leaping towards the airport entrance. As she stood before the crowd, no one could tear their gaze away. With 3 ethereal tails, immaculate fur, a naturally exquisite visage, and brilliant eyes, accompanied by an innate elegance in her movement, who could help but feel envy and admiration. Each step she took commanded the attention of everyone present. Meanwhile, seated up above, Shen Yun became the focus of the crowd as well. Although Shen Yun's fame was not as explosive as that of the flashing white fox, he held a significant reputation in Haicheng, the pinnacle of beauty in Haicheng. This was a title bestowed upon him by local netizens. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. No wonder he was referred to as the pinnacle of beauty in Haicheng, surpassing even celebrities. Many privately lamented. In comparison, he looks even more like the destined one. Come on. The great sage doesn't care whether I have a mount or how handsome I am. Everyone is a destined one. Everyone has the opportunity to obtain the legacy. Is he also going to Wawushan? This dramatic entrance must be an attempt to influence my resolve. How despicable. Such petty tactics. The great sage would never pass on secret techniques to you. Mr. Shun, the airport staff, already waiting at the entrance, hurried forward with smiles. I will lead you to the VIP passage. Thank you. Shen Yun nodded slightly, while Bai Xian'er transformed into a small fox and nestled on his shoulder. Throughout the journey, Shen Yun and Bai Xian'er attracted countless glances, causing quite a stir wherever they went. It was tea until Shen Yun boarded the plane and settled into first class that the surrounding noise finally subsided. Feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, Shen Yun picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. Raising an eyebrow, he answered, Hello? Good day, Mr. Shun. I am Jiang Yu, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Haicheng. I hear you are preparing to head to Wawushan. You need not worry. The Tianjiao Club has already received directives from higher-ups and will not suppress your company. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun understood her intent was to quell the animosity between both parties, and his tone remained indifferent. A barking dog seldom bites. They do not dare to act rashly for now. They're likely waiting to strengthen themselves in the game before making a move. His foundation would soon allow him to ascend to the Demon Suppression sect, at which point even the powerful would have to bow before him. Thus, the advantage of the Tianjiao Club would only be relevant within the game. Mr. Shun, are you truly planning to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Tianjiao Club? To be frank, both parties have their necessity and significance. Harm to either side would not bode well for China. Moreover, not all members of the club are malevolent. There is no need for your concern, Captain Jiang. The plane is about to take off. Shen Yun hung up the phone directly. The enmity from his previous life remained. He would not relinquish it for mere persuasion. He would first deal with those who had troubled him before considering anything else. Those so-called prodigies would serve as stepping stones for his vengeance, and a cold smile graced Shen Yun's lips as he opened the game. Ling Qingxue had just emerged from her secluded training, having thoroughly mastered a portion of the Imperial Array and reached the third level of soul refinement. It was time for her to venture out for some practical experience. Recently, she had been within the time-suspending spatial tower, focusing on familiarizing herself with the array and absorbing spirit stones to break through her cultivation. However, her rapid advancement necessitated consolidation. Otherwise, her foundation might become unstable. Seeking a suitable place for her training and simultaneously helping her master find suitable items to win over affections, Ling Qingxue stepped down the mountain and keenly noticed a familiar gaze directed her way. "Master, you have arrived." She beamed, looking towards the void with delight. Perhaps having spent too long training within the spatial realm, she felt immense joy every time she communicated with her master. The phrase "a day apart" feels like 3 autumns perfectly encapsulated her feelings. Seeing her radiant smile, Shen Yun pressed the voice button and teased. "You look so happy. Shouldn't you greet me with 'a long time no see'?" "Ah, it has indeed been a long time." Ling Qingxue playfully blinked her eyes before lightly descending the mountain. "My lord, I intend to venture out for some training. Do you have any valuable suggestions?" "Indeed, I do have one," he replied. "Do you remember the last time you vanquished Chu Feng?" There was a character embroidered with the character Heaven on his sleeve. That is the emblem of the Tianjiao Club. Ling Qingxue pondered thoughtfully and nodded. "I recall, my lord. The corner of that person's sleeve did indeed bear a red character for heaven. All the cultivators in that organization are of the Tianjiao caliber, and some have wronged me. You should take care of them." Shen Yun stated plainly. "One is named Sun Feiyu, and the other is Wei Rong. You may wish to look into their backgrounds. These two have previously targeted Luo Hongxi, and their cultivation levels should be comparable to yours at this time. It is said that Luo Hongxi managed to escape with her life from this group, which speaks to her remarkable fortune. Moreover, the elixirs she concocted fetch high prices when sold by Shen Yun in reality, providing her with a wealth of cultivation resources and allowing for rapid growth. Unfortunately, before she could rise, she found herself overwhelmed and ultimately met a tragic end. Those who have wronged my lord." Ling Qingxue raised her delicate brows, murmuring to herself. "It seems my lord has other followers. It was only natural. How much goodwill could she garner on her own?" "Do not worry, my lord," she assured, a slight nod of her head. "I shall use these Tianjiao as my sharpening stones. Since they are enemies of my lord, they are my enemies too." To an outsider, it may appear that she was merely a pawn, courting unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it would seem illogical to take the life of another without cause. Yet she was willing, for in her eyes, her lord's words were infallibly true. If her lord deemed them foes, then they should be slain. What further justification was necessary? "Exercise caution," Shen Yun advised softly. "If you find yourself outmatched, there will be more opportunities. Rest assured, my lord, Qingxue understands." Ling Qingxue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "My lord, your followers must be quite formidable. Am I not the weakest among them?" To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Upon learning that Shen Yun had other followers, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Surely, his followers were all-powerful figures, while she was merely a sidekick at best. "Indeed, in a sense, you are the strongest." Shen Yun chuckled, observing the tension in Ling Qingxue's expression. "What?" Ling Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shining with excitement. "I'm the strongest." Chapter 53. The Charisma of the Great Sage. The place was teeming with people. However, she soon realized that her lord was teasing her, causing her cheeks to flush as she dashed away. "My lord is ignoring me, just to see me make a fool of myself." "Ha!" Shen Yun laughed heartily, rarely witnessing Ling Qingxue display such a playful demeanor. As she began to search for information on her targets, Shen Yun exited the current interface to check on Luo Hongxi. The young lady was currently on her way to the alchemy competition with her peers. Seeing nothing amiss, Shen Yun retrieved the heart-shaped brush he had previously purchased from his bee-space to groom the white sienna in his arms. Truly, it was an item specially designed for magical beast babies. With just a gentle stroke, Sienna stretched out in sheer delight, her tiny paws splayed. "Oh, how delightful, master." "Goodness." That voice was incredibly alluring. The surrounding passengers cast curious glances at Shen Yun, who had unwittingly stirred their hearts with that single utterance, regardless of gender. This exemplified the allure Sienna possessed. Truth be told, Shen Yun too felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his pulse quickening. He instinctively recalled the image of Sienna clad in a violet battle robe, musing, "No wonder King Zhou." Even this one phrase is beyond the grasp of most women. Who could resist? Sienna, too, became aware of the enchanting nature of her voice. And as she lay upon Shen Yun's lap, she suddenly sensed a rush of masculine energy. This left her blushing and hastily closing her mouth, her eyes filled with shyness. "Oh no, I didn't mean to." Little did she realize that her charm was so potent that a mere phrase could leave her master in disarray. Yet, she felt a flicker of pride within. It indicated that her allure as a vixen was not without merit. Perhaps we should cease grooming for now. Shen Yun dispelled the image of Shen Yun in battle attire, and instead took out a magical nail clipper to tend to her claws. After all, he had some time on his hands, and he noticed Shen Yun's south eyes squinting into crescent shapes, clearly enjoying his company. As her contract beast, Shen Yun had been quite busy lately, and it was the perfect opportunity to spend some quality time with her. This thoughtful gesture filled Shen Yun with joy, causing her to sway her 3 fluffy tails in delight. Master is so kind to me. When the airplane landed, night had already fallen. Yet the passengers were filled with excitement, each one rushing forward with fervor. Great sage, here I come. The high-speed train had ceased operations, and reaching Huagua Mountain would require another 2-hour drive. Shall we not find a hotel to rest for the night, and proceed tomorrow? At such a young age, sleep? The influx of visitors from all over the nation was bound to grow, so they hastily sought a place to stay near Huagua Mountain. The lodgings were already fully booked. Fortunately, there were still residences in the vicinity. If they delayed, they might find themselves without even a place to sleep. Goodness, so many people have come. Upon entering the hall, they discovered that the entire waiting area was packed with a throng of individuals. The Huagua Mountain secret realm had not even opened yet it was already overcrowded. Such was the allure of the great sage. Shen Yun, reflecting on this, exited the VIP corridor only to encounter a group of 4. Hello, Mr. Shun. We are members of the Demon Suppression Division in this city. I am team leader Wang Gang. Is there something you need? Shen Yun shook his hand. Having heard of your arrival at Huagua Mountain, we have already arranged accommodations nearby. Wang Gang stated, his tone growing serious. Mr. Shun, with the opening of the secret realm, numerous demonic beasts and malevolent entities have infiltrated the area. While it is uncertain whether Huagua Mountain contains a secret realm, those monsters have certainly entered. Our city is only staffed by 3 4-star demon suppression kings, and we will require your assistance. This is an unfortunate necessity. If we were to seal off all major secret realms across the nation, the populace would surely revolt. The secret realm is a place of opportunity, and everyone has the chance to obtain a legacy. While military force can suppress for the moment, the times have changed. Everyone is cultivating, and a misstep could provoke widespread conflict. No one wishes to witness such a scene. As the strength of the populace increases, so too does the fortune of the nation. However, the opening of the secret realms also allows intelligent demonic beasts and malevolent entities to lie in wait. This has placed immense pressure on the Demon Suppression Division, with many powerful cultivators dispatched to guard the secret realms nationwide. Huagua Mountain has yet to reveal its secret realm, yet is overwhelmed by visitors. Investigations have shown that malevolent entities have already infiltrated the crowd. Even with 3 4-star demon suppression kings present, there remains a palpable sense of unease. To be elevated to a 4-star demon suppression king, a cultivator must possess a minimum strength equivalent to the Vasi realm. While this level corresponds to the 4th tier of malevolent entities, an ordinary demon suppression king would struggle to defeat a demonic beast one-on-one. This is primarily due to the shallow foundation of human cultivators. At times, it requires 2 to 3 demon suppression kings to slay a single 4th-tier demonic beast or malevolent entity. Wang Gang and his companions were deeply concerned about the potential emergence of 4th-tier malevolent entities surrounding Huagua Mountain, with secret realms opening nationwide. The scattering of the Demon Suppression Division's strong individuals had become their most pressing dilemma. The resurgence of spiritual energy has spanned several decades, and while formidable individuals have emerged, they remain few in number compared to the myriad secret realms that have been unearthed across various locations. Given Shen Yun's illustrious record of single-handedly vanquishing 4th-tier demonic beasts, it was no surprise that they arrived early to await his descent from the aircraft. I thrive in areas teeming with monsters, Shen Yun remarked with a faint smile. No problem, but I shall only slay 4th-tier malevolent beings. Anything beneath that level is for you to handle. This statement, brimming with audacity, is contingent upon the stature of the speaker. Wang Gang and his companions were invigorated as if they had received a potent stimulant, their faces alight with excitement. Haha, with Mr. Shen's assurance, we can rest easy. Shielding Shen Yun, the 4 navigated through the bustling airport and arrived at the underground parking garage. Just as Shen Yun was about to board the vehicle, he sensed a breakthrough on the horizon and gently patted the slumbering by Shen Yun on his shoulder. No need to see me off. I shall make my way there myself. Just send me the location. Very well, Wang Gang replied without further inquiry. Mr. Shun, travel safely. I will send you the hotel's address right away. All right, I'm off. With a swift motion, the white fox darted out of the underground parking garage. Mr. Shen's mount is truly impressive, just to behold. One of the teammates remarked enviously. Although many riders have surfaced online, none can compare to this white fox. Wang Gang scoffed. They cannot hold a candle to Mr. Shen's steed. That white fox has reached third-tier status. In terms of strength, it would easily overwhelm those online pretenders. The online displays are mere juvenile beasts grown large. If they were to engage in battle, they would fall silent, all laid flat. Captain, with Mr. Shen drawn here, do you think the Flower and Fruit Mountain will unveil a secret realm? The group speculated as they boarded the vehicle. If the legacy of the Monkey King were to emerge, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. Who can say? Wang Gang mused, observing the throngs of people outside. Hasn't the U District unveiled numerous secret realms related to the underworld? Has anyone truly acquired a supreme legacy? If someone were to obtain the Great Sage's inheritance, oh, what an unimaginable scenario. Chapter 54, Life-Saving Artifact, Half-Saint Golden Cicada Talisman. Upon arriving at the designated hotel, Shen Yun was greeted by a dedicated staff member at the entrance. Mr. Shun, the hotel manager beamed as he approached. The presidential suite has been prepared for you, and you may stay for as long as you desire. Allow me to escort you upstairs. With a slight nod, Shen Yun followed him to the room. After confirming that no surveillance cameras were present, he settled cross-legged on the bed and retrieved a spiritual stone to enter his breakthrough mode. Shen Yun, emerging from his embrace, patrolled the surroundings. After a brief exploration, she made her way to the balcony, gazing at the congested road below, her tone laced with astonishment. So many people. It seems the allure of the great sage equal to heaven is quite potent. During their journey, she had perused information online regarding this fictional mythological figure, finding it perplexing. Yet, with Flower and Fruit Mountain merely 3 kilometers away, teeming with various demonic beasts, one would expect other scenic areas to be deserted. Instead, the crowds here only intensified. It appears the great sage indeed possesses something remarkable, Shen Yun mused, flicking her tail before returning indoors to watch over Shen Yun. In the East region, at the Pill Palace in Pill City, the entire city welcomed a multitude of cultivators early that morning. The alchemy competition, a grand event held simultaneously across the 5 domains, was a celebration for young alchemists, generating immense excitement each time. Among the esteemed guests, Luo Hongxi was conversing with a group of elderly masters backstage. Being the sole youthful presence in the grand hall, the young girl occasionally listened to the old alchemist's insights on alchemy, interjecting with questions regarding her own confusions. As the head disciple of the Pill Saint, and a direct disciple at that, in terms of seniority, all the alchemists present would have to address her as senior sister. Those she queried rose respectfully and offered their knowledge without hesitation. Some even worried she might not comprehend their teachings, thus explaining with more care than they would to their own disciples. Upon concluding, they would present her with small tokens, adding, "Just my humble opinion, for your reference." After all, her master was the venerable Pill Saint. If these exchanges were to be relayed to the Pill Saint, any misstep would lead to considerable embarrassment. Luo Hongxi relished this experience, finding value in the wisdom shared by the elders. The added bonuses of 7th-tier medicinal materials gifted to her were certainly a cause for joy. Yet, lacking any items of sentimental value left her with a tinge of regret as she poured herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat. Esteemed guests, the crowd turned to see Hong Kong, one of the branch leaders from the East region, stepping out from behind the scenes. The treasures for the top 3 in this competition have been decided by our Pill Palace. Please see if these are suitable. Approaching the table, he waved his hand, revealing 3 crystal boxes. The first prize is a mid-grade half-saint medicinal cauldron. The second prize is a low-grade half-saint golden cicada talisman. And the third prize is a top-tier 9th-grade pill. Truly, the Pill Palace was extravagantly wealthy. The alchemists from various factions who came to witness the event nodded in approval, stroking their beards in admiration. Han Danwang's pleasantries were genuine, and these treasures were indeed remarkable, leaving no room for criticism. At this moment, Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the treasures on stage. Meanwhile, a newly awakened Shen Yun focused intently on the information displayed on his game interface. Feedback artifact, low-grade half-saint golden cicada talisman. Upon shedding blood on the talisman and placing it in a secure location, when the individual encounters danger, they will instantly appear at the location where the talisman is stored. Wow, this is incredible, Shen Yun exclaimed, his face alight with surprise as he scrutinized the interface. This item was undoubtedly a prime life-saving treasure. It could be likened to granting him an additional life in the early stages. If there are no objections, Hong Kong began. But his words were interrupted by a timid voice. Master Han, could I request that half-saint low-grade golden cicada talisman? All eyes turned to the blushing and somewhat awkward Luo Hongxi. Master Han, I can exchange it with treasures for my sect. She understood that this request was rather abrupt. Yet this was a half-saint level artifact of great worth, and even if it was impolite, she felt compelled to advocate for her esteemed companion. In the midst of the gathering, Lu Hong, an alchemist from the Tianyin sword sect, found the situation puzzling. The life-saving artifact provided to Luo Hongxi was of greater value than this talisman. Perhaps the Pill Saint had also bestowed upon her some protective items. The talisman did not seem worthy of her bringing it up. Disregarding his confusion, he assumed the sect leader simply found her appealing and desired to offer it. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Hong Kong, saying, "Rest assured, Master Han. Our sword sect will not allow the Pill Palace to suffer any losses." "Ha ha!" Hong Kong chuckled, stroking his beard. "It is merely a talisman. Young friend Luo may take it. However, please, say no more." Luo Hongxi gazed nervously at Hong Kong, who raised his brows and smiled. "However, young friend Luo must participate in the alchemy competition." The alchemist's eyes lit up, and they erupted in applause. "Haha, this suggestion is splendid. I've long wished to witness the Pill Saint's ethereal alchemy techniques. Indeed, this is the 19th ranked technique among the top 100 alchemical methods. I trust young friend Luo has grasped its essence. Today, we are in for a treat. I've been stuck at the 7th-tier alchemist level for far too long. Perhaps after today's observation, I might gain some insights." The alchemists were all clamoring in excitement. As for whether they were eager to witness the Pill Saint's alchemical prowess, or to discern why the Pill Saint had chosen to take Luo Hongxi as a disciple, that would remain a matter of individual interpretation. Hong Kong, too, had his own subtle intentions. Once a colleague and one of the subchamber masters, Jiang Ming, after missing his opportunity with Luo Hongxi, became the subject of rumors that the Pill Saint Zhao Xinqing harbored immense dissatisfaction towards the Eastern Domain subchamber. Although these were mere whispers, the undeniable fact remained that Jiang Ming had misjudged the situation, and now he secluded himself, engrossed in alchemical pursuits, refusing to even make an appearance at the competition. If only Luo Hongxi could participate, such rumors would naturally dissipate, and the image of the Pill Hall would surely improve. However, with an awkward expression, Luo Hongxi addressed the crowd. "As a junior, I can barely concoct 4th-grade pills, and with such meager skills, I wouldn't even rank within the top 20. There seems to be no point in participating. It would only be a source of ridicule." Presently, her cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of meridian condensation, and producing 4th-grade pills required the aid of her purple extreme heavy eyes. As for 5th-grade pills, they were the standard for elite competitors, and attempting to concoct them would demand an excessive expenditure of spiritual energy and focus, which was utterly beyond her capabilities. Upon hearing this, Hong Kong sensed an opportunity and earnestly declared, "The original intention of the Pill Hall competition is to foster communication among practitioners. How could it possibly discriminate against the alchemical accomplishments of others? If such a person truly exists, I shall be the first to deal with him." "Indeed," echoed the other alchemists in support. "Luo, my young friend, you should simply take the stage without overthinking it. If anyone dares to mock, I shall ensure they receive their due." Faced with such fervent encouragement, Luo Hongxi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I shall consider a trial. If I embarrass myself, so be it. At least it may help my lord acquire this excellent item of goodwill." Chapter 55. Wealthy Pretensions. The arrogance of the ancient Pill Emperor's alchemical canon. Seeing her acquiescence, Hong Kong let out a quiet sigh of relief and directly handed her a crystal box containing a golden cicada talisman, smiling as he said, "Rest assured, your results will not be recorded in the alchemical competition. Consider yourself a specially invited alchemist. Just take the stage to hone your courage and character. After all, as the disciple of the Pill Saint, a poor performance in your debut would be unacceptable. Moreover, it is inherently unfair to compare you, who is just beginning to explore alchemy, with seasoned alchemists." However, this new arrangement changed the narrative. Her participation could be framed as gaining experience for the competition. Many spectators would inevitably distract the competing alchemists during the event, and for those lacking courage and composure, achieving satisfactory results would be nearly impossible. In simpler terms, the Pill Hall was granting her a privilege, a backdoor, to help her accumulate experience for future endeavors. "Displeased? If you had a Pill Saint mentor, I would grant you the same privilege," remarked Lu Hong, an elder from the sword sect, with a smile and a nod. Previously, he had considered warning Hong Kong, but was pleasantly surprised by the old alchemist's keen understanding of social dynamics. Thus, even if Luo Hongxi were to falter, it would not be of great consequence. Having received the talisman, Luo Hongxi nodded repeatedly in agreement, her heart exulting. "My lord, look at the splendid treasure I have found for you." Compared to the previous 3rd-grade soul-piercing mechanism, this half-saint golden cicada talisman was indeed worthy of her excitement. "Excellent. Keep up the momentum. Shen Yun declared as he extracted a drop of blood and let it fall onto the talisman. The originally yellow paper was instantly stained crimson by his blood, and the half-saint golden patterns transformed into a deep red hue. Regrettably, he was too far from home. Shen Yun stored the talisman within his spatial storage. Once he entered the secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain, he could only conceal this item in his hotel. Should he encounter danger in the secret realm, activating it would allow him to reappear in the hotel, thus escaping the perilous zone. What a promising start to the day. Shen Yun stretched lazily. After breaking through to the 6th level of meridian condensation, he had gone to sleep. With automated accelerated cultivation, he did not require the same meditative practices as other cultivators. Upon awakening that morning, he checked his phone and was thrilled to find that he had obtained a half-saint life-saving item. At that moment, the projection revealed that the alchemical competition had commenced. As the Pill Hall Master and representatives from various factions took their seats, the participating alchemists began to emerge. A total of 100 young competitors, all under the age of 30 and selected from across the regions, gathered. These individuals represented the elite of the younger generation in the Eastern Domain. Some of their future accomplishments might even surpass those of the alchemical elders seated among the factions, which was precisely why they were there, to observe and perhaps recruit a talent or two. As the participants entered, upon seeing Luo Hongxi seated in the special invited alchemist section, expressions of astonishment and excitement swept over them. Luo Hongxi? Is she truly the disciple of the Pill Saint? It will be interesting to see what abilities she possesses to garner such favor from the Pill Saint. TSK, if she falters in her alchemy, I can say I've bested the disciple of the Pill Saint. Luo Hongxi was not oblivious. She quickly discerned the implications in their gazes. My lord, they all wish to see me fail. How malicious. What can one expect when you're a disciple of the Pill Saint? Shen Yun chuckled, recognizing that many aspired to be in her position, and jealousy was rife among those who coveted her status. Should she encounter any blunders in her alchemical endeavors, it would undoubtedly be amplified and spread far and wide. Contemplating this, Shen Yun accessed the daily character information to understand the situation better. Luo Hongxi information. After the start of the competition, Luo Hongxi produced a 3rd-grade pill, but ceased further alchemical efforts. 4th-grade concoctions were too strenuous for her, and she deemed it unnecessary to overreach. However, her demonstration of the Pill Saint's alchemical techniques, the flying transformation pill method, garnered silent admiration, allowing her to navigate this alchemical competition smoothly. Steadiness was indeed commendable, Shen Yun thought, as it was perfectly acceptable for Luo Hongxi to accompany the competition without the pressure of achieving various grades, provided she did not err. Pretending to possess abilities she did not have would only invite ridicule. However, just then, a series of prompts appeared on the interface. Ding. Alchemical Pretension Special Offer. Spend 648 to gain luck enhancement. The quality of the pills produced by character Luo Hongxi will reach perfection, devoid of impurities. Applicable only for the alchemical competition. Alchemical Pretension Buff. Spend 2888 to gain a buff, elevating Luo Hongxi's alchemical techniques to the pinnacle, allowing her to concoct 5th-grade pills in an extraordinarily short time, astonishing the audience. Wealthy Pretension Package. Spend 28,888 to consecutively produce 2 5th-grade pills and forcefully concoct a 6th-grade pill, showcasing techniques that are nothing short of mesmerizing. 3 alchemical insights memorized will assist in future concoctions. Godly Wealthy Pretension Limited Time Offer. Spend 888 to acquire the arrogant alchemical canon of the ancient pill Emperor Chu Tiange. This includes all formulas from 1st grade to Emperor grade pills. Additionally, it contains the long-lost alchemical technique, the Feathered Arrogance Method. Purchasing grants immediate access. Mere 5th-grade pills will be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Good heavens! Upon seeing the last recharge prompt, Shen Yun was invigorated. This pretense must be donned. The ability to effortlessly concoct 5th-grade pills would significantly elevate the quality of the pills Luo Hongxi produced. With the arrogant alchemical canon, she would thrive in her alchemical pursuits. Deciding to purchase everything as a consumption record. Every little bit counts. Shen Yun clicked to buy without hesitation. Ding! Purchase of the arrogant alchemical canon successful, benefiting from a discount card. Costing only 444. Purchase of the Wealthy Pretension Package successful, benefiting from a discount card, costing only 444. Accumulated spending exceeded 6 million, leaving only 4 million to reach VIP level 3. Looking at his recharge record, Shen Yun felt for the first time that not needing a discount card might also be acceptable. Clearing his mind, he adjusted his throat and pressed the voice button. In that case, I shall bestow upon you a set of alchemical cannons, so that these onlookers hoping for a spectacle may have their eyes opened. Simultaneously, a torrent of information surged into Luo Hongxi's mind. The legacy of the pill Emperor? As she familiarized herself with the alchemical cannon, she felt her scalp tingle and goosebumps erupt across her skin. To know that her master, Zhao Xinqing, possesses a tattered recipe for the Emperor's pill, which is a treasure of the Alchemy Hall, is to grasp the weight of its value. The esteemed Alchemy Compendium records no fewer than 30 variations of the Emperor's pill recipe, some of which are of imperial grade. These are complete recipes, and should they be released, they would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the entire Xintian continent. More importantly, there exists a complete set of imperial-grade alchemical techniques. The Ascendant Prestige Technique. My heavens, young master, you are extraordinarily wealthy. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This ancient compendium, which exists solely in the annals of antiquity, has been fully inherited by the young master, revealing the profound historical lineage of his family. It is only fitting, considering that the young master can traverse between realms, embodying an almost celestial existence. Thus, possessing such treasures is entirely reasonable. However, knowing this is one thing. The mere presence of the Alchemy Compendium would send any alchemist into raptures. Thank you, young master. Luo Hongxi blinked her eyes, fully aware that this was the young master's way of cherishing her, her heart swelling with sweetness. She resolved to perform splendidly. It was time for them to witness their folly. Shen Yun, reclining on the bed, wore a smile. The act of showing off was secondary. With the Alchemy Compendium in her possession, Luo Hongxi's mastery of alchemy would soar to unprecedented heights. This would enable her to acquire high-quality, medicinal pills ahead of time. A delightful prospect indeed. Their expressions would surely be priceless. Luo Hongxi cast a glance at the alchemists who were watching her with feigned indifference, secretly delighting as she ignited the furnace before her. Next, she intended to astonish those who wished to see her fail. Chapter 56. Alchemy as simple as cooking. A stunning display of the pill Emperor's aura. Each alchemist had an array of materials ranging from 3rd to 5th grade laid out around them. This was merely the preliminary selection. Those capable of concocting 4th grade superior pills would advance to the next round. After some contemplation, Luo Hongxi decisively selected a set of 5th grade materials. Let us give them a fright. With the Ascendant Prestige Technique to bolster her, crafting a 5th grade pill would be an effortless endeavor. 5th grade superior Jiaoyu fruits? Elder Lu Hong of the Sword Sect, upon witnessing her grasp a red fruit, felt his heart race. Is Hongxi truly attempting to concoct a 5th grade superior pill? That seems impossible. This particular herb is exclusively used for the 5th grade superior Jiao blood pill. Of course, it's possible she learned a rare 4th grade recipe from the pill sage, necessitating this herb. But then, as they watched Luo Hongxi formulating her hand seals, inserting all 13 ingredients for the Jiao blood pill into the furnace, over 20 seasoned alchemists, including Hall Master Hong Kong, were taken aback. The thousands of spectators were equally astonished. She actually put all those herbs in. Had they not known she was a disciple of the pill sage, they would have been inclined to unleash their ire. Are you cooking a stew? The participating alchemists were equally stunned, their hearts racing. Could it be she's learned some extraordinary techniques from the pill sage? The sudden turn of events gradually hushed the arena. All eyes were riveted on this disciple of the pill sage, eager to discern her intentions. On the platform, Hong Kong and his peers were likewise intently observing Luo Hongxi's alchemical methods. However, within mere breaths, Hong Kong solemnly shook his head. This is certainly not the flight-like alchemical technique of the old pill sage. He had been fortunate enough to witness the old pill sage's alchemical prowess, the essence of that technique etched into his memory. It was a grand, resplendent style, radiating immense energy fluctuations. Yet Luo Hongxi's method struck him as almost casual, or perhaps nonchalant. Indeed, it exuded an air of carelessness. Her hand seals flowed without any semblance of regulated energy, appearing deceptively simple, evoking a sense of casual practice. Just as the spectators were left in confusion, a faint, blood-tinged fragrance of pills began to waft through the air, causing Hong Kong and the others to narrow their eyes in disbelief at Luo Hongxi's furnace. How can this be? So quickly, a pill has formed? Even if they were to attempt concocting a 5th grade superior pill, it would be impossible to achieve such rapid success. The silent audience erupted into a chorus of fervent dissent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is foul play. She must be cheating. Numerous cultivators shouted from their seats, especially those supporting their own alchemist, their faces flushed with anger. Do you think we're fools? This is an affront to our intelligence. She must have pre-prepared the pills. You know nothing. Some composed cultivators now seemed agitated. In broad daylight, would the alchemy hall dare to engage in underhanded dealings? Do they wish to ruin their reputation? Use your brains. Who are you calling old? Some hot-headed cultivators pointed fingers. Don't think your age intimidates me. If this isn't foul play, I'll eat excrement upside down. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. An old wandering cultivator shook his head, acknowledging the backing of her sect. But wild ones have their own kind. Who wants to eat excrement? A loud shout startled many. I just want to take a dump. Who wants to eat? The crowd turned to see a handsome young man from the Tianyin sword sect rushing forward, his attire flapping as he sprinted. Dare you accuse our sword master of cheating? Whoever doesn't eat is my grandson. My goodness, how could Brother Chin be so outrageous? The surrounding disciples, both male and female, averted their gazes. The younger sword sect disciples blushing crimson, desperately trying to hide their faces. Brother Chun was indeed imposing, but his approach was far too embarrassing. Nevertheless, the impact was undeniable. Chen Haoyin's outburst diminished the clamor significantly. This fellow was notorious for his irreverence, and if pushed, he might very well unleash a tempest of chaos. Regardless of the banter exchanged, all eyes remained fixated on Luo Hongxi, curious to see how she would respond. Meanwhile, the participating alchemists cast anxious glances at Hong Kong, Lu Hong, and the other elders. Noticing their expressions of bewilderment, a chill ran through everyone. Could it be she is truly cheating? But such an alchemical technique is simply outrageous. With time still on their side, many alchemists slowed their processes, for the fragrance emanating from Luo Hongxi's furnace was intensifying. Let us observe a little longer. All participants focused intently on Luo Hongxi. Just then, Luo Hongxi, who had been quietly sensing the ingredients in her furnace, suddenly opened her eyes, her delicate hands swiftly forming a seal that left Hong Kong and the others utterly astonished. What an intriguing method of forming pills. Moreover, I sense an ancient resonance. This technique was astonishingly accelerating the purification of the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. As Luo Hongxi finalized her hand seal, she cried out, "Congeal!" In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted from her hand seal, sending waves of energy cascading into the furnace before her. Strangely, a mist-like aura encircled her, its ethereal presence captivating all spectators. This was many participants gaped in disbelief at the mysterious energy radiating from her. When their gaze shifted back to the platform, they saw Hong Kong, Lu Hong, and the others had risen to their feet. Their expressions filled with shock as they stared at the young girl in the arena. Several elder alchemists trembled with excitement. Finally, as Luo Hongxi waved her hand to unveil the furnace, a blood-red pill soared into the air, resulting in a thunderous roar of exhilaration. As if thunder had struck the earth, the path of the pill, formed by the heavens, that is the essence of alchemy. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly of cultivators inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. Hiss! Immediately, a cacophony erupted, the uproar of tens of thousands resonating like thunder. The essence of the Tao of alchemy, the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. It appears that only a quasi-alchemist emperor from 70,000 years ago could possess such Tao essence during the alchemical process. How could she, at such a tender age, have achieved this? My heavens! Does this not imply she possesses the potential of an alchemist emperor? The crowd was astounded. Ancient texts record that those who can embody the essence of Tao during alchemy have reached a transcendent understanding of the craft. Alchemists of such caliber are at least quasi-alchemist emperors. Zhao Xinqing, the esteemed old alchemist saint, has long sought this very Tao essence. For the crafting of quasi-emperor elixirs, possessing Tao essence is a prerequisite. Without it, achieving such elixirs is nearly impossible. Thus, the emergence of this Tao essence within the young Luo Hongxi has left the audience in sheer disbelief. Chapter 57. A Pot from Master to Carry. Scouting Flower Fruit Mountain. The potential of an alchemist emperor is yet to be confirmed. In the audience, an elderly cultivator gazed at the young maiden in the arena with awe. Perhaps she has inherited the legacy of an alchemist emperor, allowing her to possess Tao essence while alchemizing. The mention of the alchemist emperor's legacy sent shockwaves through the surrounding cultivators. It has been countless centuries since an alchemist emperor graced the Xiantian continent. The so-called legacy of an alchemist emperor has likely vanished into the annals of history. Yet, apart from his plausible explanation, they found it hard to believe that a young alchemist could possess Tao essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Members of the Presidium, including Hong Kong, transformed into streaks of light, swiftly approaching Luo Hongxi. With nimble fingers and a beaming smile, Hong Kong seized the elixir from her hand. Ha! What a fine elixir! All impurities eliminated. Its appearance is flawless. Observing him immediately store the elixir in a jade vial, the crowd couldn't help but murmur to themselves. This old fellow is quite swift. An elixir imbued with Tao essence, even if one cannot comprehend its profundities, is a delightful treasure to possess. After all, only quasi-alchemist emperors can concoct such a thing. Now that Luo Hongxi can also refine it, her worth is immeasurable. Thankfully, they still have the opportunity to seek this young lady's services for elixirs. It is amusing to think that a group of seasoned alchemists are eager to solicit a young alchemist for their needs. The least anxious among them was Lu Hong, the alchemist from the Sword Sect. After all, asking for an elixir from his own disciple would be a matter of mere moments. The Tian Sword Sect has truly struck gold. Little did they know that Luo Hongxi possesses the dual talents of alchemy and swordsmanship. As the elder reflected, his eyes glistened with moisture. What could be more gratifying and exhilarating than having a disciple of such extraordinary potential within the sect? Young friend Luo, Hong Kong inquired, voicing the curiosity of the crowd. Who taught you your alchemical techniques? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongxi replied, Master Zhao taught me. The existence of the gentleman was her grand secret, and she could conveniently shift the credit to Master Zhao. However, others might inquire about Master Zhao, and upon this thought, Luo Hongxi mused, Master, may I pass the pride of alchemy to Master Zhao? Of course. It is yours to decide. Thank you, Master. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled. You are truly kind to me. Once Master Zhao returns, she would present him with the alchemy tome, ensuring her deception would be flawless. The origins of the pride of alchemy were simple, a matter of fortuitous chance, as the Sword Saint had remarked upon her profound fortune. Young maidens in love often dream, and recently, whenever she meditated or rested, she would dream of the gentleman. So it seemed reasonable to imagine encountering a sage imparting wisdom. Oh dear, why am I daydreaming about the gentleman again? Luo Hongxi hastily dismissed the blush-inducing fantasies from her mind. Dumbfounded, Shen Yun observed the despondent expressions of the participating alchemists, finding the scene rather amusing. They had anticipated the hilarity of witnessing the favored ones falter, only to become mere background figures. As he saw Luo Hongxi surrounded by a throng of alchemists as she departed, he switched to a view of Ling Qingxue. This young lady's chibi character was seated aboard a flying vessel, likely en route to meet the elite of the Celestial Club. Shen Yun accessed her character information. Daily report. The Daqian Imperial family is hosting a debate for young cultivators in Jinan City. Ling Qingxue has learned that Wei Rong, a first-tier soul-forging cultivator, has been invited, and she is determined to eliminate this girl. The Daqian Imperial family. Shen Yun murmured. It would be inconvenient to commit murder there. The Daqian Empire is a formidable force, comparable to the Tian Sword Sect, filled with powerful beings. However, given Qingxue's cautious nature, she should have a plan to handle the situation, so there was no need for his concern. Shen Yun shut down the game projection. He was quite confident in this girl, and surely, there would be guardians in the Yao pool watching over her. Time to scout Flower Fruit Mountain. In his previous life, Shen Yun had seen images of the Flower Fruit Mountain's secret realm online, and now seemed the perfect time to familiarize himself with the environment. Master, are you heading out? Bai Xianer, who had been cultivating in the Beast Master space, appeared by his bedside. Yes, you should continue your training within the space, Shen Yun replied, donning his attire and affectionately patting her head. This distance is something I can manage on my own. Don't worry, I can take you there, Bai Xianer said, her eyes squinting in enjoyment of his warm touch. All right. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and retrieved a golden cicada talisman. By the way, can you leave a mark on this? I plan to temporarily store the talisman in my room. The sooner it's hidden, the better. After all, it wasn't his home, and should it be stolen, it would be quite embarrassing. Of course. Bai Xianer waved her foxtail, and a strand of luminous white fur descended onto the talisman, vanishing without a trace. All done, Master. Now it carries my essence, and you can find it anywhere. Haha, you truly are the best. Shen Yun embraced her exuberantly, causing Bai Xianer to blush. Not at all, just a few little tricks. She had grown accustomed to her master's affectionate gestures, unlike before when she would shyly retreat into the space. After their playful antics, Shen Yun concealed the talisman beneath the sheets, then stepped outside to inform the hotel manager to prevent anyone from entering his room. As the crowd swelled, Shen Yun surveyed the thoroughfare bustling with pedestrians. Vehicles had been prohibited from entering, as the influx of visitors was overwhelming. He followed the throng towards Flower Fruit Mountain, 3 kilometers away. I heard that Taoists are performing rituals at Flower Fruit Mountain, claiming the spiritual energy fluctuations are insufficient to open the secret realm, sending everyone back. Who knows if this is true? It could just be a ploy by the authorities to seize the advantage. I intend to wait until the crowd disperses before proceeding. Perhaps we should leave, as many from Jiangnan and Yuzhou have received legacies. Rumors suggest the emergence of a potential black Wuchang secret realm. Even a common legacy could bolster one's strength. With only Flower Fruit Mountain here, even if a secret realm opens, we may not be able to obtain anything. The crowd buzzed with discussion about Flower Fruit Mountain. Shen Yun strolled leisurely, absorbing the chatter while browsing the latest online trends. The advantage of reincarnation lies in the knowledge of forthcoming secret realms, allowing him to remain calm and simply await developments. Latest trend: Eastern Region Alchemy Competition. Luo Hongshi's Imperial level alchemical skills dominate the arena. Netizens from the Pickled Cabbage Nation claim she is their player's bound character, awaiting verification. Secret Realm Special. The Nine Suns Mountain Secret Realm reveals a Buddhist phenomenon. Someone has acquired a legacy from the Buddhist sect. Many Buddhist followers are heading to witness. Explosive headline: Huaxia players, Ancient Huaxia, the deity governing the game, has obtained a random character binding card, now under government protection. This is the third character card globally, perhaps even more. Netizens speculate that such an item may be a reward for a hidden quest related to the character. In his previous life, there were also reports about him acquiring a random card, and Shen Yun whispered to himself, as long as my butterfly effect isn't too significant, it should be fine. Such news always creates a sensation, and he vividly remembers it. After all, each additional character signifies an increased probability of returns and profits, a notion that evokes envy in all who witness it. For Shen Yun, as long as the trajectory of major events remains unchanged, his advantage from reincarnation will endure. Chapter 58, Golden-Furred Monkey Baby. A walking 500,000. When mentioning character binding cards, Shen Yun recalled another character he had bound in his past life, Lu Chun. This was the character he bound after Luo Hongshi's demise, a pure, white-eyed wolf. Shen Yun had repeatedly assisted him with information, saving his life. Yet this fellow was always evasive when it came to discussing feedback items. He accused Shen Yun of plotting to seize control over his body. Such thoughts are, in fact, quite common, and Shen Yun could understand. However, this fellow initially addressed him as master and senior, only to later grow bold enough to call him Old Deng. By the time Shen Yun met his end, Lu Chun had not provided a single item in return, and his fondness level remained at a mere 10 points. Devoid of even a modicum of gratitude. Just the thought of it made Shen Yun's teeth ache. Thus, to this day, he had no desire to recall this white-eyed wolf, let alone binding anything. Over half an hour later, the crowd had arrived at the outskirts of Huagua Mountain. This area was heavily guarded by armed soldiers, as there were still numerous descending monsters within the mountain. Passers-by could enter and assist in slaying the demons, but any consequences would be borne by themselves. Following the images etched in his memory, Shen Yun meandered along the perimeter of the security line, surveying the terrain ahead. After walking for over 10 minutes, he fixed his gaze upon a steep cliff in the distance. It resembles the photos online. That must be the spot. To confirm, Shen Yun leaped over the security line and dashed into the dense forest. Along the way, he spotted several groups engaged in slaying demons. However, as he ventured deeper, the second-tier monsters became more concentrated, and the hunting teams dwindled significantly. These monsters posed no threat to Shen Yun. Summoning his flying sword, he could dispatch them in an instant, hardly bothering to harvest the demon cores. Monsters that had never killed humans would not drop feedback cards, and one had to mine materials themselves. This was also one of the reasons for the rise of the Monster Trading Association, as monsters were treasure troves in their own right. As Shen Yun burst forth from the thicket, the scene opened up before him. A stony path lay ahead, flanked by a small stream that meandered toward the distant cliff, precisely mirroring the photographs he recalled. All that remained was to patiently await the right moment. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly discerned faint roars in the distance. Squeak, roar. This, having visited Amei, immediately conjured images of monkeys in Shen Yun's mind. Monkeys? Suddenly, his expression shifted. He remembered, in his previous life, someone had exposed a photograph online of the dilapidated corpse of a golden-furred monkey baby within Huagua Mountain. Its forehead, with red hair and a vertical eye, had become widely known among netizens. Many speculated that this was likely the reason behind the lack of the great sage's inheritance within the secret realm of Huagua Mountain. Could it truly be that? With a thought, Shen Yun summoned his flying sword, enlarging it. Regardless of its authenticity, he needed to investigate. Swish! Standing firm atop his flying sword, Shen Yun sped toward the source of the sound. How dare this little beast bite me? In the dense forest, a short-haired woman with bloodied arms wielded an iron whip, striking at a monkey ensnared in a specialized net. Crack! The power of the eighth layer of gathering rotation struck the monkey, instantly tearing its flesh and sending blood splattering. Roar! The demon monkey, fiercely spirited, continued to roar at the short-haired woman despite being ensnared. However, it only received a venomous lash across its cheek in return, causing the golden-furred monkey to clutch its face and wail in agony. This demon monkey showed remarkable resistance to the anesthetic. Even after 10 doses, it remained conscious. A camouflage man, smoking a cigarette, fired at the monkey again. A group of 15 had exerted tremendous effort to capture this golden-furred monkey baby, with 5 of their comrades having perished in the process, underscoring the creature's ferocity. Observing the monkey's explosive temperament, the camouflage man frowned and remarked, "Miss, this monkey has a terrible temper. Taming it will be quite challenging. If it doesn't submit, I'll have someone train it harshly." As she spoke, the short-haired woman winced at the pain in her wounded arm, her delicate features contorting in frustration. To vent her anger, she raised her whip and lashed at the monkey. I refuse to believe that a mere monkey can overturn the heavens. Yet, the previously ferocious monkey now cowered, clutching its head and refraining from resistance, enduring the strike. "Huh, so you do know how to submit." The woman chuckled coldly, instructing an assistant to bandage her wound. This monkey had been purchased at great expense by her family from the demon hunting team, and it was said that its golden light had been captured by patrolling security upon its descent. An entity born of extraordinary phenomena was bound to possess remarkable qualities. She had traveled a great distance. If she could tame it, it would serve as a powerful ally. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the golden-furred monkey, with its head cradled, was seething with rage and murderous intent. Should it find an opportunity, it would undoubtedly seek vengeance against this woman. "Hiss, be gentle. Almost done, miss." The pain from her wound drove the short-haired woman into a fit of rage, and she began to lash the monkey on the ground to vent her frustration. "This beast is the cause of all my troubles. I'll deal with you when we return." Crack, crack. The sound of the whip echoed relentlessly, leaving the monkey's back drenched in blood. Yet, its thick skin had withstood the onslaught. It had yet to succumb to the anesthetic. But just as she prepared to strike again, a swift blue arc sliced through her whip, cleaving it in two. Who? The startled onlookers quickly armed themselves, wary of their surroundings. The speed of that luminous strike had been astonishing. If it had been aimed at them, they might have collapsed instantly. In Haicheng, Shen Yun emerged from the dense forest, a tall and handsome figure. He surveyed the startled crowd, his voice imbued with unparalleled authority. "I will protect this monkey." How had he encountered this man? The overwhelming pressure sent shivers down the spine of the short-haired woman, her clothing drenched in cold sweat. "Put away your guns." This was a man capable of single-handedly slaying fourth-tier monsters. How could she not be alarmed? The crowd hastily lowered their weapons, fearful of provoking this formidable figure. Shen Yun walked slowly into the clearing, taking in the scene before resting his gaze on the short-haired woman. Jiangxi, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, renowned in the past for her powerful right eye and ruthless methods. At present, it seemed her right eye bore the same vertical eye as the golden-furred monkey baby. No wonder there had been signs of excavation on the monkey's forehead in his previous life. Shen Yun understood now. Yet, as he looked at Jiangxi, beyond the surprise of encountering a former powerhouse, there was a hint of mockery, a walking 500,000. Due to the Jiang family's dealings with the island nation, after the secret realm opened, the powerful Jiang, she had colluded with strong figures from the island nation, covertly plundering resources from the secret realm in China. As the land expansion panel widened, the island nation, facing a scarcity of its own secret realms, not only coveted those of China, but also sought to encroach upon the demon-infested mountains within its borders to seize land and resources. Due to the extensive territorial expansion at that time, the Demon Suppression Division was overwhelmed and unable to manage effectively, allowing this group of small-time rascals to gain considerable advantages. At that juncture, the Jiang family openly aligned themselves with the island nation, inciting public outrage as their ancestry as descendants of that nation was unveiled. Unfortunately, the Jiang family had already gained significant power, making them not easily provoked. Little did they expect to encounter him here. It turned out to be Mr. Shen. After calming her emotions, Jiangxi smiled and clasped her fists. "As you wish for this monkey, I graciously present it to you as a gesture of goodwill." Chapter 59. The Annihilation of the Spy Group. The sad little monkey. "Oh." Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, his smile mysteriously fading as he surveyed the game projection before him. "Sinner, once they depart, you follow them. These worthless beings are not worth my intervention. Pacifying the golden-haired monkey baby is the priority." Jiangxi, sensing the situation, dared not linger, and after offering a respectful bow, swiftly led her companions away. Roar! Roar! The distant Jiang, she heard the monkey's cries echoing through the forest, secretly smirking. Humph! That beast would find it difficult to be tamed by you. Naturally, she felt disheartened to have her prize snatched away, but who could blame her when the culprit was Shen Yun? Now, the laws of the world had evolved to prioritize strength. One could be killed here without anyone being the wiser. The group departed from Huawu Mountain, heading towards the official express route, boarding an off-road vehicle to leave. This was a fast lane established by the Demon Suppression Division, allowing demon hunting teams to utilize it by merely surrendering beast materials. The camouflaged driver glanced at the towering mountains in the rearview mirror and murmured, "Miss, that monkey is certainly extraordinary. Are we just going to give it away?" During their recent foray into the mountains, they had been tracking this monkey and had fortuitously witnessed it frolicking with a second-tier spotted deer. After they slain the deer, the monkey displayed astonishing prowess, swiftly dispatching 3 of their members before fleeing. It is worth noting that most of them were practitioners of the Gathering Spin realm. That so many could not restrain a mere second-tier beast speaks volumes about the monkey's remarkable potential, especially when it cast a vengeful glance back at them while escaping. The man still felt a chill at the memory. That golden-haired monkey is undoubtedly seeking revenge for the deer. I fear it may retaliate against us once it rises in power. His concerns cast a somber pall over both vehicles. This scenario was not without merit. Currently, most demon beasts operated solely on primal instincts of predation and slaughter, causing chaos whenever they encountered humans. Unlike intelligent beasts and spirit creatures, which possess the wisdom to evade human conflict, this golden-haired monkey clearly belonged to the latter category. What else could be done? Jiang, she inhaled deeply, her voice cold. At present, we are no match for Shen Yun and must yield. We will address this later. After all, he did kill members of the Genius Club, and they're currently recruiting me. There will be ample opportunity to deal with him then. The Genius Club serves as the elite youth battalion for practitioners of Huaxia, providing the perfect arena for them to engage in mutual conflict. Moreover, her Jiang family maintains close ties with the island nation. With a national backing as a foundation, Shen Yun, no matter how formidable, is merely a single individual. Should he dare to intercept her goods, he must be prepared to pay a hefty price. This plan is excellent. The camouflage driver smiled coldly. It will undoubtedly weaken the future combat strength of Huaxia's youth. Heaven bless our great son. Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the air, resonating in their ears. Your aspirations may not come to fruition. Miss, it's Shen Yun's white fox, the driver exclaimed through the microphone. On top of your vehicle. What? The faces of the group paled, and the camouflage driver hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Yet, he soon noticed ripples shimmering in the air before them. As the vehicle collided with the ripples, the armored front of the car was inexplicably reduced to ash. No. The speeding off-road vehicle was ensnared in a spatial massacre net, vanishing along with its occupants in an instant. Only iron shavings and blood mist scattered through the air. The rear vehicle met the same fate, swiftly obliterated by the emerging spatial carnage. In mere moments, both vehicles disappeared from the roadway. Bah! Standing by the roadside railing, by Sienna spat. Despicable scoundrels are the most detestable. Before our arrival, the master warned me. And it seems these individuals are indeed ill-intentioned, a veritable malignancy. As a native beast nurtured in the Tian Shan Mountains, she harbored disdain for such treacherous, usurping individuals. With a flick of her petite waist, Bai Sienna flashed to Shen Yun's side, eager to claim a modicum of credit. However, upon witnessing the golden-haired monkey ensnared in the net, still bellowing at Shen Yun, her ire flared. I even helped you eliminate those people. If it weren't for my master, you would have been nothing but bones by now. Her words rendered the golden-haired monkey momentarily stunned. Yet this fox, being of the same beast kin, had allied with humans. Regaining its senses, the monkey roared angrily at her. Roar! Roar! You dare insult me, unappreciative wretch! Bai Sienna's expression darkened as she reached to undo the specialized steel net, intending to lift the creature out. Unexpectedly, the battered monkey still possessed the strength to flee, transforming into a streak of golden light and taking off. In terms of speed, I am your great-grandmother. Bai Sienna materialized before the bewildered, golden-haired monkey, extending her delicate paw to grasp its ear, spinning it around mid-air. After the spin, she tossed the monkey into the distant sky, then swiftly advanced to seize it again, continuing the dizzying circle. Squeak! Squeak! Roar! In the air, the golden-haired monkey screamed incessantly, overwhelmed by the rapid rotation. However, Sienna refrained from striking it. After all, this creature had already endured considerable torment. After a lengthy interval, Bicianer noticed the golden-haired monkey had ceased its cries, gracefully landing and depositing it onto the ground. Shen Yun observed the little creature had indeed calmed significantly, its head drooping and limbs limp as it sat on the ground. He approached slowly, crouching down, intending to offer words of comfort to convey his lack of malice, when he noticed crystalline tears cascading down the monkey's face. Is it actually crying? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, signaling Bicianer to communicate with it. Aren't you ashamed, you big man? I haven't harmed you. Bicianer furrowed her brow. I know you understand human language. Speak your mind. We mean you no harm. Those who bullied you have been eliminated by me. See for yourself. As she spoke, she extended her delicate paw, revealing some blood-stained iron shavings. Smell this. Is it not their scent? Bicianer brought her hand closer to the golden-haired monkey's nose, yet the little creature trembled even more violently. Then suddenly what? The golden-haired monkey tilted its head back and howled, tears streaming down. They killed Sister Deer? They killed Sister Deer. Recalling how Sister Deer had valiantly pushed him away, the golden-haired monkey's sobs grew more fervent. Meanwhile, the golden fur on its forehead radiated strands of crimson light as if an unusual eye had awakened, shedding tiny drops of blood tears. Even as a human, Shen Yun found himself deeply affected by the overwhelming sorrow emanating from the monkey. He shook his head, quietly sitting on a nearby stone. One cannot comprehend the suffering of others. Thus, one should refrain from advising others on kindness. Such matters were not his place to comment on. Bicianer, her previously furrowed brow now relaxed, mused, this little monkey still possesses a conscience. She quietly leaped onto Shen Yun's lap, patiently awaiting the golden-haired monkey's tears to subside. After an extended period, as the golden-haired monkey sniffled and wiped its tears, Bicianer finally spoke softly. Your enemies have all perished, yet your resentment remains so profound? Do you harbor hatred for humanity? Nonsense. The golden-haired monkey raised its head, gazing at her with unwavering defiance. Do not presume that your closeness to humanity allows you to impose your will upon me. All humans are villains. Such audacity was quite commendable. Bicianer scoffed, her tone growing colder. Were it not for my master, you would have already met your demise, believe it or not. Is this how you treat your savior, devoid of conscience? The golden-haired monkey, realizing it had misspoken, glanced at Shen Yun, nervously rubbing the blades of grass against its back to staunch the bleeding. I never claimed he was a villain. Regardless, aside from him, humans are not virtuous. My sister, the fawn, was so kind yet was slain, and her death was in an attempt to save him. How could he not hate? Chapter 60. It appears to be a certain death, yet in reality, it is a pitfall. The serious techniques have arrived. I understand you wish to speak well of humanity. However, as a traitor to the demon clan, you lack the standing to preach to me. At this, the golden-haired monkey's emotions flared once more. Glaring at Bicianer, you may choose to ignore the slaughter of our kind by humans, but I am not like you. If you do not kill me, I will certainly take revenge upon humanity. This statement was quite straightforward, prompting Shen Yun to raise an eyebrow. If Bicianer fails to handle this well, she might very well be met with a swift end. From an observer's perspective, the monkey's arguments held a degree of validity. As a contract beast, it indeed could be considered a part of humanity's faction. Referring to Bicianer as a traitor to the demon clan was not unreasonable from the perspective of the demons. To Shen Yun's surprise, he initially thought Bicianer would struggle to counter this, relying on himself to debate with the monkey. However, she spoke without pausing for thought. I admire your sense of justice and fervor. Though she complimented him, her tone dripped with disdain. Now tell me, when demon beasts invade the homes of humans, rushing down from the mountains to slaughter them, is it not natural for humanity to view the entire demon clan with animosity? Should humanity not retaliate against demonkind? Gazing at the dumbfounded golden-haired monkey, Bicianer articulated each word with precision. Is it permissible for my clan to kill, yet forbidden for humans to slay demons? That logic holds no water. As an invader, how dare you expect all of humanity to perish? I fear your sister the fawn would be the first to slap you awake if she knew. This statement struck the golden-haired monkey's mind like a thunderclap. Because the fawn was innocent, he found himself bereft of counter-arguments, growing increasingly agitated. You are on the side of humanity. You are defending them. Your reasoning is profoundly simplistic. Bicianer replied, shaking her head in disinterest. Engaging in discourse with you is merely a waste of my breath. You ought to be aware of the flower-fruit mountain secret realm. If it were to open, you might enter and inquire of the great sage equal to heaven whether all humans are indeed malevolent. This juvenile mindset of the demon beast was too simplistic, lacking the nuance necessary for a meaningful debate. Despite the earnestness of the monkey's heartfelt words, they were precisely what would lead to its downfall. to sway her resolve. It was woefully inadequate. What a revelation. After all this time, it was merely digging a pit. Shen Yun too found himself ensnared by Xian's cleverness. Once he regained his senses, he realized that she was cleverly leading the golden-haired monkey into a trap. Wasn't he here to bring the monkey into the secret realm? Xian may be naive, but her wisdom was truly remarkable. Observing her proud demeanor as she lifted her head, hair fluttering in the wind, Shen Yun felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her fur. In an instant, Xian lost her composure. Especially after he inadvertently touched certain areas, she shyly rolled over, pushing Shen Yun's hand away. Yet, her efforts were feeble, resembling a playful kitten at play. At that moment, the golden-haired monkey's face was a canvas of conflicting hues. On one hand, he recognized the validity of Xian's words. After all, the demon clan's invasion was indeed an act of aggression, and being viewed with hostility after committing murder was quite reasonable. On the other hand, humanity's slaughter of demons rendered them adversaries. Should he and his sister the fawn be condemned to death by humans? Yet the fawn was blameless. The golden-haired monkey clung to this logic, glaring at Xian. Either way, you are correct. So, we're the ones who deserve to die, right? You are a demon beast. How can you utter such words without a shred of conscience? Hooked. Xian's eyes glimmered as she turned to face the golden-haired monkey. Who says demon beasts should perish? Whoever seeks to kill me, I shall retaliate against. I empathize with your plight, yet the law of the jungle is unforgiving. I trust you have experienced this among your kind. The golden-haired monkey fell silent, for even among his kin, there were those who would gladly devour him and his sister the fawn. Noticing his despondency, Xian gently encouraged. Let me rephrase. If a demon beast killed your sister, would you then harbor animosity towards the entire demon clan, wishing for their annihilation? The others have not wronged me, the golden-haired monkey replied, but he fell silent, his spirit crushed as he slumped to the ground. Well, there you have it. Not every human has wronged you. Xian spoke softly. As a member of the monkey clan, you must be aware of the great sage's might. Why does he command such reverence from humanity? And why does he not, like you, entertain thoughts of annihilating them? This question left the golden-haired monkey utterly speechless. Xian was not engaging in sophistry. She was presenting observable truths that illuminated the fallacy of his beliefs. This realization left the golden-haired monkey feeling utterly defeated. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his head, defiance etched on his face as he gazed at Xian. You must have some ulterior motive. I do not believe everything you say is true. If you have the capability, enter the secret realm and summon the great sage to judge. My scheme is simply to lead you and us into the secret realm. Xian thought to herself, stifling a laugh, and nodded. Very well. Should we fail to find the great sage, we shall seek out other great demon secret realms until you are satisfied. Her confident tone only deepened the golden-haired monkey's frustration, leaving him seated in silence, as though pondering where their previous dialogue had gone awry. Xian exchanged a knowing smile with Shen Yun. It's all coming together. Shen Yun rose, gesturing to the golden-haired monkey. Remaining here is unsafe. Why not accompany us back? The secret realm had yet to open. Should any misfortune befall the little monkey here, all their efforts would be in vain. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. Xian, having transformed back to her larger form, teased the somewhat reluctant golden-haired monkey. You are not afraid of death, yet you fear leaving the mountains? Surely you are not pretending? Who said I was afraid? The diminutive golden-haired monkey, hardly larger than an infant, could not withstand her provocation. With a puffed chest, he declared his fearlessness. Xian reached out, grasping the scruff of his neck, and in a flash, they disappeared from sight. After settling the golden-haired monkey in the adjacent room, Shen Yun chuckled as he ruffled Xian's soft fur in his arms. Xian, you truly are something? Now, everything was in place. They merely awaited the opening of the secret realm. Oh, it's nothing, Xian replied, her eyes squinting in a modest manner. If my master were to intervene, success would surely follow. As she spoke, she quietly explained, I was rather irked by the little monkey today. Otherwise, I would not typically speak so sternly. She feared her demeanor that day might alter Shen Yun's perception of her. What does it matter? I adore you just as you are. Shen Yun nuzzled against her soft fur. Being wise is wonderful. It saves one from being deceived. Giggling, Xian said, Master, that tickles. She was particularly pleased, especially by his words of affection. Yet, her laughter was so enchanting that it made Shen Yun's face flush. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly withdrew his hand and feigned seriousness as he approached the bedside to check the golden cicada talisman, finding no signs of tampering. All right, Xian, you may go cultivate. I shall play a game for a while. Now, she has reached the late stage of the third tier. And with a calm mind to refine the medicinal materials within her body, a breakthrough will soon be at hand. Master, just call me if you need anything. Shen Yun whispered softly, feeling that her previous tone was somewhat excessive. Yet, the enchanting nature of the demon fox is an innate talent. What can I do about it? With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, she swiftly entered the beast-taming space. Login. Shen Yun opened the Shunshin mobile game and noticed 2 red dots appearing in Luo Hongshi's chibi backpack. Another treasure has been acquired. With a sense of anticipation, he clicked to see. Feedback item. 5th tier medium-grade soul nourishing pill. Consuming it nurtures the cultivator's spirit and activates their spiritual talent. For those without spiritual talent, consuming it activates a spiritual golden lotus, which can enhance the strength of the spirit. Feedback item. 9th tier upper-grade thunder palm. When an alchemist is refining pills, this palm can create an illusory pill tribulation environment, greatly refining the impurities within the pills and potentially enhancing their quality. When a sovereign-grade alchemist reaches mastery, it can forcibly elevate the pill's quality, yielding extraordinary effects. When attacking, it carries thunder energy, delivering astonishing power. Perfect, they're all quite practical. Especially the 9th tier upper-grade thunder palm. Not only is its quality superior, but its thunder-based attacks are notoriously fierce, far surpassing his 5th tier blood refinement claw. Moreover, it looks considerably more legitimate. Chapter 61. Here to kill you. How infuriating. I can't even afford the initial recharge of 6 yuan. The treasures that Luo Hongxi obtained were sourced from the Alchemist Hall as treasury. As a naturally gifted alchemist and a disciple of the Alchemist Saint, how could the Alchemist Hall not show her favor? Hongxi, I'll take these 2 items for now. Shen Yun left a message before retrieving the feedback treasures. Ding. Detected that the player has acquired the 9th tier upper-grade Thunder Palm. Would you like to activate the VIP Level 2 ability? Automatic Cultivation Acceleration? Learn. Ding. Setting successful. Thunder Palm is now undergoing automatic cultivation acceleration. This function is truly convenient, as he felt the information about the Thunder Palm flooding his mind. Shen Yun couldn't help but feel elated. He then took out the jade box containing the soul-nourishing pill. In his previous life, Shen Yun had also acquired a similar pill capable of activating spiritual talents, but only had 3 spiritual golden lotuses. The spiritual talent was the soul golden lotus, totaling 12 lotuses, with each one representing a tier. The higher the tier, the stronger the spiritual talent. With only 1 or 2 spiritual golden lotuses, the talent could only be considered average. No need to rush. The road ahead is long. Shen Yun directly consumed the soul-nourishing pill and, while refining it in a meditative posture, glanced at Ling Qingshue's chibi depiction. At this moment, the young lady was in an auction house. Room 19, the guest bids 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. On stage, the auctioneer's calls deepened Wei Rong's already darkening expression. This cultivator in room 19 is truly not showing me any respect. As the senior sister of the Forgetting Worries Valley, she had already opened the curtains of her private room while calling out her bid, revealing her true self to prevent anyone from intentionally competing with her. However, this 5th-tier, medium-grade magical artifact had already exceeded the market value of 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. While not considered top-tier, it was merely one of the appetizers at the Grandchen auction house's opening. With the opponent pursuing relentlessly, she couldn't help but suspect they were deliberately targeting her. Under normal circumstances, such a magical artifact would be dismissed. However, this was the highest quality item she had encountered recently, and if she could hand it over to the mysterious old man behind the scenes, it would greatly benefit her future cultivation endeavors. Moreover, she was invited to participate as a guest at the discussion conference hosted by the Grandchen Prince. Many guests were present to support the Grandchen auction, yet when it came to her bidding, she faced obstruction, causing her to lose face in front of everyone, which greatly displeased her. Wei Rong could even imagine the mocking expressions of her peers in the other rooms, as if ants were crawling on her, making her exceedingly uncomfortable and furious. 900,000 medium-grade spirit stones. After calling out her price, she smiled and cupped her hands towards the tightly closed curtains of room 19. If this esteemed friend bids again, Wei has no funds left to continue being a pawn for the auction. Her clever words elicited knowing smiles from the attendees, while the auctioneer quickly responded, "Haha, I indeed wish for Wei Daoist to act as a pawn for our auction. 1 million. A soft voice silenced the laughter. Wei Rong reined in her smile, cupped her hands, and directly pressed the switch beside her seat, lowering the curtains of her room. Once the external cultivators could no longer see the scene within, Wei Rong's face darkened. She regretted her earlier decision to open the curtains, as it had led to a significant loss of face. The two disciples accompanying her to broaden their horizons dared not even breathe. They felt awkward. Had they known, they wouldn't have come to join the excitement. Now, witnessing their senior sister's humiliation, they would likely become scapegoats upon their return. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Wei Rong's mind. Little girl. The opponent's background is unclear. Do not act impulsively. Wait until you have clarified the situation before discussing further. Rest assured, Elder Rong understands. Wei Rong nodded slightly. She naturally would not act recklessly without knowing friend from foe. Suddenly, an unexpected challenger emerged. In the lounge, the player behind Wei Rong furrowed his brows as he gazed at the screen. Let's first check Rong's character information. I intended to keep it, perhaps to show off at the discussion conference, but safety takes precedence. Although a character can be rebound upon death, their aptitude would decline significantly. In his mind, Wei Rong was the perfect gaming character. They could potentially become spiritual companions in the future, so he must not take any chances that could harm her. Character Wei Rong's daily report. After the auction concludes, she will attend a discussion conference hosted by the Grand Qian Prince, making many like-minded acquaintances. All is well. The man let out a sigh of relief. But I must not let my guard down. The previous game's character, Chu Feng, serves as a prime example. Just before his demise, the daily report had not indicated any danger. Yet he encountered a character bound to a player. The club had conducted a detailed investigation into the newly accepted female disciple of the Yao Qi, Ling Qingxue, based on the screenshots provided by Xiao and I. Extraordinary aptitude. This phrase encapsulated the collective information gathered by many prodigies, though other details remained unclear. Recollecting his thoughts, he continued to watch the game projection. The bidding between both sides was merely a brief interlude, and the subsequent items were gradually presented. Finally, when the auction concluded, Wei Rong spotted the cultivator emerging from room 19. It was a woman, though her face bore a long centipede scar, giving her an intimidating appearance. Wei Rong merely glanced at her before preparing to leave, as questioning the opponent at this moment would imply seeking trouble. She only needed to remember the woman's visage and inquire at the Tianji building upon her return for any relevant information. However, as they brushed past each other, the woman rasped, "Do you harbor hostility towards me? You are indeed seeking trouble." Wei Rong's tone grew colder. Thankfully, this was the Grand Qian Royal Auction. If this woman dared to make a move, she would be subdued by the powerful guardians within the building at the first opportunity. Normal individuals understand that this is not the place for conflict. Yet, it seemed she had encountered a lunatic. Seeking trouble? A sinister smile curved the lips of the scar-faced woman. "I am here to kill you." Swish! A pale fist, accompanied by a piercing gust of wind, surged towards Wei Rong's face. The speed of this punch was so swift that it reached Wei Rong in the blink of an eye. Yet, she remained entirely unflustered. This auction house represented the Grand Qian royal family. The powerful guardians stationed here were of the sovereign realm. If anything were to happen to her here, the Great Qian would not only fail to account for the forgetting Worry Valley, but its reputation would also be tarnished in the eastern region. Who would dare to visit then? Arrogance. Boom! An overwhelming pressure surged forth, aimed at the scarred woman. However, the scarred woman radiated a mysterious glow, seemingly capable of withstanding the oppressive force of the Imperial realm, with her punching speed remaining completely unaffected. Whoosh! An elderly matron with a composed expression appeared before Wei Rong, swiftly raising her hand to block the impact of the scarred woman's punch. Upon witnessing her force recede, the long-browed elder of the Great Qian furrowed his brows and remarked, "Young friend, any matters you have could be addressed outside. This is ultimately the domain of the Great Qian." To be honest, he was astonished by the girl's ability to disregard the pressure of the Imperial realm. Observing the divine glow that faded from her surface, it suggested a remarkable and special constitution. People of such temperament must harbor extraordinary backgrounds. Hence, the elder's tone remained relatively calm, clearly not wishing to provoke someone who should not be trifled with. Wei Rong was equally alarmed. She had no idea when she had offended such a formidable individual. "Little girl, do not panic. I have already sent someone to notify your sect. They should dispatch a powerful ally swiftly," the elder reassured her. Meanwhile, the player behind Wei Rong frantically tapped away at the screen, dismissing the recharge prompts. This wretched contraption was utterly useless aside from obstructing her view, and it was infuriating. "Damn it, you idiot. I can't even afford the initial recharge. If I had money, would I not recharge?" With the recharge channel now closed, he was unable to muster even the 6 yuan for the initial recharge with only a meager sum left, and the voice interactions were automated system replies. The barrage of prompts was simply nauseating. If only the channel had not been shut, with the club's assistance, he could have recharged billions in no time. Why must he be so passive? He was also unaware of when Wei Rong had offended a cultivator bound to a player. For now, he could only respond to change with steadfastness. "Thank you, senior." he could only manage, as the voice of the elder provided a semblance of calm to Wei Rong's racing heart. However, a single utterance from the scarred woman left the onlooking cultivators twitching at the corners of their mouths. It is indeed too slow. Wait, you a mere soul-forging cultivator. Do you truly wish to commit murder under the watchful eyes of an imperial expert? Do you think the imperial realm is merely a title earned without effort? Suddenly, buzz! A pale golden seal manifested around both the scarred woman and Wei Rong, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. A semi-saint teleportation talisman. The elder from the great Qian's complexion changed. The opponent had actually locked onto Wei Rong's aura, directly invoking a semi-saint talisman. What kind of grudge could provoke them to use such a precious artifact to eliminate Wei Rong? You two, hurry to report this matter to the Forgetting Worry Valley. The elder commanded sternly as he noticed two disciples from the Forgetting Worry Valley, still in a daze. Prepare for the worst. The scarred woman was simply too decisive. She saw no hope for Wei Rong's survival. Chapter 62, Fury. She is undoubtedly toying with me. Oh no, coming back to their senses. The disciples of the Forgetting Worry Valley rushed out of the corridor, their faces filled with anxiety. The elder from the great Qian contemplated briefly, then vanished along with the two disciples. Ultimately, this was a matter concerning the great Qian. Her inaction could invite criticism. In a dense forest, as soon as Wei Rong appeared, she summoned her protective talisman, her expression tense as she retreated rapidly. She fixed her gaze on the approaching scarred woman, her voice trembling with fear. Who are you? At that moment, Wei Rong was utterly panicked. What should we do now, senior? Yet her player behind her was even more anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, for he had no funds to purchase items to alter her fate. Stay calm. In the room, the other two members of the Heavenly Talents Club quickly brainstormed. Murder is merely for hatred or treasure. Stall for time and think of a plan. Check if the daily sign-in offers any useful items. Have Wei Rong inform her of our network. It might just be a misunderstanding. Wang Hai didn't need their reminders. His electronic companion was in dire peril, and his reaction was swifter than theirs. He had already tapped to claim the daily items. Ding! Daily item lottery. Congratulations, player. You have drawn a high-grade technique book of the 3rd rank. 3rd rank? What the hell? What use is this? Wang Hai hurriedly closed the prompt to avoid obstructing his view. But just then, a series of prompts popped up on the interface. Ding! The character is facing a life-and-death crisis. Special offer recharge of 8,888 to obtain a life-saving talisman for instant escape. Ding! Special offer recharge of 28,888 to temporarily gain the eye of mental hypnosis, allowing control over the opponent for interrogation. Damn it! I don't have that much money. Wang Hao anxiously tapped the close button on the interface. At this point, he only had 28, unable to even purchase the initial recharge of 6 yuan. Thousands of yuan popping up was just cruel, but upon closing the prompts, the interface displayed a dialog box. System response: do not panic, little girl. First, run and stabilize her, plead for mercy, and see if there is a chance. Later, I will inquire thoroughly. Damn it, you're sending an automatic reply at a time like this. Wang Hai's voice trembled with rage, wishing he could smash this wretched phone. In a fit of anger, he quickly closed the system's reply on the screen, only to see the game interface darken. Friendly reminder: your bound character has been slain by a cultivator. On the screen, Wei Rong had a gaping hole in her chest, blood spurting forth as she gazed into the void with despair. Senior, save me. Rong. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Hai shouted in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Seeing the despair in Wei Rong's eyes, his heart felt as if it were being sliced open as he stumbled back onto the sofa. To increase Wei Rong's favorability, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, and their rapport had reached 40. Their cooperation was flawless, and Wei Rong regarded him as a dependable senior, even planning to assist him in purchasing high-priced feedback items. It was akin to nurturing a seedling he had tended to, and when it bore fruit, his first thought was to share it with her. At that time, he felt immensely gratified and moved. But all that beauty had been shattered by the appearance of this scarred woman. It's all your fault. With crimson eyes, Wang Hai fixed his gaze on the scarred woman in the game. He would memorize her features, and at any cost, he would seek the Heavenly Talents Club's assistance to have her ground to dust. But at that moment, Wang Hai noticed the scarred woman actually raised her head and grasped her jaw, revealing human skin, a mask. Wang Hai stared unblinkingly at the projection, his expression filled with anticipation. Tear it off. Let me see your true face and avenge Rong. He had not anticipated that this woman wore a mask. Yet fortunately, she had relaxed her guard after successfully committing murder. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to who had slain Wei Rong, and it would have driven him to despair. But then, the woman actually reattached a piece of the peeled human skin, whispering hoarsely, "TSK, next time use a better one. This skin is all ruined." The screen paused, transforming into the initial interface from when the game first launched. Ding. Current player may randomly bind one character with lower aptitude than Wei Rong. What the hell? Bang. Wang Hai, enraged, veins bulging, smashed his phone to the ground. He had a premonition that this woman was undoubtedly toying with him. Absolutely. After committing murder and taking the spoils, Ling Qingxue swiftly departed. Let us see if that doesn't infuriate you. Her earlier demeanor was clearly feigned. She initially intended to mock, but decided against being too ostentatious. Although she was uncertain if the other party could perceive her. Given that the young master mentioned Wei Rong had backing, it was likely he, just like her, could sense the commotion from this confrontation. Primarily, her physique allowed her to detect the spiritual awareness of the young master and the cultivators of this realm, while she could not sense those from beyond. Like the young master's world, those who dare to harm the young master should prepare for the dismantling of their elite club. Ling Qingxue's expression turned frosty. Now that she had been recognized as the young master's foremost maid, the mantle of a big sister naturally fell upon her shoulders. Her task was to meticulously handle the list provided by the young master, paving a smooth path for the others in their cultivation journey. As for whether the saintly figure, Su Yi, trailing behind her, would question her actions, she was indifferent, for she would not relent. The prospect of encountering the young master's other followers excited her immensely. There remained Sun Feiyu. She would first embark on a journey to solidify her cultivation. A moment later, Su Yi appeared beside Wei Rong's lifeless body, murmuring, "It seems Qingxue harbors some unspoken vendetta." Ling Qingxue was not a bloodthirsty individual. Her actions undoubtedly served a purpose. Such matters were not for her to intervene, as it was beneficial for this girl to sharpen her resolute character. However, the cost of murder was somewhat extravagant, and the urgency was a tad excessive. The elder smiled wryly, vanishing from the scene. Surely, once this girl found herself in financial straits, she would learn to be frugal, and she even knew how to provoke others. This girl was indeed commendable. Watching the unfolding scene, Shen Yun felt immense delight. This is truly exhilarating. When Luo Hongxi perished, the character bound to Zhou Qiao had directly confronted him with a throat-slitting gesture. The cycle of heaven has its retribution. This time, he could finally vent his pent-up rage. With Qingxue Wei, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with the Zhou siblings' game characters as well. A cold glint flickered in Shen Yun's eyes. Though the mastermind was dead, he would not spare any of those deserving of death. Chapter 63. Slicing through like melon and vegetables. In an instant, he dispatched 3. After sending a message to Ling Qingxue to inform her of the 2 individuals, Shen Yun had fully refined the 5th-tier, soul-nourishing pill within him. Unsurprisingly, a golden lotus flower blossomed in his spiritual sea. To describe the sensation, his mental state was significantly stronger than before. With the awakening of his spiritual talent, the 3rd-tier soul pursuit technique that Hongxi had given him could now be cultivated automatically. As soon as he activated it, a prompt illuminated before Shen Yun. Warm reminder. Player has activated spiritual talent. Would you like to accelerate the cultivation of the 3rd-tier soul pursuit technique automatically? Learn. This soul cultivation manual would provide cultivators with additional means for spiritual attacks and defenses, along with minor techniques like spiritual communication. Though its grade was low, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a new message. Hua Guoshan Demon Subduing Division, Wang Gang, Mr. Shun. Coordinates indicate traces of a 4th-tier demon beast appearing outside Hua Guoshan. 2 members of the Demon Subduing Division have been killed. A Demon Subduing King is already on the way. If you are unavailable, we will notify another Demon Subduing King. Understood. I shall take a look. After replying, Shen Yun summoned by Sin, stay with the golden-haired monkey while I go hunt a demon. Master, why don't we go together? Like Xiania, reluctant to let him venture alone, rubbed against his hand insistently. I'll inform the little monkey. He's certainly 1T leave. Be obedient. If anything arises, I will contact you. Concerning the inheritance of the great sage, he could not afford any mishaps for the golden-haired monkey. Moreover, he possessed the contract beast long-distance communication function, purchased last time, so he could notify her if anything occurred. Very well, master, please be cautious. With no hope of persuading him, Bai Xian could only watch him leave the room. Shen Yun did not descend, but instead ascended to the rooftop of the hotel. There, he spotted a military helicopter stationed on the rooftop, specially prepared for him by Wang Gang, allowing for rapid departure in case of emergencies. While sword flight was swift, it was viable only for short distances. Over longer spans, it consumed too much energy, making it suitable only for critical moments. Shortly thereafter, the helicopter took off, heading towards Wang Gang's coordinates. Brother Kuan, it appears to be a knife wound. Having drained the body of its blood, Wang Gang remarked, gesturing to two black cloth-covered bodies in the small alley beside him and offering a cigarette to a nearby man. Both were 3-star demon subduers, elite members dispatched for this purpose. They must have encountered the demon's trail and been slain. As he spoke, Wang Gang's face bore a mix of regret and anger. Despite the revival of spiritual energy for some time, the cultivators of the demon subduing division had reached the forefront, with their overall strength at the top tier. However, as the power of the populace continued to rise, Huaxiao would still require the demon subduing division to keep the cultivators in check. Every elite lost was a diminishment of their strength, which was a source of great sorrow for him. Tang Kuan stepped forward to examine the bodies, maintaining a calm expression, seemingly oblivious to how they had met their demise. This indicated that the opponent was exceptionally strong, able to elude even 3-star elites. They were likely a late-stage demon of the 4th tier. This could be challenging. Tang Kuan frowned and inquired, have other demon subduing kings arrived? Handling this case alone might prove somewhat troublesome. Mr. Shen is currently in the helicopter and will arrive shortly. Oh, it's him? Tang Kuan's eyes brightened. As a fellow 4-star demon subduing king, he had heard much about this rising star, and discussions had erupted within the official demon subduing division group regarding him. Many speculated that Shen Yun had acquired a remarkably powerful magical artifact. After all, he had been an ordinary person before. Although he had spent heavily on cultivation resources, his lack of aptitude meant he could not achieve significant progress. Only the might of a magical artifact could enable him to slay a 4th-tier demon beast with such ease. With him here, we can manage this more smoothly. Tang Kuan nodded slightly, looking towards the horizon. He has arrived. Against the dim sky, a helicopter approached, and then a figure leaped from it, landing steadily on the ground. The aura of his cultivation was indeed below the Han High realm. Tang Kuan scrutinized Shen Yun carefully. Judging by the aura he exuded, he should be a cultivator at the meridian condensation stage, which confirmed the speculations of the others. However, acquiring a magical artifact also required luck and opportunity, which counted as part of one's strength. He would not underestimate Shen Yun. Mr. Shen, I am Tang Kuan. I have long admired your reputation. Tang Kuan smiled as he stepped forward to clasp his fist in greeting. A pleasure, Shen Yun nodded slightly. Have we found any leads on the murderer? Surveillance has provided some clues, Wang Gang replied, pulling out his phone. Currently, the 4th-tier demon locking compass dispatch from headquarters is in the hands of another demon subduing king. Once he resolves his matters, we can use the compass to track the aura of the 4th-tier demon beasts. This is a necessary measure. With the recent surge of secret realms nationwide, there simply are not enough 4th-tier demon locking compasses available. Having one in our city is already commendable. Some cities are still awaiting allocation. Suddenly, a chilling and mocking voice echoed above the alley. No need to wait. We have come uninvited. We, Tang Kun, Bangang, and the 4 members of the demon subduing division sealing off the scene in the alley all looked up in shock. A wall-clinging gecko man, clad in a trench coat and with skin flushed crimson, lurked ominously on the high wall, fixating his gaze upon them. On the balcony of the adjacent complex, 2 more individuals, 1 man and 1 woman, both similarly attired in trench coats, cast their cold, penetrating stares from beneath the brims of their hats, as if they were gazing upon corpses. Be on guard, Vong Gong Beluvit. It was evident that their adversaries harbored ill intentions, likely 3 formidable 4th-tier demonic entities. At this juncture, their only hope lay in self-preservation, praying that Tang Kuan and Shen Yun would intervene with remarkable efficacy, especially Shen Yun's magical artifacts. Should they prove inadequate, their only recourse would be to rely on fortune until reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Division arrived. A swift resolution was imperative. On the balcony, the male figure revealed his murderous intent. Eliminate them and depart swiftly, but be cautious of Gang Xiong and his potential retaliation. With a swish, 3 malevolent beings descended, striking with lightning speed. Gong Xiong. The tone of the adversary suggested considerable strength, causing Shen Yun's eyes to narrow in contemplation. It was likely that beyond these 3, other powerful demonic entities lurked within the city. It would be prudent to deal with them all in one fell swoop, thereby averting any future complications when the Flower Fruit Mountain's secret realm opened. Mr. Shen, I shall do my utmost to hold off 2 of them. Tang Kuan unsheathed his great blade from his back and charged forward. His intent was straightforward. He hoped Shen Yun could swiftly dispatch his opponent to assist him. Otherwise, facing 3 4th-tier demonic beasts would surely result in catastrophic losses. However, Before he could complete his shout, he found himself frozen in astonishment, his eyes wide as he stared skyward. With a whoosh, a pale blue beam of light pierced through the heads of the black-clad man and woman, erupting in a cascade of red and white matter. Hiss! The sight sent the gecko demon on the wall into a panic, its heart racing as it turned to flee with all its might. Today, it had truly encountered a specter. In a single encounter, 2 fourth-tier demonic beasts had perished just like that. Yet the chilling gleam behind it was too piercing to ignore. Sensing impending doom, the gecko demon let out a desperate wail. "Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender." Thud. Ah! The blue luminescence directly pierced through its body, pinning it to the ground. Observing the gecko demon's agonizing struggles, Wang Gang and the others exchanged astonished glances at the fallen figures, astonished. What the hell? They were dispatched so easily. A single strike took down 3? This is utterly absurd. Tang Kun, who had initially anticipated a fierce battle, was now overwhelmed with shock. This was akin to slicing through vegetables. In this moment, he realized just how extraordinary the radiant sword on the ground truly was. It had instantaneously eliminated 3 fourth-tier demonic beasts. Chapter 64, Minor Healing Skills. A complete annihilation of the demonic den. "Do not kill me. I am willing to do anything." The gecko demon's pitiful cries drew the attention of the onlookers. At that moment, it was pinned to the ground by the long sword, yet it dared not touch the weapon that had already severed 4 of its fingers. Approaching, Shen Yun grasped the flying sword, Jinghong, and inquired, "Who is Gang Xiong?" Coughing blood, the gecko demon pleaded in agony. "If I tell you, will you let me go? I have heard that the Demon Suppression Division recruits those who surrender. I am a mid-4th-tier beast, willing to submit." "Mr. Shun," Tang Kun interjected. "Demonic entities possess a keen sense of smell. Currently, amidst the urgent need for 4th-tier locking talismans, we are indeed persuading some 4th-tier beasts to surrender. This gecko demon holds considerable value. Utilizing demonic beings to locate other demons is one reason for capturing 4th-tier beasts. Additionally, these creatures can explore the mountains and forests, returning with rare treasures while minimizing casualties. Through a mutual contract established within a game-like array, they agreed that the Demon Suppression Division would not slay these subdued beasts. In exchange for their servitude, within the division, mid-4th-tier subdued beasts were exceedingly rare. Such malevolent entities could only be tamed by a powerful force. Otherwise, typical demon suppression kings would find it impossible to capture them. If they could bring this gecko demon back, it would indeed be of greater value than slaying it. Shen Yun remained silent, merely twisting his grip on the sword slightly. The searing pain elicited a series of anguished cries from the gecko demon. "Ah, I will tell you, Gang Xiong is a powerful beast. He has secretly gathered over 10 other demonic beasts in anticipation of the secret realm's opening. If it does not open, he will lead a massacre of the cultivators here and then depart. We were driven out due to our weakness." It turned out that after these 3 monsters were driven away, they had harbored resentment and sought to slay the local demon suppression king, thus drawing the attention of the division and prompting them to send powerful reinforcements to thwart Gang Xiong's plans. Who would have thought that a figure as formidable as Shen Yun would be present, effortlessly dispatching the 3 of them in a single encounter? If given the choice, the gecko demon would rather retreat than invite the wrath of this young human powerhouse. Over 10. Shen Yun's interest was piqued. What tiers are they? And where are they located? 11 4th-tier beasts. They are at the Ding Sheng Footbath City. The owner there is already submitted to Gang Xiong. The gecko demon's eyes were filled with desperation. "I have already divulged everything. I beg you spare me. I am willing to submit." Thud! The blue luminescence flashed, and a long sword cleaved through the gecko demon from its abdomen to its head, instantly splitting its upper half in 2. "What a pity," Tang Kun muttered under his breath, solemnly stating. "We cannot accept beasts that betray their kin. They may turn against us in the future." Indeed, the others nodded fervently. Although the contract would help prevent betrayal, who could defy the might of Shen Yun? Wang Gang collected the cards from the ground and handed them to Shen Yun. "Mr. Shen, 3 crystal core cards, 2 4th-tier mid-grade item feedback cards, and 1 card indicating the gecko demon's regeneration ability." Regeneration? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow as he examined it. Limb regeneration ability of the gecko demon race. Upon losing a limb, it consumes internal spiritual energy to regenerate a new organ. In cases of severe injury, consumption increases. Wow, this ability is formidable. Several members of the Demon Suppression Division looked on enviously. For combat personnel, possessing such an ability would be akin to gaining wings. Excellent. Since Xian Air has healing capabilities, I might as well acquire a healing skill as well. As Shen Yun casually learned the skill, the corners of his companion's eyes twitched. Such a precious ability, and to him, it was merely satisfactory. However, seeing the exquisite sword in his hand, radiating blue light and boasting an impressive design, one could hardly fault him for that. Shen Yun sheathed the flying sword, Jing Hong, and turned to Tang Kuan. Let us head directly to Ding Sheng Footbath City. Taking down 11 fourth-tier demonic entities will be far easier than completing my usual assignments. Very well. We appreciate your assistance, Mr. Shun. Tang Kuan and the others eagerly awaited this affirmation. With such a fierce powerhouse present, swiftly dealing with the demonic den would allow everyone to rest easy. After tidying up, the group notified the logistics team to handle the scene and departed promptly. At Ding Sheng Footbath City, Brother Xiong, too many humans have come to Flower Fruit Mountain. By the floor-to-ceiling window, a man with cat-like pupils observed the crowded street below, his tone laced with concern. If the secret realm does not open soon, the Demon Suppression Division will undoubtedly dispatch powerful reinforcements to guard this place. Recently, one of our fourth-tier companions has already been compromised and is being pursued by a 4-star Demon Suppression King. Although the individual left the team and departed this city, it has undoubtedly alerted the Demon Suppression Division to the presence of 4th-tier demonic beasts here. If several more 4th-tier demonic beasts arrive from the outside and kill members of the Demon Suppression Division, exposing the existence of numerous high-tier demonic entities, powerful figures from the division will surely converge here. At that point, we will be in serious trouble. They came here, allured by the tales of the formidable Qi Tian de Sheng, hoping to test their fortune. After all, places with secret realms are typically guarded by powerful enforcers from the Demon Suppression Bureau, making it exceedingly easy to be discovered. In contrast, locations where the secret realm remains unopened, like this one, are relatively safe. Yet, who could have anticipated that even before the opening of the secret realm, the mere charisma of Qi Tian de Sheng would attract such a multitude? As the throngs continued to swell, it was inevitable that the Demon Suppression Bureau would dispatch their strongmen for the sake of public safety. Inside the room, upon a plush sofa, a robust man with a face full of bristles spoke in a deep voice. If the secret realm does not open within 2 days, we shall hunt down the cultivators here and refine them, parting ways once the task is completed. After speaking, he surveyed the 12 demonic beings present. Today, we collaborate. So let us exchange contact information for future assistance. One alone can hardly achieve greatness. The others exchanged glances and quickly clasped their fists in respect. We shall heed Brother Xiong's command. Among them, aside from 2 late-stage 3rd-tier beasts, all were the 4th tier. Yet, as he had stated, the strength of one was too feeble, forming a community of mutual interests. Led by the formidable 4th-tier apex beast, Brother Xiong would undoubtedly be advantageous. Ding dong. At that moment, a familiar voice called from outside. It's me, Boss Xiong. I have received the latest news from the Demon Suppression Bureau. The mention of the Demon Suppression Bureau caused the crowd to exchange startled glances, a chill running down their spines. Could it be that the worst news has arrived? This meeting room was off-limits to any disturbances, and the arrival of Yang Kai, the owner of the Footbath City, surely indicated a significant matter at hand. Brother Xiong's expression shifted as he glanced towards the back of the crowd. Go open the door and let him in. The subordinate hurriedly unlocked the door, only to find Yang Kai bowing and scraping in deference. However, behind him stood a young, handsome stranger. This prompted the doorman to furrow his brows. Who are you? Only Yang Kai can contact us. Outsiders are forbidden. This question elicited a change in Brother Xiong's expression. Yang Kai would never dare defy my orders. Something is amiss. He leapt back, retreating behind the others, and crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window, leaping out of the building. Chapter 65. This sword is too cool. The Flower and Fruit Mountain secret realm opens. As Brother Xiong jumped out of the window, he glanced back at the entrance. Boom! A fiery dragon erupted from the doorway. As it swept past the doorman, his upper body was incinerated in an instant. Such overwhelming power sent the demonic beings scattering in terror. Yet, the flames expanded too rapidly, engulfing the entire room and consuming them completely. No. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome flames had reduced all the demonic beings in the room to ashes. What a terrifying method. Brother Xiong's heart raced as he realized that even he lacked the capability to eliminate all those demons in such a brief moment. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of the newcomer. Thank goodness I reacted swiftly and avoided calamity. His scalp tingled as he stared at the young man enveloped in flames near the fallen window. The calm gaze descending upon him was suffused with an overwhelming pressure, rendering him breathless. We must flee. This individual is far too powerful. Without a second thought, Brother Xiong unleashed his full speed, aiming for the glass of the opposite building. seeking to blend into the crowd and escape. Whoosh! With a sound like the wind tearing through the air, a faint blue rainbow descended from the heavens. Just as Brother Xion was about to shatter the glass, thrusting himself to safety, thud! A long sword pierced through his skull, as if a meteor plummeting to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as a series of cracks erupted beneath, sending bricks flying. Fortunately, this area had been preemptively sealed off by the Demon Suppression Bureau, preventing any casualties from the debris. My goodness, what on earth was that? The immense commotion drew onlookers from all around. It resembled a blue meteor. No wonder it was sealed off. I was just considering taking that route. I survived by the grace of fate. I told you I was destined for greatness. The crowd buzzed with trepidation. As the smoke cleared, they were astonished to discover a massive brown bear, several dozen meters long, impaled by a faint blue sword, firmly anchored to the ground. Hiss! Such a size! The larger the entity, the more formidable its strength, and this bear's spirit appeared extraordinary. Those with keen eyes had already spotted 2 cards rising from the giant bear's corpse. No way. It's a top-tier 4th-level feedback card. A 4th-tier high-grade demon core crystal. Wow. The Demon Suppression Bureau is quite formidable. They actually witnessed the slaying of a late-stage 4th-tier beast. Clearly, a powerful figure was present. Moreover, that sword is simply magnificent. A young man excitedly surged toward the barrier. Quick, take a picture and post it online. Let the foreigners see this divine artifact from Huaxia. To be able to slay a 4th-tier demonic beast, that sword is indeed impressive. Hurry, snap a photo for social media to show off. The crowd, filled with envy and admiration, snapped pictures of the sword ahead. The faint blue glow radiated with inscriptions swirling about it, especially under the glow of the setting sun, appearing as if wrapped in a golden light, exuding divinity. It looked absolutely stunning. How wonderful it would be if I could possess such a sword. Everyone, please don't crowd. Wang Gang and the others, standing tall like victorious roosters, obstructed the advancing throng. Those who cross the boundary shall bear the consequences. Seeing the crowd, raising their phones to capture the moment, Wang Gang declared with righteous fervor, "This is the fate of the demonic beings that dared to come to Flower and Fruit Mountain. We have already slain over 34th-tier beasts. For every one that dares to come, we will ensure their demise." With such an excellent opportunity for publicity, he could hardly afford to miss it. If he weren't worried about sounding too outrageous, he would have claimed they had taken down 100 beasts. With Mr. Shen's fiery prowess capable of annihilating all the demons in that room, 100 monsters would turn to ashes. Mr. Shen, we owe you a great deal this time. In the room, Tang Kuan expressed his gratitude, clasping his fists toward Shen Yun. Had those many demonic beings turned hostile, we would have been at a loss for how to respond. The thought of it sent shivers down his spine. A room full of 4th-tier beasts. How many lives would have been lost if things had escalated? He had already reported this incident to headquarters. If a large number of demonic beasts were also gathering in renowned mountains like Kunlun, Tai, and Hua, it was imperative to take early precautions. As for whether there were enough personnel, that was not his concern. A trivial matter, Shen Yun replied, accepting the 2 cards for Brother Wang. Just notify me the next time a situation arises, provided I'm not too far away. This time, the hunt for demons had netted them 14 4th-tier demon cores, along with 14 4th-tier item feedback cards and 3 skill cards, resulting in a modest windfall. Huh. Tang Kuan's eyes sparkled as he laughed. I fear we may not avoid troubling Mr. Shen in the future. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, Mr. Shen. After bidding farewell to the others, Shen Yun ascended to the rooftop and leapt into the helicopter, returning to the 5-star hotel. Master, you're back. As Shen Yun opened the door, Bai Xianer leapt toward him, excitedly wagging her 3 large tails. Haha. Shen Yun patted her back, glancing at the golden-haired monkey on the sofa, who was fixated on the tablet. The little monkey had calmed down and, upon seeing him, stood up in greeting. Though he spoke not a word, he had grasped a modicum of decorum. Shen Yun glanced at the content on the tablet. All news related to the great sage Qi Tian, evidently a lesson imparted by Bai Xianer on how to navigate the internet. The gloom etched upon his countenance indicated that the great sage was not a character prone to indiscriminate slaughter. Otherwise, he would surely be flaunting his prowess at this juncture. Shen Yun retrieved 2 skill cards acquired from a previous demon hunt and placed them upon the table. Xianer, see if there's anything you need, take it to learn. I have enough for myself. Although Bai Xianer possessed innate divine abilities, the initial impression she garnered was that her methods were somewhat lacking due to her significant realm elevation. In gaming terms, it was akin to equipping her own pet with skills. 4th-tier Flame Claw, Sonic Impact, Bai Xianer Apostolips. In truth, her own abilities sufficed. Had it not been for her master's offering, she would have dismissed such rudimentary skills. Yet, It was ultimately a gesture of her master's goodwill, and she felt compelled to reciprocate with emotional value. She couldn't refuse, otherwise it would leave her master feeling his efforts were in vain. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she turned to Shen Yun, her face radiant with delight. "Thank you, master. Just what I needed to enhance my arsenal. How fortuitous. You must learn quickly." Shen Yun chuckled. For a pet he had nurtured deserved to be well-armed. Though his own skills were few, each was remarkably potent. A single move sufficient to conquer all. Meanwhile, the golden-furred monkey, noticing the angle of Biciener's pretense, muttered softly, hypocritical, arg. Suddenly, a golden windmill twirled in the air. "What do you mean, hypocritical? Dare to mock my master, will you?" Biciener's face flushed with indignation as she seized his ear, giving it a vigorous twist. This time, her reprimand was harsher than the last, and the golden-furred monkey squeaked in distress. "Sister White Fox, I was wrong. It was only when the monkey begged for mercy that Biciener tossed him onto the sofa. Gazing at the dazed monkey, she clapped her hands and hopped into Shen Yun's embrace, huffing, "Should you dare speak out of turn again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." The little monkey simply did not know better, daring to call her hypocritical. The quality of skills was one matter, but the intention behind them was entirely another. Biciener basked in Shen Yun's gentle strokes, enjoying the moment. "You have much to learn still." After following Shen Yun's instruction, Biciener diligently studied the two skills and subsequently demonstrated them before him. Seeing his radiant smile, she too beamed, her joy magnified by the display of her newfound abilities. No wonder it was said online that fox spirits were the most beguiling. The golden-furred monkey, observing Shen Yun's amused demeanor, silently affirmed the wisdom of the internet. He resolved henceforth to avoid provoking this fox spirit, lest he be bullied again. Suddenly, a powerful energy ripple surged from afar, sweeping through the entire city like a wave. Could it be the secret realm has opened? Shen Yun swiftly made his way to the balcony, gazing towards the direction of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Before him, a golden pillar of light shot skyward like a sword cleaving through the inky night. Chapter 66. Tumultuous. Ingeniously delving, the secret realm bulldozer. The great sage's secret realm has opened. Charge forth. The crowd in the streets erupted in a frenzy, racing towards the direction of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Viewed from above, the city was ablaze with lights, cultivators swarming like ants towards the mountain. Those with slightly greater power transformed into fleeting shadows, darting past the throng, fearing that even a moment's delay might cost them the inheritance of the Monkey King. Oh, the secret realm has opened. On the balcony, the golden-furred monkey leapt with excitement. He had finally awaited this moment. If he could gain the inheritance within, he would surely avenge Sister Deer. Shen Yun had informed him that those who captured him hailed from the prominent Jiang family of Qingchen. This family was unscrupulous in their quest for profit, utterly vile. When he grew powerful, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Moreover, he wished to inquire of the great sage whether Biciener's previous words were true or false. "Let's go." Mounted upon Biciener, Shen Yun seized the golden-furred monkey and vanished from the balcony. Outside Flower and Fruit Mountain, a warning echoed, "Beware of demon beasts within. Those who enter shall bear the consequences." Yet the frenzied crowd paid no heed. Demon beasts, what of them? We can overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Charge, brothers. I must be the chosen one. Surely, I will acquire the miraculous transformation abilities. I want the technique of duplicity. Just a hair will summon assistance. Truly a monster-slaying artifact. I desire to manifest heaven and earth. Stepping into the throng of demon beasts will be exhilarating. The crowd's enthusiasm surged as they shouted while plunging into the forest. At the forefront, a group rushed towards the secret realm, already catching sight of the void beyond the cliff, where a spatial ripple shimmered. Within that ripple, one could faintly glimpse the dimly lit scenery of the secret realm. We'll be safe to rush in like this. I've heard online that the secret realm is fraught with danger, and there are even humanoid, malevolent entities of formidable strength. As the group approached, hesitation gripped them. The first to take the plunge would need considerable bravery. Yet, in that moment of delay, everyone noticed a flash of white light darting into the secret realm, vanishing from sight. This sight sent the crowd into a frenzy akin to ants on a hot stove, racing forward. Damn it! Someone beat us to it! I told you to hurry in. Now it's ruined. The inheritance will surely be snatched away. It's all your fault. Shut your mouth. All you do is complain. Hurry up and charge. Inside the secret realm, upon his arrival, Shen Yun surveyed the desolate surroundings. The sky was shrouded in gray, and the ground was littered with the remnants of weathered and collapsed peaks. The environment matched the images he had seen online, and as he scanned his surroundings, he muttered to himself, "Once we delve deeper, we shall encounter the onslaught of the corpse horde, the ancient corpses, likely formed by the influence of the secret realm's laws upon those who perished here. They resemble zombies, attacking any living being that dares to enter. The key point is that their strength is influenced by the laws of the secret realm, maintaining parity with the intruders, making them exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, the Flower and Fruit Mountain secret realm had been immensely popular in his previous life, and many cultivators had uploaded the videos online. Among them, there was a relatively safe route leading deep within. I recall the entrance to the passage being a mountain shaped like a sea. Shen Yun meticulously scanned the surroundings, seeking the mountain that fit the description. "Master, what shall we do now?" Sienna inquired, her tone laced with anxiety. She sensed a malevolent aura permeating the air, heavy with decay and oppression. That must be the place. Shen Yun feigned calculation, pointing towards a distant mountain formation. "Xian'e, head northeast." "Master, you can still deduce?" Sienna continued her pace, her expression riddled with confusion. "Of course, or how else do you think I found you, Atame?" Shen Yun lied without a hint of shame, focusing intently on the environment to ensure he did not stray from the path. The golden-furred monkey, being carried, remained unflustered. Though he appeared somewhat disappointed, I thought there would be many monkeys inside. He had envisioned a scene akin to the water-curtain cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain from films and dramas, only to find nothing. "Little monkey, less talk and more observation. Should you encounter the great sage and he refuses to impart his secret techniques, you'll weep bitterly." Xian'e found it. This monkey had a reckless tongue. If it jeopardized her master's chance at inheritance, it would be troublesome. The same words proved effective, and the golden-furred monkey quickly covered his mouth. As one person and two demons ventured forth for over 10 minutes, the desolate ground gradually revealed a multitude of tattered corpses, obscured by the windswept sands. An unsettling aura thickened around them, causing Sienna to bristle with unease. She cautiously adjusted her steps, either moving silently or leaping gently, fearful of disturbing these ancient remains. "Fear not, for I am here," Shen Yun whispered softly as he caressed her back in a gesture of comfort. Were it not for his advantage of reincarnation, he too would find himself in a precarious position. The golden-haired monkey was more straightforward, tightly clutching Sienna's forelimbs with his eyes shut, evidently sensing the danger posed by these ancient corpses. Fortunately, this path was indeed safe, but as pioneers, it was inevitable they would encounter one or two ancient corpses along the way. It must be said that Sienna's ability to blink into the void proved immensely beneficial at such a time, allowing her to silently leap over the pile of corpses. As they delved deeper, the number of ancient remains gradually diminished. In the distance, a colossal gray stone mountain came into view, imposing and formidable. Shen Yun's expression grew increasingly solemn. This was a barrier that even cultivators of his previous life could not surpass. The stone giant. This creature possessed outrageously formidable combat prowess, earning the moniker, the melee bulldozer of Huagua Mountain, mercilessly brutalizing anyone who dared approach, despite its massive size and seemingly cumbersome movements. Once the stones adorning its body were shattered, its power would ascend dramatically. Some speculated it to be the extrajudicial incarnation of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Defeating it could yield the legendary monkey's legacy. Others suggested it was the guardian of a secret realm, and if one could reduce its stones to a certain threshold, they might earn the Monkey King's acknowledgement and receive his inheritance. Alas, no one had ever succeeded. What left a profound impression on Shen Yun were the warnings from players. Before provoking the stone giant, if you lack the confidence to defeat it, flee at once. Otherwise, you shall be the one to perish. When angered, the gray and white stone body would swiftly crystallize, enhancing its already terrifying strength. "Xian'e." Shen Yun leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I shall employ my flying sword to see if I can dispatch it swiftly. Be prepared to blink away in succession. Remember to conserve your blink energy for escaping the secret realm." The warm breath against her ear made Sienna shyly retract her neck, but she understood the gravity of the moment and nodded slightly, her focus unwavering. "Rest assured, master, I shall follow your lead." Seeing the golden-haired monkey approach with a look of concern, Shen Yun cautioned him softly, "During the battle, we cannot afford to worry about you, so do not hinder us." "I understand." The golden-haired monkey nodded fervently, knowing that the chance for inheritance rested solely on this human and fox duo. He would not dare to cause trouble now. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yun firmly clasped Sienna's waist with his legs, and as his brow shimmered with light, the flying sword, Jinghong, materialized. "Prepare for action," he declared, his gaze sharpening as he summoned the full might of the flying sword for the first time. Buzzing, the long sword trembled, its surface radiating a pale blue aura like the sun rising, illuminating the dim sky with an azure brilliance. When the Jinghong was unleashed to its utmost potential, golden inscriptions flickered along its blade. The aura of a holy-grade artifact surged forth, causing the very fabric of the secret realm sky to tear asunder, creating vast black fissures. Whoosh! As the Jinghong sliced through the void, a gaping black rift split the heavens and the earth, and the long sword found its mark upon the stone giant's head. Chapter 67. Incinerate the stone giant. The Monkey King emerges. Boom! A deafening roar resonated, shaking the very earth and mountains. Clouds of dust soared high, centering around the stone giant and spreading like a colossal wave in all directions. Even if the holy-grade flying sword could not slay it, it would surely leave it debilitated. Shen Yun's complexion paled as he swiftly produced 2 medium-grade spirit stones to replenish his energy reserves. Fortunately, his foundation was robust. Most cultivators would have been drained of their spirit energy halfway through such a powerful exertion, rendering them incapable of combat. Although he could not fully unleash the artifact's might, he estimated that this strike would certainly not leave the stone giant unscathed. However, as radiant colors burst forth from the gray mist, Shen Yun's expression changed, and he tightened his hold on by Siener's waist. The more brilliant the light surrounding the crystalline stone giant, the more formidable it became. Whoosh! Bai Siener swiftly employed her spatial blinking ability, vanishing from her original position, with a ripping sound that made one's teeth ache. A humanoid-sized crystalline stone giant appeared precisely where she had stood moments ago, its hands tearing through the void of the secret realm, revealing a gigantic black hole. By the heavens! Shen Yun gasped in astonishment. So powerful! This strike had indeed been formidable, reducing the stone giant's size to a fraction of its original form. Yet, it had simultaneously escalated its strength to a terrifying degree. Master, I sense it is extraordinarily strong. Xiania thought, her 3 tails instinctively tucking between her legs as she hastily prepared to blink away once more. The crystalline stone giant had vanished. Ripping sounds echoed again as the void was torn apart. Steady yourself, Xiania. I shall see if I can shatter it. Shen Yun, feeling some energy returning, swiftly maneuvered Jinghong to attack the crystalline stone giant. However, its speed was astounding, making it difficult to land a hit. Fortunately, it pursued Bai, allowing him to lie in wait at the spot just vacated by her. The instant the stone giant reappeared, Jinghong would unleash a tempest of strikes. This cunning strategy proved effective. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds resonated throughout the vast secret realm. As pieces of stone fell away from the crystalline figure, its size gradually diminished. This invigorated Shen Yun, plunging him deeper into the throes of battle. Shadows of the sword, the fox, and the stone interwove, creating an abstract tapestry of motion. Yet as time progressed, the ever-shrinking stone giant grew increasingly agile. Even a nearby guarding flying sword proved ineffective. Seeing the sword's impact waning, Shen Yun directly summoned the flames of heaven's destruction, encircling the area with a ring of fire. With the trap set, Bai Siener vanished, and the crystalline stone giant, just materializing, was ensnared by the flames. However, the moment the fire enveloped it, a hum resonated. The stone giant erupted with radiant connections of law, illuminating the entire secret realm, and a powerful energy surged from within. The next instant, boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm, startling all explorers within, who gazed into the depths of the realm with wide-eyed astonishment. What in the world is that noise? By the heavens, how blinding! Whoosh! A blinding white light surged from the distance, causing everyone to shield their eyes. Is that a nuclear bomb explosion? We're all doomed. Fortunately, moments later. As the light dissipated, the crowd discovered they were still alive, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Roar! But shortly thereafter, a throng of tattered, pale-skinned corpses came rushing forward. Huh! It seems we've stumbled into a zombie realm, a spirited young man exclaimed. Everyone, stay calm. Just smash their heads. I'm familiar with this. They have crystal cores in their skulls. Cultivators versus zombies? A slaughter was imminent, but soon the laughter would fade. Due to the formidable strength of these ancient corpses, they surprisingly matched their own. Meanwhile, deep within the battlefield of the stone beings, Shen Yun discovered that the stone golem was self-destructing, shedding its fiery stone fragments from its surface. This revelation unveiled an unknown aspect of the stone beings. The child-sized stone golem, its body aflame and eyes of fierce crimson, emanated an aura of dark malevolence. A roar, even more ferocious than that of the ancient corpses, resonated through the heavens and earth. This caused Shen Yun's heart to race. Has the wrath of the fiery red awakened? In his previous life, he had never witnessed this form of the stone golem and had not heard it utter a sound. Clearly, it had been pushed to its limits. As expected, the stone golem moved with unparalleled speed, forcing Shen to continuously dodge, leaving no opportunity for him to conjure flames. Even when he attempted to cast fire in midair, the time lag allowed the fiery stone golem to easily evade his flames. Mere moments later, exhausted, Shen swiftly transmitted a message. Master, it is too powerful. We must leave this place. At this moment, a chill ran down her spine, a physiological response to extreme danger. How frustrating. It felt just within reach. Shen Yun, with furrowed brows, felt a deep unwillingness. He believed that a single strike of his blazing flames could incinerate this child-sized stone golem. Sadly, Shen was on the brink of collapse. Should he give up? As his thoughts raced, Shen Yun attempted to activate the golden cicada talisman. Ding! Do you wish to use the semi-saint grade talisman, golden cicada? Taking a gamble, he thought, a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Seeing that the talisman's effect had not yet been compromised, Shen Yun steeled his resolve. Shen, take the golden-haired monkey and leave. I will try again. Boom! The blazing flames enveloped Shen Yun entirely. The stone golem was incredibly swift, but when it approached him for an attack, it would first come into contact with the inferno. Connected to the flames with his mind, he could sense the moment and activate the golden cicada to escape. This was his escape plan. Of course, if the stone golem were to be incinerated in that instant, he would not need to flee. However, the talisman was designed for individual teleportation, and Shen had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if he failed to attack and fled, the stone golem's enmity would shift directly to Shen, the nearest target. No, master. It is far too dangerous here. Shen felt her heart in her throat. We should retreat and consider other options. Do not act impulsively, master. She knew Shen Yun possessed the golden cicada talisman, but any misstep could lead to dire consequences. In such circumstances, how could she possibly abandon him? If we don't leave now, your innate powers will be lost. Do not worry. I have my flying sword and protective treasures. Shen Yun was aware that she could not hold on much longer, and with a surge of strength, he leaped into the void. Master! Shen exclaimed in shock, her voice altered. Shen Yun could not afford to be distracted. He focused intently because, in the strategy videos from his previous life, the stone golem only pursued the target with the highest enmity. Here it comes. Sensing a sharp aura approaching through the flames, his eyes sparkled with intensity. The opponent's attack was imminent. In an instant, the blazing inferno clung to the arm of the revealed stone golem, igniting its entire being. Yet, to Shen Yun's dismay, a white shadow suddenly blocked his side. The golden-haired monkey leaped forth, spreading its limbs as if to shield the stone golem's line of sight. His flames would not harm allies, but if the flames failed to eliminate the stone golem, the consequences would be unfathomable. Xian'e! Shen Yun shouted in anger. Fortunately, the blazing inferno proved powerful, reducing the stone golem to ashes. When he turned his fiery gaze toward Shen, she sheepishly lowered her head and murmured, I have healing abilities. I can withstand a blow for you, increasing our success rate. Success rate indeed. What if something goes wrong? Shen Yun, enraged, reached out as if to chastise her. However, seeing her cowering in fear, he could not bring himself to do it. Understanding that she was simply eager to protect him, he realized that even if her healing powers were extraordinary, he would still feel pain if she were injured. We will discuss this properly upon our return. At that moment, the golden-haired monkey, having lost its support, quickly glanced at the ashes of the stone golem. From within, a golden shadow gradually materialized. Upon seeing the figure adorned with golden fur, the little monkey felt as if it had found an elder, its eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Great Sage. Is the Great Sage. Chapter 68. A gift from the Demon Emperor. The ultimate skill. The breaking heaven battle technique. Master, do not be angry. Next time I want to dare. Shen spoke softly as she observed Shen Yun gazing at the ethereal figure. She understood his concern for her safety, yet she too worried about his peril. Regardless, I can recover quickly from injuries. You must not be harmed. Gathering her thoughts, she turned her gaze toward the mysterious figure revered by the local populace, the Great Sage. In a golden radiance, the Great Sage's shadow stood upon clouds, clad in brilliant golden armor, his face reminiscent of thunder, yet not sharp, with deep creases that bore witness to the passage of time. Though he appeared exceedingly aged, like a waning old monkey, the aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly powerful. No one dared to underestimate him due to his frail appearance, especially his eyes, which shone with a golden light that seemed to penetrate the soul. revealing one's innermost secrets and instilling awe. After observing Shen Yun and Bai Xian'er, the old monkey retracted the golden light in his gaze and smiled warmly at Shen Yun. You have a kind heart. This clearly referred to Shen Yun's act of saving the golden-haired monkey. For the great sage to express such words indicated that this golden-haired monkey was of great significance to him. Fortunately, I remembered and did not overlook this little monkey. Shen Yun thought to himself, relieved. Otherwise, even if he had defeated the stone golem, he might not have summoned the great sage. With a serious demeanor, Shen Yun clasped his fists. It was but a small effort. There is no need for thanks, esteemed elder. After a deep gaze from the old monkey, his attention shifted to Bai Xian'er, his expression thoughtful. The death-calling rending emperor curse, a band of clowns, still coveting the fortune of the ancient 7 emperor beasts. The death-calling rending emperor curse? Shen Yun and Bai Xian'er exchanged glances. The name of this curse sounded ominous. Concerned for their safety, Bai Xian'er asked, Great sage, what is the death-calling rending emperor curse? Does it pose a threat to me, great sage? The old monkey raised an eyebrow. Realizing that this was not Sun Wukong, Shen Yun recounted the general narrative of Journey to the West. The golden-haired monkey, invigorated, passionately recounted the illustrious exploits of the great sage, speaking with fervor as if it wished to embody the great sage and vanquish evil. Ha! The old monkey's tone was casual. It seems those hypocritical Buddhas are frightened by the killings, yet they still bestow upon me a good reputation. This statement carried significant weight, sending a shock through Shen Yun. The old monkey before him surely possessed an astonishing history. I am not Sun Wukong, yet I do hold the title of Great Sage. The old monkey declared, his aura noticeably trembling. My name is Qi Tian Yao Huang. In his prime, he was the foremost of the 7 ancient emperor beasts, able to overpower even the emperors themselves. To reveal his true name would likely cause cultivators to tremble in fear. Reflecting on the past, the old monkey shook his head, unable to bear the memories. The 3 little ones appeared utterly bewildered, and he felt a sudden wave of disinterest. Raising his hand, he shot forth a strand of golden monkey hair, which penetrated the center of Bai Xian'er's brow. The soul-cursing imperial curse is an ancient hex devised to prevent the primal imperial beast from ascending to the rank of emperor. It subjects you to trials and tribulations throughout your cultivation journey, impeding your progress. Meeting is destiny. Thus, I bestow upon you a protective incantation to quell the calamities of the curse within you. Once you reach the imperial realm, you shall be able to lift this soul-cursing imperial curse. Senior Yao Huang, what will happen if I cannot enter the imperial realm? Bai Xian'er inquired with a hint of worry. The path to becoming an emperor is not one traversed by just anyone, and from the tone of Senior Yao Huang, it seems she would face significant peril should she remain beneath that threshold. After a moment of contemplation, the Qi Tian Yao Huang replied softly, Should you fail to ascend to the imperial realm, the curse I have suppressed will bring you ominous omens in your later years. What? Bai Xian'er shuddered, her expression tightening as she drew closer to Shen Yun. Do not fear, Xian'er. That is a concern for the future, Shen Yun reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Even if he could not achieve enlightenment himself, he could devise a plan once Ling Qingxue attained her own enlightenment. Master, Bai Xian'er transformed into a small, pitiful creature, clinging to Shen Yun's neck. I am frightened. Ominous signs in my later years. Did this not imply that she would have to part from her master to prevent misfortune from befalling Shen Yun? The thought of facing such adversity alone filled her with dread. Do not fret, Shen Yun comforted her repeatedly. At that moment, he noticed Qi Tian Yao Huang tapping the center of the golden monkey's brow. The hidden vertical eye within the monkey's brow automatically opened, emanating an enigmatic red glow. Seeing the excitement on its face, it was clear it had received a formidable inheritance. A faint smile graced Shen Yun's lips. Though the little monkey was somewhat mischievous, its nature was not malevolent. It had previously considered sacrificing itself to shield him from the gaze of the stone man. Now, endowed with an inheritance, it was indeed a blessing. My young friend, Qi Tian Yao Huang, turned his gaze toward Shen Yun. Today, you have aided me in discovering my mantle of inheritance. Is there anything you desire? Shen Yun smiled and clasped his fists, expressing candidly, I had a thought upon arrival. But since you have already bestowed Xian'er with a protective incantation, I cannot wish for more. The Yao Huang had already declared that this talisman would allow Bai Xian'er to cultivate unhindered by the blood curse, progressing steadily in her training. Without such a safeguard, calamity could strike at any moment. This was already a significant boon, and besides, he was the little monkey's savior. Surely, once it flourished, it would regard him with utmost reverence. Master, it is all my fault. Bai Xian'er tightened her grip around Shen Yun's neck. She understood that her master had made extensive preparations for their journey to Huagua Mountain, only to end up with nothing to show for it, which weighed heavily on her conscience. It is of no consequence. We are one. What is yours is mine, Shen Yun gently reassured her. Ever since encountering Bai Xianer, her miraculous abilities had provided him with considerable advantages. Now, with the ability to temporarily suppress the blood curse, her cultivation potential would remain unaffected. After all, she bore the blood of the heavenly demon emperor, and once liberated, her cultivation speed would surely surpass its current pace. With such an opportunity, that was more than sufficient. Haha, very well, Qi Tian Yao Huang observed Bai Xianer's sentiments, recognizing that Shen Yun genuinely cared for this descendant of the imperial lineage, thus earning her acknowledgement. Amidst their laughter, the old monkey pointed at Shen Yun's brow, saying, "This technique is one of my most treasured skills. It is not a gift without strings. Should this little monkey show signs of rising, you shall impart it to him. However, it is not yet the right time for him to receive such teachings. Congratulations. You have learned the Qi Tian Yao Huang's signature technique, breaking the heavens battle method. Breaking the heavens battle method quality, imperial technique, effect, when used against an enemy. It can perfectly replicate the opponent's technique. Be cautious, as excessive power from the opponent may incur significant costs. Skill proficiency level, 10 levels. Each level increases the replication strength of the opponent's technique by double, up to a maximum of 10-fold. Current level of breaking the heavens battle method, level 1. When used against an enemy, it replicates their technique with a strength 1 time greater. VIP effect active. Breaking the heavens battle method is automatically accelerating in cultivation. What? Shen Yun's pupils dilated in astonishment. You mean to say I can wield the same techniques as you, and my execution will be even more formidable? Chapter 69, The Pact. I shall become the Yao Huang. Parting. This is utterly extraordinary. Shen Yun gazed in disbelief at the venerable Yao Huang before him. He had never anticipated that the elder would pass such supreme secret arts to him. My young friend, simply remember our pact. Qi Tian Yao Huang spoke with a genial tone. I shall remember it well. Shen Yun hastily bowed in gratitude. Such an act was effortless for him, and he was undoubtedly the one to gain from it. After a slight nod, the elder gazed up at the dimly lit expanse of the secret realm, stating, "Now that I have awakened, it is time for me to depart." He had sealed this place to nurture his spirit, but now that he had emerged, there were many matters awaiting his attention. The fact that the 7 great imperial beasts were afflicted by the soul-cursing imperial curse alone would keep him occupied. Noticing the elder's intent to leave, Shen Yun voiced his confusion. "Senior, will you not personally instruct him?" Qi Tian Yao Huang glanced at the golden monkey, who looked up with a pitiful expression, shaking his head. Let him grow on his own. With that, the elder transformed into a beam of golden light, breaking through the secret realm and hovering above Huagua Mountain, surveying the crowd below. Destined One, it is not as easy as it seems, he mused. Oh my, it is the great sage. The crowd within and around Huagua Mountain erupted in excitement upon seeing the radiant golden figure of the elder monkey in the night sky, waving their hands and shouting, Monkey brother, I see the Qi Tian great sage. Indeed, the great sage is here. I am fortunate not to have gone to Ling Mountain. Alas, their cheers did not compel Qi Tian Yao Huang to linger. The elder swiftly transformed into golden light, vanishing into the void. Wait, why did the great sage leave? The crowd stared in bewilderment at the golden traces left in the sky. Those who reacted quickly began to slap their thighs in frustration, exclaiming, "Ah!" The emergence of the secret realm signifies that someone has obtained the inheritance within. Could it be? We traveled all this way for nothing. Many faces bore expressions of regret, but some remained undeterred. What arrogance! Do you truly believe you are the destined one? Just seeing the great sage makes this journey worthwhile. Damn it, the great sage is ours. I will transform into an earthly sword immortal and ensure they have nowhere to hide. While some were invigorated, they were few, as most had come with the hope of gaining strength through the inheritance. Suddenly, the scattered golden traces in the air began to fall like petals upon the secret realm below. At that moment, every player present received a unique notification on their game interface. Heavenly blessing from Qi Tian Yao Huang. Players who enter the secret realm and slay the ancient corpses have a high probability of obtaining exquisite inheritances from the lives of these corpses. It must be the great sage. The previously somber atmosphere was instantly shattered, cheers erupting in waves. Incredible. Other secret realms lack such a provision. The great sage's inheritance is singular. Who would dare to hope for it? These lesser inheritances are indeed practical. This trip was not in vain. The great sage is here to assist us in strengthening our power. Let's charge forth before the opportunity is sealed away. But those ancient corpses are incredibly strong. A previous group was repelled, and many lost their lives. The great sage should have simply granted us the inheritance directly. Shut up. Having anything is already fortunate. Do you think cultivating immortality is like haggling at a market? Who dares to scold me? Come out and face me in a duel. At this moment, Shen Yun, by Shen Yun, and the golden-haired monkey had successfully navigated the array and departed from the secret realm. Standing atop the mountain, the golden-haired monkey gazed at the golden light descending from the void, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. They're so pleased with this little benefit. If only they knew of my inheritance, they would be envious to the point of despair. Don't get too smug. By Sienna rolled her eyes at Shen Yun. Haven't you learned enough from being captured before? Times have changed. Do you understand? The golden-haired monkey pouted but dared not retort. When the celestial demon emperor imparted his teachings upon him, he had clearly seen through the monkey's inner doubts. However, the elder did not provide a definitive answer, but instead encouraged him to venture out and cultivate his own understanding. The demon emperor also mentioned that by Sienna's thoughts could indeed lead to success. If her words could guide him, then he certainly had not yet succeeded. Therefore, the little monkey felt it wise to heed by Sienna's advice. By the way, the golden-haired monkey tugged at Shen Yun's pant leg. What inheritance did you receive? You looked quite astonished earlier. Shen Yun smiled mysteriously. You'll find out in due time. Hey, I risked my life to save you. The golden-haired monkey jumped around anxiously, scratching his head. At that moment, he had acted impulsively, feeling that this person should not meet such a fate. Now, he was unable to fulfill even a small request from his savior, which was driving him mad. Enough. Baixian wavered tail in exasperation. Stop trying to glorify yourself. The fight was over before you even intervened. Huh. Shen Yun crouched down and patted the despondent golden-haired monkey on the shoulder. What are your plans now? If you're afraid of being alone out there, why not come stay with me for a while? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired monkey perked up, puffing out his chest and declaring, no way. I want to carve out my own path and become someone like the celestial demon emperor. His current ambition was to become an existence akin to the celestial demon emperor. If he succumbed to fear, how could he ever achieve greatness? Let us go. I can't wait to explore the world. The golden-haired monkey was impulsive, acting on thought. He flipped into the air, standing atop a cloud that appeared beneath him, and with a bold expression, clasped his fists towards Shen Yun and Baixian. Farewell, my friends. When we meet again, don't let me catch up to you in cultivation. Good luck. Shen Yun waved his hand with a smile. Be careful. Baixian had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Though the monkey was quite mischievous, his daring leap had earned her respect, and she waved her tiny pink paws in farewell. Huh. You have no idea how powerful my inheritance is. The golden-haired monkey felt his pride wounded, his body shimmering with golden light as he transformed into an eagle and soared towards the distant crowd. While with Baixian, he had no opportunity to show off. But now he had a throng of humans to impress. Holy cow, why does that eagle have the head of a golden-haired monkey? The crowd pointed at the sky. What the hell? Is it sticking its tongue out at us? This is the height of mockery. This beast is asking for trouble. Many in the crowd yearned to confront the monkey. Yet, at that moment, a cloud appeared beneath the strange monkey, carrying it away. Wait, is that a nimbus cloud beneath it? Someone exclaimed in shock. No way. Could it have received the great sage's inheritance? In a flurry of light, figures shot upward, attempting to intercept the golden-haired monkey. However, the monkey was incredibly swift, quickly disappearing into the night. This rascal Baixian breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see him safely escape. Let's leave as well. Shen Yun sat atop her back, and they vanished from the scene. Shoptursity, all stern listen for the boy Sionar. Ling Qingshue's parental sovereignty. Inside a 5-star hotel. After Shen Yun returned to his room, he took out the concealed golden cicada talisman. With the Flower Fruit Mountain affair concluded, it is time to return to Haicheng. This journey has been immensely fruitful. The demon emperor stands shoulder to shoulder with ancient emperors, and his inheritance is nothing short of imperial mastery, surpassing countless techniques. Like the suspected inheritances of the black and white impermanence and the Xuan Wu, which even an 8-headed serpent could not rival. They were evidently weak and clearly unrelated to the mythological records, much like the Flower Fruit Mountain not being home to Sun Wukong. Yet, the inheritance he had received was extraordinarily powerful. When the time comes to reveal it, he would be able to vanquish any serpent. He needed to visit the company soon. As Shen Yun packed his belongings, he estimated the itinerary. Recently, the company had recruited numerous cultivators, and some had already ventured into the mountains to hunt demons and gather demon cores and medicinal herbs. Qin Shitong had also compiled a batch of elite cultivators, waiting for his return to oversee them. Before leaving, Shen Yun placed Baixian on the bed and took on a stern demeanor. Didn't he, I say, to follow orders? Today was merely luck. What if something happened to you? Bai Xian'er thought the matter had passed, but she lowered her head and nudged Shen Yun's hand with a soft tone. Master, Xian'er is afraid of you getting hurt. I want to do it again. Please don't be angry. Master, Xian'er is scared. As she raised her head, her little mouth pouted and her big eyes shimmered with tears, as if she might cry if he scolded her further. Who could withstand such a sight? No. Shen Yun suppressed his urge to feel pity. I must ensure she remembers this lesson. He did not want to regret it later when something went wrong. However, just as Shen Yun prepared to lecture her, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy within him, indicating a breakthrough was imminent. Reluctantly, he decided to take out a spirit stone to cultivate. I'll deal with you later. Bai Xian'er, relieved to have narrowly escaped a reprimand, quietly sat beside him, refining the energy within her. At that moment, she realized her refining speed had significantly increased. It must be the protective charm bestowed by the demon emperor. I wonder which rascal is so wicked. When Shen Yun awakened, the world outside was shrouded in gray, and it was already early morning. Phew, I've reached the 7th layer of the pulse condensation realm. He exhaled a long breath. I'm almost at the Hanhai realm, but I still lack 4 million in spending to reach VIP level 3. As a VIP member, he had gained some insights. At each level corresponding to a realm, the effects of cultivation acceleration would be markedly evident. If the VIP level dropped, the efficiency of cultivation would similarly decline. Yet even so, his breakthrough efficiency remained monstrous compared to outsiders. Fortunately, the recharge promotion should be concluding soon. Afterward, the price would revert to normal, allowing him to quickly elevate his spending quota. It's time to give you a proper lecture. Shen Yun discovered that Xian'er was not on the bed, and upon checking the Beastmaster space, she was also absent. When he opened the map of the demon beast baby's movements, he realized she was actually in the bathroom. What are you doing, Xian'er? You can't escape today. Shen Yun rose and walked toward the bathroom, only to find the door opening. There stood Bai Xian'er, wrapped in a towel, her cheeks flushed as she stepped forward shyly. Master, Xian'er knows she was wrong. Please don't be angry before she could finish her sentence. Shen Yun watched as her towel slipped away. What the hell? After days of absence from the purple battle robe, a rush of excitement surged within Shen Yun. Bai Xian'er's skin was indeed fair, but perhaps due to the ill-fitting style, the cold white skin bore marks where the robe had pressed against it. Cough, cough. Shen Yun hastily coughed and turned away. What are you doing? Did I not say that only those you like can write? She replied, her delicate hands tightly wrapping around Shen Yun's waist. Thus, it was the desire of Xian'er to bring joy to her master. You cannot fathom the extent of her previous fright. Her softly murmured words became increasingly choked towards the end. Do you like it? Shen Yun turned to gaze at Bai Xian'er, who appeared like a delicate flower drenched in rain, looking up at him with pitiful eyes, his voice gradually becoming hoarse. Do you not realize that you are playing with fire? As he spoke, he wrapped one arm around Bai Xian'er's slender and smooth waist, while his other hand pressed against her heart, feeling the tumultuous rhythm of her heartbeat. Observing her delicate brows knitted in pain, Shen Yun's grip tightened, reminiscent of a blood-soaked claw, as he sternly warned her, are you unaware of the consequences of your actions? Were it a common woman faced with such a domineering and unyielding individual, she would likely have pushed him away and fled. Yet Bai Xian'er perceived the flames of passion burning fiercely in his seemingly calm face. She gently bit her rosy lip and encircled Shen Yun's neck, slowly leaning closer, her trembling lashes fluttering shut. Master, do not attempt to frighten me. Kiss me. Her soft whisper, imbued with an intoxicating fragrance, wafted through the air like a crystalline stream flowing from a tranquil valley, enveloped in a bouquet of floral scents, irresistibly beckoning one to venture into the mountains for exploration. Moments later, the heavy drapes closed, shrouding the outside world in darkness. The sky had turned black by the time Shen Yun, supporting himself with one hand on his waist, reached the hotel rooftop. The lengthy journey of over 10 hours was chiefly due to Bai Xian'er's obstinacy. When asked if she had realized her mistake, she admitted she had, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him with an infatuated gaze. There was no trace of remorse in her expression, but rather a clear distraction. Shen Yun, already incensed by her disobedience, felt his anger surge to a boiling point. Even if she were to beg for mercy upon regaining consciousness, he would remain indifferent, determined to instill a lesson in her. With her mind in a haze, Bai Xian'er, ultimately unable to withstand his intensity, took refuge in the Beastmaster space. Knowing Shen Yun's fury had somewhat subsided, the image of her teary-eyed plea, shaking her head in desperation, filled Shen Yun with a sense of pride. Did she truly think his previous efforts were in vain? Clearly, without relying on his cultivation, he had triumphed over her this time. After delivering a thorough lesson to Bai Xian, she must have come to understand her errors. Retrieving his thoughts, Shen Yun boarded the helicopter station on the rooftop and headed to the nearest airport. Though it was night, his arrival prompted the airport to swiftly arrange a private jet for him. The reason was simple. The recent battle at the Fengxing Footbath City had propelled him into the spotlight. He single-handedly annihilated over 10 fourth-tier demon beasts. Particularly, the image of him slaying a late fourth-tier giant bear had gone viral online. His formidable prowess commanded respect wherever he went, naturally prompting the airline to curry favor. Moreover, Shen Yun's personal information on the demon app had been elevated to a 5-star demon suppressor level. Indeed, the headquarters of the demon suppression office had granted him an exceptional promotion. Under normal circumstances, one would need to slay 3 fifth-tier demon beasts to achieve the 5-star rank. However, given that the resurgence of spiritual energy had only recently begun, where would one find 5th-tier demon beasts? In earlier years, meeting personal cultivation standards sufficed. Now, however, the requirement to slay 5th-tier demon beasts had been added. This rank had fewer than 30 individuals within the entire demon suppression office. As for the 6-star demon suppressor, it likely would not exceed 5 individuals. And as for the 7-star demon sovereign, 8-star demon deity, or 9-star demon emperor, it seemed that no one had yet achieved such heights. Having attained such a level at a young age, as long as he did not meet an untimely end, Shen Yun's future accomplishments would undoubtedly astonish the world, attracting those eager to curry his favor. By the time Shen Yun returned home, it was already late at night. After verifying that his villa had not been tampered with, he promptly affixed the golden cicada talisman beneath the mattress. There is indeed comfort in having it at home. Placing such a thing outside left one feeling uneasy. It is far more reassuring to keep it within the confines of one's home. He then reclined on his bed and retrieved his phone. Sienna is too shy to emerge. It had been quite a while, and Bai Xian had not made a sound. Evidently, the fierce battle the previous day had made her aware of her mistakes. Within the game interface, the Q version of the white fox, adorned with 3 pink stripes on her cheeks, appeared incredibly adorable. Haha, she is still shy at this time. A smile crept onto Shen Yun's lips. It was noteworthy that upon reaching the 4th tier, this girl had automatically awakened a racial supernatural ability, spatial binding. This capability was exceedingly formidable, allowing one to immobilize their enemies. In the heat of battle, where every moment counts, who could withstand being bound? Undoubtedly, this greatly enhanced their combat effectiveness. Next, he opened Ling Qingshue's interface. Goodness, she has reached the 8th level of soul forging. The cultivation tower paired with her innate talent was indeed formidable. Shen Yun thought to himself in astonishment. Given her cultivation efficiency, she would likely rank among the top in the entire history of the Xiantian continent. Noticing several system notifications on the interface, he clicked to view them. Yesterday's kills. Cultivators Chun Chong, Feng Yinyan. These two were bound characters of the Zhou siblings. Shen Yun glanced over before accessing Ling Qingshue's character information to ascertain her status. Daily report on Ling Qingxue. Yesterday, while pursuing Feng Yinyan, the two fell into an underground river, fortuitously discovering a damaged ancient stone tablet inscribed with characters related to the immortal realm. Notably, Ling Qingxue uncovered fragments of the 9 heavens sacred body, Dao embryo. She feels this is significantly connected to her origins. Currently, she wishes to break through to the peak of the soul-forging realm and venture into the eastern domain as forbidden area, the soul-crossing sea, to seek relevant clues. From this perspective, it was evident that Qingshue's parents were of royal caliber, Shen Yun noted with narrowed eyes. Chapter 71. With my young master, the heavens align. Each day, one can interact with characters. The sacred body, Dao embryo, should be a fusion of 2 distinct physiques. Whether a natural-born one exists is uncertain. However, from the information available, it is highly likely that Ling Qingxue embodies the former. This implies her parents possess extraordinary backgrounds, perhaps even being significant figures within the immortal realm. Seeing the Q-version character of Ling Qingxue frowning in distress, Shen Yun surmised her eagerness to break through was causing her anxiety. How could one cultivate effectively with such a flurry of thoughts? Frowning, he accessed the screen and softly pressed the microphone. In cultivation, one must avoid impatience. I understand your urgency to uncover your origins, but such matters cannot be resolved overnight. Within the time-constricted space tower, Ling Qingxue trembled slightly, exiting the tower to find herself by the underground river. Slowly, she raised her head to gaze at the void above, her eyes brimming with tears. Young master, why did they abandon me? Her voice, raspy, was laden with pain and suppressed fury. Since childhood, she had been raised by her grandmother. The two of them relying on each other in the village, enduring immense hardship. She vividly recalled that year when spring coincided with her birthday. Her grandmother, as was customary, presented her with long-saved copper coins to buy her favorite treats. Yet upon her return, she found that her beloved elder had passed away. The only family member who could care for her was gone, leaving her once again an orphan. Though she had stumbled through life to adulthood, the journey was fraught with difficulties that no one could comprehend. Now, learning that she might have parents filled her heart with an inexpressible rage. To be born and abandoned was utterly ludicrous. Ling Qingxue would rather hope to be a naturally gifted sacred body, Dao embryo, than have any so-called parents. She had considered the possibility that her parents had their reasons, but what of her suffering? It was not merely a matter of imagining the circumstances to alleviate the pain of abandonment. Her desire to explore the forbidden area of the soul-crossing sea was, in part, to seek relevant information to mend the void in her identity. Secondly, Ling Qingxue must prove to her forsaking parents that she is no less than anyone else. Observing the situation, Shen Yun thought it might lead to inner demons, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, "Isn't that splendid? Otherwise, how would this young master have encountered such a well-behaved young lady?" His words caused Ling Qingxue's cheeks to flush crimson. "Young master, Qingxue is speaking to you seriously." "I am indeed speaking seriously. They may not want you, but I treasure you dearly." He continued, "Now, let go of these tangled thoughts and embrace a more open-minded perspective." "You are trying to cheer me up again," Ling Qingxue murmured, yet her gloomy spirits were lifted in that moment. It was true that he valued her as a treasure, providing her with Imperial weapons and assisting in unlocking her potential. To her, this time-space tower was akin to a celestial artifact. With him by her side, she felt as if she possessed the whole world. What did it matter that she was abandoned? Once her true identity was revealed in the future, she would regard it as a closed chapter of her past, unworthy of excessive concern. With this thought, Ling Qingxue felt enlightened, bowing in gratitude towards the void. "Thank you, young master, for your guidance." Qingxue comprehends. "Good, young master. I have decided to venture into the 10,000 great mountains to hone my skills and solidify my strength." Having resolved her inner turmoil, Ling Qingxue soared out of the underground river. Wei Rong is dead, but there remains Sun Feiyu. When the time is ripe, I shall claim his head. This was a task assigned to her by the young master, one she had never forgotten. However, she hesitated, for Sun Feiyu was currently in seclusion at the sect, making it inconvenient to take action. "No matter, your cultivation is paramount. In the end, all are destined to perish," Shen Yun reassured her, feeling no need to rush her. Seeing she had no further matters to attend to, Shen Yun switched the interface to the chibi version of Luo Hongxi. A striking red appeared on the bag at her waist. Feedback pill, low-grade spirit recovery pill. A single pill can rapidly replenish internal spiritual energy, effective during battles and breakthroughs. Excellent. The harvest has begun. Shen Yun's face beamed with delight. Who knows, perhaps Luo Hongxi would concoct imperial pills for him in the future. Upon opening the chibi screen, he found her in an alchemy chamber, having just finished a batch of pills. She was now reclining in a wooden medicinal tub, surrounded by a green potion with floating herbs and medicinal insects. Amidst the swaying green ripples, hints of delicate pink occasionally emerged. Unfazed by the possibility of being seen, Shen Yun was both amused and impressed by this carefree girl. Fortunately, the alchemy chamber was tightly sealed, allowing only him to appreciate the sight. When he noticed a dazed, vibrant scorpion drifting past Luo Hongxi's chest, he instantly became intrigued, magnifying the projection with his fingers. "That scorpion is perfectly positioned. Oh my." He saw his fingers extend directly into the potion-filled tub in the image. Warm reminder: when the player's affinity with the character reaches 100, hidden benefits will activate, allowing for intimate touches with your electronic character once daily. Shen Yun swiftly withdrew his hand. The sudden movement startled Luo Hongxi, causing her to shrink back into the medicinal pool. As she surveyed her surroundings with wide eyes, she contemplated calling for help, but then blushed as she addressed the void. "Is that you, young master?" Within the sword sect, where powerful figures abound, who would dare to harm her? It was only the young master who could appear so mysteriously. After a moment of silence, his voice resonated in her mind. "I noticed a scorpion approaching you. I feared it might harm you." Indeed, it was the young master. Luo Hongxi lowered her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she whispered, "Thank you for your concern, young master." She understood all too well that this was merely his excuse. Their last meeting had been too brief, and today's gesture was likely driven by his pent-up feelings. Once regarding her as a burden, she now realized she could stir the young master's heartstrings, which she deemed a significant achievement. Luo Hongxi cast a shy glance downwards, biting her soft lips as she mused, "I wonder when the young master will lower his hands." What a predicament! Shen Yun awkwardly rubbed his face. He had merely wished to observe Luo Hongxi's amusing reaction, only to inadvertently activate the game's hidden benefits. The timing of this reward was far from ideal, making him appear as if he were attempting a sneak attack. Now, he feared Luo Hongxi would think his actions were intentional. Blaming the absence of anyone achieving a 100-point affinity in his previous life, Shen Yun sensed the atmosphere growing awkward and shifted the topic. "Hongxi, are you practicing? Are you embarrassed, young master?" Luo Hongxi's voice carried a hint of disappointment. She had been prepared to entertain him. Regaining her composure, she softly explained, "Yes, young master. This is the potion prepared for me by Master Zhao, which is said to enhance my constitution and assist with alchemy." Ever since Master Zhao Xinqing acquired the Pill of Supremacy, he had immersed himself within it entirely. An Imperial-grade pill manual is an unparalleled treasure for an alchemist, especially for a prodigy like Zhao Xinqing. Yet, he had not forgotten about Luo Hongxi's cultivation progress, ensuring that all necessary resources were provided by the Tianyin Sword sect. Leaving professional matters to the professionals, Shen Yun refrained from commenting. Calculating the time, he realized that the celestial fallen mountain would soon become accessible. He turned his gaze towards Luo Hongxi. "Hongxi, I observe that your cultivation progress is somewhat slow. You should visit the celestial fallen mountain soon. There, you might encounter a fortuitous opportunity." Chapter 72. The Thoughtful Young Maiden. Hypnotism, the Troubled Worker. Luo Hongxi's cultivation was merely at the third level of the pulse consolidation stage, even lower than his own. It was understandable given that she possessed both the pill and sword imperial manuals. Moreover, she had devoted more of her attention to alchemy, seeking to create pills that could enhance his affinity, which made her slower progress entirely reasonable. However, for Shen Yun, it was not a significant issue. He wanted her to go to the celestial fallen mountain because, in his previous life, it had been the site of the demon emperor's tomb. Numerous exceptional treasures had emerged from within, including one containing the vast energy of the demon emperor's blood, which was perfectly suited for Luo Hongxi. Such treasures were invaluable to cultivators, providing remarkable boosts in power once consumed. Furthermore, they were not one-time use items. They would remain within the body, continually providing energy until fully refined. This was merely one of the effects of the demon emperor's blood, which could also harbor the laws of the great Tao and cleanse one's aptitude. The celestial fallen mountain? Luo Hongxi blinked in surprise and nodded. "Very well, young master. I shall go tomorrow." The mountain's name sounded ominous, but with the young master by her side, she feared nothing. The crucial point was that he had mentioned it, suggesting there would undoubtedly be treasures within. This was as if he were bestowing gifts upon her, leaving her with no worries. All right, then practice diligently. Shen Yun began to exit the game when he noticed Luo Hongxi, her pretty face slightly flushed, softly speaking, "Young master, during this period of alchemy, I have accumulated quite a bit of pill toxins, and my dual pupil's essence has also been significantly depleted. Could you assist me with acupuncture?" She added, "It would be prudent to ensure my condition is optimal before heading to the celestial fallen mountain." With that, she rose from the medicinal tub. The green potion flowed like sand, cascading down her delicate form. Her skin, illuminated by the light of the alchemy chamber, appeared remarkably smooth and radiant. "Young master, this is all I can do for you." The flustered Luo Hongxi walked slowly towards the stone bed, her heart racing like a startled deer. She couldn't bear to see the young master endure such torment, especially when he had to be so secretive about his intentions. Yet, being merely a lowly cultivator, she felt unable to breach the subject directly. Thus, she could only use the pretext of replenishing her dual pupil's essence and eliminating toxins to allow the young master to indulge in his desires. After all, he was her young master, and she had already revealed her vibrant red koi. In this life, she belongs solely to him, and thus she must show some tenderness. Indeed, since her last treatment, she has been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Each time she dreams of the young man's delicate hands gliding over her like silk, she awakens blushing, needing to change her undergarments. Once seated, Luo Hongxi softly murmured, "If I have disturbed you, it is quite all right for next time." What does it matter? The young lady is so unrestrained, and there is no reason for Shen Yun to feel any embarrassment. Just lie down, and I shall assist you in replenishing your essence. Upon accessing his account, he retrieved the essence restoration needle, and points for acupuncture automatically manifested on Luo Hongxi's body. Having had prior experience, Shen Yun appeared remarkably adept this time. However, Luo Hongxi's trembling inadvertently affected his needlework, and when he inquired, she merely stated that the discomfort was even greater than the last time. Recently, Her essence consumption had indeed been rather excessive, observing the urgent state of her internal essence. Shen Yun carefully administered the needle while advising her. I previously mentioned that alchemy requires a balance of work and rest. You truly are a source of worry. Gripping her chest tightly, coupled with the sharp sting of the essence restoration needle piercing her skin, the dual sensations caused Luo Hongxi to break into a sweat. Her delicate hands clutching the edge of the bed, she pressed her lips together firmly, fearing that any sound might reveal her feelings. I understand, Hongxi. I shall remember next time, she promised. At Tunglong Company, word had spread that the president would be arriving today, and employees discussing at the time clock were abuzz with excitement. The higher-ups have confirmed that the president will bring newly recruited cultivators into the secret realm. Just thinking about it makes me envious. One exclaimed, do you think the president has acquired the legacy of Flower Fruit Mountain? After all, he eliminated so many demon beasts there. Obtaining the legacy shouldn't be too difficult, right? Another, adjusting her glasses, interjected, you must not have seen the recent news. The legacy of the Monkey King has been claimed by a golden-haired monkey. The group was in high spirits, for the 5-star demon suppression sect was their employer. This was a figure akin to a pinnacle in the hierarchy of Huaxia, and merely working under him was a badge of honor. Notably, there were rumors that Shen Yun had slain members of the Celestial Club, leading some to speculate that the company might face repercussions. It would be effortless for the Celestial Club to bring down Tunglong Company. Yet now the Demon Suppression Division had explicitly named their protection. Who would dare to incite trouble? Look, the president is here. The crowd turned at the sound, spotting Shen Yun's Maybach pulling into the company plaza. Moments later, as the elevator descended, a group of excited individuals led by Qin Shidong approached Shen Yun. Boss, 5 men and 5 women. Their strengths ranging from the 5th to the 8th level of the Gathering Rotation realm. They're the elite of this batch. Here are their names and personal information. The Gathering Rotation realm? It appeared that the stronger individuals were still observing from the sidelines. Shen Yun was unperturbed. He viewed this initial phase as a means to build his reputation, unafraid that stronger laborers would not come knocking later. Glancing over the form that Qin Shitong handed him, he addressed the 10 individuals. I have but one requirement. Obedience to the company's arrangements. Their mission was singular, to lead teams into the mountains to hunt demon beasts, collecting their cores and medicinal materials. Contributions would be rewarded, with those who excelled having the opportunity to join him in the secret realm for further training. Yes, boss. The 10 responded in unison. It was known that the 5-star demon suppression sect encompassed powerful practitioners capable of contending with 5th-tier demon beasts. Although Huaxia had its own 5-star demon suppression sect, those were official and only involved their own elite forces. They had never heard of outsiders being included. The news of Shen Yun leading a team quickly ignited a fervor online, with cultivators across the land buzzing with anticipation. The tale of Shen Yun's demon-slaying exploits at Flower Fruit Mountain had spread rapidly, and now he was associated with the 5-star demon suppression sect. As the company finalized its recruitment, their phone lines were overwhelmed with inquiries. Unfortunately, most were from low-tier cultivators, while the stronger ones inquired whether the company was hiring consultants or honoring elders. Clearly, the strong held a certain pride and were reluctant to serve as mere laborers. However, the company had made it clear they only hired laborers, and at most, one might become a team leader. Those seeking a more prominent role should look elsewhere. All right. Shen Yun placed his phone on the hood of the Maybach, declaring, since a decision has been made, let us directly sign the allegiance contract. In this game, players could establish not only contracts with demon beasts, but also allegiance contracts, akin to the initiation ceremonies in the cultivation world. Breaking such a contract would result in the loss of all cultivation. Simultaneously, all 11 individuals, including Qin Shitong, received a game prompt. Warm reminder, player Shen Yun has initiated an allegiance contract. Once signed, betrayal of the faction is forbidden. Otherwise, one's meridians will be severed, and cultivation will be lost. To exit the faction, one must obtain approval from high-ranking members. Exiting will not affect one's cultivation. Allegiance contract? The group exchanged glances, surprised by this unexpected element. Some looked at Shen Yun with envy. How fortunate to be a strong player. He can explore game settings that others are unaware of. Following him might save us from detours. Undoubtedly, Shen Yun was far ahead of them. His earlier exposure to game mechanics that eluded others provided him with a significant advantage. As they observed Qin Shitong place her hand upon the contract formation, they sequentially mimicked her actions. One must always be cautious. Contracts were to be understood. After all, they were here to cling to a powerful ally and explore the secret realm. Even if other opportunities arose in the future, they could still apply for withdrawal. Yet, among the crowd, one young woman remained motionless. When Shen Yun's gaze fell upon her, she displayed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, boss. I thought it was just about leading the team into the mountains. I'm not very fond of contracts. They make me feel constrained and uncomfortable. My apologies, boss. Sorry. Oinya. The girl was strikingly beautiful, exuding an edgy vibe with her numerous tattoos and vibrant purple hair, her nose adorned with multiple piercings. She appeared to be the free-spirited type, and her aversion to constraints was understandable. You're missing out on a golden opportunity. Qin Shitong internally sighed, but refrained from stopping her. Very well, Xiaoxia, I will arrange a special car to take you back. That's all right, Qin Jia. I can walk myself. You all carry on with your business. Xiaoxia waved her hands dismissively, apologizing once more before departing. However, Qin Shitong and the others noticed Shen Yun's eyes gradually turning a shade of gray. At that very moment, Xiaoxia, having taken only a few steps, began to tremble violently, her face turning ashen. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her mind, as if an immense terror was poised to consume her. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a soft voice echoed in her ear. Speak, who sent you here? Speak, and the terror will dissipate. This was a technique from Shen Yun's soul pursuit art, fear hypnosis, capable of magnifying one's innermost fears to an extreme degree. For a minor cultivator like Xiaoxia, it was more than sufficient. Shen Yun could hardly believe that, even in this environment, someone would willingly forfeit the opportunity to grow stronger in favor of their own whims. While such individuals might exist, his encounter with her piqued his curiosity, prompting him to apply a slight measure of force to test her. The results confirmed his suspicions. This woman was indeed problematic. I say, Chapter 73, The Hall of Evil Souls. Recharge offers have ended. Prices returned to normal. As Xiaoxia turned, her eyes became an abyss of darkness, presenting a most unsettling sight. I do not know who he is. He sent me here to investigate your true motives for growing stronger. This revelation caused Qin Shitong and the others to hold their breath, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Hypnosis was a common trope in films, and they were no strangers to it. The unsettling part was her words. Someone was plotting against Shen Yun. Who would dare be so audacious? It must be noted that Shen Yun had been exceptionally promoted to the ranks of the Demon Suppression sect. Though not officially affiliated, it is evident that the Demon Suppression Bureau holds him in high regard. The Tianjiao Club has already succumbed to fear. They cannot be so foolish. Who then possesses such audacity to come forth and stir up trouble, to probe into my affairs? Shen Yun arched an eyebrow, murmuring softly, Who is he? What does he look like? Describe the circumstances of your encounter. I do not know his appearance, Xiaoxia replied mechanically. He wore a black cloak, shrouded in a veil of darkness. His voice cold and hoarse. He instructed me to come here to uncover the reason for your increasing strength. However, you required a contract, and I fear that such a pact may result in a backlash, severing my meridians. A black cloak, a face enveloped in shadow. Shen Yun's eyes flashed with intensity. A practitioner from the Hall of Evil Souls? The Hall of Evil Souls, a sect with ancient lineage, has gradually risen since the resurgence of spiritual energy. They have found ways to enhance their power within secret realms, either by bringing suitable hosts into these sanctuaries or using dark arts to allow ancient souls to inhabit them, thus returning to the world. The mere fact that they can preserve these remnants of souls through the rules of the secret realms and facilitate their rebirth is no small feat. While they may not rival the legendary Qi Tian Yao Huang, such abilities are formidable in the present world. Shen Yun was acutely aware that, as the continent expands, it will be the time for the Hall of Evil Souls to flourish, unleashing their dark practitioners in all directions. The malevolent elder who once ensnared him in the human emperor's banner was indeed a recruit of this organization. Unexpectedly, before the elder could descend upon the blue star, he had already become the target of the Hall of Evil Souls. Coveting the secrets I possess? Shen Yun narrowed his gaze. Do you not fear having your teeth shattered? Since the Hall of Evil Souls has set its sights on him, the timeline for crafting the human emperor's banner must be expedited. What could be more fitting for tempering the banner than the malevolent aura of these dark practitioners? The thought alone is a perfect match. This boss is attracting unwanted attention. Qin Shitong observed Shen Yun's silence and waved for those who had completed the contract to take Xiaoxia away. She had anticipated this day would come and had previously cautioned the boss to exercise utmost caution. Yet, Shen Yun, being youthful, had undoubtedly lost himself amidst the cheers and adoration, forgetting her warnings. His actions have become too conspicuous. He should be cultivating in seclusion. Alas, it is unfortunate that the boss's parents passed away early. Qin Shitong sighed, finding the relatives of both families to be unscrupulous, attempting to seize assets upon the death of his parents. Fortunately, the Tunglong legal department is formidable and as a result, Shen Yun has severed ties with his relatives, leading to an estrangement. Ultimately, someone must care for his growth and well-being, Qin Shidong mused quietly. As the boss's secretary, she bears great expectations to manage the entire Tunglong company. Now, witnessing the boss's rise being thwarted midway, how could she possibly feel at ease? Shen Yun's well-being is intertwined with the fate of the entire company. If he falters, what fate awaits Tunglong company? Contemplating this, Qin Shidong resolved to find a suitable time to have a serious conversation with the boss. He must not come to harm. During the day, she busied herself managing the company, only able to remind the boss in her free time at night. Being 5 or 6 years older than Shen Yun, she felt capable of acting as a caring older sister. At this moment, Xiaoxia had regained her senses. The revelation of her innermost secrets under duress left her visibly shaken, nearly collapsing without support. President Shen, she trembled as she spoke. I had no choice. If I hadn't come, he would have killed my entire family. No. Xiaoxia's demeanor began to spiral into madness, her eyes wide with terror as she scanned the surroundings and the distant crowd. He must know what is happening here. He is definitely making his move. Shen Yun waved his hand indifferently. Contact the personnel from the Demon Suppression Bureau and have them deal with this woman. Instead of reporting, she comes to pry in my affairs. If her family is killed, it is merely their due punishment. I'll reach out now, Qin Shidong said, pulling out her phone, signaling for the two individuals to escort Xiaoxia away. Panic-stricken, Xiaoxia realized her family was likely in grave danger. Once the Demon Suppression Bureau learns of her betrayal against a figure of their caliber, she would likely face a lifetime in prison. President Shen, why didn't he do anything? President Shen, please. Enough with the wailing. Silence yourself. A man beside her removed his sock and stuffed it into her mouth. If it weren't for the boss feeling pity, you would have been killed on the spot. You're unaware of how the upper echelons of the Zhou family met their end. Are you? Never doubt Shen Yun's lethal nature, the man thought. If Shen Yun had bothered to hold a grudge, or if he hadn't considered her potential to bring ruin, her head would have rolled long ago. Xiaoxia whimpered, enough. Shen Yun turned his gaze to the 8 individuals who had returned to attention. From now on, you shall be known as the Invincible War God Squad. Proceed to Hang City immediately. There are ample secret realms nearby. A helicopter will arrive shortly. Prepare yourselves now. Upon hearing they were to head directly to a secret realm, the group's spirits soared. However, the title of Invincible War God Squad left them feeling both embarrassed and awkward. The name was indeed grandiose, but with their current skills, to dare claim invincibility would surely invite ridicule. Yet, they did not dare voice any objections to Shen Yun and could only send 2 girls to communicate with Qin Shidong during their free time. Do they really think I'm the president? Asking me to act as a negotiator. Qin Shidong acquiesced outwardly, but spoke differently once she approached Shen Yun. Boss, didn't I advise you to tread carefully? Look, now there are malevolent spirits eyeing you. Oh dear, how about I move in with you and serve as your behind-the-scenes strategist? A strategist? Shen Yun glanced at Qin Shidong, who was volunteering herself. Just focus on your duties. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this. The closer she gets, the more her risk of death escalates. This is no jest. Qin Shidong's strength is too feeble, making her ill-suited for close contact with him. Otherwise, if trouble arises, he would have to deal with it, creating unnecessary complications and potentially endangering her life. As for the squad's name, if they found it shameful, they ought to strive to improve themselves. Shen Yun noticed the helicopter descending and leaped aboard. The name serves to prevent this group from growing complacent. After all, it is not his reputation at stake. As he settled into his seat, a series of game notifications suddenly materialized before him. Ding! Character Luo Hongxi's squad has entered the immortal Fallen Mountain in search of the ancient tomb of the Demon Emperor, mistakenly falling into the star array and landing within the Emperor's corpse ancient coffin. At least there is no danger to life. Shen Yun continued to observe the game notifications. Opportunity in the coffin inscription. Recharge 2, 688, 888 to purchase the Sitting Forgetting Enlightenment effect, enabling the comprehension of the inscriptions on the Emperor's coffin and mastery of the terrifying techniques of the Demon Emperor. The Sealing Immortal/Divine Technique. Opportunity, Emperor's Blood. Recharge 666 to break through the coffin's defensive array, rewarding 1 drop of Demon Emperor's blood. Shen Yun's eyes gleamed at the exorbitant cost notification. The recharge discount ends today. This also implies that his VIP level will soon be upgraded. Chapitre 74. Reality Feedback Empereur Technique. Sealing Immortal/Divine Technique. Opportunity. Emperor's Pattern Shield. Spend 1, 298, 888 to obtain a trace of the Demon Emperor's Tao pattern, possessing the defensive capability to withstand a strike from a great emperor. Bye. The VIP upgrade is within reach, and Shen Yun eagerly clicked away. The first two VIP level buffs are already exceedingly powerful, and he eagerly anticipates what the third will entail. Ding! Due to the discount card. Congratulations to the player for spending 444. Character Luo Hongxi gains the sitting forgetting enlightenment effect, allowing her to comprehend the inscription sealing immortal/divine technique at any time. Ding! Due to the discount card. Congratulations to the player for spending 333. Character Luo Hongxi automatically acquires the Demon Emperor's blood upon touching the defensive array. Ding! Congratulations to the player for spending 649. The sound of coins clinking echoed as in the blink of an eye 32 million had vanished. Shen Yun felt no remorse. For his VIP spending had surged significantly. Only 65 million more was needed to attain VIP level 3. He couldn't be bothered to count the pennies. Instead, feeling grateful for the savings the discount card had afforded him. Fortunately, Qing Shui's side had not offered discounts. Perhaps VIP level 4 was within reach as well. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together and opened the game screen featuring Luo Hongxi. In the scene, Luo Hongxi was seated in an ancient coffin alongside a man and a woman. Senior Sister Zheng, Chen Haotian exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement as he gazed at the coffin wall illuminated by the radiant spirit stones. This might very well be the coffin of the great emperor, and the inscriptions are undoubtedly the supreme techniques of the demon emperor. If we comprehend them, we might have a chance at enlightenment. The ancient demon emperor, the first and only figure in the history of the demon race to be crowned emperor, was said to have divided the demon race's fortunes after the emergence of the 7 ancient beast emperors, making it exceedingly difficult for another to achieve the status of a great emperor. This was also the reason the demon emperor was referred to solely by that title. In the words of the demon race, he was a miraculous bamboo nurtured by heaven and earth, born in the bamboo forest, who endured numerous trials and tribulations before achieving the status of a great emperor. His legacy was undeniably precious. Mind your tongue, Senior Sister Zheng Feifeng, observing the frightened grip Luo Hongxi had on her arm, swiftly smacked the back of Chen Haotian's head. Behave yourself and think of a way to escape. As the master sister of the Heavenly Sword sect at the pinnacle of the 9th level of soul forging, she had been invited by the sect leader to accompany Luo Hongxi on this expedition to Shen Yun Mountain for training, intending to break through to the Transcendence realm. Hey, I'm thinking of a way. Chen Haotian rubbed the back of his head, intently studying the mottled inscriptions before them. Although they appeared calm, their hearts were in turmoil. If anything went awry with the swordmaster here, they would truly wish for death. It was unclear who had spread the rumors about Shen Yun Mountain's impending opening and the great emperor's legacy, inciting this commotion. Now, they found themselves trapped in a coffin right from the start. What a stroke of bad luck. Young master, are you there? Luo Hongxi, already timid, felt a chill run down her spine as the dark coffin walls glowed ominously green under the spirit stone's light. All she wished for was for the young master to come and converse with her. I'm here. A gentle voice like a spring breeze swept through Luo Hongxi's soul, instantly dispelling her fears, causing her eyes to crinkle into a smile. The young master has arrived. It was indeed the young master. With his presence, her fears dissipated. The young girl, in her innocence, had completely forgotten about the events of the previous day. Shen Yun smiled faintly and cleared his throat. Do not panic. Allow me to examine this. The sealing immortal and slaying god technique? A commendable imperial legacy. Huh? The smile on Luo Hongxi's face froze, her expression turning blank. Wait, how could you discern this in mere moments? Perhaps this was the essence of enlightenment, an instant comprehension. Luo Hongxi silently marveled, her admiration for the young master multiplying exponentially. Sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in understanding the inscriptions on the wall. Oh, thank you, young master. The sudden wave of happiness was overwhelming. Had there not been others around, Luo Hongxi would have leapt for joy. Collecting her thoughts, she promptly seated herself cross-legged, fixating on the incomprehensible script on the wall. This astonished Zheng Feifeng, who gazed at her with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Swordmaster you. Before she could finish, a stunning scene unfolded before her and Chen Haotian, leaving them utterly shocked. The inscriptions on the ancient coffin seemed to come alive, swirling around Luo Hongxi like lively fish. Hundreds of inscriptions radiated a rich purple aura, encircling the young girl at their center. At this moment, Luo Hongxi's face bore a solemn expression, and under the purple glow, she exuded an air of mystery. My heavens! Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haotian felt their scalps tingle. The inscriptions on this ancient coffin were indeed the legacy of the great emperor. Just moments ago, Luo Hongxi had been trembling in fear. and now she was beginning to comprehend Imperial techniques. They had seen prodigies before, but this was utterly absurd. Her level of comprehension was simply astounding. It seemed the Swordmaster was about to gain another Imperial technique. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting the same astonishment. Indeed, the Swordmaster's fortune is truly extraordinary. Arriving at Shen Yun Mountain and encountering such an opportunity. Speak less, otherwise you might disturb the Swordmaster. Yes, yes. They dared not even communicate telepathically, positioning themselves a bit farther away. Initially, they had intended to confront whoever had spread rumors about the Swordmaster. After all, upon their arrival at Shen Yun Mountain, they had been surrounded by formidable figures from various sects, including holy sons and daughters, making for quite a grand scene. Although Zheng Feifeng was formidable, most holy sons had already entered the law manifestation realm, and they were treading carefully, fearing for the Swordmaster's safety. But now, it seemed that their arrival had been fortuitous. Should Luo Hongxi grasp the legacy of the Demon Emperor, her foundation would be significantly enriched, and upon their return, the higher-ups of their sect would surely be overjoyed. She would undoubtedly embody the essence of a great emperor. Their anticipation for Luo Hongxi's future grew ever stronger. After approximately a stick of incense had burned, the inscriptions surrounding Luo Hongxi gradually dimmed. Subsequently, these inscriptions imprinted themselves onto the coffin wall before her, forming a delicate, gossamer-like ancient scroll that glided down to rest upon her lap. Luo Hongxi let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she hastily picked up the ancient scroll. Young master, this is a favorable affinity item. Indeed, the scroll radiated waves of amiability. The young master would surely have no need for this imperial technique, but the affinity it bestowed would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. What a stroke of luck! Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement and scrutinized the item information projected before him. Feedback item. Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor's Supreme Technique. Sealing Immortal and Slaying God Technique. Quality, Emperor level. Effect, a total of 8 forms, each possessing terrifying power when cultivated to perfection. The culmination of all 8 forms unleashes the fearsome might of the Sealing Immortal and Slaying God. Incredible. Another formidable means at his disposal. Shen Yun, invigorated, adjusted his breathing and pressed the voice key. This is a remarkable item. You should dispel the illusions on the coffin wall before you. For within lies a drop of Imperial blood. Imperial blood? Luo Hongxi's eyes brightened. This was a priceless treasure. Gazing at the area of the coffin wall where the scroll had fallen, she hurriedly reached out to wipe it clean.